Chapter 1, 9 Deaths in One Life. At 15 o'clock that day, Qingzhou Hospital. In front of the VIP bed in the intensive care unit, a group of doctors and nurses surrounded the bed, and on the bed lay an old man with white hair and vicissitudes of life, his eyes tightly closed and his face as pale as paper. Looking at the unconscious old man on the hospital bed, Zhao butler Zhao Dekang asked the attending doctor in a deep voice, "Doctor, how is my old master's health?" "It's very unpromising." The attending doctor's face was grave as he sighed. "The old man has high blood pressure, blood pooling in his brain, and he went into shock twice in half an hour. If it wasn't for the timely rescue, he would probably be dead by now." Dr. Wang, you are an expert. Please make sure you save my old master. As long as you can save my old master. How much money the Zhao family can afford to pay? Zhao Dekang said with a face full of eagerness. In addition to the eagerness on his face, there was more fear. At noon, Zhao family's old man, Zhao Hanshan, had just eaten lunch when he suddenly fell into a coma with high blood pressure and was admitted to Qingzhou Hospital. Because of Zhao Hanshan's special status, the hospital didn't dare to be negligent, and organized a number of experts to consult. However, no solution to the treatment was found until now. The moment he thought of Zhao Hanshan's identity, Zhao Dekang was terrified in his heart. He was specifically responsible for taking care of Zhao Hanshan's diet. If something happened to the old man, it was hard for him to escape the blame. Grandpa. At this time, a woman in professional attire walked in outside the door, aged in her 20s, gorgeous, with long black hair and a melon face, exuding a charming temperament. Zhao Lingyu. Seeing Zhao Lingyu, the doctors present and Zhao Dekang all looked shocked and a little nervous. "How is my grandfather now?" Zhao Lingyu had just received a call and learned that her grandfather was admitted to the ICU with high blood pressure, so she immediately dropped her work and rushed over without stopping. "Miss, Zhao Dechan's voice choked. "Uncle Chang, don't blame yourself first. Saving people is important." Zhao Lingyu frowned and said decisively. Zhao Lingyu asked the doctor about the situation, her pretty face filled with worry. "Miss Zhao, please be patient. Our hospital has already organized an expert consultation. In addition, we have also invited a few Western experts. They will arrive soon," the attending doctor said. Achoo! Just at this time, suddenly the sound of a big sneeze came from behind. Everyone turned around, only to see a youth in his 20s standing at the door. Everyone's eyes revealed surprise. It was already chaotic enough, but there was actually someone else adding to the chaos. Dr. Wang's face sank. "Who are you? Why are you in the ICU?" Zhao Lingyu's pretty face also revealed a trace of anger. Linny was about to open his mouth, but he was pushed away by a group of people. Four physicians in white coats walked over, clustered around a svelte man with a vertical oil braid. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and was well-mannered. As soon as he entered the intensive care unit, he walked over towards Zhao Lingyu, stretching out his hand with a smile on his face. "Ms. Zhao, hello, I'm Han Zhengyang, an expert in cardiovascular and cerebral vessels from Qingzhou Hospital." Han Zhengyang came from a wealthy family. His parents ran the largest private hospital in Qingzhou City, and he was sent to the United States as a child to get a gold plating, and he obtained a doctorate degree in medicine at the age of only 28. Qingzhou Hospital was his family's property. Zhao Lingyu was in a state of anxiety, and when she saw Han Zhengyang appear, a trace of gratitude appeared on her beautiful face. "Dr. Han, hello." Zhao Lingyu felt good about Han Zhengyang because in the morning, Zhao Lingyu's father had called her and said that there would be a divine doctor coming to help Zhao clan today. He also purposely reminded her that this divine doctor's age was similar to Zhao Lingyu's, so she shouldn't be neglectful. So when Zhao Lingyu saw how young Han Zhengyang was, she mistakenly thought that he was the divine doctor that her father was talking about to help her. The crowd directly ignored Lin Yi. Han Zhengyang lightly touched Zhao Lingyu's jade hand, which was warm and white, and was immediately tickled. Patting his chest, he said, "Miss Zhao, don't worry, with me here, Elder Zhao's illness will definitely be cured." With that, Han Zhengyang instructed the four physicians behind him, "Hurry up and help Elder Zhao check his body and do your best to diagnose and treat him." The four physicians that Han Zhengyang had called in were all medical doctors recruited from the United States, a luxurious lineup that was an authority on cardiovascular and cerebrovascular issues. Therefore, Han Zhengyang was confident. Han Zhengyang had long heard of Zhao Lingyue's great name. At the first sight of Zhao Lingyue, he was attracted by Zhao Lingyue's breathtakingly beautiful face, but there had been no opportunity to make contact, and today, when Elder Zhao was seriously ill, it was just the right time for him to create. As long as he could save Zhao Hanshan, then he could gain Zhao Lingyu's favor and leave a good impression in her heart. The four authoritative physicians conducted a thorough examination of Zhao Hanshan's body, and after 5 minutes, a hint of caution appeared on all four of their faces. "Ms. Zhao, Dr. Han, the old master's body is too weak. There's nothing we can do," said a physician in Chinese. "What?" Han Zhengyang froze. He didn't expect his professional team to be helpless. Ms. Zhao, the patient's situation is very serious. In my experience, the old man needs immediate surgery. Otherwise, his life is in danger at any time. One of the physicians said seriously. What about the risk? Zhao Lingyu asked with a pale face. There's only less than a 10% chance of survival. Less than 10%? When she heard these words, Zhao Lingyu's beautiful face instantly froze. This was a 1 in 9 chance of survival. A 10% chance? Lin Yi snorted and looked at Zhao Hanshan on the hospital bed. The old man is just a minor illness. He only needs to be stabbed with 2 needles. Upon hearing this, everyone's icy gazes instantly landed on Lin Yi, their eyes all filled with anger. Zhao Lingyu was a bit angry and said in a cold voice, "What do you know? Don't add to the chaos here." Han Zhengyun's white face was also filled with anger. Who is this? Do you know anything about medicine? Is it hard to believe that you have other methods of healing? Of course. Lin Yi nodded his head and smiled. I only need to stick a few needles in the old man's head to ensure that the disease is eradicated. A few needles in the head and the disease will be eradicated? The faces of the crowd were filled with skepticism. The doctors present were all professionally educated in science. This kind of metaphysical idea was something they didn't give a damn about. Zap needles? Han Zhengyang let out a cold laugh. What era is this? That there are still people who believe in this kind of feudal superstition. Someone come, blow him away. Han Zhengyang grew up with a Western education, so of course he didn't believe in Chinese medicine. Afterwards, several medical staff pushed and shoved Lin Yi, trying to push him out of the intensive care unit, and in the process of pushing and shoving, a needle bag fell from Lin Yi's body. After Zhao Dekang saw the needle bag that fell to the ground, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Xianmen's silver needle? Zhao Dekang instantly recognized that the fallen needle bag was the Xianmen silver needle that symbolized medical skills and status in the Chinese medicine industry. This kind of silver needle was only possessed by a Chinese medicine titan with an extremely honorable status. Stop! Zhao Dekang immediately stopped the crowd. Chapter 2, Getting Out of Danger. Hearing Zhao Dechan's stopping voice, Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party with some confusion. Zhao Dekang opened his mouth and explained. Miss, this silver needle is a Xianmen silver needle, and only Chinese medicine practitioners who are skillful physicians are qualified to have it. Upon hearing this, the anger above Zhao Lingyu's pretty face slightly dissipated, but she still remained skeptical of Lin Yi's medical skills. Han Zhenyang, however, scoffed. What silver needles? They are all remnants of feudalism. Chinese medicine can't cure diseases at all. If Chinese medicine can cure diseases, why is Western medicine popular all over the world now? Hearing Han Zhengyang's words, Zhao Lingyue nodded her head in recognition, then said to Han Zhenyang and the others, please operate on my grandfather immediately. Receiving Zhao Lingyu's approval, Han Zhenyang, as well as the medical authorities with him, all had smug looks on their faces, but just at this moment, suddenly the sound of an instrument rang out sharply. Drop, drop, drop. The faces of the physicians present instantly changed, and on the instrument's display, Zhao Hanshan's heartbeat was almost in a straight line. Not good. The patient's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, the alarm of the intensive care ward sounded loudly, followed by a few physicians shouting. Those physicians from Qingzhou Hospital all had their hands full. A burst of resuscitation. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular expert Mike. As the vice president of Qingzhou Hospital, he has unshakable authority in the field of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular. More than 20 years of medical practice, saving thousands of people, with countless honors on him. A year ago, he was hired by Han Zhengyang as the vice president of Qingzhou Hospital, and was admired by everyone in Qingzhou. With a serious face, he gave Zhao Hanshan a shot of epinephrine, and there were 2 other physicians with defibrillators doing their best to resuscitate him. However, Zhao Hanshan's condition was bad and there was no response. Grandpa! Zhao Lingyu's tears flowed out in anxiety. Soon, Zhao Hanshan's ECG turned into a straight line. Mike and the other attending doctors had a look of gloom on their faces. Elder Zhao has. Mike let out a sigh. Unable to return to heaven. Looking at Mike shaking his head, the entire room was sad. Zhao Lingyu was even paler. Let me do it. At this time, Lin Yi, who was watching from the side, rushed up with an arrow step, pinched his fingers and made a point on Zhao Hanshan's body. He then pulled out a silver needle. Seeing this action of Lin Yi, Mike and Han Zhenyang were instantly enraged. You bastard, stop it. What are you doing? The person is already dead and you're tossing the remains of the deceased? Zhao Hanshan's passing had already caused the crowd to grieve, but as a result, Lin Yi was still nodding at the corpse. It was simply inhumane. Han Zhenyang angrily pushed Lin Yi away. Human life was at stake. Lin Yi couldn't make any explanations in time, and with a shake of his arm, he directly pushed Han Zhenyang down. Han Zhenyang let out an ouch and stumbled to the ground. Lin Yi took out the silver needle and sterilized it. Xianzong 15 needles. The first needle. Xianmen solicitude. Linny recited silently. Then 3 silver needles fell from his hands, stabbing into the Bai Hui, Fengqi and Tianshu acupoints. The silver needles were accompanied by dots of white aura that didn't enter Zhao Hanshan's body. This instantly added a layer of redness to Zhao Hanshan's pale face. It was as if the sun had dispelled the darkness. Zhao Lingyu also let out a cry and went forward to try to push Linny away. But when she saw this scene, her right face was filled with shock. People are dead and you're still stabbing patients with needles. Do you have a conscience? Hurry up and stop him. Call the police. He must be punished. Han Zhengyang climbed up from the ground, his face full of rage. Linny roared out to Zhao Lingyu, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll give you back a living, breathing grandfather." Zhao Lingyu had been heartbroken and was awakened by Linny's roar. If she had started out, she would have never agreed to let Linny save her life. But now that her grandfather had been pronounced dead, a dead horse was a living horse, so at least there was a glimmer of a chance of survival. Thus, her hand that was just about to tug at Linny retracted. Linny once again twisted up 2 silver needles and quickly stabbed them on Zhao Hanshan's body. The physicians present all cursed Linny to death. People were dead and they still didn't let the dead live in peace. They didn't believe that Linny was saving people at all. How could someone who had already had a cardiac arrest come back to life? Drop! Right in the middle of the crowd's angry curses. Suddenly a crisp ringing of an instrument came. Those physicians in this ward couldn't help but be startled. Subsequently, on the electrocardiogram, a hint of fluctuation appeared in that one straight line, and it was becoming more and more pronounced and powerful. Zhao Lingyu looked up and immediately became dumbfounded. The few physicians leaning in front of them all had their jaws dropped, their faces full of shock and disbelief. The eyes of the entire crowd were straight, all of them not expecting that Zhao Hanshan, who had already died after ineffective resuscitation, had recovered his heartbeat. How was this possible? Han Zhengyang's face was a little ugly, his throat couldn't help but squirm a few times, and when he looked at Linny, a touch of viciousness surfaced in his eyes. Obviously, this opportunity to make a name for himself in front of Zhao Lingyu had been snatched by Linny. Grandpa woke up. A trace of joy appeared on Zhao Lingyu's exquisite face. The 2 doctors immediately rushed forward and checked Zhao Hanshan's body, realizing that the other party was out of danger. They all couldn't help but look at Linny with respect in their eyes. This brat, too divine. Zhao Lingyu also had a stunned look on her face. Looking back at Linny, a trace of guilt couldn't help but well up in her heart. After being busy for a while, Zhao Hanshan was completely out of danger. Many of the doctors looked at Linny in unison, each revealing a complex expression. "Thank you for saving my grandfather. May I ask what should I call you?" Zhao Lingyu stepped away from those long, round, sleeve-length legs and walked over to Linny, asking gratefully. Linny clapped his hands and stowed away the silver needles, then looked at Zhao Lingyu with a naturally brilliant face. "You're Zhao Lingyu, right? No need to thank you. From now on we'll be family. No need to be so polite." At those words, a trace of doubt instantly surfaced on Zhao Lingyu's beautiful white face. "What do you mean by that?" Linny heatedly smiled. "I'm your fiancé. My name is Linny." As the voice fell, Zhao Lingyu's pretty face instantly chilled above. Her good feelings towards Linny instantly dissipated completely. Originally she was still apologizing for misunderstanding Linny. Now not only was she no longer apologizing, but instead, there was a burst of shame and anger in her heart. Originally, she thought that Linny was a virtuous divine doctor. Who knew that he was actually a smooth-talking, light-hearted prodigal son? Poof! Zhao Lingyu's face was horizontal. "You saved my grandfather. I'm grateful. This is $1 million. Take it as your diagnosis and treatment fee. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Saying this, Zhao Lingyu pulled out a check worth $1 million and threw it in front of Linny, her pretty face slightly cold. Stepping on her high heels, she left in shame. Han Zhengyang glared angrily at Linny, his eyes filled with heavy jealousy. It was obvious that Linny had spoiled his good deed today, making himself a fool in front of Zhao Lingyu. Han Zhengyang had been raised since childhood and was narrow-minded. How could he allow Linny to make a fool of himself in front of him? He glared viciously at Linny. "Kid, don't let me run into you in the future. Otherwise, I'll waste you." Chapter 3, Disturbances. Zhao Lingyu had just walked out of the entrance of Qingzhou Hospital when a group of media blocked the exit. A man with a stocky body and a fierce face led a group of people, screaming and making noise. "Tell Zhao Lingyu to come out. My wife did a double eyelid in your beauty parlor and is now unconscious." The man's name was Wang Monsong. His wife was having a double eyelid done at the beauty parlor under Zhao Group today, and had a serious accident, and was sent to the hospital to be rescued, and was in a dangerous state until now. And this Wang Monsong happened to be a news reporter. He immediately utilized his connections to release public opinion in the media. The relevant departments also quickly investigated, and Zhao Group's stock dropped 10%. Those news reporters, upon seeing Zhao Lingyu come out, immediately all gathered around and raised their microphones to her face. "Mr. Zhao, something happened to Mrs. Wang when she had her eyelids done at your beauty salon. What is your explanation for this? May I ask, is Zhao Group's beauty salon regular? Why was there such a big accident? The crowd was all in an aggressive stance. Wang Monsong's eyes were even more filled with anger. He and his wife had long been in a relationship disagreement. The reason why they made a big deal out of it this time was to fight for compensation. The more things make a big deal, the Zhao Group, in order to calm things down, will come up with more compensation. Wang Monsong has investigated the Zhao Group beforehand. Assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. A veritable big company. He believed that Zhao's group would eventually come up with a huge amount of money privately to settle the case. Zhao Lingyu looked panicked, somewhat at a loss for words. Everyone calm down first, let's figure things out first. Zhao Lingyu had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Wang Monsong. I don't want to listen to your explanations. My wife was in your beauty parlor accident. This responsibility you must take. At the entrance of the hospital, in the ambulance, a few nurses carried a stretcher with a woman in her 30s lying on it, her eyes closed tightly, her face as if she was dead. Wang Monsong and a few other family members of the patient were holding iron bars in their hands, standing in front of Zhao Lingyu with fierce faces and constantly clamoring. You group of black-hearted capitalists, cured my wife to death. I'm going to fight you all. Wang Monsong and the others were making a lot of noise, and if it wasn't for the security guards stopping them, they would have already fought. Lin Yi also walked out from the hospital. Old Miss Zhao. What happened? Lin Yi was just about to call his wife, but immediately realized that it might cause Zhao Lingyu to be disgusted, so he changed his tone to Miss Zhao. Zhao Lingyu has long been scared of the flowers, also no longer counted just now. Lin Yi, with a sobbing voice, said, I do not know, just came out of them blocked here, said that our beauty salon medical death, to compensate, now it's making too much noise, the reporters and media are coming. Lin Yi immediately said, don't be anxious, the more anxious you are, the more it looks like we are weak-minded. I'll communicate with them first. Communicate? How are you going to communicate? Zhao Lingyu stomped her feet anxiously. I want you guys to pay for your lives, you bunch of bastards. Trash Zhao Group, pay for your lives. The scene was already out of control. Wang Monsong and the others all scrambled to rush in. What are you all doing? Lin Yi stepped forward and bellowed. The sound of the shout was like thunder, and the crowd at the entrance of the hospital was instantly shaken. Seeing that the crowd quieted down, Lin Yi then said, if you have anything to say it one by one. The noisy scene was quiet for a moment. Wang Monsong, holding an iron stick, pointed at Lin Yi and said fiercely, what are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Wang Monsong was foaming at the mouth, his face full of ferocity. Zhao Lingyu was stunned, her pretty face pale, not daring to say anything. What's there to say? Pay up. Your beauty parlor cured someone to death and you still want to cheat? If you don't pay up, you'll smash your beauty salon. What kind of quack doctor dares to open a medical center in Qingzhou? Hurry up and close down and shut down. Many people followed and cursed. At this time, the young proprietor of Qingzhou Hospital, Han Zhongyang, walked out with a smile on his face and walked over with a confident stride. Everyone, I'm Han Zhongyang, the young proprietor of Qingzhou Hospital. Everyone listen to me. Saving lives is important. Your wife is still alive. Don't worry guys, our Qingzhou Hospital has the most authoritative medical team in Qingzhou. We can definitely cure your wife. You guys don't make a scene first, Han Zhongyang said righteously. The Han family was considered a prestigious family in Qingzhou, and once they heard Han Zhongyang's name, the reporters and media that were still clamoring quieted down. Wang Monsong's aura also weakened a few points. The Han family, he couldn't afford to offend. That's fine. For the sake of young Han's face, we won't make a scene first, but let's talk in advance. What if we can't cure my wife? Han Zhongyang patted his chest and guaranteed, if it's not cured, I, Han Zhongyang, will compensate you $5 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Monsong and the patient's family members quieted down. When Zhao Lingyu heard these words from Han Zhongyang, a trace of gratitude flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Han Zhongyang called in the hospital's most authoritative team and immediately pushed Wang Monsong's wife into the emergency room for treatment, with all the media broadcasting live. Seeing this, Lin Yi had the good sense to follow over. On the contrary, when Han Zhongyang looked at Lin Yi, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain, and he said in a conspiratorial manner, this medical team of mine is the most authoritative one in Qingzhou, and they were the ones who cured Master Zhao's illness just now, and certain people are just lucky that they happened to hit the point in time where the old man woke up. Zhao Lingyu was relieved when she heard Han Zhongyang speak in this way. She always felt that Lin Yi's medical skills were a bit strange. How was it possible for people to be cured by just a couple of random injections? It seemed that it should be Han Zhongyang and the others who played a key role in saving him in the front. Seeing this, a reporter immediately said fawningly, Han is a medical doctor in the United States, and his team are all elite experts in the United States, so he can definitely save the patient's life. This reporter had interviewed Han Zhengyang before, and knew Han Zhengyang's origin, his magnificent education, and more importantly, his generosity. With these words, he was obviously trying to curry favor with Han Zhengyang. Han Zhengyang's face revealed a complacent gesture, feeling that he had regained all the face he had just lost in front of Zhao Lingyue. However, after Han Zhengyang's team conducted a full-body examination of Wang Monson's wife, a trace of gravity appeared on their faces. Then they shook their heads in regret. AI, the patient has been delayed for too long. Even if cured, she will still be a vegetable. A vegetable? Wang Monson's face changed when he heard these three words. He had thought about his wife dying and letting Zhao Group allot a huge amount of money, but if she was a vegetable, then wouldn't he have to take care of her for the rest of her life? This result, he couldn't accept. Han Zhengyang was also dumbfounded and immediately said to the attending doctor, "Can you try harder?" The attending doctor shook his head helplessly. This is already the best result. There's no other way. The media present were in an uproar when they heard this. They originally thought that with Han Zhengyang's luxurious team present, they would be able to make a miraculous comeback, but the result was unexpected. Chapter 4. Zhao Lingyu's face was also as dead as ash. As she spoke, Mrs. Wang's body began to convulse and her breathing became rapid. "What's wrong with my wife?" Wang Monson yelled. The hearts of this crowd were suddenly in their throats. Zhao Lingyu was also completely flustered, and the medical team that Han Zhengyang had brought with him were all in disarray. Han Zhengyang was calm and collected on the surface, but he was panicking inside. His medical doctorate was paid for. He had no real talent at all. He couldn't think in time. He panicked and checked Mrs. Wang's body, but he couldn't find the cause of the disease at all. Dr. Han, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and help cure me? Zhao Lingyu's heart was like a knife, her face full of urgency. At this moment, Han Zhengyang was sweating profusely, anxious and at a loss for words. "I can't find the cause of the disease at all, and I have nowhere to start." When these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. At this moment, Linny squeezed out from the crowd. "All get out of the way. Let me do it." Linny reached out. "Give me the medical report." Upon hearing this, Han Zhengyang's team immediately handed a bunch of report cards to Linny. Mike and the others had already seen Linny's medical skills just now and were in awe of him. Linny took the test reports and watched them carefully for a few moments. Outside the hospital's emergency room, many media were watching. They all expected Linny to solve the problem. "You can't find out the cause of Mrs. Wang's illness. That's because it's a disease she doesn't have at all." Linny walked forward, nodded his head and smiled. She was struck by an evil spirit. Medieval? Hearing those two words, all the faces present changed. These two words were so evil that many people started to back away, except for Han Zhengyang, who had a disdainful look on his face. "It really gets more and more outrageous. We're all highly educated. Would we believe in such demons and ghosts? Demons and devils?" Linny froze and laughed. "That's because you're ignorant." Linny smiled confidently and walked over to the patient's side, taking out a cowhide wallet from his hand, opening it wide for an instant. Silver light shone, only to see Linny sterilize the silver needle with alcohol and then insert the 2-inch-long silver needle on top of Lady Wang Xintang. This operation of his immediately drew the questioning of many Chinese medicine practitioners present. The 12 death points on the Hall of Seals. "Are you not going to kill Mrs. Wang this way?" Mrs. Wang was struck by an evil, not a disease. Linny bristled. "That's why what I'm using now isn't a medical technique. It's an exorcism." Saying this, Linny stabbed the silver needle again to Mrs. Wang Xintang, by Hui several acupoints. The strikes were like a dragonfly's touch. Without any pause, Linny stabbed 7 or 8 needles on Mrs. Wang's body in one breath before letting out a sigh of relief. "Done," Linny said. "That's good?" Han Zhengyang and the surrounding reporters asked with wide eyes. "Yes, in less than a minute, Mrs. Wang will recover." Linny smiled confidently. Then with a sweep of his palm, several silver needles were all taken into his palm with an extremely fast maneuver. "Playing God, I'd like to see if Mrs. Wang can wake up in a minute." Han Zhengyang was filled with skepticism. Wang Monson was also unimpressed. The reason he didn't stop Linny was because he thought that the other party would be able to pay out more money. "Fine, I'll wait for you for a minute. If my wife can't wake up after a minute, hurry up and pay for the money," Wang Monson said angrily. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone's eyes fell on Mrs. Wang. Zhao Lingyu pinched her watch. There were still 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. "Time's up." Han Zhengyang looked smug. "Didn't you say you'd wake up in a minute? How come there's still no reaction?" Han Zhengyang asked aggressively. "I knew you'd only play smart and pretend to be a god," but his words had just fallen out of his mouth. Cough. Mrs. Wang let out a coughing sound. Instantly, Han Zhengyang and the crowd's faces changed drastically as they all looked at Linny in shock. How was this possible? Linny put away the silver needles and walked over to Han Zhengyang and said, "You have to thank me properly. I saved you $5 million. Zhao Lingyu's pretty face looked at Lin Yi with some surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. When she looked at Lin Yi, the touch of disgust on her pretty face dissipated quite a bit. This guy wasn't that annoying. Wang Monsan's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Yi in shock. The reporters who were carrying cameras for the live broadcast also all looked at Lin Yi with a look of incredulity and reported on this miracle. This is too amazing. Casually curing Mrs. Wang with a few needles. This is much better than those so-called medical doctors. Really looked away. I thought how powerful Han Zhengyang was, but it turns out that this group of medical doctors is not as effective as someone else sticking a few needles in. Many onlookers couldn't help but talk when they saw this scene. Han Zhengyang looked at Mrs. Wang, who had come to her senses with an incredulous face, and he was not willing to do so. Han Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said, although the patient has awakened, we don't know what's going on yet. I suggest arranging for an inspection right away to check if there are any problems with the body. The words were pertinent, but everyone present heard a hint of jealousy in Han Zhengyang's words. At this time, expert physicians from other departments arrived and gave Mrs. Wang a full body checkup, static electrocardiogram, blood pressure measurement, blood draw, and blood routine. Lin Yi didn't say anything from the side and just watched them casually check. He looked back at Zhao Lingyu next to him and smiled. Wife, when are we going to get married? When Zhao Lingyu heard Lin Yi's words, her pretty face, which was originally still grateful, instantly chilled. This guy was also too roguish, right? What kind of person calls his wife when he sees someone? Zhao Lingyu had quite a few suitors around her, but it was the first time she had encountered one so shameless to Lin Yi. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not your wife, Zhao Lingyu said with a cold face. The doctor's side was methodically giving Mrs. Wang a physical examination, and soon a nurse was holding a physical report. All the experts were surprised and checked the medical report, which showed that Mrs. Wang's body indicators, everything was normal. The physicians and experts all frowned. Hiss. There was a sound of cool air being sucked inside the emergency room. How did this young man do it? The physicians and reporters were all staring at Lin Yi in disbelief, but Lin Yi was unaware of everything in front of him, as if it was all expected. At this time, Zhao Lingyu's cell phone rang. She opened her cell phone and found that it was her mother, Su Ying, calling. Zhao Lingyu walked out of the emergency room and found a quiet place to pick up the phone. Su Ying's voice came through. Lingyu Lin Yi, this kid, you should have met him, right? What's your impression? Does it fit your aesthetic? You listen to me Lin Yi is your uncle Lin Jisher's disciple. His medical skills are superb. From a young age, the two of you have been fingered for marriage. Zhao Lingyu's face turned green when she heard this, and she hurriedly interrupted Su Ying. Mom, what are you talking about? How did a fiancé suddenly appear for me? Zhao Lingyu's head was spinning. She had an extra fiancé for no reason. Chapter 5, Extreme Cold Physique. She had received a modernized education since she was a child, and simply could not accept such feudalistic ideas as finger marriage. However, Su Ying didn't make things difficult for Zhao Lingyu. This time, she let Lin Yi go down the mountain. One reason was to set up the two of them, Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi. Other than that, there was another reason, which was to let Lin Yi cure Zhao Lingyu. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Lingyu was speechless for a while. She originally thought that the divine doctor her parents introduced to her was Han Zhengyang, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Yi. And the two of them still had a marriage contract, so it was no wonder that Lin Yi would call her his wife. However, Lin Yi had helped her twice in a row and was Uncle Lin Jisher's disciple, so she could only leave Lin Yi behind. At this moment, Mrs. Wang had already determined that she was fine, and Wang Montsong also stopped messing around. So after arranging for a few people to take care of Mrs. Wang, Zhao Lingyue left Qingzhou Hospital with Lin Yi. After leaving the gate of Qingzhou Hospital, Zhao Lingyue walked her slender thighs to the side of a red Porsche. The two entered the car, with Lin Yi sitting in the passenger seat. A faint fragrance of a young girl came from inside the car. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face full of intoxication. Zhao Lingyu frowned and started the car, stepping on the gas with one foot. Lin Yi couldn't stop his body from swaying, and his left hand accidentally touched Zhao Lingyu's thigh, delicate and cold. At the same time, Lin Yi's brows were furrowed. He immediately realized that Zhao Lingyu had an extremely cold constitution, and people with this kind of constitution were weak and sickly, and could hardly live beyond the age of 30. Lin Yi just wanted to delve deeper into his condition. This was Zhao Lingyu's icy gaze had already been cast. Lin Yi hurriedly removed his tofu-eating hand. Lingyu, your body is cold and your blood is weak. You should have a cold condition, right? Lin Yi smacked his lips and asked. A flash of surprise swept through Zhao Lingyu's beautiful eyes, followed by a gloomy expression. How do you know? Lin Yi laughed. I'm a doctor. I look and smell. If you're sick or not, I can tell at a glance. Zhao Lingyu seemed to believe it, and asked, then are you sure you can cure my illness? Zhao Lingyu's chills were born with her. she would have a few attacks every year. Each time she was in excruciating pain. She had searched for famous doctors over the years, but they were all at their wits' end. Over time, Zhao Lingyu also gave up. Life is short. Thinking more is not beneficial. Linny patted his chest and guaranteed, "Of course, I am a disciple of the holy doctor of the green sect. If I can't even cure my own wife, what kind of a miracle doctor would I be?" Zhao Lingyu was mortified. "Who is your wife? If you keep hooting and hollering like that, I'll die before I'll let you heal her." Linny spoke helplessly. "Then how do I address you?" Zhao Lingyu's eyes were stern. "You can call me General Manager Zhao, or you can call me by my name." Linny nodded his head sagely. Zhao Lingyu didn't have any heavy makeup, but appeared pure and unassuming. A professional outfit revealed her beautiful figure. Especially her snow-white neck and rounded jade arms made Linny look dumbfounded for a moment. "Humph." A painful voice came out from Zhao Lingyu's mouth. The moment Linny turned his head, he saw that there was something wrong with Zhao Lingyu's pretty face. "Zhao Lingyu, your Hall of Seals is black and there are red tendons on the bridge of your nose. You're having a plague of blood." Linny thought about it and kindly reminded. In an instant, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Lingyu's pretty face suddenly blushed above her, violently turning her head and fiercely glaring at Lin Yi. "Rascal!" Lin Yi was a bit helpless. How did reminding her with good intentions make her a hooligan? A woman's heart is a needle under the sea. It's really inscrutable. "Zhao Lingyu, don't be a dog-biting El Dongbin. You don't know what's good for you. I also reminded you with good intentions," Lin Yi said in an exasperated manner. "You shut up." Zhao Lingyu's face turned even redder. Being scolded by Zhao Lingyu, Lin Yi was also honest. His good intentions were treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. There was nothing he could do if the other party didn't listen to advice. But at this time, Zhao Lingyu's face suddenly revealed the meaning of pain. One hand holding the steering wheel, one hand pressed the belly. Lin Yi's face was stunned, and he immediately understood. This is a relative coming? No wonder he was chided by Zhao Lingyu just now. Isn't this a bloodbath? Soon, Zhao Lingyu couldn't hold on any longer and stopped at the side of the road. "Ah!" The voice was not loud, but her face was tinged with pain. "Do you need help?" Lin Yi asked. "Help me. Find a doctor." Zhao Lingyu's face was white, her speech was broken, and her entire body fell into Lin Yi's arms with a lurch. Lin Yi was startled. "So serious? This isn't as simple as you having a stomachache." Lin Yi didn't dare to have any delay. He quickly grabbed Zhao Lingyu's hand and took her pulse. Lin Yi immediately concluded that Zhao Lingyu's stomach pain was caused by the extremely cold limbs. Without saying a word, he wrapped Zhao Lingyu into his arms and pressed his palm on her flat, soft abdomen. "Ah!" Zhao Lingyu cried out in shock, her pretty face pale. "What are you doing? You're a rogue. Let go of me." But Lin Yi remained unmoved, running his body's true qi and inputting it into Zhao Lingyu's right abdomen. "Don't move. It'll be fine in a while." Zhao Lingyu was so scared that her face went white. Being held in the arms of a hooligan and rubbing her stomach, she was in so much pain that she couldn't even cry out. She was so desperate that she was about to cry out. Zhao Lingyu kept struggling at first. Just when she was completely desperate, she suddenly felt a comfortable warmth coming from her abdomen. In an instant, the severe pain in her lower body unexpectedly disappeared for the most part, turning into a comfortable feeling. "Isn't it comfortable?" Lin Yi saw this and laughed lightly. "You are helping me?" Zhao Lingyu's pretty face carried a trace of shame. "Nonsense," Lin Yi said. "You really take me for a hooligan?" Saying this, Lin Yi's hand rubbed Zhao Lingyu's small stomach a few times. Zhao Lingyu was startled by Lin Yi's unexpected move and immediately had to push Lin Yi away. "Don't move." Lin Yi spoke. "I'll press your acupoints again. It won't hurt in a while." Zhao Lingyu originally didn't believe it, but with Lin Yi's several times of gentle kneading and pressing, her abdomen actually didn't hurt anymore. Instead it was warm and comfortable. It actually made her feel like she didn't want to let Lin Yi's hand leave. "All right." Lin Yi withdrew his hand. There was some false sweat on his forehead. The excessive consumption of true qi had made him a little tired. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now." Zhao Lingyu bit her red lips, her beautiful face somewhat shy. "You're welcome." Lin Yi hemmed and hawed. "Nice touch. You, shameless." Zhao Lingyu's red face, the hint of good feeling she had just developed towards Lin Yi instantly disappeared. Zhao Lingyu started the car again, stepped on the gas and drove towards Zhao Group. The two of them didn't say anything on the way. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Along the way Zhao Lingyu's pretty face was flushed. She actually had some attachment to Lin Yi's palm. Soon, the two of them arrived at Zhao Group. Zhao Lingyu resumed the temperament of a domineering CEO, entering Zhao's group with her long legs. Lin Yi also followed closely. Chapter 6. Zhao Lingyu had only just stepped into the company with her front foot when her assistant hurriedly ran to her, looking flustered. "Mr. Zhao, it's not good. Don't be in a hurry. You can slowly say what's going on." Zhao Lingyu saw the other party panting and didn't know what was going on. There's some official business that's more urgent. Do you want to deal with it personally? The assistant glanced at Lin Yi. After all, there were outsiders around, so she couldn't say too much. Zhao Lingyu immediately understood what the assistant meant, but on second thought, Lin Yi was also irrelevant for official matters. It's fine, you can say it directly here. What exactly is the matter? The situation of the old master's illness has already made a lot of noise inside the company, and a lot of people are saying that the old master might not last much longer. The assistant stammered as she spoke. She didn't dare to look up into Zhao Lingyu's eyes, but this matter was a fatal blow to the entire company. Who spread this out? The blood color that Zhao Lingyu had just forcefully put on her pretty face suddenly vanished all of a sudden and was replaced with a somewhat fierce look. I don't know who is spreading rumors about this matter inside the company. Could it be a rival group? Or some people who wanted to seek power and usurp the throne? I'm not sure exactly what the situation is, but a lot of people in the company are saying that they want a view on this matter. The assistant's voice was starting to tremble. She was in a bit of a dilemma. Alright, you go down first to appease the others. I'll handle the other things myself. My grandfather is fine. I don't need everyone to worry. Zhao Lingyu massaged her temples. She had only just dealt with her grandfather's matter. She didn't realize that there were more things as soon as she walked into the company. Before the assistant could go in to calm the others, several department managers walked out. They then exclaimed, "Little Mr. Zhao, what's going on with your grandfather? It's not like the company is going to go yellow." Zhao Lingyu's biggest headache was these few department managers. These few managers did work their asses off before Grandpa got sick, but after he got sick these guys kept wanting to reach the top in one step. Yes, General Manager Xiao Zhao, you still have to give me an answer on your side. Otherwise there are so many people under our hands. The other guy immediately catered after hearing this, putting on an affable smile on his surface. Zhao Lingyu herself belonged to an extremely cold physique, and under the aggressiveness of these two people, Zhao Lingyu's complexion looked even worse. Don't worry guys, my grandfather is fine. I don't need you guys to worry about anything, and the company won't fall. Zhao Lingyu sighed and said wordily, but those two men were clearly unwilling to let Zhao Lingyu go. Little Mr. Zhao, can we believe what you say? Seeing the haggard Zhao Lingyu, Lin Yi finally couldn't stand it anymore. Grandpa is fine. You guys are free. You'd better manage your respective departments well. If you don't believe me you can also get lost. After hearing these words, those two bullies didn't dare to say anything. They just silently returned to the company. I hope so. Why are you following me? I'm going to take care of official business now. Zhao Lingyu glanced back at Lin Yi who had been following her. I'm your fiancé. What's wrong with following you to the company? Lin Yi said these words with a straight face, with a bit of carelessness in his tone, and the people walking by the side who heard this didn't dare to say anything more. They just seemed to hear gossip and generally chewed their tongues there. Whispering. Zhao Lingyu sighed breathlessly and shook her head helplessly. Due to this layer of identity, she was not in a position to expel him, and could only walk into the office on her own. Zhao Lingyu looked back and realized that Lin Yi was nowhere to be found. She didn't think too much about it. After all, there were still a lot of documents on her desk that she hadn't dealt with yet. She closed the door behind her and then started dealing with the documents. Lin Yi saw Zhao Lingyu's breathless appearance. He couldn't help in his official duties, but he could take care of her body. He could help her condition her body with food therapy. So he simply went to look for the kitchen in the company. He found a random person. Hello, I would like to ask where the kitchen is. The man thought it was strange, but didn't say anything, just pointed in a direction. Over there. Lin Yi walked over with big strides and soon arrived at the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with a wide variety of ingredients, but he only needed to make a very simple porridge right now. Simple only for him. If others saw it, they would inevitably think that this kanji was not simple. Moreover, this bowl of kanji seemed very ordinary, but it had a toning effect on Zhao Lingyu. After Lin Yi was done, he brought the porridge to the door of the office. At this moment, Zhao Lingyu was still dealing with one phone call after another. These calls were all inquiring about Elder Zhao's condition, and Zhao Lingyu could only put this matter off. My grandfather just got a small illness. Please don't worry. A few days later, I'll convene a shareholders meeting, and I'll answer your questions one by one at that time. There was no way around it. This was already a stopgap measure. It could only be delayed until that day and then see what to do. Zhao Lingyu answered a lot of phone calls and handled a lot of documents. Right now she was very tired, yet she couldn't rest. Only then did she think that Lin Yi seemed to still be in the company, and Lin Yi also happened to push open the door. How is it now? I just boiled a bowl of kanji for you to replenish your chi and blood. You should drink it while it's hot. Zhao Lingyu glanced at the steaming hot porridge, but said in a very cold tone, You take it away? I don't like porridge. This kanji can regulate chi and blood. It can make you feel better. Lin Yi insisted on placing the kanji in front of Zhao Lingyu. Zhao Lingyu looked at the bowl of kanji half-heartedly, but Lin Yi did have excellent medical skills. After hesitating, so Zhao Lingyu drank it anyway. I'm going to look for Han Zhangyang to ask how my grandfather is actually doing now. After finishing the bowl of kanji, Zhao Lingyu thought about it and said what she was going to do next. After Lin Yi heard these words, he actually already knew in his heart that Han Zhangyang didn't know any medical skills at all and was completely pretending. Lin Yi didn't know whether to stop Zhao Lingyu or not, but still felt that something should be said. Your grandfather's disease Han Zhangyang can't cure it at all. His medical skills are all fake. You still believe him? Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi half-heartedly, not knowing whether what he said was true or not. But I can only believe what he says now. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Zhao Lingyu sighed deeply. She could never do anything about her grandfather's illness. You might as well let me cure your grandfather's illness. As long as I'm around, I can definitely guarantee your grandfather's safety. Lin Yi said this with great certainty. There was definitely no problem treating Zhao Hanshan in accordance with his own medical skills. He had already alleviated the other party's symptoms before, so it was only a small matter of completely curing him. Chapter 7, You Don't Believe Me. Zhao Lingyu could be described as half-believing Lin Yi. She never believed Lin Yi's two glib words, even if he had pulled his grandfather back from the death line in person. For her own grandfather Zhao Hanshan's illness, that had been treated by several expert doctors. Moreover, the medical team led by Han Zhangyang was currently the most authoritative team out there. Lin Yi clearly saw Zhao Lingyu's skepticism and hesitation. He just looked at Zhao Lingyu peacefully and quietly without making any comments. The air was awfully quiet. If you have any thoughts you can just say them directly. There's no need to squirm. Lin Yi still chose to break the silence. Rather than being so awkward, it would be better to end this awkwardness earlier. It's true that I don't quite believe in your medical skills. Han Zhengyang's team is so professional, but you're just a one-term country doctor after all. Zhao Lingyu naturally spoke nonchalantly. Compared to a professional team, Lin Yi's lone battle seemed to be a very thin force. Besides, when he met that patient before, he also said that he would compensate $5 million if he wasn't cured. Zhao Lingyu recalled Han Zhengyang's decisive look at that time, so she had a little more trust in him. You think his medical skills are better? Obviously Grandpa was in such an emergency situation at the time, and I was the one who saved him. You saw it with your own eyes. Why do you just not trust me? Lin Yi was really a bit confused as to why Zhao Lingyu just didn't trust him. I've always felt that thing before where you helped my grandfather with acupuncture was just a coincidence. In fact, the real reason for Zhao Lingyu's skepticism was still because she didn't have any real evidence, and it was possible that it was just a coincidence. On top of that, there were also those words from Han Zhangyang, which made her feel even more that Lin Yi's medical skills were not as high as she had imagined. Lin Yi suddenly understood that he and Zhao Lingyu weren't very familiar with each other, so it was normal to have this misunderstanding. I'm Lin Jisher's disciple, so naturally I can't tarnish his reputation. Zhao Lingyu knew that Lin Yi was Lin Jisher's disciple, and Lin Jisher's exquisite medical skills were naturally not to be underestimated. But his disciple, Lin Yi, knew that the other party was still skeptical, so he could only continue to slowly explain. I don't know if you still remember Wang Monsong? I remember. Wang Monsong was the news reporter who came to Zhao Group and caused trouble at that time. Zhao Lingyu knew what Lin Yi was going to say. How long had it been since Wang Monsong's incident? She wasn't a forgetful person. How could she have forgotten? I'm sure you haven't forgotten about his wife. When she was possessed it was still me who solved it with the art of exorcism. Lin Yi could only cite another example to refute Zhao Lingyu. This matter was something that the two of them had experienced together, so it naturally had a certain persuasive power. Of course I haven't forgotten, but that's only the art of exorcism after all. It's not a medical art. So what can that mean? Zhao Lingyu became angrier and angrier the more she listened, her face speechless. Although what the other party said made sense, she could only continue to argue for the sake of face. But Han Zhengyang was also there at that time. Did you see him save Mrs. Wang? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Lingyu with interest and raised an eyebrow. Zhao Lingyu heard that the other party still didn't want to give up, so a nameless fire sprang up in her heart. But a passage suddenly drifted through her mind that her mother had once instructed in her ear. Lin Yi is your uncle Lin Jisher's disciple, with excellent medical skills, and since childhood, the two of you have been in a symbolic marriage. Just thinking about this matter, Zhao Lingyu's brain exploded with a bit of pain. It's really a fianc falling from the sky, but I don't need this fianc. Okay, then I'll believe your words for now, and we'll talk about what comes after that afterward. Zhao Lingyu decided to think long and hard. Lin Yi was after all her fianc, so it wasn't good for her to drive him away. Good, then what do we arrange next? Lin Yi knew that Zhao Lingyu was actually still half suspicious of himself, but he didn't have any other evidence, so he could only give it a pass for now. Next, oh yeah, do you not have a place to stay? Zhao Lingyu suddenly reacted that Lin Yi seemed to have just come down from the mountains and didn't have a place to stay yet. Yes, I just came over from my master's side. Right now over here I don't have a place to stay either. Lin Yi directly nodded his head. This was a fact, there was no need to hide it. In fact, he preferred to live with Zhao Lingyu, but it was estimated that the other party would not agree. Linny looked at the bustling metropolis from the side of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had to say that this metropolis could be much more interesting than the place he stayed in before. At least the houses in this place were all high-rise buildings instead of the flat-roofed houses he had before. Alright, I'm guessing you probably don't have anything with you right now. Zhao Lingyu sized up Lin Yi's plain and empty body. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me for a while, Lin Yi said as a matter of course. They were an unmarried couple. Little Young, come over here. Zhao Lingyu picked up the intercom to call her assistant. What's wrong, MS? Zhao. Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi, always feeling that there was something strange about the atmosphere between these two. Arrange a villa for me and move in tonight. Xiao Yang heard this and had immediately replied back. Arrange for who? And in what specific location? Zhao Lingyu propped up her forehead. This Xiao Yang looked quite good before. What's wrong with her today? She has no eyesight at all. This house is for Lin Yi to live in. Give me a set of keys. Xiao Yang nodded after hearing this. She knew what to do. Ling Yu, aren't you going to live with me? Or are you actually going to live with me? Not living together, what to get the key? It shouldn't be that he thought wrong. Lin Yi's heart suddenly leapt a little. Living together was the only way to cultivate feelings, and they still needed time to get to know each other before. Xiao Yang looked dazedly at this Lin Yi in front of him. He was quite handsome, but this dress was not quite like a son of a group, but rather like a man who came out of the mountains. He was talking directly to Mr. Zhao like this. Wasn't he afraid of being kicked out? The guts are really big. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll leave you with no place to stay. Shut your mouth. Also, call me by my full name when you call me by my name. Zhao Lingyu said angrily to Lin Yi. Although she was indeed a fiancée, it didn't mean she wanted to live with him. Fine, fine. I'll keep my mouth shut. Lin Yi still had a playful look on his face, but it didn't make Zhao Lingyu angry. Mr. Zhao, I'll go prepare the villa for you now. The best one. You wait a little. Xiao Yang saw the scene in front of her and hurriedly left numbly. She seemed to know something extraordinary. Would she be silenced? It was safer to hurry and leave. Zhao Lingyu was already powerless to retort, so she just waved her hand. Chapter 8, You're too arrogant. Xiao Yang quickly sent over 2 copies of the villa's key. Xiao Yang, you tell the driver to send him over to the villa later. I still have important things to do. Zhao Lingyu looked at the stacks and stacks of documents in front of her and secretly sighed. Why don't you stop being busy and go back together? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Lingyu's somewhat white face and hurriedly discouraged her. You go back first. Don't bother me. You can't help much over here. Zhao Lingyu was getting slightly impatient. She had too many things weighing on her right now. Alright, then take care of your health. Sensing the other party's impatience, Lin Yi could only give a word of advice before leaving with his assistant. Mr. Lin, this side is your villa. The driver pointed at the luxurious villa in front of him. Lin Yi surveyed it. The appearance of this villa looked upscale. There was a garden at the entrance, and there were a total of 5 floors. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Lin Yi got out of the car. This villa in front of him, this was a picture he used to be able to see only inside a TV series. He didn't think that one day he would be able to live in a villa like this. Today was the day the dream came true. Lin Yi opened the door and walked in. The luxury of the outside of the villa was proportional to the luxury of the inside, and all the furniture inside was mahogany. In the mountains, although the living is not bad, but also this villa full of modern atmosphere, there is still a big difference. Lin Yi lamented while walking straight to the sofa and sat down, smoothly turned on the TV, not expecting to directly pop up the Zhao Group's news. Today, the Zhao Group's beauty salon fiasco has just passed, and I didn't expect the chairman to actually fall ill. Will Zhao Group be able to get through the crisis this time? Lin Yi looked at the report inside and thought about what happened today. He hadn't expected that the beauty salon and the matter of Zhao's old man had been continuously fermenting. It had now fermented to this point. Lin Yi shook his head. Zhao Lingyu didn't allow him to make a move, or else the old man would have been on the verge of recovery by now. The sky was getting darker and darker. On the other side, Zhao Lingyu had been sitting for a long time, and was getting some back pain, but the documents on the table hadn't decreased. Meanwhile, the overwhelming news outside still continued all the time. She had seen the news as well, and at the same time was well aware of how much of an impact the news had on the company. So Zhao Lingyu considered trying to contact the public relations first to find a way to eliminate some of the negative effects. How to say that the matter of the beauty salon was something that had already been resolved. Those negative impacts should be well resolved. Zhao Lingyu frowned. The matter of the shareholders' meeting was close at hand. If the negative impacts of Zhao Group were still that big by then, it was expected that some things would be out of control. Arranging things to Xiao Yang, Zhao Lingyu continued to look over the documents in front of her carefully while continuing to look over the stock falls and rises. Mr. Zhao, I've already contacted the PR side. They're already handling it, trying to salvage the company's image and minimize the impact. Xiao Yang told Zhao Lingyu the latest situation. Good. It's been hard on you. Go back and rest. The situation was so unfavorable to her. And on the contrary, her body was still not feeling well at this time. Lin Yi's bowl of kanji might actually be useful. She felt that her body wasn't as uncomfortable as before, but the exhaustion caused by work was unrelieved. Mr. Zhao, you should also rest early. Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Lingyu with some heartache. Ms. Zhao was working too hard. Got it. Zhao Lingyu raised her head and looked at the distant night. A feeling of helplessness surged to her heart, which was then shaken off. After that, Zhao Lingyu kept an eye on the stock situation, but it was still showing a downward trend. Zhao Lingyu stood up and paced inside the room while sighing. At this moment, Zhao Lingyu's mind was filled with the matter of tomorrow's shareholders' meeting. This matter was obviously quite tricky right now. How should she deal with tomorrow's matter? And after Lin Yi saw the news, he felt that he should go see Zhao Lingyu. He felt that Zhao Lingyu might not be in a good mood at the moment. Arriving at the company, Lin Yi didn't directly enter the office, but instead watched her through the glass window. He saw Zhao Lingyu's busyness, as well as her anxiety, and her exhaustion. I'm afraid that she would only reveal these when no one else was watching, at least before, in front of him, except for when she was particularly uncomfortable. She was strong and ice-cold, thinking that she was still working until now even though she wasn't feeling well. Lin Yi's heart ached a little. It turned out that being a president was not easy. He had to help her. She was his fiancée. In his heart, Zhao Lingyu was already his wife. He had to help her salvage the situation. After a long time, Zhao Lingyu just couldn't stay up anymore. She directly fell asleep in the lounge of the president's office, and there were still a lot of flipped documents on her brain table. Lin Yi sighed when he saw this scene. An extremely cold body like hers, busy until so late, not afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat. Seeing Zhao Lingyu resting, Lin Yi also returned to the villa to rest. He still had to deal with the shareholders' meeting tomorrow, so he also had to raise his spirits. The next day, the date of the shareholders' meeting was held, and it wasn't postponed due to the fact that the old man was still hospitalized. Several patriarchal figures had come to the conference room. Their purpose of coming this time was to seize the main power. Thank you all for being able to come to this shareholders' meeting. Today Zhao Lingyu dragged her tired body. She had a short sleep last night, on top of being unwell. Her face looked a bit bad, which in turn gave some people some associations. Little General Manager Zhao, just cut the crap and get straight to the point. Our time is all precious. Don't even waste each other's time. Old Yu directly interrupted what Zhao Lingyu had said, aiming to give this little girl a hard time. Previously, he had been letting Zhao Lingyu go because of Zhao Hansan, and now that Zhao Hansan was seriously ill, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. First of all, everyone can ask as many questions as they want if they have any, but I will definitely not give up the right to officiate. Although the other party was aggressive, Zhao Lingyu did not give in at all, and was also very overbearing, and could definitely not lose in terms of momentum. Since you said so, little Mr. Zhao, then I'll be polite. What I'm going to ask is, in the past, Dong Zhao did manage the company well, but now that he's seriously ill, how is your little girl going to lead the company? Old Yu's words could be described as a double whammy, not only affirming Zhao Hanshan's condition, but also questioning Zhao Lingyu's ability. Of course, Zhao Lingyu knew what he was thinking and smiled, then asked rhetorically, Uncle Yu, as my grandfather's friend, shouldn't you be more concerned about my grandfather's condition? Chapter 9, 1,000 pounds. Your grandfather is seriously ill, so I should be more concerned about his company? What if it's ruined in the hands of a little girl like you? The atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Yes, little girl, you have to take care of us old people. Little girl, no matter what, we have also watched you grow up. Several shareholders with authority stood on old Yu's side. Zhao Lingyu was a bit at a loss for words. Uncle, thank you for your concern for Zhao Group, but I'll say it again. I won't compromise on what you guys want. Since you won't compromise on what you want, then you must at least give me a solution. Little girl, look at Zhao Group's stock. Zhao Lingyu saw how the stocks were rising, and the only one that had been monotonically decreasing was Zhao Group. However, Zhao Lingyu was also a bit at her wits' end for such a situation. Although she had experienced great storms, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Even though she had been in office for so long and put on a domineering demeanor, she was still a tender little girl inside. The only ones who can save the day now are us. I advise you to hurry up and hand over Zhao Group to me. The other party was still unforgiving. Zhao Lingyu wanted to say something. You, little girl, we've already prepared the agreement. You only need to put your handprint on this. The document was already in front of Zhao Lingyu. The situation was now dangerous. At this close call, I didn't expect the door to be opened directly. What are you guys doing messing around in Zhao Group's territory? Zhao Hanshan's majestic voice directly entered inside the ears of the crowd as the secretary pushed him in slowly. Grandpa, you're finally here. Zhao Lingyu took a deep breath. Finally she didn't have to be afraid. Dong Zhao, you're here. We were just discussing the recent stock drop. Obviously, old Yu's aura became much weaker and his voice became much lighter after seeing Zhao Hansan come. I see that you don't look like you're discussing it, but rather like you're expecting me to die so that you can sit in the position I'm in now. Is that it? Zhao Hansan barked down, scaring a crowd of people into a cold sweat. Old Yu trembled and said, Dong Zhao, you've misunderstood. How could I think like this? Zhao's group was founded by us together. Zhao Hansan angrily looked at Lao Yu. Now he no longer had the sickly look he had at that time, replacing it with a refreshed look. Alright, old Yu I've had a small wind chill recently. I'll come in a while. I hope you can assist my granddaughter in managing this Zhao group during this period of time. Zhao Hansan was an old fox. Naturally he could see the small minds of these few shareholders. Moreover, he had just been observing outside the glass for a long time. Okay, Dong Zhao. Old Yu pretended to have heard and understood. It seemed that his plan could not be realized at the moment. If it wasn't because of Zhao Hanshan's sudden appearance, how could his own seamless plan fail? Does everyone have any other questions? Zhao Hanshan swept a circle of the shareholders who were now all being coy, each with different calculations in their hearts. No more, Dong Zhao. We will definitely assist little Mr. Zhao. Yes, you can rest assured, Dong Zhao. I didn't expect everyone to suddenly seem to have changed their faces. Everyone looked respectful. Since there's nothing wrong with everyone, let's hurry up and disperse. Zhao Hansan looked at everyone with grim eyes. Then the secretary pushed Zhao Hansan out. When Zhao Hansan left, there were some cursing words left. Damn Zhao Hansan, coming back at this time really spoiled a good thing for me. What a pity, old Yu. It was that close. Forget it. Sooner or later I can take down Zhao's group one day. Zhao Lingyu was a bit puzzled. Before her grandfather was still in the hospital in a life-threatening manner. But now, how could he be standing here with a good head on his shoulders? Grandpa, if it wasn't for you coming, I would have been finished. But why did you suddenly come? Harm, my precious granddaughter. I still have to thank the other Lin Yi for this matter. Zhao Hansan sighed, frowning as he recalled how Lin Yi looked when he came to him. Zhao Lingyu was a little confused. What did this matter have to do with Lin Yi? Besides, shouldn't Lin Yi be inside his own big luxurious villa right now? How could he have the heart to care about his own affairs? Grandpa, what does this matter have to do with Lin Yi? Lin Yi told me that you've encountered some difficulties on your side, and then asked me to hurry over to stop this farce. But Grandpa, your illness, what's going on? Could it also be that Lin Yi cured it? Zhao Lingyu was puzzled. Her own grandfather looked refreshed now. Nothing was wrong with him. Could it be that he had wrongly blamed Lin Yi before? Yes, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi stabbed my 100 clubs point with a silver needle at that time, and at the same time gave me a boost of breath with a secret medicine, it would be impossible for me to be sitting here right now. Zhao Hansan slowly said these words. He also didn't expect that he could actually stand here, and even more so, he didn't expect that those shareholders would actually look like this. Yes, miss, you are unaware of how severe the situation was at that time. The old master was lying on the hospital bed. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin's words, when the secretary recalled the scene at that time, she felt that it was simply a miraculous occurrence. Previously, Mr. Han's professional team had treated him for a long time to no avail, and Mr. Lin's few needles and a pair of tonics had directly allowed Dong Zhao to sit here refreshed. Alright, I know. I'll personally thank Lin Yi on his side. Grandpa, is your illness healed? Zhao Lingyu's thoughts were all over the place at this time. It seemed that she had indeed misunderstood Lin Yi before. Lin Yi said that this is only temporary, and that the follow-up will require further treatment. Zhao Hansan dragged his somewhat exhausted body. He didn't know when this illness would come to an end. Grandpa, you must take care of your body and rest. Zhao Lingyu was pondering. She was thinking about how to turn around the Zhao group next. I'll take care of my body myself. It's you. Don't forget about your marriage contract with that Lin Yi kid. Zhao Hansan once again urged Zhao Lingyu. Although he knew that Zhao Lingyu hated marriage contracts, but this marriage contract was already a fact that couldn't be changed. I know, your old man can rest assured. I'll figure out my own matters. Zhao Lingyu expressed a face of reluctance. Marriage would only stop her from moving forward. She only wanted to focus on her career now. She didn't want to engage in these messy love affairs, especially if she was to be with a kid she just met a few times now. He would never be willing to do that. Lingyu, I know you're not happy with this marriage contract, but Lin Yi is a good boy. You have to cherish him. Chapter 10, wants to break off the engagement. Grandpa, I know you're looking out for me, but I still want to make my own decisions about my marriage. Besides, I want to focus on my career right now, so don't try to persuade me. Zhao Lingyu knew what her grandfather was playing at, so she tried her best to stop her grandfather. Alright, I know what kind of character my precious granddaughter has, so I won't force you then. Zhao Hansan understood what Zhao Lingyu's character was. Like himself, he was a bit stubborn above certain things, so he didn't want to waste his breath. The secretary then pushed Zhao Hansan back to the ward where he was originally treated. After all, everyone didn't know how long this Lingyu's medication could last. The most important thing Zhao Lingyu wanted to do right now was to get rid of this troublesome matter of the marriage contract in front of her. And the only way to do that was to find Linny and make this matter clear. So Zhao Lingyu hurriedly drove to the villa and knocked on the door. Things settled? When Linny opened the door and saw Zhao Lingyu, he knew that this matter should be fine. Thank you for this matter. Thanks to you helping me out. Zhao Lingyu still expressed her gratitude first. After all, if it wasn't for Linny, this matter wouldn't have been settled so easily. It's fine, just a show of hands. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Linny smiled, although it was only a stopgap measure, but the old man's illness subsequently needed to be treated again. Good. The main purpose of my visit this time is that I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Lingyu opened the door. This matter had to be resolved quickly. There was still a whole lot of things waiting for her. What is it? Just say it directly. Is there anything to swallow between us? Linny looked at Zhao Lingyu with puzzled eyes. He didn't know what exactly was the matter Zhao Lingyu was talking about. Could it be the old man's illness? Or was it the villa? Or was it the matter of the marriage contract? Good. Then I'll get straight to the point. I didn't know anything about the matter of the marriage contract beforehand. Zhao Lingyu wanted to speak. She didn't know what to say next. Coincidentally, I have no knowledge about this matter either. Lin Yi wondered, could it be that it was really as he expected? That the other party was trying to break off the engagement? So, do you still not understand what I mean? Zhao Lingyu frowned. She had already acted very obviously, even though Lin Yi had been kind to her before. But this was a different matter. What I mean is that I want to break off this engagement relationship. I'm now focused on getting my career off the ground. You've seen what's happening with the Zhao group. Zhao Lingyu continued, but Lin Yi still remained silent. Of course, for this marriage relationship, I'll give you some compensation, and this villa will also directly belong to your name. Zhao Lingyu saw that the other party didn't say a word, so she can only continue to add that she didn't believe that anyone could resist the charm of money. Lingyu, thank you for your kind words, but the marriage contract is set by the elders. It's not child's play. Lin Yi shook his head and directly refused the very tempting money. Although he had never seen a house like this, he would never bend over for money. Zhao Lingyu froze. Could it be that the amount he said was too small? As for the other party directly calling her only 2 words of her name, she no longer wanted to correct it. It was better than directly calling her wife. If you're not satisfied enough with these amounts, I'm willing to give you $50 million directly, and you can pick whatever you want from the house in my name. Lin Yi knew that the other party must have misunderstood his meaning and could only explain. Lingyu, you misunderstood me. I don't want money. I won't break this marriage contract. Zhao Lingyu froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the other party to say something like that at all. Originally, before she came here, she thought that she could get rid of Lin Yi with some money, but now it seemed like it should be impossible. It seemed like this matter shouldn't be as easy as she thought. But I'm so focused on running my grandfather's heart and soul right now that I really don't have a heart for anything else. Zhao Lingyu sighed. The current Zhao group was in danger and could fall into the hands of other thieves at any time. It's okay, I can wait for you. When you've run the business well, we'll go to the Green Mountains together to live that peaceful and tranquil, free and easy life. Lin Yi knew the importance of Zhao group to Zhao Lingyu, but he also had the complete patience to wait for her and for her to go with him to live the life she aspired to. But Zhao Lingyu was very speechless inside. She was someone who had always received higher education since she was a child. But what about Lin Yi? Lin Yi was just a wild boy who came out from inside the mountains. Someone like Zhao Lingyu who had grown up living in a bustling metropolis naturally couldn't look down on a wild boy like Lin Yi. Zhao Lingyu smiled. She didn't know what other reason she had to reject him, but the matter of the marriage contract was really hard for her to accept. I know the kind of life you aspire to, but I don't aspire to it. I hope that the marriage matter between the two of us was carefully considered. Zhao Lingyu actually still wanted to be angry inside, but she could only hold her tongue due to her feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi had saved her grandfather's life and her parents' face, Zhao Lingyu would definitely not have paid attention to this kind of wild boy. Lin Yi thought for a moment. He knew the concerns and thoughts in Zhao Lingyu's mind, but he didn't know what words to use to persuade her. From Lin Yi's point of view, Zhao Lingyu was a strong woman and it would be difficult to change her current mind. Then, it was simple. It would just have to be a love for each other over time. Good. Since you've said so, I'll keep my attitude about the marriage contract. I don't agree to break it off, but I won't force anything on you either. Zhao Lingyu's head hurt more and more when she heard these words, suppressing the anger within her. One could only endure for a while and see if there was a way to settle this matter in the future. It had to be resolved completely and thoroughly. Very well, then this matter will be like this for now. We'll contact again in the future if there's anything. You can live in this house first. Zhao Lingyu said these words with a smile, but in reality, she had already had the idea of beating someone up. Good. Thanks for Lingyu's hospitality. In the future if there's nothing going on we can also contact each other more often yo. Linny still didn't forget to liven up the atmosphere and grease the skids a bit at this time. I'm very busy. If there's nothing important, I guess we don't need to contact each other. Zhao Lingyu laughed breathlessly. The only one who still had the heart to be greasy at this time was probably Linny. But she, Zhao Lingyu, actually couldn't do anything to Linny. This was the most exasperating part. Okay, Lingyu, hurry up and go get busy. I'll see you off. Linny pulled Zhao Lingyu and headed outside. Zhao Lingyu tried to break free, but found that it seemed difficult to break free from his power. Zhao Lingyu had no choice but to obediently tie her hands and sit in Lingy's car. Chapter 11, Bumping into Someone's Secret. Soon after arriving at the company, Linny and Zhao Lingyu exchanged a few pleasantries before Linny went back alone. I didn't expect the wrong person to be on the wrong side of the road. There was a luxury car speeding by next to him. Linny fixed his eyes on it and didn't expect this person to be Han Zhengyang. Han Zhengyang's purpose of driving a luxury car was obviously to make a splash in front of Zhao Lingyu. In order to outshine him as a poor boy, this purpose he obviously knew. So Linny decided to go along to see what was going on, and in the meantime see if he could teach this kid a lesson. But Han Zhengyang didn't notice in the slightest that someone was following him, and it was actually the last person he wanted to see. At this moment, Linny saw Han Zhengyang round into a cafe. Before entering, he even put on a mask. Obviously this meeting was a secret meeting. Could it be that he came out of the dust to do something secret? This completely aroused Lin Yi's curiosity, so Lin Yi also quietly followed behind. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Lin Yi sat at a table farther away from them, and he saw Han Zhengyang waiting anxiously. I wonder what Han Zhengyang is waiting for. Was it a person or something, or was he waiting for something? But it was only after a long wait that a person came next to Han Zhengyang. It was a middle-aged woman with big red lips and a very fashionable dress. Why would Han Zhengyang meet with a middle-aged woman at this moment? It was strange. However, Lin Yi felt that this person looked exceptionally familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Lin Yi hurriedly thought back carefully, and it turned out that this person was the one he had met with Zhao Lingyu at the entrance of the company. He was a shareholder of the Zhao Group. But what exactly was the reason for Han Zhengyang meeting with the Zhao Group shareholder? It certainly wasn't anything good anyway, and it was probably still related to the recent shareholders meeting. The shareholders meeting had only just been held not long ago, and now Han Zhengyang was meeting with one of the shareholders. There must be some kind of ulterior secret in the middle. Lin Yi carefully stared at Han Zhengyang and the middle-aged woman. The two of them were chatting happily. They didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from afar. It was assumed that there must be something very important going on. But Lin Yi was currently sitting a bit far away from their position, and could barely hear what things they were saying. One could only see the woman's wide grin and some thin speech. Soon enough, the two of them left with a smile and a laugh, so Lin Yi couldn't guess what exactly they had said. So Lin Yi could only helplessly return to his villa. In his head, he was still recalling the images he had just seen. What exactly happened just now? Forget it, don't think about it. So Lin Yi turned on the TV, wanting to see what fresh news there was recently. Unexpectedly, the shareholders meeting hadn't been open for long, and the news that Zhao Hansan had recovered from his illness was already spreading all over the place. Many news platforms had already broken the news, and it had quickly made the headlines. After all, the Zhao Group had been a hot topic lately. Every day there might be a new weather vane pointing to a new position. Ever since this news was broken, Zhao Group's stock had also slowly started to pick up. This was also considered a good thing, right? Zhao Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. But what about the old man's illness? It was just a stopgap measure before, but now it was necessary to hide it from so many pairs of eyes. Why don't we just send the old man abroad to recuperate first, and then take him back home when he's better? That way the news at home wouldn't make things up. This was the best of both worlds that she had thought of so far. After this matter was resolved, there were still the problems left behind by the beauty salon that had not been resolved. These are the more difficult problems at the moment. The matter of the beauty salon had also made the headlines, so it was still very necessary to investigate it clearly. Lin Yi's mind was still filled with the incident during the day, and he was hesitating whether or not to tell Zhao Lingyu about it. This matter had something to do with the shareholders of the Zhao Group, so he felt that it was still very necessary to tell Zhao Lingyu. What if this matter was still related to what happened before? Lin Yi deliberated for a while, so he decided to personally go and find Zhao Lingyu, tell him about this matter, and then think about it in the long run. Perhaps this matter was a breakthrough for the group? Zhao Lingyu was in her office at the moment thinking about what she should do next, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly knock on the door. What's up? Looking for me for something? Zhao Lingyu asked with some confusion. It seemed like they had only just parted ways not too long ago. Didn't I say before that I could find you even if there was nothing? now you're going to back out? Lin Yi playfully walked in, then casually sat on top of the sofa. Don't bother me if you don't have anything to do. I'm very busy right now and don't want to listen to you talking nonsense to me here. Zhao Lingyu lowered her head and continued to deal with the documents. She had thought that there was something important going on. She didn't realize that the other party was probably just wasting this time. I naturally have my reasons for looking for you. I saw Han Zhengyang yesterday. Lin Yi purposely wanted to say something, wanting to see what the other party's reaction was. What's wrong? Seeing it is seeing it, so what exactly are you going to tell me? Don't sell me short. Zhao Lingyu looked at the opposite side with a confused face, pretending to be indifferent on the surface. The Han clan had always been a very powerful family, but Zhao Lingyu didn't care about their family's affairs at all right now. She only wanted to manage the Zhao group. Yesterday I saw Han Zhengyang hanging out with a middle-aged woman. Lin Yi deliberately wanted to whet the other party's appetite, but he didn't expect the other party to seem like they didn't care about anything. That middle-aged woman seems to be one of the shareholders of the Zhao group, the one we ran into at the entrance earlier. Lin Yi thought that the other party would be very happy that he had discovered such a shocking secret, but he didn't expect the other party to suddenly get angry. Lin Yi, don't act like you have nothing to do all day, will you? Does this matter have anything to do with you? Can you stop caring about things you shouldn't care about all day? Don't bother me, can you? Zhao Lingyu looked at such a huge pile of documents on the table and still had to listen to the other party talking nonsense with herself here, so she became even more annoyed in her heart and directly rambled out these words. Before, because of his parents, he had been letting him go, but the pressure of the past few days had made him a little breathless. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little aggrieved in his heart. After all, this matter had nothing to do with himself. He was speaking to him out of his perspective. Chapter 12, Deep Confession. I'm just worried that these things will affect the process behind Zhao's group. Lin Yi acted aggrieved. But does this matter have anything to do with you? Even if they were talking about the shareholders meeting at the time, it's not your turn to be in charge, right? Zhao Lingyu's heart was as messed up as hemp, and she didn't know what she was saying anymore. Lin Yi saw that the situation didn't seem quite right. If it continued like this, they might have to quarrel. Even though Lin Yi had a lot of anger in his heart, he forced himself to hold back this anger. After all, arguing wasn't a good outcome. Lingyu, then I won't care about the group's affairs from now on. I'll just take care of you. Lin Yi revealed a hint of a favored you smile before slowly walking next to Zhao Lingyu. Zhao Lingyu expressed a speechless face. Okay, you can stop talking. You also have to remember to rest. Oh, don't be here every day dealing with these documents. Combining labor and rest is also important. Lin Yi felt as if his staying here would only make Zhao Lingyu feel annoyed, so he was ready to want to leave. I know. Go ahead and work on whatever you have to work on. I'll regulate myself. Zhao Lingyu regulated her emotions and wasn't as impatient as she was just now, so Lin Yi hurriedly put the dessert he had just brought over in his hand as well as the tea on the table. Remember to drink it. Oh, then I'll leave first. Lin Yi saw how busy the other party was, so he decided not to bother the other party. Zhao Lingyu didn't say anything. She just gently glanced at the things on the table and a warm feeling raised in her heart. After Lin Yi left, he started thinking about where to go next. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had talked to his master. He missed it, so let him guide him through his maze in the meantime. So Lin Yi hurriedly returned to the villa, not realizing that his heart was in the right place. Master also called Lin Yi at this time. Apprentice, how are you doing these days? Thanks to Master's thoughts, everything else has been going quite well lately in terms of things. It's just that dash. Lin Yi was about to say something. He didn't know how to go about saying this matter, but Master was the person he trusted the most now. Just what? Disciple, you can say anything. Let Master help you out with some planning. Master knew that Lin Yi must have encountered something troublesome, and it was estimated that it was mostly related to Zhao Lingyu. His own disciple had never experienced love affairs and had always stayed in the mountains, so naturally it was still tricky to encounter such things. It's just that Zhao Lingyu's matter doesn't seem to have progressed at all, and it keeps stopping. Lin Yi looked at the front of his eyes in confusion. He didn't know what the reason for the constant stoppage was. As my master also guessed, Zhao Lingyu is after all a highly educated person. He is definitely repulsed by this kind of finger marriage. Lin Yi also thought back to Zhao Lingyu's various behaviors before when he heard these words. It looked as if it had been like this all along. Zhao Lingyu had indeed always been more repulsed by this kind of behavior. Then what do you think I should do? Master, it seems like nothing I say will help. Lin Yi thought back to his previous behavior of pleasing Zhao Lingyu in various ways, and it seemed like all he got was rejection from the other party. I feel like in this situation, you should have to enhance your charm to attract her instead of just trying to please him. Pleasing him won't attract him much. Lin Yi was in the middle of contemplation. Ginger was still old and hot. What Master said naturally had the reasoning that Master said. Besides, he had never experienced anything like this before, so he might as well listen to his master's opinion. Thank you, Master. Apprentice knows what to do. This matter still has to be taken slowly. Do not be hasty. Hasty, can't eat hot tofu. This is all that Master can do. The rest is up to you. Master sighed meaningfully. Linny hung up the phone after continuing pleasantries with his master. What he had to do now was to find ways to enhance his charm to attract Zhao Lingyu. This was a difficult task after all. But he, Lin Yi, would definitely do it. The next day, Han Zhengyang suddenly came to Zhao Group, and Zhao Lingyu was surprised. Mr. Han, why are you interested in coming to my place? Our small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Mr. Zhao, I did hear about Dong Zhao and wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Han Zhengyang said these words in a well-mannered manner, holding a bouquet of bright red roses in his hand and a black veil, looking high-class and elegant. Mr. Han, thank you for your concern. There's nothing wrong with my grandfather, and there's nothing in the Zhao Group that you can help with. I'm capable of doing it alone. Zhao Lingyu saw the other party come over to get rid of the cold and ask for warmth, so she couldn't refuse anything. That's good. If there's anything you need help with, just feel free to ask. There's no need to be polite with me. Han Zhengyang revealed a bright smile. To him, there was nothing that the Han family couldn't do. Thank you, Mr. Han, for your kindness. You sit down first. I'll have my assistant make you some tea. No need to trouble you. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd take a look. Han Zhengyang sat down on his own and politely said a few words. Zhao Lingyu pondered for a moment, thinking of what Lin Yi had said earlier. Since the other party had sent him directly to the door, he might as well ask about it as well. I heard that Mr. Han went to our group's cafe before. How come he didn't tell me about it? Han Zhengyang raised an eyebrow. I did go to your group's cafe before, but I don't think I should need to bother Mr. Zhao about this small matter. I seem to have seen a different woman. It can't be Mr. Han's girlfriend. Zhao Lingyu deliberated for a moment. How could she act seamlessly? No, it's just a friend. Maybe you know her too. Han Zhengyang smiled, guessing the other party's thoughts in his heart. Zhao Lingyu pondered over what Han Zhengyang had just said. Could it be that what Lin Yi said was actually true? If it was true, then wouldn't that mean that she had misjudged him? There was a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere. Lingyu, truth be told, I have something I want to tell you. Han Zhengyang flinched and decided that he should still tell this matter. What is it? Just say it directly. Zhao Lingyu was a bit puzzled, thinking from the start that he wasn't just passing through, but had specifically come to find herself. Han Zhengyang picked up the bouquet of roses, then slowly walked over to Zhao Lingyu. Lingyu, I've liked you for a long time. I've never dared to confess before. Now if I don't say anything, I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity. I hope you can consider thinking about me. Han Zhengyang was a little nervous in his heart. He didn't know if his confession would be successful this time, but the girls he had confessed to before had never failed, so this time he also felt like he was winning. Chapter 13, Grievance. But Zhao Lingyu thought deeply. Before it was Lin Yi, now it was Han Zhengyang. Zhao Lingyu was a bit hesitant, but right now, the most important thing for him should be the group's business, not getting stuck in the middle of these love affairs. So Zhao Lingyu still chose to refuse. I'm sorry, Mr. Han, I think that the group's matters are more important. So after careful consideration, I've decided to give up on the love affairs first. Zhao Lingyu still politely accepted the rose, then revealed a hint of an apologetic look. It's okay, I'm willing to wait for you to settle things. If you have anything you need my help with above the group, I'm obligated to do so. Han Zhengyang exuded a hint of a lost expression. For him to have suffered such a big setback, there was still a slight unwillingness in his heart. Good, thank you Mr. Han. Zhao Lingyu inwardly unconsciously compared these two people. It seemed that Han Zhengyang was a bit more refined, and in Zhao Lingyu's opinion, Lin Yi was just a country boy, while Han Zhengyang was the young master of the Han group. These two people's statuses were also worlds apart, so no matter what aspect, Han Zhengyang seemed to be a step ahead. Unexpectedly at this moment, Lin Yi was actually still outside the window to scrutinize all this. He knew that Han Zhengyang would definitely not just simply come this time. A big event would definitely happen. So he witnessed all the process of this confession, but it looked as if the other party had failed. Lin Yi pushed the door straight in, wanting to taunt this opponent of his, and he had been looking at Han Zhengyang for a long time. Mr. Han, why are you here too? What a coincidence. Han Zhengyang was stunned. He didn't expect that there was actually someone else who was also here at this critical moment, and it was still at such an awkward time. Han Zhengyang thought carefully. Never mind. At this time he still had to be imposing. Yeah, I came to look for Lingyu. Let's see what I can do to help. Lin Yi sneered. If he hadn't been a spectator to all of this, he would have believed his bull ********. So that's how it is. Why do I look as if this isn't the case? Why do I look as if it's Mr. Han confessing his love? But it seems as if the confession has failed. Lin Yi mocked. In his heart there was some fluke while Han Zhengyang also failed in his confession. Otherwise, there would be no chance for Zhao Lingyu. When Han Zhengyang heard the other party's mocking words, his heart immediately burned with anger. So what if I failed to confess? I'm willing to wait for Lingyu. I believe that sooner or later, one day Lingyu will belong to me. Han Zhengyang looked furious, patting his chest with confidence. It was as if he was bound and determined to win this matter. You're overthinking it. Sooner or later Lingyu will be my woman, not yours. Lin Yi glanced at Han Zhengyang. This guy was usually sinister and cunning. Now he actually wanted to grab a woman from him. Who are you, this wild boy, to snatch it from me anymore? What are you capable of? Han Zhengyang packed up his suit, aiming to show him the brand new shiny suit he had on. Although I don't have a group like yours. Oh no, this group wasn't originally yours either. It was your father's. Lin Yi made a special pause, then added, but I wouldn't have done something like that to steal the limelight. What's mine is always mine. Han Zhengyang revealed a puzzled look after hearing those words. Who stole the limelight? When did I steal your grave? And I need to steal your limelight? Han Zhengyang's heart became a little displeased. He probably knew what kind of thing Lin Yi was talking about. I also don't know who said that you cured Zhao Hanshan's illness, and as for who cured him, I think we all know it in our hearts. Lin Yi changed into a bright smile. Above this matter, he had the absolute right to speak. Of course I have a share of the credit for curing Elder Zhao's illness. It's not like it's all your merit. What are you talking nonsense alone? Although it was true that he had relied on Lin Yi at the back, but now that Zhao Lingyu was in front of the two of them, he, as a man, certainly didn't want to show weakness. But the media can say that it's all your Mr. Han's credit. How can I, a country boy, dare to steal the credit with you, Mr. Han? Lin Yi said these words in a conspiratorial manner. The same way Zhao Lingyu was there. He didn't want to show weakness. All wanted to steal the limelight in front of Zhao Lingyu. Han Zhengyang was even more unconvinced. Usually he hadn't been said anything by anyone. Everyone had been intimidated by his position. Now that he was actually being spoken to like this by a realm of countryside brats, he was definitely burning with anger in his heart. But he was not in a good position to make a move now, and could only rely on his mouth to fight with him. Well, I don't want to waste words with you on this matter. We have the ability to compete on other things. Han Zhengyang knew that he was at a disadvantage in this matter, so he couldn't say anything more and had to change the subject. Lin Yi naturally knew what the other party was talking about. It must be something related to Zhao Lingyu. Alright, since Mr. Han wants to have a match, then I'm definitely willing to accompany him. I just hope that Mr. Han doesn't lose to a country boy. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Although he didn't have much certainty in this matter, he had won steadily in the matter of Zhao Hanshan before, so of course he had to take on the appearance of a victor. Don't worry about it, I'm winning this matter. What are you going to compare me with? Han Zhengyang wasn't panicked at all in his heart. He didn't believe that Zhao Lingyu would like such a brat. Okay, then let's walk and see. Mr. Han, you have to think about what exactly you're going to compare with me. Don't lose your face. Lin Yi always wore a bright smile, as if nothing had happened. Han Zhengyang, on the other hand, had always looked furious. After all, Han Zhengyang could have been told something bad, so he had been at a disadvantage. The two people formed a stark contrast. Han Zhengyang felt very humiliated, especially in front of Zhao Lingyu. This made him feel very unwilling inwardly, and he was a bit indignant about this matter. Of course this matter, he would take revenge sooner or later. A gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. Zhao Lingyu had been listening to the two of them, although she could roughly hear that they were arguing. But Zhao Lingyu looked at the backlog of so many things in front of her, so she didn't want to bother with the two of them. After all, the two people's matters could be resolved by the two of them personally, and her meddling didn't seem to change anything. It was better to sit back and watch the sky. Moreover, it didn't seem to be the right choice for him to help anyone. It would be better to just leave it alone. Chapter 14, the game begins. Han Zhengyang saw that the situation wasn't very good, so he left angrily. He felt that revenge was not urgent now, and could go back and think about it in the long run. Han Zhengyang went back and thought about it, how exactly he could give Lin Yi a downward spiral. Lin Yi, you wait and see. Anger swept through his entire body, not just proving it to Lingyu, but to everyone. So Han Zhengyang hurriedly got someone to contact the media. Soon, the headline became, Han Group's Han Zhengyang challenges Castle Peak sect. This news spread all over the country, and the messages underneath could be countless. Green Mountain sect? Why is the good old Mr. Han going to challenge the Green Mountain sect? Gosh, what a metaphysical organization the Green Mountain sect is. And now there are actually people in the Jianghu who will still go and find trouble with the Green Mountain sect. It's truly terrifying, but we're in for a good show. For a moment, Han Zhengyang received widespread attention, and everyone was expecting a good show. So many people were waiting for the outcome of this matter. After all, the melon eaters were the most numerous. And why did Han Zhengyang want everyone to know that this matter was to give Lin Yi a complete and total dismay? But soon after the good news, Han's father of course knew about this news, and when he found out, it could be said that he was furious, so he quickly couldn't help but call Han Zhangyang. Han Zhangyang froze. He definitely knew what his father was calling him for. It was because of these things his own son had done, but he hadn't expected the call to come so quickly. She had only just received the call immediately after sending out the news of the competition. What Han Zhangyang had done didn't just represent himself, but also the entire Han clan. That's why Han's father must teach his son a good lesson. Dad, is there something you're calling about? Han Zhangyang started to act like he didn't know anything. Han Zhangyang, normally I don't care what kind of moths you get up to, but look at what you've done now. Han's father rebuked angrily, his voice deafening even through the phone. Dad, you don't know how rampant that kid from Castle Peak Gate is. I just wanted to give him a bit of a show. Han Zhangyang hadn't thought of any other consequences at all when he told the media back then. The only thing on his mind was just giving him a dismay. Do you know how reckless you are in doing things? You're representing our entire group and not yourself. Do you know how much damage you'll bring to the group with this behavior? You don't even think about it. It seems like I'm usually too spoiled for you. Han's father was furious. He didn't know what to say. He himself usually spoiled this son too much. That's why it led to this result. Dad, we don't necessarily have to lose to the Castle Peak sect. If we win we can also promote our Han clan's reputation. It might bring endless profits by then. Han Zhangyang sighed. To him, his father's rebuke had caught him a bit off guard, but it was true that he hadn't heard of how powerful the Castle Peak sect had ever been that would make even his own father come to chastise him. He was a bit puzzled. You are really too naive. The Green Mountain sect is renowned above the entire Jianghu, and the Castle Peak sect has never had a patient who couldn't be cured. It's all about strange and bizarre illnesses. Father Han said with some concern. They could be considered rookie level for the Green Mountain sect. What methods were they going to use to deal with the Green Mountain sect? So that's how it is. I thought the Green Mountain sect was just a vanity. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Han Zhangyang said with some trembling. He had never imagined that the Green Mountain sect was such a powerful existence. It seemed like he had underestimated the existence of the Green Mountain sect all before. But it was too late now. He had already sent a letter of war. And if he didn't respond to the battle, it would be him admitting defeat. Han Zhangyang regretted it greatly, but there was no medicine for regret now. So look at what you've done, and as a result the mess still needs to be cleaned up by me. Han's father was in deep thought. He had to think about what exactly he could do to clean up this mess. Han Zhangyang was momentarily speechless. Then Dad, what should we do? I don't want to lose this competition. I have my own way of doing this, but next time you don't want to make this mistake again. Han's father had already thought of a way to get the best of both worlds, and now it seemed that the only way to win this match was to use this rather shoddy tactic. But this was a way out of the situation. And how could Han's face be lost because of this competition? If he lost, it was estimated that the stock would have to fall by an unknown amount, and Han's father was a little anxious. Han's father began to take action. He secretly contacted the dean. Since he couldn't make a move in other areas, he could only make a move in the patient area. Dean, I have something to trouble you. Han's father could only beg the dean in a low voice now, but the dean, after all, had to rely on the Han group, so he had to agree. You said, Mr. Han, there's no need to be so polite. I believe you've also heard about the match between Castle Peak sect and our group. When the time comes, I'll trouble you to arrange for 2 patients, and you should understand the rest. The dean continuously catered. No problem, it's on me. Soon the content of the match had been announced to the public. For the sake of the fairness of the match, both of their patients were personally assigned by the hospital's dean. So in the eyes of outsiders, the match was still very fair. But only in Han Zhangyang's heart did he know that the match was unfair. He was there to see Lin Yi's jokes, and the time of the competition was announced. Only a month. But these diseases were all diseases that could not be treated well in the hospital before. This was a very big test for both Han's group and Lin Yi. Lin Yi had received the competition notice from the other side. The content of the competition looks very normal, but there still seems to be something strange. Lin Yi does not know where the strange place is, but as long as they are patients, he still has a certain amount of confidence to save these patients. After the content of the match was sent out, another wave of controversy was set off. People who had paid attention to the competition before had come to see the rules of the competition, and were secretly expecting who the winner would be this time. I think the winner of a competition like this must be the Green Mountain sect. There's no patient that Castle Peak can't treat, but I've heard that Han's group's side is full of professional level doctors. I'd like to think that they're a bit more sure of themselves. Alright, you guys don't guess. We'll know the result after a month. Chapter 15, on the hot spot again. Lin Yi had long since seen the online hype about the battle, and was very indifferent. Most of the people on the internet had already acquiesced to this match between the Castle Peak sect and the Han group, but there is no lack of people still speculating. Green Mountain sect is such a mysterious organization. Will it really fall into the mortal world to participate in this match? In fact, everyone still held a little bit of expectation and doubt. Lin Yi thought for a while. The Green Mountain sect had always been mysterious and unpredictable. If they went out to fight this time, it would be corrupting the mystery of the Green Mountain sect. Moreover, he would have to bear a certain risk in this matter. But if he did not go out to fight, he would lose face in front of Zhao Lingyu. Most importantly, one must let Zhao Lingyu see Han Zhengyang's true colors. Let the world know what kind of person Han Zhengyang was. So Lin Yi directly sent a message. Castle Peak sect shall fight. We'll see. In just a few words, it could be said that the melon eaters on the internet were all enthusiastic and interested. In itself, everyone already had great expectations for this matter, and now the very harsh words sent out by the Castle Peak sect seemed even more appealing. The headlines on the internet during this period of time were undoubtedly all about the current situation of the Han Group and the various speculations about the Green Mountain sect. It had to be said that this kind of headline made the stock of Han's Group soar during this period of time, but it might just be for this period of time. At the same time, the internet broke an even more earth-shattering big news. Green Mountain sect's Lin Yi has a marriage contract with Zhao Group's Zhao Lingyu. One didn't need to think to know exactly who was behind this matter. The one with the biggest profit regarding this matter was none other than Han Zhengyang. He wanted to give Lin Yi a certain amount of pressure. He wanted to turn the pressurizing party into the media so that he would know what to do. At the same time, he also gave Zhao Lingyu a certain amount of pressure. After this news broke, surely Zhao Group would also face a certain amount of turmoil, and Zhao Lingyu must give the media a positive reply about the engagement relationship, and maybe even make their relationship overnight. It was the best of both worlds. Zhao Lingyu also saw this news. She directly put down the work at hand. Right now it seemed that this matter was much more important than these documents. If this news continued to spread out, then it would be troublesome. But who exactly was the party that broke the news? Zhao Lingyu clenched her fists. It was really busy. As expected, soon Zhao Clan Group was caught in the middle of this storm, and everyone was pointing fingers at this matter now. Zhao Lingyu of the Zhao Group? How could it be related to the Green Mountain sect? I didn't expect this Zhao Lingyu to be so uncomplicated and actually have so many men around her. Really? But it seems like I'm seeing more of an idle drama plot between Mr. Han and Mr. Zhao. In an instant, Zhao's group was pushed onto the hot search again. These days, besides the matter between the Green Mountain sect and Han's group, basically the only performance that stood steadily on the hot search list was Zhao's group. But Zhao Lingyu could not figure out who spread this matter out at this juncture. So Zhao Lingyu started to investigate this matter. She must catch the black hand behind the scenes. Help me investigate one thing. Find the manipulator behind this spreading of my marriage contract with Lin Yi. However, it was obvious that the one who was able to release this matter wouldn't be caught so easily. Unexpectedly at this moment, Zhao Hanshan made a call over. Lingyu, how have you been lately? Zhao Hanshan's tone was very calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Zhao Lingyu felt strange hearing this tone. Maybe Zhao Hanshan didn't see it at all? Grandpa, have you seen the news on the internet? I don't know who told the media about Lin Yi and I. It's a big deal now. Zhao Lingyu was very annoyed. This matter at the moment could be said to be the trickiest for her at the moment. So you're talking about this matter? This matter is what I did. Since you all already have a marriage relationship, it would have been better to tell the media earlier. Zhao Hanshan continued to speak with a breezy face, but in fact, this matter was not his doing. He had seen this news on the internet, and he had done this in order to quickly make this marriage happen. The pressure on the internet might just make Zhao Lingyu behave. Grandpa, can't you wait for these things to pass before saying anything about my marriage? Zhao Lingyu was still angry in his heart, but he couldn't say anything more because this was his grandfather. It seemed like there was no need to look into this matter. It was purely just his father forcing him to get married. If I hadn't done this, would you have obediently given in? It's estimated that you would have dragged this matter out even longer. Zhao Hanshan said in a bitter tone. He had been waiting for Zhao Lingyu's marriage for a long time and didn't know when he would be able to wait. So he actually wanted to use this method to urge him to get married quickly. Grandpa, do you know how much pressure this matter has put on me and how much pressure it has put on Zhao Group? Zhao Lingyu felt slightly tired. Not just physically, but also mentally. Alright granddaughter. If you understand Grandpa, then don't get angry with Grandpa. Hurry up and finalize this matter of the marriage contract. Zhao Hanshan smiled and said, with a hint of joy in his words. I didn't expect that he would actually have such a cute side if he was usually a one-dimensional person. Grandpa, I said that I don't need you to meddle in my marriage matters. I'll settle it myself. Aren't you forcing me to give in now that you've done this? Zhao Lingyu sighed helplessly. She completely understood her feelings, but she couldn't do it. You also know that I don't know how much time I have left, so I want to see my granddaughter have a happy and fulfilling life. Zhao Hanshan could only make a bitter trick. Before actually in addition to the plan are useless words, can only look at the bitter meat trick. Okay Grandpa, You're not allowed to say that. The marriage thing I will deliberate on my own. You just rest well. Zhao Lingyu hung up the phone directly after she finished speaking. The only sound left on the other side was a beep beep beep. Zhao Hanshan shook his head. It seemed that it was indeed his own granddaughter. Sure enough, it really was exactly like his own character. The things that one decides are thunderous. Zhao Lingyu immediately felt that the pressure within herself had multiplied, probably because the pressure from many aspects was on her all at once. She was a bit slowed down. And on the other side, Linny had also seen this message. He was also guessing who had sent this message. Could it be that Zhao Lingyu had sent it? Could it be that the actions he did earlier had really moved him? Linny was frantically guessing. The odds were that there was already an outcome to this matter. Linny felt happy in his heart. Chapter 16, Successful Surgery. Linny thought that he must have gained something from the behavior he did before, so the pressure in his heart wasn't so great. Originally, at the beginning, it was also about the marriage, which never seemed to be going too well, so Linny was very nervous about this matter. But now he was relieved and relaxed, since even the matter of marriage could be easily solved. Not to mention his own expertise in the field of medicine. Linny instantly felt more confident. It seems that this matter can be said to be won. So Linny began to look forward to the start of the competition, so he could show off his strength. The time soon came to the day of the competition. Everyone was looking forward to the day of the competition, including Zhao Lingyu, who was curious about the outcome, which was also very important to him. Linny and Han Zhengyang were being watched in anticipation by millions of people. There were quite a few media outlets that had already squatted at the entrance of the hospital, wanting to be the first to capture these two protagonists. Once they were photographed, it would definitely be the next day's headline news. After all, this matter was the #1 on the daily hot search list a few days ago. At the same time, there were news media workers broadcasting these wonderful images live online. Of course, Han Zhengyang and Linny didn't reject these people because both of them were very sure of themselves, so both of them wanted to give a good performance of themselves in front of the media. I'm sure you've seen the rules I posted online before, Han Zhengyang said decisively. These rules were all something he had already been planning for a long time. Saw that, plus I don't have anything to add, Linny responded. He felt that there was nothing unfair about those rules to him. He wasn't afraid of these rules set up by Han Zhengyang either. Soldiers came to the defense, and water came to the earth. Linny was prepared for anything. Then let me reiterate the rules. The two of us will treat patients with the same illness inside this hospital. The time period is 1 month. If you have any questions you can raise them, Han Zhengyang said confidently. His purpose in reiterating it was to show everyone how fair this matter was, lest there be people chewing on it behind their backs. I don't have any more questions, so let's make it quick and get started. Linny didn't want to listen to any more nonsense from the other side. He just wanted to see how the patient's condition was this time, and then hurry up to heal and win this competition. Alright, since the Green Mountain sect is so confident, then let's hurry up and start. Han Zhengyang raised his eyebrows. He was ready now. Besides, he still had his killer weapon. He didn't believe that he would still lose this match. The media outside the door were very much looking forward to this match. Everyone quickly wait and see, the match between Castle Peak Sect and Han Group has officially begun. Everyone guess who will win. Soon after the match officially started, this matter was already on the hot search. Everyone had commented below. Look at how both of them are very spirited today. I wonder who will be the winner of this match. Maybe it's Green Mountain Sect's Linny? After all, he's a famous Green Mountain Sect disciple. But look at Linny, just like a wild boy. He doesn't have the appearance of the Green Mountain Sect at all. I rather think that Mr. Han is likely to win. The following was basically just split into two factions. One was in favor of the Green Mountain Sect, and the other half was in favor of Han's group. However, Linny didn't care about the comments below. He just wanted to use his strength to prove himself, and even more so, to prove the entire Castle Peak Sect. After arriving at the hospital, the dean pushed out the two patients. Both of you. These are the patients you need to heal for today's competition. Looking forward to your performance. Linny walked forward and observed the patient. This patient's initial observation was that he had suffered a stroke in the brain and had been paralyzed all over his body for many years, and the situation was very serious. Linny glanced at the patient Han Zhengyang was treating, and the situation was the same. Linny sighed. It seemed that this matter wasn't simple. This patient had fallen ill for more than a decade after all, plus some underlying diseases. It seemed like this competition had some difficulty. Han Zhengyang looked over and provoked the opposite side. Linny, you're frowning. You don't think this patient is difficult to heal, do you? Linny saw the other party's playful look and naturally, he was not willing to show weakness. That's not true. In my opinion, this disease can be cured with a little time. Thus, the match kicked off with a strong smell of gunfire. Linny took a cursory look at the patient. This patient must be operated on immediately. If the longer the delay, the worse it would be for the body. So Linny decided to operate on the same day. It must be a quick fix. Before the operation, Linny carefully checked the patient's condition. Linny realized that this patient's body was having a hard time recovering because of the time and the underlying disease, so a month was a test for him. After all, the patient's condition needed time to recover. Even if his medical skills were superior, it wouldn't help if the patient had difficulty recovering on his own. Linny was in deep thought. He didn't know what he should do next. Linny's mind was in a bit of a mess. He felt that this matter seemed to be a bit off. Could it be that there is something wrong with this matter itself? Otherwise, why was it so difficult for the patient's body to recover? And why was the time exactly 1 month? So Linny began to think about the next plan. He had to think of a foolproof plan to deal with this matter. But plans can't catch up with changes. Han Zhengyang confidently announced his results directly to the media. The patient's surgery was successful and he has recovered. He was very strong in action, bought through the media in various places to publicize this matter even more. The purpose of this was to make Linny embarrassed, and only by making him more embarrassed would he be able to make himself look better in front of Zhao Lingyu. After the crowd heard this news, they were all very surprised. They couldn't believe that a month had passed. I didn't expect Han Zhengyang to actually have resolved this matter so quickly. But according to this disease, how could it be possible to cure this disease in 1 day? This was never possible. The melon eaters at the bottom all sighed after seeing this news. I didn't think that Mr. Han would be too powerful. Actually, so quickly, he has already cured this patient. I told you, this match will definitely be won by Mr. Han. How can that wild boy compete? Those who had originally supported Linny had also all started supporting Han Zhengyang. After all, the results of the matter had already come out. So everyone would naturally support the winning side. Chapter 17, Self-Created Needle Technique. Zhao Lingyu had also seen this message at this moment, and now that the surgery had been successful, Han Zhengyang's speed could be said to be very rapid. This is a very big pressure for Linny. The media is also invariably exerting a very great pressure. So Zhao Lingyu hurriedly made a call to Linny, wanting to persuade him. Linny, I heard that Han Zhengyang has had a successful surgery. How is the situation on your side? Linny heard Zhao Lingyu's concern for himself. His heart could be said to be happy. The situation on my side is quite optimistic. I've already thought of a method to treat this patient. You don't need to worry. Zhao Lingyu was still very worried. After all, the other party was someone who had studied from abroad, so he might be a little bit superior in terms of medical skills. Han Zhengyang is someone who has studied from abroad. His medical skills are also not to be underestimated. Or you should surrender. Zhao Lingyu frowned inside as she thought for a moment. Instead of losing face when it was over, it would be better to hurry up and settle this matter now. After Linny heard these words, his heart became very upset. He didn't expect his woman to actually ignore his feelings so much, even to the point of actually helping his love rival speak here. He was really furious. You can rest assured that I will definitely not lose this match, even if he's even more powerful. So what? Linny didn't have the slightest intention of admitting defeat in his tone. He had his own thoughts and his own decisions. In terms of medical skills, he would definitely not admit defeat. Moreover, he was admitting defeat to his love rival. He would never do such a thing. Zhao Lingyu heard such a firm tone from the other party, so she didn't know what to say. It seemed like it wouldn't help if he persuaded the other party, so he could only wish the other party good luck. Then I can only wish you good luck. But you should still be careful. Han Zhengyang is still very powerful. Thank you Lingyu for caring. I will definitely win. Just watch. Linny smiled, still with that oily look. Even though the other party was already one step ahead of him, he wasn't afraid of the other party pulling any tricks. Linny hung up the phone, then took out his own self of a few silver needles. Since the other party had studied abroad, let him see how powerful the ancient Chinese medical arts really were. A few silver needles, thinner than an embroidery needle, were turned over in Lin Yi's hands. Linny needed to find a few important points and then insert the needles, supplementing them with his true qi. This method was the unique secret of the Green Mountain sect, and it was also something he had created himself after studying for so long. It could be said to be better than blue, something his master had never even thought of. Han Zhengyang was now victorious and was very happy and proud as he prepared to go and mock Linny. It seemed that this Linny was just a false name, and he was the one who really had the strength. What could Linny compare to him? Just as Han Zhengyang was about to barge in, he didn't expect that Linny was actually seriously using his acupuncture to save this patient. Han Zhengyang decided not to go in and observe what this kid was capable of at the door. He was probably just borrowing the name of the Green Mountain sect and pretending to be a tiger there. Linny took a silver needle and inserted it into the patient's back spine at about 3 centimeters, and then inserted a thimble 5 centimeters below this place. At the same time, he input his true qi into it. At the same time, from the place of the tail vertebrae, the same action was repeated once again upwards. These movements could be said to be done in one go, without a single pause or hesitation. Han Zhengyang could be said to be in a daze as he watched. He had never seen anyone use a silver needle so flexibly and freely. Although he had seen some masters using silver needles before, those masters were very few and those masters were all old men with gray hair. But Linny looked so young yet he could use it so flexibly. It seemed that this guy did have some skills. Han Zhengyang had changed his mind about Linny after watching him. Before, he thought that he was just a kid who was just a bum, but he didn't realize that now he did seem to have some skills of his own. But this skill, it doesn't look like it's of much use. Han Zhengyang laughed coldly. Even if the other party had heavenly skills, it was impossible to win over himself. At this time, Zhao Lingyu also came to the hospital to see how the situation was. She had seen Linny so confident earlier and wondered what the real situation would be like. She actually wanted to come over to see the situation while discouraging him. Han Zhengyang heard a series of footsteps and hurriedly looked back to see. He didn't expect to run right into Zhao Lingyu. Luckily, he had quick reflexes or else he would have been discovered. Lingyu, why are you free to come here? Han Zhengyang was startled and asked, pretending to be very calm. I came here to see how the competition is going. I heard that Mr. Han's surgery has been successful today. Congratulations. Zhao Lingyu said these words with a polite hint of a smile. Thank you for the compliment. It's a small matter. After all, I've also been abroad for so many years to further my education. I'm still able to solve these problems easily. Han Zhengyang purposely pretended to be very calm, in order to just make a good appearance in front of Zhao Lingyu. Mr. Han is really living up to his name. I wonder how Linyi's situation is. Zhao Lingyu looked inside. Linyi was treating the patient very seriously. It seemed that he was right just now. Indeed, he should have a method to carry out the rescue, right? I don't know. I was just passing by to see if Linyi needed any help. I didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. Han Zhengyang couldn't say that he had specially come over to check on the situation, so he could only prevaricate. By the way, he could enhance his personality a bit more. I didn't expect Mr. Han to come out so kind-hearted, even though it's a match. Mr. Han actually thought about helping others. When Zhao Lingyu heard the other party's such well-mannered words, instantly her heart could be said to have risen quite a bit in favor. Competition comes second. Friendship comes first. Besides, the patient's body is the most important thing. It would be better if I can help. We save lives and help the injured. Of course, the patient is the center. Han Zhengyang deliberately made himself sound very lofty. What he wanted to do was of course to kill two birds with one stone. He didn't just want to win this match. He also wanted to gain Zhao Lingyu's heart. Linny was disturbed by the sound of the two of them laughing and joking outside, and his concentration level went down all of a sudden. Originally, creating his own stitches was something that required a lot of concentration, and he couldn't afford to miss a single point. The key was that he heard the voices of Han Zhengyang and Zhao Lingyu, so he felt that something big was wrong. How could the two of them be chatting together? Chapter 18, Sparks Fly. So Linny scanned his patients. It was about time for the patient to use his self-created needle technique. Linny then walked out and didn't expect to just happen to see a hint of a smile on Zhao Lingyu's mouth. So he started to get a little angry in his heart. His own woman was greeting other men over there with a smile on her face while still laughing and joking. Jealousy instantly raced to his heart. That was his own woman, and the two were chatting happily, seemingly not even noticing their existence. They were like air. Linny clenched his fists beside him, his veins rippling. This feeling of being ignored was really uncomfortable. The two people were chatting happily, and the atmosphere still seemed indescribably harmonious to him. Linny instead felt as if he felt a bit like a third party, as if he shouldn't be sticking his nose in it either. Singular immediately negated this thought of his own. Where is he a third party? He is clearly the one who has a marriage relationship with Zhao Lingyu. So Linny directly opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect Mr. Han to actually have the time to come over to my side. It seems that the patient on your side has already been rescued more or less? These words carried a meaning full of derision. After all, to him, he absolutely did not believe that this matter could be resolved so quickly. Thank you for your concern. The surgery has been successful on my side, but it seems like there's not much progress on your side. Is there anything I need to help? Han Zhengyang was still pretending to be very civilized, not affected in the slightest by what Linny had said, so a very obvious contrast was shown in front of Zhao Lingyu. Linny appeared very petty as well as aggressive. On the contrary, Han Zhengyang was very generous and gentle. Under such circumstances, how could anyone not like a man like Han Zhengyang? I don't need Mr. Han's help. How could I need Mr. Han's personal attention for this little problem of mine? Besides, our Castle Peak sect isn't just a name for nothing. Linny reveals a hint of confident smile. As a disciple of the Green Mountain sect, it's not afraid of this little paralyzed or whatever problem. He has cured more serious problems than this before. It doesn't matter. In my eyes, they're all patients. It's my duty to save lives. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Han Zhengyang purposely made himself sound noble, patting his chest and saying, Mr. Han, you don't need to be polite. I really don't need your help. I can handle my own affairs. You just need to take care of your patients. Lin Yi most despised Han Jingyang's posturing. He didn't talk like this on weekdays. Why did he act like this once he was in front of Zhao Lingyu? Lin Yi scoffed a little at this behavior. Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi's strong appearance. She suddenly didn't know what to say. After she thought carefully, it seemed like Lin Yi was still in a weak position, so it didn't matter if he lowered his head. Moreover, in her eyes, she didn't think that Han Zhanyang had gone too far, and felt that Han Zhanyang was just bent on simply wanting to help Lin Yi. Lin Yi, why don't you just bow your head? It's not embarrassing if you bow your head now. Friendship first, competition second. Lin Yi froze after hearing these words. These words seemed to be mocking him, not helping him. It had a strong meaning of looking down on him. After hearing Zhao Lingyu's words, Lin Yi didn't want to lower his head even more. After all, he had confidence in his medical skills. Yeah, Lingyu is right. Lin Yi, competition comes second. Oh, friendship comes first. Han Zhangyang thought that Zhao Lingyu was helping herself, so she stomped on her nose even more. On the surface, he pretended to be conciliatory, but inwardly, he was incomparably mocking. I know that competition comes first and friendship comes second, so it's all the more reason for me to get the win. Don't worry, I'll definitely be number one in this match. Lin Yi patted his chest with confidence. There was nothing that couldn't be done in his eyes. He had followed his master for so many years. Was he not comparable to this uneducated person in front of him? He would definitely win. Han Zhengyang smiled. It seemed that the other party was still a little too simple, thinking about this matter too simply. Although he might not be as skilled as others in terms of medical skills, he was after all the president of the Han Group. He had more power and financial strength, so he must spend a little effort elsewhere. Otherwise, how could one live up to one's status? But Lin Yi, you really aren't his opponent. He's after all gone abroad for so many years to further his education. I'm afraid that if he loses at that time, he'll lose the face of the Castle Peak sect, so it's better for you to stop at the right time. Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi with some concern. Although Lin Yi looked like he was very powerful on the surface, just now Zhao Lingyu glanced inside and there seemed to be no progress. Lingyu, you don't need to worry about me. He has his unique secrets. Of course I have my unique secrets. I'm using my own self-invented needles to deal with this disease. It's very easy. It's a breeze. Lin Yi didn't know if the other party was looking down on him or was worried about him. Anyway, he had to have a result out of this matter. There was no way he was going to admit defeat. Alright, Lingyu, don't say anything more. Lin Yi, he has his own ideas. Maybe he can use his own original needle method to defeat my Xian's method? Han Zhengyang acted in a very generous manner, but in his heart, he had already begun to think about this matter of his own hands and feet. He had to make this matter a 100% victory. Cannot exist a little possibility of failure. This could be about his own reputation as well as the reputation of the entire group. Thank you Mr. Han for your compliments. Chinese needle methods have such a long history, how could they possibly not beat Western methods? Lin Yi took the opportunity to continue along with his words. At least he must win over him in terms of language. I'm sure you can. We'll see then. Han Zhengyang walked forward and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Although on the surface it looked as if it was a loving gesture, but in reality, this pat on the shoulder was very powerful, and it more or less carried a hateful meaning in it. Alright, wait and see. Then I'll go and get busy first. Mr. Han, you hurry up and get busy too. Lin Yi smiled. He was fully aware of the other party's two faces, so he looked at the other party differently as well. Right now he didn't want to care that much. Hurrying to cure the patient was the key. Alright, good luck. Han Zhengyang was also ready to get busy after saying these words. More accurately, he was going to prepare to get his hands dirty with those plans. I'm afraid he might not be able to beat the other party if it was purely compared to medical skills. But if it was about ruthlessness, how could Lin Yi be better than Han Zhengyang? This point Han Zhengyang was still very confident. Chapter 19, Losing. So both Lin Yi and Han Zhengyang were busy inside the hospital. Lin Yi in particular could be said to be busy day and night. After all, this kind of original needle technique using silver needles still required a lot of physical strength and time. The original needle technique required one to pay attention to the patient's condition all the time, adjusting the number of silver needles and the needle technique according to the patient's physical state. So Lin Yi could only resign himself to spending the whole day in the hospital, even eating in the ward. Sometimes he only eats one meal a day, and when he's hungry, he just eats some instant noodles. Finally, the emperor did not disappoint. Under his unremitting efforts, he spent a week's time. Finally the patient's situation has improved. The patient's breath began to gradually stabilize and the veins were much smoother. This was due to the fact that every time he used acupuncture, it was supplemented with true qi, so it also had the effect of conditioning the body. Time was too tight, so it was only possible to treat the disease while at the same time conditioning the body. The patient's paralysis could already be said to be much better. and it was estimated that in a few more days, he would be able to support himself to get out of bed and walk around a bit. Linny let out a sigh of relief. To him, this could be considered a shockingly good thing. He had been waiting for many days, and this was also his feedback for so many days. As for Han Zhengyang's side, he was still in the state of conditioning his body, and since the successful surgery, the patient's body was still very slow to condition. Most of it relies on medicine and things like salt water to regulate its own body, but the patient's own body isn't very good, so naturally, the effect of the medicine was slower. Han Zhengyang was very anxious because he didn't know how things were going on Linyi's side, so Han Zhengyang planned to go and poke around to see how things were going on the other side. He didn't expect the results after poking around to be surprising. Linny actually only spent a week's time to let the patient has a large area of improvement, and even heard that in a few days this patient can get out of bed and walk. But his own patient has not been very good, not much better. It seems that this wild boy is really have a little ability. Han Zhengyang was a little anxious. He clenched his fists and began to think about what to do next. Since his own patient's situation couldn't be changed, then he could only move his patient. Although this was a bit of a violation of his morals as a doctor, it was a solution that had no choice. Linny was thinking of giving himself a vacation since he had been busy for too long before, so he planned to go back and have a good rest. This was also considered a big opening, so Han Zhengyang found someone to quietly sneak into the ward at night while Linny was away. And then on the other side of the patient a little tampering, the pills and other things were replaced, but also a shot of mysterious potion. Han Zhengyang was relieved. This way if no accident, it will be his victory. These potions and medicines are only a certain toxicity. For this patient's basic disease triggering situation is very significant. So Han Zhengyang was determined to win this time. He felt that nothing could stop him, especially since the opposite side was actually a wild boy. Linny took a good rest. The next day he came to the hospital intending to give the patient another treatment. He thought carefully about it, and today he planned to continue conditioning his body. And if he conditioned his body for a few days, there would basically be no major problems. But when he entered the ward, he found that the situation was a little bit not quite right. The patient's lips were purple and his face was pale. Linny hurriedly touched the other person's pulse and found that the breath was very weak. It shouldn't be. There wasn't any major problem yesterday. How could it be like this today? Linny was puzzled. He frowned at everything in front of him. Even if something had suddenly happened to the patient, it was impossible for him to have become like this. Could it be because Linny didn't want to think too much right now? It was important to hurry up and save people. The other side of this vital signs is estimated to be dead if not saved. What we need to do now is to hurry up and operate to save the other party. Linny hurriedly pushed the patient to the operating room inside. Did not expect at this moment Han Zhengyang also came over. The two looked at each other. Linny looked at her with a little bit of displeasure. But now there is no way or the patient is important. The two of them will settle things later. Don't worry about it. I just came over to see if there's anything I need to help with. Han Zhengyang looked at the other party's angry eyes and knew what the other party was rambling about. Good. Then get your surgical tools and come over to help. Linny had originally just wanted the other party to play second fiddle. After all, there wasn't enough manpower right now, and there was no assistant if he suddenly did a surgery. Why don't I take care of this surgery? I'm much better at this kind of temporary surgery than you are. Han Zhengyang laughed a bit. It wasn't that he was much better at it than him. It was just that he naturally knew how to fix the medicines he changed himself. Alright, since Mr. Han is so positive, then I won't excuse myself. I'll just help you out. Linny felt that this matter was not quite right looking. Why was the other party so positive? But seeing that the other party was so confident, so Linny didn't push back. Soon the surgery was over. Because the patient's heartbeat had quickly dropped to 0, so this surgery failed and the patient passed away. Linny exuded a look of regret. He could have saved this patient, but he didn't realize that the patient had an accident and passed away. In fact, he still felt very unhappy, because the patient could have survived. The deceased rest in peace. Linny said these words with a slightly choked voice. Han Zhengyang, however, revealed a hint of a smile before putting it away. He couldn't show such obviousness in front of Linny, at least not now, so he could only hide this joy in his heart. Since his patient had passed away, there was no doubt that this match was his to win. In that case, then it's a pity. Linny, this match can only be won by me, but you are indeed very good as well. Han Zhengyang said these words with some regret. It was as if this series of things had nothing to do with him. If you don't have any other opinions, then I'll go announce this matter with the media. Don't worry about it, there's no shame in losing the match. Han Zhengyang was about to be unable to hold in his inner joy as he announced his greatness to the world right now. Although he himself deeply knew that this matter was not honorable for him to win, as long as the result was honorable, he didn't care about the process. Chapter 20, Turning the Tide. Wait, I still have something to say. I still feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Mr. Han, it's better for you to wait a while to tell the media first. Linny still felt that there was something not quite right about this matter. This matter had happened too strangely. Why would he take a rare day off and then something like this happen? Han Zhengyang was slightly apprehensive in his heart after hearing the other party say this. After all, this matter was very dangerous if it was exposed. So he didn't want this matter to be known to everyone. If everyone knew that he had won this match in this way, then his reputation would be ruined. The entire Han clan would be finished as well. Speak up if you have any problems. But it doesn't seem like there are any problems to me. Han Zhengyang pretended to be calm. Even if other people found out about these things, there was no way they could find evidence that he did it. After all, he was the one who sent others to do it, not him personally. Lin Yi wondered. In the middle of his contemplation, he happened to glance at the camera in the ward. Luckily, he had prepared himself earlier. In order to make the patient's situation observable, that's why he had bound the data inside the camera to the data in his cell phone, so he could see the situation in the camera when he turned on his cell phone. Mr. Han, why don't you let us take a look at what happened inside the ward last night, and then we'll make a decision. Linny had already thought of a countermeasure and opened the data from the camera inside his phone. Adjusting to last night's data, he was soon able to see what was going on inside the darkened ward at night. For some reason Han Zhengyang was a little apprehensive in his heart, worried about what these things would do to him, but he had to pretend to look calm, not revealing a single hint. Okay, then let's look at what's on the camera first. I'm sure what's on the camera will clear your name. So the two watched the scene on the camera as a man suddenly walked inside the darkened hospital room. That person was sneaky and directly changed all of the other person's pills and potions and whatnot without hesitation. Linny watched the scene very carefully, then directly inquired, I wonder if Mr. Han recognizes this man in black? Han Zhengyang froze for a moment, pretending as if nothing had happened. What man in black? I can't see clearly what this darkness is. Lin Yi, it can't be your enemy. Han Zhengyang pretended to be serious. Since Mr. Han doesn't recognize it, then I'll just have to tell my friends in the media and ask them to help find out who this person really is. After all, this is a human life. Linny saw that the other party was slightly scared, so in his heart, he knew what was probably going on, but since the other party refused to admit it, then he could only let the public opinion put pressure on him. Okay, you can ask the media to help find it. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Han Zhengyang was getting a little flustered in his heart. He was worried about what would happen if he continued to stay. So he thought about slipping away in a hurry to think about his next countermeasures. Mr. Han, as you can see, then you should wait for a while to announce the results of the match. Let's catch the murderer first. Lin Yi's tightly tensed strings were sort of lowered, and he sighed deeply. Although that person was still dead and very wrongly accused, he would definitely have a way to find the real murderer to help her take revenge. Okay, then I'll go and get busy first. Han Zhengyang hurriedly left after saying that, without a hint of hesitation. Linny of course did what he said he would do, and he hurriedly posted this video above the media. Hopefully, the media's public opinion could give a corresponding statement. After this matter came to light, everyone was shocked after seeing this video. They didn't expect such a big incident to happen in the middle of this game. It was really interesting, but how could someone lay such a cruel hand? This was after all a human life. How could this life be trampled on so easily? Who else would use such bad tactics to bully someone on a big night out? Everyone was making all sorts of guesses about this matter, and the results of the guesses varied, but most of them were there to accuse Han Group's Han Zhengyang. It seems like Han Group's Mr. Han is going to come down hard on Green Mountain Sex Lin Yi, actually doing it behind his back. General Manager Han won't do it behind his back. Right, this is such a dishonorable thing. It's true that we know what's going on. How could it be like this? I thought there was a good show to watch, but I didn't think it would actually turn out like this. Obviously the person with the biggest interest in this matter was Han Zhengyang, so everyone pointed the finger at Han Zhengyang. So the masses all became keyboard warriors and started scolding Han Zhengyang, even though no one had any evidence. Even Han Zhengyang's exposure of Lin Yi's identity had been maliciously speculated about, and everyone began to support Lin Yi. A new report came out that Lin Yi was the only heir of the Green Mountain sect. After this report came out, everyone was impressed with Lin Yi. It seemed that they had underestimated him before. He was not as good as they thought. On the contrary, Han Zhengyang had played the role of an outright bad guy in this matter. A villain who had fallen into a well and a person who had wasted people's lives. Han Zhengyang felt very puzzled in his heart. Obviously no one caught himself doing this. Originally thought he could hide the sea, but he was treated as the culprit and was crazily trolled on the internet. Lin Yi laughed in his heart after seeing these reports that favored him. He still had to take the blame himself for the things he had done. Even if he didn't have proof that Han Zhengyang did it, the pressure of public opinion on the internet would default to Han Zhengyang doing it. Then he wouldn't be able to even jump into the Yellow River to wash himself. After all, There were still a lot of people who hated this kind of power organization, so a lot of people dared to voice their opinions. What Lin wanted was this kind of result, this kind of killing people invisibly. Ever since the matter of Lin being an heir was revealed, everyone had felt that this match had already been won by Lin. There seemed to be no point in continuing the competition. Everyone believed in what they saw before their eyes. Moreover, the patients had already passed away, and there seemed to be no way for the match to continue. The masses could only judge whether the match was won or not. After seeing the news on the internet, Zhao Lingyu felt that she had really underestimated Lin, so it turned out that he wasn't just a bit of a healer. She had thought that he was just a wild boy, so she hadn't taken him seriously. Now it seemed that she was wrong. Chapter 21, Getting On With It. Han Zhengyang was even more enraged in his heart after seeing that all of these messages pointed at him. He had originally done this with the intention of making a quick cut and hurrying to win this match, but now he seemed to have made this matter a bit counterproductive. Han Zhengyang began to feel remorseful, and in the face of the current situation, he was at a loss for words. But there was no doubt that Han Zhengyang's anger towards Lin had gone up a notch. After this media blitz, Han Zhengyang had begun to fear the reporters outside. Every time Han Zhengyang went out, the reporters squatted at the door early, reading him direct questioning. Mr. Han, can you tell me on your side, did you win that game? Mr. Han, did the patient's death have anything to do with you? Can you explain? Mr. Han, are you weak for not giving a reply? Facing the media's aggressive questions, Han Zhengyang was very annoyed in his heart, but he couldn't realize it. Otherwise he didn't know how it would be reported. I'm sorry for your questions. I don't know what you're talking about, and please don't slander me. Thank you. Then Han Zhengyang took advantage of the media's inattention and directly slipped away. If he was surrounded any longer, he didn't know when he would have to go. Originally, this match was already a sure thing for himself, but right now it seemed as if he had been surpassed by his opponent forever. Han Zhengyang could only reduce the number of times he went out. Otherwise, every time he was closely surrounded by the media, he also felt very annoyed. On the other hand, Lin was also tightly surrounded by the media as soon as he went out. Mr. Lin, I heard that you're the only heir to the Green Mountain sect. Is this true or false? I heard that the matter of you being the heir was said by your rival Mr. Han. Mr. Han Zhengyang? Lin laughed, scanning these reporters with a clear head. After all these questions to him were nothing but directed at Han Zhengyang, so Lin wasn't scared at all. He wasn't panicked at all in his heart. The reports about Lin are getting more and more, so Lin Yi's reputation is also getting louder and louder. Han Zhengyang for this wild boy can be said to be more and more strange. In the end, what kind of role can be in this Jianghu foothold route? So Han Zhengyang hurriedly dialed the phone of one of his brothers. Xiao Gong, a few days ago let you check how things? Did you catch the bottom of that person? Unexpectedly, Xiao Gong replied in a puzzled manner. Old Han, you asked me to find out about this person. I immediately went to check, but I couldn't find out the details of this person no matter how I checked. What kind of character is this person in the end? Han Zhengyang felt strange. This had never happened before. Even the most powerful person would have clues to be able to find out. But now how could a wild boy like this not be able to find out any details at all? I did hear that he is an heir of the Green Mountain sect. You help me check in that direction and see if I can find any clues. Han Zhengyang sighed. Okay, old Han. This person isn't simple. You have to be careful. Of course Han Zhengyang knew that this matter wasn't simple. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so badly on the media side of that game. He didn't expect that just after this call, another call suddenly came. Korea Rue called. Han Zhengyang froze for a moment, but he also knew what his father was calling over for. It was nothing more than about that match. He had won before, but he didn't expect this kind of reversal to happen now. He really didn't expect it. Han Zhengyang, what good thing have you done? Didn't I say that this match is very important? I didn't expect to just pick up the phone. It was a splitting scolding. Han Zhengyang hadn't even had time to explain before he was severely scolded by his own father. Dad, of course I know that this matter is very important, and I also put my hands on this matter, but I didn't expect to still be caught by the other side. Han Zhengyang said with an aggrieved face. Then you didn't get caught in the original form, did you? I told you that no one from the Green Mountain sect is to be messed with. Han Rue hid the anger within himself. This son of his was really useless no matter how much he said. Han Zhengyang was just too opinionated for his own good, so Han Rue could only sneer a few times. There was no way around it. They were grasshoppers on a rope. That didn't happen, but there's just too much gossip on the internet, and a lot of people are wondering if I did it. Han Zhengyang still had a defiant look on his face, frowning as he said these words. This matter is still very serious for the group, so you must resolve this matter as soon as possible. Korea Rue gave an order. No matter who it was, there was no way to ignore the group's rules. Now that the group was already in this state, It was only natural that he had to find ways to save him all the time. But Dad, things are already like this. How am I going to save it? Han Zhengyang couldn't think of a way to go about resolving this matter. After all, the media had already decided that this matter was Han Zhengyang's doing. Han Zhengyang could be said to have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't even wash it away. Things have come to this. The only solution is for you and Lin Yi to get on good terms. You can be good brothers on the surface. That way people won't suspect you. The only solution Korea Rue could think of right now was this. Han Zhengyang's head exploded after hearing this. What? How was it possible for him and his opponent to go and be good buddies? Don't think about it. This is your only option. Or else you'll get the hell out of our Han group. Han Rue knew that his son was definitely not willing to do this. But no matter what, he had to do it. Okay, Dad. I'll definitely get on good terms with him now. So you can rest assured. I won't hold up the company because of my own little idea. Han Zhengyang knew that if he gave this up, then his status as the group's son would be lost. At this time, Lin Yi received an invitation from the city's Chinese hospital. She hadn't wanted to get involved in this matter. He was originally an heir of the Green Mountain sect, and he didn't want to work inside a hospital, so he naturally wanted to go and refuse this matter. After Zhao Lingyu heard about this matter, she decided that she wanted to persuade Lin Yi that this matter was indeed a good thing for him. Lin Yi, I think you'd better think about it. It's good to go to the hospital and put up a name, otherwise you won't have anything to do all day. After hearing Zhao Lingyu say this, Lin Yi thought about it carefully. It does make sense. If he hangs a name in the hospital, he can also have some income. At the same time, he can cover up his background. Otherwise, Han Zhengyang will continue to investigate himself thoroughly. Chapter 22, Invitation to Classes. Ling Yu, I think what you said is quite right. I'll consider going to the hospital to put up a name. Lin Yi then agreed to the invitation from the other hospital. After the Chinese hospital got the affirmation, it could be said that the entire hospital started to boil. What? Is this true? Green Mountain Sec's heir Lin Yi will actually come to our hospital. Is this true or not? 1,000 times true. This is what Lin Yi personally posted on the internet today. Look. So the hospital nurse opened the article and took a look. Lin Yi has joined the Chinese hospital to assist it in saving lives. Everyone couldn't wait to see what was going on. Not only did everyone in the hospital start to become rowdy, even the queue at the Chinese hospital was much larger, lining up several times around the entire hospital. This was because everyone had heard that Lin Yi might appear inside the hospital, so they all came early. As a result, the popularity of the Chinese hospital suddenly rose quite a bit, far surpassing several other hospitals, something that could be considered unexpected. The other hospitals all started to get anxious after getting this news. Originally, there weren't a lot of people in the Chinese hospital, so it could only be said that it was a few days behind the hospital. As a result, as soon as Lin Yi came to the Chinese hospital, the number of people in the Chinese hospital directly soared to number 1. Many hospitals were regretting why they hadn't invited Lin Yi to the hospital in the first place. The Chinese hospital had stolen the limelight. The hospital that Han Zhengyang was in was no exception and had also started discussing this matter. So this matter could be said to be in full swing. It was no exception at the regular meeting. Mr. Han, I don't know if you've heard that Lin Yi has gone to the Chinese hospital. Lao Yu looked at Han Zhengyang, hoping that Han Zhengyang would give a corresponding reply. I've heard. What's wrong? Han Zhengyang didn't know what the other party meant to ask this for. Nothing. It's just that after people arrived at the Chinese hospital's population doubled several times compared to our hospital. Yes. The people who often come to my side for Chinese medicine adjustments have all run to the Chinese hospital. I heard that they all went there for Lin Yi. The purpose of old Yu's words was clearly obvious. It was to mock Han Xingyang's lack of ability. They were the ones who had been there since the hospital was founded, so they had watched the hospital grow up. I didn't expect it to become like this after this little Mr. Han ran it. Before, Mr. Han was impulsive, so I won't talk about him, but now because of Mr. Han's impulsive game, the hospital is getting more and more scarce. A few of their patriarchal figures certainly couldn't stand it. So what do you guys say you want to do? Just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Han Zhengyang felt slightly stifled in his heart. Didn't they mean to say that they weren't? Since they were so powerful, then let them speak their minds. He would like to hear and see what novel ideas these people could have. Mr. Han, I think we can come from a joint consultation with the Chinese hospital. This joint consultation can be publicized in a big way. Old Yu confidently patted his chest after saying these words. Since it was the media that brought about the negative benefits, it wouldn't be better to let the media in bring about the positive effects. I can agree to the joint consultation. I don't think there's any problem. Han Zhengyang agreed to this matter. After all, in order to be able to continue staying inside the hospital, he had to coax these seniors no matter what, so that these seniors could be happy, so that he could continue to be a dragon and tiger. I have another suggestion. Since Lin Yi is so powerful, why don't we let Linny give us a lecture during the consultation? That way, we can also be considered to be exchanging experiences. Lao Chang made this suggestion. Since the Chinese hospital is on fire because of Lin Yi, then why don't we let this hospital exchange with Lin Yi from the Chinese hospital? Not only can we promote feelings, but we can also gain some knowledge in Chinese medicine. Yes, I heard that his original needle technique is very powerful. It would be great if I could witness it with my own eyes. Old Yu was very joyful in his heart after hearing what was said. As a Chinese medicine practitioner who often used silver needles, it was only natural that he wanted to see what other people's needling methods were like, and at the same time, he could promote his own abilities. The people at the bottom catered to it, and they all felt that this proposal was very good. It could be said to be a two-for-one thing. Not only could it improve themselves, but it could also improve the hospital's influence. Han Zhengyang kept a dark face after hearing this, because inside his eyes, Lin Yi had always been his rival. His own patriarchal figure had been praising his rival here, so of course he was very upset in his heart, and he felt very humiliated. But his own words had been said just now, and there seemed to be no way back. Mr. Han, what do you think? If you don't have any problems, I'll send someone to make contact. Old Yu couldn't wait to see this brat. Han Zhengyang felt that there was no use in saying any of this right now. The other party already had his mind made up. Moreover, he was only treated as a titular president. The rest were all seniors, and he couldn't make any decisions. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you guys. Han Zhengyang gave a hopeless smile before dispatching them to just finish this matter. Han Zhengyang felt that Lin Yi might not agree to this matter. After all, the two of them had always been rivals. Soon, Lin Yi's side received news. Mr. Lin, our Han Hospital and Chinese Hospital want to have a joint consultation. I wonder if you're available. Lin Yi frowned. He knew that people read things. Soon these things came to him on their own. No. I haven't been free lately. There are too many things, and I'm not very interested in this kind of thing itself. You guys shouldn't look for me in the future. Mr. Lin, think about it again. Our Han Hospital is willing to fund it. At your price. The other party used a very tactful tone and asked very sincerely. What? Han's Hospital? Your president wouldn't be Han Zhengyang, right? Lin Yi felt a little strange. Could it be that Han's hospital was Han Zhengyang's hospital? Then he was a little interested in this matter. He wanted to see what tricks Han Zhengyang was playing. Yes, Mr. Lin, do you know our president? The other party felt a little curious after hearing the other party's words. Recognize? Of course I do. Since that's the case, then it's the consultation I'll go to. You can go back and turn in. Lin Yi smiled a bit. It seemed like there was a good show to watch. Chapter 23 Report Writing. Then I'm really thankful to Mr. Lin. If there's anything you need help with in the future, please feel free to order. I hope to see Mr. Lin's wonderful performance then. The other party hadn't expected to have accomplished his task so quickly already. He had thought that he would need to rub it in a bit more, to the point that he had already thought of how he would need to stalk him next in order to resolve this matter. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. After all, exchanging experiences is good for everyone, isn't it? Lin Yi exchanged a few pleasantries. If it wasn't for the fact that they had Han Zhengyang in the hospital, he really wouldn't have been interested in participating in these weird and wacky joints consultations. He really wasn't interested in anything like that. Lin Yi felt that there was something odd about this matter, and although it was a bit odd, he decided to rise to the occasion. However, he wanted to go and find Zhao Lingyu to discuss this matter, to see if there was a better way to handle this matter or make some foolproof preparations. Lingyu, I have something I want to trouble you with. After Zhao Lingyu heard this, she thought it was just a boring prank from the other party. But after what happened last time, Zhao Lingyu had still changed his opinion of Lin Yi that little bit. Previously, he thought that Lin Yi was a loafer, but now it seemed that he did have a bit of his own skills, just that he usually didn't reveal them. If you have something, just say it later. If there's something I can help with, I'll try my best to help. Zhao Lingyu was still in the dark. He had absolutely no idea what the other party was looking for him today. It's like this. Didn't I join the Chinese hospital? Today, Han Zhengyang's hospital contacted me wanting to conduct a joint consultation and at the same time give them some counseling. Lin Yi calmly finished his words, wanting to see Zhao Lingyu's reaction. Zhao Lingyu laughed a little. Isn't this a good thing? Then you can help them improve their medical skills a bit. But I still don't know what to do above the joints consultation. I think you've attended more meetings than me. That's why I wanted to come here to ask you for a favor. Lin Yi very humbly handed over paper and a pen. It wasn't a thing of any kind if he was asked to save a patient's life, but asking him to narrate it to someone else was a thing that was harder than heaven. Since you've asked so much, then I'll definitely help you. But I don't know as much as you do when it comes to medical skills. Zhao Lingyu saw such a modest Lin Yi for the first time, and it was not easy to reject him, so she could only agree to him with a stiff upper lip. You wait a little while, I'll help you make a detailed report. Zhao Lingyu also roughly knew what happened that day, so she wrote out the report in detail. Okay, please. Lin Yi then obediently sat next to him and watched Zhao Lingyu earnestly code there. Soon, the framework had come out. I can only help you here. You can only do the rest on your own. I believe you can do it. After all, Zhao Lingyu only knew a little bit about medicine. Those more important things still had to be written on by Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi looked at the frames, and after a quick glance he basically already knew what to write next. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party's face as he lowered his head and wrote seriously. Suddenly for a moment, she felt that the other party was particularly handsome, then immediately returned to her senses and looked at what he had written in front of what he had written. Basically there were no problems. The main piece of this report of yours is the place to write about your medical skills, preferably the kind of exclusive secret recipes, but you mustn't tell everyone else everything. Zhao Lingyu immediately mentioned Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi somewhat confused at the next piece of content, so she hurriedly helped him. Okay, no problem. I know what to write. Lin Yi carefully wrote down most of the contents of his stitches. Lin Yi, I heard that you used a silver needle to save that patient earlier? Zhao Lingyu was still very curious about this silver needle because she had never seen anyone else use this thing called a silver needle, so she was also curious about how this should be used. It's a silver needle. What's wrong? Lin Yi saw the other party's curious eyes, so he became curious himself. Is there anything unique about this silver needle? Why is your silver needle so powerful? There's nothing unique about this silver needle, but my needles are very powerful. This is my unique secret. Lin Yi paused and began to think seriously. He didn't know how to go about explaining his secret to the other party. Moreover, my needle method hair is something that needs to be changed according to the actual situation of the patient, as well as according to the changes in climate and time anymore. So no one will be able to mimic my needle method exactly the same. The way I do it is to make sure to practice more. Sometimes when the weather is hot, then you need to insert the silver needle 3 centimeters. But if the weather is cold, then you need to add 2 more centimeters. But that's just one point. There are many more. As soon as Lin Yi mentioned something about his evaporation, he began to speak at length. He completely ignored the fact that the other party couldn't even understand what he was saying, but he couldn't help but feel like continuing. Zhao Lingyu could be said to have listened in awe as she completely refreshed her feelings towards him. Originally thought that he was just a person with mediocre qualifications, but didn't expect that now it seems that Lin Yi does have extraordinary natural talent. Soon this report, recently written, could be said to be very detailed. Zhao Lingyu looked at the dense and intricate words on it. She gently skimmed it, not expecting this report to be written in a really seamless manner. The places that should be detailed were written in a very thorough and perfect manner. Even some of the details were labeled. Zhao Lingyu revealed an appreciative gaze. I didn't expect you to be this good at writing a report for the first time. I really underestimated you before. The first time Lin Yi was praised like this by Zhao Lingyu, he felt slightly embarrassed. No. In fact, I have to thank you more for this. If it wasn't for you reminding me, I wouldn't have written it so smoothly. So it's all thanks to you. Lin Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, then excused himself for a few moments. Zhao Lingyu realized that as soon as Lin Yi mentioned the matter of attending classes, it was as if his entire being started to glow. The whole person shone with confidence, and it could be said that it was very different from that usual look, and that needle technique was actually created by Lin Yi himself. Zhao Lingyu was completely surprised. He thought that this needle technique was the secret of the Green Mountain sect. He didn't expect Lin Yi to actually have such a great skill. He was instantly a little impressed with this wild boy. Chapter 24, An Eye for an Eye. Soon it was the day of the joint consultation, and Han Zhangyang hadn't expected Lin Yi to agree to this so easily. I heard that he had agreed so quickly because he heard his name. Lin Yi organized the report he had written earlier and prepared to go. This time, he didn't wear his previous attire, but changed into a straight suit. After all, this was about the joint consultation between the Chinese hospital and Han's hospital, so it was still very important. Moreover, this consultation was somewhat like a comparison between the two of them, so he must not lose face in the clothing department. After Lin Yi arrived at the consultation place, he found that everyone had already come to the conference hall early and was waiting for him. Everyone was very surprised to see him in a suit, especially Han Zhangyang. Han Zhangyang knew that Lin Yi had come out of the Green Mountain Gate, and had seen him in a plain look before. Today's outfit really made him feel very surprised. He couldn't tell that he came out from the mountains at all. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to go to the Chinese hospital. You're really welcome here today. Han Zhangyang pretended to be peaceful on the surface, but he was still prepared to give Lin Yi a hard time. Since you're the one who sent me to the door yourself, then I'll be impolite. Mr. Han personally invited me over, so of course I'm not polite. Besides, an exchange of medical skills is supposed to be a beneficial thing for everyone. Why not be happy about it? Lin Yi tidied up his clothes that were messed up because he had come over in the wind and dust, then smiled. Han Zhangyang himself was playing a little game in his heart. thinking about how to make a fool out of him faster. But according to his level, I guess he was already making a fool of himself when he started talking. Han Zhengyang those silent thoughts, what he did now was to wait quietly. But unexpectedly, after the meeting started, Linny actually started in a decent manner. He first sent the material in his hand to everyone present. Han Zhengyang had thought that it was just some random scribbles. After all, he didn't think that Linny's cultural level was that high. But he didn't expect Han Zhengyang to casually flip through these few sheets of paper but found that it was densely composed with things inside. It didn't look simple. Had he underestimated him too much? The structure as well as the content of the report was very well written. It focused on some of the details of the stitches that he had written at the time of the consultation. The several patriarchal shareholders were all reading it with what could be described as great interest. Linny, this report of yours is really well written, especially in this silver needle aspect. I'm really ashamed of myself. Old Yu sighed. To him, he could already be considered a leader in silver needles, but the only person who could analyze this matter so similarly was probably Linny. It was truly a case of the blue being better than the blue. Thank you for the compliment. There's still a lot I need to learn. I'll describe the contents of my report in detail next. Linny was slightly embarrassed after being praised. The people sitting in front of him were characters who had probably been practicing medicine for 40 or 50 years. He was too embarrassed to accept the other party's compliments. Han Zhengyang felt a little angry in his heart after hearing this. When someone from his own hospital complimented his opponent in front of him, he certainly felt bad. Linny could say it all without any mistakes. Han Zhengyang carefully looked over this information. He must convince Linny. Suddenly he realized an end. Maybe he could start with this end. Sorry, Linny, let me interrupt you for a moment. Han Zhengyang didn't care anymore. He was going to correct the appearance of this problem now. Alright, no problem, Mr. Han, just say what you want to say. Linny didn't know what the other party was up to, but it was definitely going to be directed at himself. I've heard that this 15 needle of yours has a name, right? Han Zhengyang said with conviction. He was definitely going to mess Linny up. Yes, this 15 stitches I named the Xianzong 15 stitches. Linny didn't know what medicine the other party was selling in his gourd, but soldiers come to stop. He always had a way to deal with him. But Linny, I took a look at how these stitches of yours seem a bit familiar. It can't be that you copied them from an ancient book. Han Zhengyang deliberately tested the other party because he felt that these stitches did look familiar. But if he were to explode in detail where these stitches belonged, he couldn't tell. Mr. Han really has a good eye. One of the stitches in my Xianzong 15 stitches was adapted through what was recorded in an ancient book, the wisdom of the ancients. Why can't we use it to learn from? Linny knew that the other party had already gone back to making things difficult for him, so he hurriedly disliked him back. Then, Linny, if that's the case, then why don't you give us all the remaining 14 stitches to share properly? Han Zhengyang flinched, and since he couldn't start from that angle then he could question the other party about what the rest of the content was. He then wondered what the difference was between these adaptations. These are the crystallization of my wisdom. I don't think everyone should have a problem if I don't share them. I've already told you all about my first stitch as well as some other things. Linny pretended to be helpless. If he told everything, then all these unique secrets of his would be known by others. If you guys want to know, you can also worship under the Green Mountain sect if you have the remaining few stitches. I believe my master can teach better students. Han Zhengyang's fire could be said to have gotten even bigger, actually blatantly trying to snatch the people inside his hospital in front of himself. But the other people inside the hospital could be said to be happy to hear it, and even had the urge to join in. After all, if they learned a skill like this, they would be able to come and go as they please in all the hospitals. Then there would still be a need to be confined inside this tiny hospital. Since Mr. Lin doesn't want to talk about it, then there's no need to talk about it. After all, it's the fruits of your labor. We respect your choice. The scene was a bit awkward for a while, but old Yu still stepped forward to ease this embarrassment, because he, who was also a medical practitioner, naturally knew that the fruits of such labor were all hard-won. Thank you for your understanding. I certainly have my own purpose for doing this, just like when Mr. Han stole my credit in front of the media, saying that the patient was cured by himself. I'm sure he had his own agenda as well. Linny looked at Han Zhengyang somewhat innocently. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so aggressive, causing him to only be able to talk back. Chapter 25, The Mysterious Patient. Han Zhengyang hadn't expected the other party to bring up that matter at all, and had expected the other party to be dumbfounded. Who said I took your credit? That patient was clearly cured by me. Han Zhengyang was furious, and now he could only argue with the other party. In front of so many people, he didn't want to lose face. The people at the bottom could be said to be dumbfounded. They didn't know who was right and who was wrong. No one had any evidence to prove any of this, and could only watch in stupefaction as the two people argued there. Then it might as well let the people underneath witness this matter together. The patient had a few characteristics at the time. You know? Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the other party's still dying look. Han Zhangyang was instantly flabbergasted. He didn't know what kind of state the patient was in at that time. After all, he had lied about all these words. If he were to make a few of them up now, it would seem a bit fake. Since you won't say it, then I'll say it first. At that time, the patient's breath was very weak, his blood flow wasn't smooth, and his face was pale. I used the Xuanzong 15 needles to instill true qi into him to keep him alive. Linny spoke in a serious manner. He could still clearly recall the appearance of that time in his mind. The situation at that time could be said to be 100,000 times more urgent, which was why he remembered it very clearly. Han Zhangyang could be said to be speechless after hearing this. He didn't know what to say next. The other party was so detailed that he seemed to be lying about everything he said. Moreover, he really hadn't treated that patient, and he didn't know how to describe his condition. Alright, it looks like the results are already obvious. We don't need to say anything more. If everyone doesn't have any questions, let's call this meeting to a close. Linny saw that the scene was a bit awkward for a while, especially Han Zhangyang, who was already embarrassed and didn't want to raise his head. So Linny wanted to end this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for being able to come to our hospital this time to guide us. We've learned a lot. Old Yu was still very touched inwardly. After all, he was still very appreciative of such a young and promising person. Unlike his own hospital's Han Zhangyang, who was just an empty name with no strength, he scoffed at such a person the most. So he particularly appreciated such a young and promising Lin Yi. No need to be polite. If there is a need, I can still come over here next time to exchange experiences. After all, I can be said to be very familiar with your Mr. Han. Right, Mr. Han. Linny raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Zhangyang with interest. If it wasn't for him messing things up in the first place, he wouldn't have to drag him into the water. And he really did just want to come to this consultation to exchange experiences. Yes, Lin Yi, just now I just wanted to joke with everyone and show you Lin Yi's temporary reaction ability. We all need to learn. Although Han Zhangyang was very unconvinced inwardly, he still bitterly smiled and said these words. He had indeed lost that game just now, so he had to bear the results of his loss on his own. So the first joint consultation ended, and after this joint consultation, Lin Yi's reputation could be said to be getting louder and louder. Not only was he welcomed at the Chinese hospital, he was also welcomed at Han's hospital. After everyone heard about this joint consultation, they came to Han Hospital in droves, adding a lot of benefits to Han Group. On this day, a patient with a sudden illness came to the Chinese hospital and was admitted to the VIP ward, thus showing that this patient's situation was not ordinary. The director of the Chinese hospital personally contacted Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's convenient for your side to come over and take a look at this patient. Since the dean had said so, Lin Yi was too embarrassed to refuse, and agreed in one mouthful, hurrying to the hospital, not caring about anything else. Saving lives was important. Lin Yi had heard that this patient was in a very serious situation. As expected, he went in to take a look and found that the patient Hall of black, pale, purple lips, if not resuscitated then it is estimated to die. So Lin Yi hurriedly stabilized his condition using silver needles, inserting them into several important points to prevent the condition from worsening. After a few seconds, the patient's lips were not as purple as before. Lin Yi sighed. According to this situation, it should be stabilized after a while. Lin Yi then rest assured down, carefully look at the ward in front of Shizhou. This patient, although dressed in plain, but the ring on the finger as well as the necklace should be worth a lot of money. This patient is not small. Lin Yi carefully surveyed the patient, turned his head and realized that there were many bodyguards at the door. These bodyguards were undoubtedly looking after the patient in this ward. Each of the security guards was wearing a suit, which were all very exquisitely made, and each of them stood upright at the door, looking inside the room without moving. Only then did Lin Yi realize that this patient had turned out to be so noble. It seemed that this patient had to be looked after closely. No wonder the dean had personally asked himself to look after this patient. Lin Yi switched the position of the silver needle and continued to stabilize the patient's condition, then took the patient's pulse and found that it had basically stabilized. Lin Yi was relieved to find out that the patient was basically stabilized. If something went wrong with such a noble patient, he couldn't afford it. At this moment, Lin Yi received a call from Zhao Lingyu, and didn't know what Zhao Lingyu was calling about. What's up, Lingyu? What's the urgency of looking for me? Zhao Lingyu replied in a very anxious tone. My grandfather, Zhao Hanshan, has suddenly gotten worse. Do you have the time to come over and take a look? After Lin Yi heard these urgent words, he knew that Zhao Lingyu should have trusted herself without realizing it. That's why she called so quickly. Okay, I'm at the Chinese hospital now. I'll come over right away to take a look at your grandfather's condition. Don't be in a hurry yet. Okay, Lin Yi, take care of yourself. My grandfather is counting on you. It could be heard that Zhao Hanshan's condition was estimated to have gotten a lot more serious. Zhao Lingyu's voice was trembling a bit, and there was a slight choking. Lin Yi hurriedly packed up his silver needles and pulled out the patient's silver needle. The situation was almost the same. Stabilizing the condition was all that was needed. As for the treatment of the condition, the next thing could be discussed in the long run. A perfect plan needed to be discussed. He estimated that the next treatment would still require the use of silver needles. He put them all together and clutched them in his hands. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave to check on Zhao Hanshan's condition, he was suddenly stopped by the security guard at the door at once. Mr. Lin, over here, you can't leave yet. Chapter 26, Fancy Marriage Promotion. The leader said in a serious and unquestionable tone, not letting anyone refuse in the slightest. Lin Yi didn't know why the other party was stopping him and was puzzled. I'm just a doctor. Why are you stopping me? The leader looked at Lin Yi calmly. Our master hasn't woken up yet. What if something goes wrong? We'll all have to look to you for treatment if there's any problems. So you can't leave for now. Lin Yi felt like a sheep in a tiger's mouth after hearing these words. He was obviously only here to save people, but it was like he was being locked up inside a prison. But right now he still needed to save Zhao Hanshan, so he immediately had to leave this hellish place right now. He didn't want to let Zhao Lingyu's trust down. Besides, he didn't know how Zhao Hanshan's condition was, so it was better to hurry up and go and take a look. I have to go now. I have important things I need to deal with. You let go of me immediately now. Is that okay? Lin Yi wanted to make a big fight. The crisis level of the situation right now was probably only known to them. Lin Yi only wanted to leave now. Escaping this place earlier was the only way. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, don't push us. We have to protect our master. Otherwise we'll have to lose our jobs as well. Please don't make things difficult for us, the leader said with an apologetic face. Their rice bowls now depended on this person lying on the hospital bed, so if something were to happen, they might not even be able to keep their rice bowls. It's not that I have to make things difficult for you guys, it's that I have more important things to do than this right now. There's something about human life, so please don't push me either. Lin Yi smiled. He didn't want to struggle anymore. If he didn't succeed again, he was going to die with the opposite side. Silver needles could not only be used to heal and save people, but they could also be used to protect himself at the same time. That was why he always carried silver needles with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, no matter what you say today, it's useless. The leader bowed, still very apologetic in his heart. Lin Yi looked at the other party's firm appearance. It seemed like it could only be a fish out of water now. Just as Lin Yi was about to pull out his silver needle, the patient on the hospital bed coughed a few times. After the leader saw this and rushed over, he heard the patient say, I'm fine. I've heard everything you guys just said. Let him go since he's got something going on. The weak voice surrounded the entire inside of the ward, yet it was still very resonant. After Lin Yi heard these words, he didn't push back and hurriedly rushed to the Zhao family. In his heart, he was silently thinking that nothing must go wrong. If anything went wrong, his and Zhao Lingyu's life would be over. Soon, Lin Yi could be said to have arrived at the Zhao family without stopping. At the same time, Zhao Lingyu had only just arrived at the door. The two looked at each other. Thank you in advance. Lin Yi, no need to thank anything first. Let's go in first and see how your grandfather is doing. So the two hurriedly opened the door, then wanted to see how Zhao Hanshan was doing. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hanshan as well as Zhao Lingyu's parents were all sitting nicely in their chairs without any signs of illness. Lin Yi, forgive me for taking this matter into my own hands. You also know that our family Lingyu is a workaholic. If I hadn't used this reason, I wouldn't have been able to trick him into coming here. Zhao Hanshan said these words smilingly, a kind smile on his face. It's fine, Grandpa. It's good that your body is fine. I was worried that it wouldn't be good if you had any health problems. Lin Yi said plainly. It looked like this time, Zhao Hanshan looking for himself would never be something simple. Grandpa, do you know how busy it is inside the company? And as a result you tricked me into coming here. Do you know how worried I am about you? Zhao Lingyu was still very angry because she had specifically put off dozens of meetings to come see her grandfather, traveling more than 100 yards the entire way just in fear that something would go wrong. As a result, nothing happened when she arrived here. This time, I'm mainly here for a family get-together, so you might as well rest and take a break. Lingyu, after being busy for so long, Zhao Hanshan hurriedly told the servants to serve some food. He knew that his granddaughter had this temper. Although she looked angry on the surface, she would never get angry with him on the inside. Got it, Grandpa. Don't joke with me about this in the future. If you miss me you can directly tell me. I'll make time to come back. Zhao Lingyu explained somewhat helplessly. There was no way. Who let him be her grandfather? Otherwise, she would have already been on fire. Lin Yi looked at this happy family appearance and wondered what the purpose of Zhao Hanshan calling himself over was this time. Good day uncle and aunt. Grandpa, nice to meet you. I'm Lin Yi. I was in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. Lin Yi hurriedly introduced himself. This was also considered to be the first time to meet so formally. Before, He and Zhao Hanshan were also considered to have met in a haphazard manner. Zhao mother took a look at Lin Yi. This look didn't seem like something her daughter would like, because Lin Yi came in a hurry. He didn't dress up properly, just the usual plain dress. But it looks like this person is still quite honest. Those rumors on the internet say that Lin Yi's medical skills are still very good, so Zhao mother is still relatively satisfied with Lin Yi. It's fine, we still have to thank you for our old man's illness. Zhao mother responded with a smile. Her heart could be said to be happy. This son-in-law was indeed not bad. Zhao Hanshan sized up Lin Yi as well as Zhao Lingyu, who were sitting together. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that these two people were still a good match, so he couldn't help but want to ask in a serious tone. Lingyu, I've done the math for you guys. The next few days should be good days, and I don't know when your wedding date is set. Everyone was looking at Zhao Lingyu's reaction expectantly. Zhao Lingyu knew that they had all called herself here to press for a marriage, and it definitely wasn't some small thing like a family dinner. How could her own grandfather still not know what was on his mind? Lin Yi froze for a moment. He didn't think that the purpose of the old man calling the two of them here was actually to press for marriage. He was now in a rather awkward role. He had already known Zhao Lingyu's answer, so he wasn't in a hurry at all about this matter, and wanted to listen to his master's words, take his time, and improve his charisma to attract him. He didn't expect Zhao Hanshan to directly press for marriage. He was a bit worried if Zhao Lingyu would hate herself even more because of this. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingyu didn't hesitate at all, but responded directly and decisively. Grandpa, I've already said it many times. I don't intend to get married right now. Please don't push me. Chapter 27, Shy Confessions. Zhao Hanshan hadn't expected his granddaughter to speak like this at all, and it was in front of such a large crowd, especially in front of Lin Yi. All of a sudden, the scene was plunged into embarrassment. Zhao Hanshan had originally thought that the two of them were still on good terms, but now it seemed as if he had completely misunderstood. Zhao Hanshan had a stern face. What Zhao Lingyu said wasn't that she didn't put him in her sights at all. How could he explain to Lin Yi's master in the future? Zhao Lingyu saw her grandfather's face. Although she could understand his feelings, she didn't want to change her decision. Grandpa, I can understand your feelings, but this is my decision. I also hope that you can respect me. I hope to still focus on the big picture and my work. Zhao Lingyu stubbornly repeated these words, sticking to her inner thoughts. Lingyu, this is the first time in all the time Grandpa has lived that he has asked you to do what I think. I hope you don't fail me. Zhao Hanshan looked at Zhao Lingyu meaningfully. He was also doing this all for Zhao Lingyu's good. Grandpa, you know my temperament as a person. I can't accept things like arranged marriages, so you don't need to waste your words. Zhao Lingyu sighed. Her heart had already had its own thoughts on this matter, so it was useless for others to say anything. Zhao Hanshan was still angry in his heart after hearing these words, and it could also be said that it was the first time he was so angry. This was the first time he had used a more euphemistic tone to discuss with his granddaughter, but he didn't expect to get this result in return. In fact, he could have directly ordered her to do so. It was just that Zhao Lingyu was his own precious granddaughter, and he didn't want to ask her with such a strong attitude. Zhao Hanshan felt that they were a family. There was no need to make it seem like a sale, but he now realized that this tone of discussion wasn't very useful. Lingyu, you know that this is my order. Before I was looking for you to discuss, now I am ordering you. I hope you know that you are a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Hanshan wanted to properly control his granddaughter now. Right now it seemed that soft didn't work, so he could only use hard. Zhao Lingyu similarly slapped a face. This matter was a point of conflict between the two of them, but it was also a point that had to be resolved. Lin Yi felt that the situation was a bit off, so he hurriedly tried to find a way to dissuade them and ease this awkward situation. Grandpa, I think I respect Lingyu's decision. We can also take our time. There's not necessarily a rush to definitely get married now. Zhao Hanshan knew that Lin Yi was trying to help Zhao Lingyu out of a difficult situation, so he smiled amiably and didn't have as much resentment in his heart. Alright, since it's a family dinner, let's hurry up and go eat. We'll talk about the rest then. And so the family just put aside what happened just now and started eating in a peaceful manner. Good. Then I'd like to thank Grandpa for his hospitality. Lin Yi raised his wine cup, then clinked it with Zhao Hanshan, and with that, this matter dissipated and passed uneventfully. Since Lin Yi had been drinking, Zhao Lingyu obligingly took on the task of sending Lin Yi back. After arriving at the villa, Lin Yi sat on the swing in the garden. The moonlight quietly sprinkled on the swing, feeling the quietness of the night. Zhao Lingyu also sat on the swing next to her, quietly looking at the night in front of her. After Lin Yi saw this, he walked straight over and then sat next to her. Due to the size of the location in the fall, the two sat so close that they were almost next to each other. What's wrong, Lin Yi? Zhao Lingyu didn't know what the other party's purpose was for suddenly sitting next to her here. Actually, I had a lot to say today, but there was no atmosphere just now, so I didn't say anything. Lin Yi felt slightly embarrassed, but it was better to say it now, otherwise everyone would be in the dark. and it wouldn't be good for anyone. Go ahead. My mental capacity is still very strong. Zhao Lingyu didn't know what the other party wanted to say, but she could probably guess it. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. From the very beginning when I saw you I felt that you were different from other women. I'm actually a bit clumsy with my mouth but I hope you can still feel it. Linny lowered his head in some embarrassment, his face swooning with a lot of redness. This was the first time he had confessed his feelings to someone else, so he was a little shy. Although Zhao Lingyu had expected it at first, she still felt a little surprised to hear what he said in person. I know, but I also said what I had to think, so I believe you understand. Zhao Lingyu still felt a little embarrassed inside after saying those words, as if she shouldn't have said them. I hope to be able to become your favorite person one day, and I'll try my best to do so. I hope you can give me some time. Okay, Lingyu. Linny turned his head seriously to look at Zhao Lingyu, expecting her to give a corresponding answer. He hoped that she would give an affirmative answer. Although this possibility did not exist because he clearly knew that Zhao Lingyu was a very stubborn person, it was impossible for her to easily compromise or change her mind in a short period of time. This outpouring of true feelings made Zhao Lingyu feel a little embarrassed, and she began to feel a little moved inwardly. Zhao Lingyu had gradually had a different kind of feeling towards Lin Yi, so by now after hearing Lin Yi's confession, the emotion was a bit more intense. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You go to bed early. Good night. Zhao Lingyu felt a bit embarrassed and then hurriedly ran away. She now needed to calm down and rethink this relationship. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Zhao Lingyu who had fled in haste. I didn't realize that Zhao Lingyu was still quite cute, so Lin Yi went to bed early. He still had to return to the hospital the next day to work hard. The next day, Lin Yi returned to the hospital. He didn't expect that just as he stepped through the door, he was directly grabbed by the bodyguards. Lin Yi looked carefully and didn't realize that this bodyguard was the leader of the VIP ward from last time. But what was he arresting himself for in the morning? Could it be that something had happened to the patient? Lin Yi guessed wildly. He didn't know what happened to the patient while he was away for a while. Mr. Lin, please take a look at my master's condition. Lin Yi first scanned the patient. Looking at his qi, there wasn't much of a problem. So, he hurriedly took his pulse and it was also very stable. It seemed to have passed the danger stage. The person looked very lucid now. No major problems. Chapter 28 Non-Disclosure Agreements. What do you guys mean by this? I'm just an ordinary doctor. You guys were stopping me and arresting me before. What are you up to now? Lin Yi was on fire. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was for doing this, but he only knew that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, so they kept treating him so poorly. Even if they were some kind of dignitary, they couldn't bully people like this. Lin Yi was very unhappy with these people's behavior. I'm sorry, we're just following the orders of our superiors, so I hope you can understand us. The leader was still bowing. His face still had that icy expression. Although his tone was apologetic, his face didn't show it at all. Then please tell me, who exactly is your superior? Who exactly is this person lying on the hospital bed? You guys better explain yourselves to me. Lin Yi scoffed the most at this kind of pretender, and to this day he didn't know who this person was. He had been kept in the dark all this time and didn't know anything. Since the other party's attitude was so bad, he naturally wouldn't be any better. This I can't tell you for now. There is about confidentiality. This confidentiality agreement I hope you can sign. You can leave after you sign it. The leader handed over a thick stack of paper. The paper was densely packed with words, hoping that the other parties would be able to sign it in a hurry. Important things can't be known by the other party, or else some secrets about their superiors will be discovered. Their jobs will naturally be lost, so they are just routine. Lin Yi seriously looked at the content of the confidentiality agreement, basically also clear what the content is. That is, the patient's situation cannot be disclosed to the outside world, but there was no need to write so many things. Lin Yi looked at these words with some puzzlement. These tasteless words are just like these ice-cold people in general. Lin Yi casually looked around at these people plus this confidentiality agreement. It is estimated that this person is a mayor-level person. No, this person is the mayor. Lin Yi returned the confidentiality agreement to the leader after reading it. He wasn't much interested in these black and white things, nor did he want to sign this. What a mess of an agreement. I won't sign this agreement. You guys take this agreement back. Lin Yi didn't know what the other party was thinking. Anyway, he just pretended to definitely think of himself as an ordinary doctor. No, if you don't sign this agreement today, I won't let you go. There's no way around it. Please forgive us. It's a request from the top. The leader continued to hand over the confidentiality agreement, speaking in a firm tone. There was no way around this matter. He still had to continue what he was doing. Although I won't be signing this agreement, but it's my duty as a doctor that confidentiality is the most important thing, so you guys don't need to worry about me talking about it. Lin Yi looked at them firmly. This agreement wouldn't mean anything. He didn't feel that having this agreement would really possess confidentiality. It was just going to be a psychological effect, right? It wasn't just an agreement that would test the hearts and minds of people. Instead, he would fulfill his duties as a common Daiukai. The leader looked at the scene in front of him half-heartedly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin. After all, they had never met, but he had come across many such doctors before, who had given up on secrecy because of money. So he didn't know what to do next now. So he had to turn his gaze to his master. Master, what do you think? Should we still let him sign next? Or just let him go like this? The patient lying on the bed looked at Lin. This was the first person ever to talk to him like this, so he still maintained a very curious attitude towards this person. The mayor had basically regained his sobriety and said with a smile, no matter what, he's also considered our savior, so if he's not willing to sign it then forget it. Don't treat our savior with that kind of attitude. The leader immediately understood the mayor's meaning and knew that his attitude just now wasn't very good, so he hurriedly raised a bow to Lin. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin, I have a problem with my attitude just now. I'm sure you can do your duties as a doctor well, so you don't need to sign this confidentiality agreement. Lin patted his shoulder. It's fine, I know you're just following orders, and it's only for the sake of your master's body, so it's not a big deal. Just as Lin was about to leave, the mayor called out to him at once. Dr. Lin, wait a moment to go, I have something to tell you. Although the mayor had come to his senses, he didn't have the same mid-air feeling he had before. What's wrong? If there's anything else that's uncomfortable in your body, you can feel free to look for me in the future. Although Lin wasn't too happy with the attitude of these people at the beginning, he was ultimately understandable. Besides, healing the sick and saving people was the most important reason. Everything else was understandable. This is my phone number. Thank you for being able to come and save me this time. If you need any help in the future, you can feel free to call me. The mayor handed over his phone. He was still quite satisfied with Dr. Lin, especially Lin's personality as well as his character. Okay, thanks. After Lin received the piece of paper, he casually placed it inside his pocket. Lin then continued to look after the other patients. After rescuing them for a while he looked at his watch. It was about time. At this point in time, he could also go and pick up Zhao Lingyu, but according to his current outfit, it would never work. So Lin hurriedly went to change into a suit, and then drove his car to the bottom of the company. This suit was really much more handsome than the white coat he was wearing just now. It's true that people rely on their clothes, and with this dress, Lin doesn't look quite the same. Now it was the company's off-work rush hour, and many people came out of the company's entrance, all looking at Lin in unison. After all, suddenly came a handsome man, has been waiting at the door, do not know which lucky boy is waiting. Lin accepted the gazes as well as the compliments of the people who came over, feeling happy in his heart. Before he was so plain, it was just to keep a low profile. Who says I can't be handsome? Just as Lin was admiring himself and gloating, he suddenly saw Han Zhangyang. Han Zhangyang? Why is it this guy again? What is this guy doing here at this hour? He's not going to steal the limelight from himself, right? It seems that the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Lin was slightly dissatisfied. Chapter 29, Misunderstood. Han Zhangyang drove his luxury car, wearing a luxurious and incomparable suit, and sized up Lin. After sizing him up, he revealed a snorting smile. I didn't expect you to be dressed quite humanly today, Lin. I didn't expect Mr. Han to dress quite humanly today, and you're quite the follower. Wherever I am, you're there. Lin naturally couldn't stand the fact that Han Zhangyang was also sneering here, so he hurriedly disliked back. Even if you're wearing a good outfit, so what? You're not still just a wild boy who came down from the mountains. Han Zhangyang sneered a few times. Just by virtue of his Han family's status, how could he be no better than such a wild boy? Yes, but I don't know why the Han family would go and steal the limelight from a wild boy. As a result, he even failed to steal it. I don't know what's going on. Lin smiled. That experience of defeating his opponent before was still in his head. As soon as Han Zhangyang heard those words, he thought of the humiliating scene from the previous session, so the nameless fire in his heart flared up again. This is the car I just bought. Then look at your car. I can't even bear to say anything. With a car like this you still have the nerve to come over and pick up Lingyu? Han Zhangyang said these words contemptuously, since he couldn't suppress him in other places, at least where money was concerned. He could do a good job of suppressing him, but I have a marriage contract with Lingyu. But do you? There's no way for you to refute that, right? Lin was a bit complacent. Although this was something that Zhao Lingyu hadn't admitted yet, his parents as well as Zhao Hansan had already admitted this. It was also considered to have helped him a lot invisibly. How about having a marriage relationship? Did Zhao Lingyu agree to it? I remember that he didn't agree before, so I have ways to snatch her over, Han Zhangyang said with a frown. The marriage contract that Lin was talking about was just a floating cloud. In the end, it was still unknown who Zhao Lingyu belonged to. As the saying goes, the door is right for the family. And he didn't believe that Zhao Lingyu would end up choosing a wild boy who came down from the mountains over him, who owned the Han Group. At this point, Han Zhangyang himself was still quite confident. Lin Yi was still very angry in his heart after listening to him ramble on. No matter what he said, the other party had to dislike him back. It really was a narrow road between enemies. They were able to run into each other in a place like this, and even if they ran into each other, they were actually able to ramble on for so long. Why don't you say anything? Could it be that what I'm saying is the truth and you don't have a way to refute it? Han Zhangyang was still in the midst of his smug attitude. Lin Yi was really at the idea that Han Zhangyang could be said to be unable to bear it anymore, so he clenched his fists, his veins rippling as he prepared to want to hit someone. He had wanted to restrain himself. After all, this was under Zhao Lingyu's company. He was not allowed to get rough. Just when his fist was about to swing out, Zhao Lingyu suddenly appeared. It could be said to be very coincidental. Lin Yi, what are you doing now? Who let you spread your wildness in my territory? After Zhao Lingyu saw the other party stretching out her fists, her fire instantly came up. The other party just wanted to hit someone, and it shouldn't be in her own turf. In that case, those employees who walked by would see what was going on. So how could she, as the boss, clean up the mess? Lin Yi froze for a moment after hearing what Zhao Lingyu said and hurriedly put his fists back. He hadn't expected the other party to come out at this hour. I just wanted to move my muscles. After all, I've been waiting for you here for too long. Lin Yi hurriedly moved his head, thinking of a foolproof way to explain, but he still couldn't change the fact that he had a clumsy mouth, and this reason was a little too far-fetched when he thought about it. Han Zhangyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yi, don't explain, I've seen it all. I hope you think about what you're doing before you act impulsively in the future. Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi with great dissatisfaction. Inside her eyes were all lost. Maybe it was because of that confession on the swing before, so Zhao Lingyu still felt very lost when she saw Lin Yi like this now. It's okay, Lingyu, I think Lin Yi was just a little impulsive. I don't care about that. Han Zhangyang then began to act as a decent person, which kind of gave him a good opportunity, right? Originally, he was still very angry in his heart, but now he was starting to gloat. It's a good thing that he didn't make a move just now, or else he guessed that the two of them would be treated as accomplices. Lingyu, listen to my explanation. Things aren't what you think they are. Lin Yi felt aggrieved. If it wasn't for Han Zhangyang mocking himself in 100 ways just now, he wouldn't have had to make a move, and he wouldn't have been misunderstood by Zhao Lingyu. You don't need to explain. I only know that you're the one who made a move, and you're the one who made it impossible for me to solve the mess in front of so many employees again. Zhao Lingyu was very annoyed. He was a bit at a loss in the face of this situation. Lingyu, don't be angry. I believe Lin Yi didn't do it on purpose. Let's go first. So Han Zhangyang put his arm around Zhao Lingyu's shoulders and walked away. Zhao Lingyu didn't refuse and followed Han Zhangyang into his car. Han Zhangyang also didn't forget to turn around and give Lin Yi a triumphant smile. A smile that still had contempt and mockery in it. Lin Yi was a bit lost and sad. He didn't know why Zhao Lingyu wasn't willing to listen to his explanation. So Lin Yi thought of it. He heard that in the city they all go to the bar when they are in a bad mood. Lin Yi then wanted to go there to have a look and relieve his depressing emotions in the meantime. Just as he entered the bar, it was very noisy and loud inside, and Lin Yi was a little less accustomed to it. He had always lived in the mountains, so he had always lived a clean life. Hello sir, do you have a reserved card seat here? The person at the door stopped Lin Yi at once. Lin Yi was still in his daytime suit, somewhat out of place with the scene here. Card seat? What is a card seat? Lin Yi was flabbergasted. He had never heard of this term before and didn't know what this meant. The other party couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Yi's mute appearance. It's fine, sir, if you don't have a reservation on your side, you can go to the loose table. The person at the door let him in. Lin Yi didn't know what he meant by loose tables, and then looked around for a spot where he could sit down. Lin Yi sat his ass down on the sofa in front of the DJ table, only to have the man at the door come back. Sir, since you don't have a reservation, don't sit on our card seats, okay, thanks. That person then led Lin Yi to the location of the loose table. Lin Yi's entire being seemed like she was still inside a dream, not knowing what had just happened. She felt like this world was out of place with her. Chapter 30, Encountering Wang Jue. Lin Yi felt incredibly awkward. He felt very strange being inside this range and he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Seeing the people jumping around inside the dance floor, he sat quietly in his seat alone. Handsome guy, do you want to have a drink together? Only to see a beautiful woman in a revealing dress holding a glass of wine came straight over. Seeing this man in a suit, he felt that he was very rich, so she hurriedly went up to strike up a conversation. Sorry, I don't know how to drink. Lin Yi encountered such a scene for the first time. He shook his head at a loss for words. You don't know how to drink, what are you doing over here? What a bummer. The woman saw that she had been rejected and was obviously a little upset in her heart, so she said these words in a conspiratorial manner. Linny didn't pay any attention to her. He originally wanted to come over to have fun, but it seemed like after coming over he realized he didn't really know what to do. Just as Linny was thinking about what he needed to do next, he didn't realize that there was someone right in front of him making a scene. A group of people were gathered there chattering, not knowing what they were doing. Linny easily went over to see what was going on. Do you guys know whose territory this is? Still dare to make trouble here? I know. What's wrong? Even if it's your turf. So what? I didn't expect that after a simple piece of conversation, only a bam could be heard, and a young man suddenly lay on the ground. This person didn't look very old. How could he lie on the ground so quickly? Linny felt puzzled and walked over. Probably out of the instincts of a doctor, he immediately diagnosed the patient lying on the ground. Linny took out a few silver needles he had with him and then stabbed them. Soon that patient had come to his senses, not realizing that after waking up he directly inquired, "Where did all those people run off to just now?" Linny laughed helplessly. "You almost died yourself and you're still concerned about where those people went just now?" That patient was probably still not very lucid. He thought that the words Linny had just said were provoking him, that he was in their gang. So the patient stretched out his hand and grabbed Linny, his eyes not stopping looking at Linny for a moment. Linny was even more helpless in his heart. He had never encountered such a scene before. He didn't know why this patient kept grabbing himself after waking up. Could it be that he saw himself as a rival? "Why do you keep grabbing me? Are you uncomfortable somewhere again? Hurry up and let go of me." Linny wanted to shake off his hand, but he couldn't get rid of it. This guy was really difficult to deal with. "You're not still provoking me, are you? Just now if it wasn't for me being unwell, how could I fall to the ground? We're fighting." The other guy stood up aggressively ready to fight. Linny slapped his face, trying to wake him up and show him who he really was. The other party was slapped and was about to get up to fight, but his mind suddenly felt that the face in front of him looked particularly familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere, because Han Zhengyan's media work was still very much in place before. Lin Yi's face had already appeared on the internet I don't know how many times, and every time, it basically appeared on the headlines. So many people had already memorized the look of his face. "I'm sorry, you can't be that Lin Yi, the heir to the Green Mountain sect, who was so hot on the internet before." The other party was clearly taken aback, and after releasing his hand, he stepped back. "Yes, I'm Lin Yi, I'm no match for you, hurry up and let me go." Lin Yi was relieved to see that the other party recognized him, otherwise he would have to be beaten up for no reason. "Since you're Lin Yi then I can't let you go even more. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you." The other party continued to grab Lin Yi with his hand, with no intention of letting go. Lin Yi was flabbergasted for a moment. He didn't know what kind of medicine the other party was selling inside his gourd. "If you have any questions, just hurry up and ask them. I don't want to stay here anymore, especially if I'm being grabbed by you. Is it true about you and Zhao Group's Zhao Lingyu? Do you really have an engagement with her? I heard about it from the internet." The other party revealed a hint of a very curious look before staring straight at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was speechless. He had thought that the other party wanted to ask something about his identity, but he didn't expect that he would end up gossiping about his relationship with Zhao Lingyu. "I can't tell you about this matter yet for the time being, but I guess you should know before too long." Lin Yi pretended to be mysterious. He didn't want others to know about this relationship between the two of them. Anyway, if he was able to chase Zhao Lingyu and really marry the other party, then it should be on the headlines soon. "Alright then, I won't ask too many questions. Thank you for saving me just now. My name is Wang Yu." Wang Shui saw that the other party was a bit reluctant to say anything, so he didn't want to ask any further. After all, this matter also involves people's privacy. If he keeps on asking, he might make this relationship stiff. "Hello, Wang Shui." Lin Yi felt that this name was a bit familiar, but he still didn't know who the other party was. "Do you know who I am?" Wang Shui felt very strange. Normally people would basically feel very surprised after hearing this name, but I didn't expect Lin Yi to be a bit breezy after hearing it. No ripples at all. "I don't know, but I think you should take the initiative to tell me." Lin Yi sized up the person in front of him. This person's clothes could be said to be rather extravagant, and he was carrying different jewelry. According to his age he was basically a rich second generation. "No doubt about it. I'm the second son of the biggest jeweler in the city. If you have any jewelry you can't buy in the future you can come and ask me for it." Wang Shui briefly introduced himself. As expected he was carrying so much jewelry on him. At first glance he was a person with an uncomplicated status. "Thank you for today. I don't know how to thank you better. If not for you, I guess I would still be lying on the ground." Wang Yu saw that the other party was still breezy. It seemed that Lin Yi could be said to be exactly the same as the rumors. The rumors said that he didn't like money, and that he was plain and simple on weekdays. Only why he appeared in this place now, he still found it strange. Maybe everyone had everyone's pressure, so he was able to understand. No need to be polite. Saving lives and helping the injured, that's my duty. It's not to save you specifically, so you don't need to think about it so much. I hope I don't run into you lying on the ground next time. Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud. I guess if it wasn't for the accident, he didn't really want to be lying on the ground. Chapter 31, There's something wrong with your body. Don't worry, that was just an accident. My body is fine. I promise there won't be a next time. Wang Shui patted his hard body, then raised that wine glass as if nothing had happened. Since we've come all the way here, we're kind of destined for each other. I'll toast you. The opposite person's medical skills were very good. On top of a good first impression, it was appropriate for the two to make a friend. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't get sick, can they? Just as Wang Shui was about to drink all this wine in one go, Linny stopped him. Wait, I don't think your physical condition is suitable for drinking. You wait first. Linny felt that there must be something wrong with his body, otherwise he wouldn't have collapsed on the ground just now. If he drank now, it would definitely have an effect on his body. It would be troublesome if something happened at that time. After all, he was the second son of a jeweler. Are you looking down on me? What could be wrong with drinking this little bit of wine? Wang Shui still thought that Linny was looking down on him, so his speech became a bit impolite. Linny directly snatched his cup over. If you want to thank me, accompany me to the hospital. Otherwise don't talk nonsense. Wang Shui didn't know what the other party wanted to do. However, the glass had already been snatched away, and the other party obviously wouldn't stop until he reached his goal, so he could only follow. Linny dragged Wang Yu to the hospital. Wang Yu lay down on the hospital bed. He wanted to prove that he was not sick. Feel free to check. I'm not sick. Drinking won't be a problem either. I've had so much wine. What could be wrong with me? Wang Shui revealed a very confident smile. He was very confident in his body. Just be a good boy and let me check. You also know that I'm a great doctor. Lin Yi examined him carefully, and as expected, there was indeed something wrong with Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu almost had a brain hemorrhage. If he had drunk that glass of wine just now, he would probably be finished. Luckily, Lin Yi had carefully observed him and was dead set on dragging him inside the hospital. This is the X-ray that I took for you just now. You can take a closer look at what's going on in your brain. You're already in a very dangerous situation. You're almost going to have a brain hemorrhage. Lin Yi was afraid that the other party wouldn't believe what he said, so he hurriedly showed the results of the examination he had just taken to the other party. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then looked at this X-ray seriously. How is this possible? Luckily you found it in time, or else I'd be screwed. Wang Yu didn't want to believe it, but the facts were in front of him. He suddenly became apprehensive and his heart and sighed deeply before lying on the hospital bed without moving. Lin Yi, so what should I do now? Should I sit and wait for death? Or is there some kind of treatment? Wang Yu was starting to get a little nervous. He didn't know what to do about this disease. Don't worry about it. I can cure this disease. This is some Chinese medicine I've prepared for you. Just eat lightly and take care of your rest these days. Lin Yi handed him the prescription he had just written. Thank you so much. I wish I could have met you earlier. It's a pity we only met now. Wang Shui excitedly received the prescription before lamenting. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's words, he wouldn't have been able to say that he had already died. So his gratitude towards Lin Yi Linshan was beyond words. There's no need to thank me. I said it's my duty. Next you just take your time to get well. Lin Yi was ready to leave. After all, this matter of a brain hemorrhage was not a small matter. He still needed to rest. Okay, I'll look for you to play after I've rested. Wang Yu laid down peacefully, quietly thinking about what to do in the future. Lin Yi returned to his office after he finished solving this matter. He carefully thought back to the things that happened during the day. Actually, to be honest, there was still some unwillingness in his heart, especially since he was misunderstood by Zhao Lingyu, so he decided that he still had to go and explain this matter clearly. At the very least, he had to make himself feel better in his heart. The next day, Lin Yi had changed his clothes early and appeared at the bottom of the building in a handsome and sunny look waiting for Zhao Lingyu to get off work. This time he waited very calmly at the bottom of the building. He didn't believe that Han Zhanyang would also show up today. Soon enough, Zhao Lingyu got off work and was taken aback when she saw Lin Yi standing next to the car. She thought that Lin Yi wouldn't wait for him under the building after that incident yesterday, but she didn't expect him to continue to stick around under the building today. What's the matter, Lin Yi? Is there something you want to do by staying under the company so early today? Mainly, I wanted to have a cup of coffee with you, and by the way, explain what happened yesterday. Lin Yi said directly. No matter what, he had to explain yesterday's matter clearly. Alright, then let's go to the cafe and have a cup of coffee. Zhao Lingyu knew Lin Yi's mind, and since he had specially come, it wasn't good to refuse. Although Zhao Lingyu was still a bit angry about what happened yesterday, she also wanted to hear what explanation Lin Yi had. Yesterday's matter was actually like this. I was waiting for you at the bottom of the building, then later Han Zhanyang came and kept provoking me there. Lin Yi plainly described yesterday's events once again, factually, without any exaggerations. Then how did you do it in a good way? And what happened in between? Zhao Lingyu listened carefully to what the other party said, then imagined that image. Later on, he said that he would definitely snatch you over, and said that our marriage contract was useless at all. So I got a little angry and wanted to make a move, and it just so happened that you showed up and misunderstood that I wanted to hit him. Linny had already thought clearly. Some things were good to say directly. Zhao Lingyu believed if she believed. He couldn't force her if she didn't. Things were already in the past. It was good to say what needed to be said, and let the rest take its course. Well, I probably also know what happened. In the future you shouldn't be so impulsive. Otherwise it's easy to be misunderstood. Zhao Lingyu brought herself into it and then imagined that image. If it was herself who was misunderstood, her heart would be very uncomfortable. She somewhat understood how Linny felt, if what Linny said was true. However, it didn't seem to be quite the same as what Han Zhanyang had said yesterday, and she hadn't seen the full picture at the scene, so she didn't know who to believe now. The main thing was that there were basically no points that were too similar between what the two people said, so she couldn't tell who was right. Lingyu, I'm telling the truth. There's no need for me to lie to you. As for who to believe, I respect your choice. Linny could see Zhao Lingyu's hesitation. In this situation, it was useless to say anymore. That was it. There was no need to say anymore. Chapter 32, Meeting Again. Well, I know. Zhao Lingyu ultimately wasn't sure who to trust exactly. However, she wasn't as trusting of Han Zhanyang either, and had seeds of doubt. When Linny saw this half-hearted attitude of Zhao Lingyu, he suddenly felt a bit remorseful. Actually, he hadn't thought about coming to explain anything. In his opinion, if Zhao Lingyu believed in him, then there was no need for him to explain anything. If she didn't believe him, what was the point of explaining more? But at that time in the hospital room, Wang Yu said something that made him change his mind. At that time, Wang Shui looked at Linny seriously. I know what happened between you and Zhao Lingyu, and I guess there should be a third person among you. Linny didn't expect the other party to hit the nail on the head all of a sudden, and also guessed so clearly. How do you know so clearly? Who told you? I want to know. Of course there can be a way I know. After all, I'm the second son of a jeweler. Money can't do a lot of things. Wang Shui revealed a bright smile. I have to say that money is good for doing things. A lot of things can be easily solved through money. But what's the use of you knowing these things? Linny was a bit perplexed. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was for knowing this matter. Of course I know this matter in order to come and help you. After all, you saved my life. It's only natural for me to help you with this. Wang Red confidently looked through his cell phone. I guess all of the above are some information and so on. That thing before where you went out and hit someone. I think it's still necessary for you to explain clearly to Zhao Lingyu. Otherwise the misunderstanding will be bigger. Linny didn't think it mattered, but Wang Yu analyzed it for him. There were times when communication was important. If there had been no explanation, the misunderstanding would have deepened. Thank you. I'll think about this matter. I'll think about how I'll explain it to her when the time comes. Linny changed his mind by what Wang Yu said. There are also some results of Han Jingyang's investigation that I've organized into a file. I'll send it to you together at that time. Linny felt that Wang Yu was still very bold. After all, when other people heard Han Jingyang's name they all wanted to run away. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to send himself to help with his own investigation. Trouble you, but you're also quite bold. Actually daring to investigate Han Zhangyang, the son of Han Group. What wouldn't I dare to do? Anyway, if something goes wrong, it's also my father who will help me carry the load. It's not like I need to be personally responsible for it. Wang Shui looked at Linny cunningly. Linny pretended to sigh a little bit. The dads of these sons of ES can be really pitiful. When something happens, they're the ones who carry the load. I really don't know what to say. So Linny thought for half a day before coming to Zhao Lingyu's company to look for her. Lingyu, I think that day by day. I won't explain too much about the rest. Zhao Lingyu smiled a little. I believe that day long will definitely be able to tell who's right and who's wrong. There's no need to bring this topic up again. Right? Good. I don't know what you've been busy with lately. Why don't you tell me about it? Linny directly changed the topic. I've been busy with something about the group's new project recently, so I've been rather busy as well, and I don't know what to do next to go in what direction. Zhao Lingyu started to get a bit of a headache when she thought about these topics. Ever since that previous fiasco, the group had slowly started to get better, so there are all sorts of messy projects coming up to ask for cooperation. Zhao Lingyu can't rest assured that other people, especially those old men who only want to grab the position. Every project is approved by her personally, and she needs to see every word personally. So every day she had to read the documents until very late at night, but it couldn't be helped. This was after all a time when the company was just taking off, so she had to work hard. She couldn't let the other old men look down on her strength. Then you've worked hard these days. The coffee in this store does taste pretty good. Linny saw that the other party was frowning now, so he hurriedly picked a lighter topic. This coffee shop is under the name of our group. The coffee beans in this store are all personally selected by me. And the baristas are also selected by me one by one. Zhao Lingyu savored the taste of these coffees. This was before when his grandfather was still in the company. She was bored with idleness, so she came to take care of this cafe. Unexpectedly, this time it had become the only place she could use for amusement. No wonder the decor of this store is so beautiful and the coffee is delicious. So this is something you took care of with your own hands. Lin Yi couldn't help but praise it. Afterwards, the two began to chat in detail for a while longer. The inside of the cafe filled with laughter. The two people spent a very pleasant and wonderful evening together. I wonder if there's any chance that I can send a Miss Lingyu back today. Lin Yi deliberately made a very gentlemanly inviting gesture. Zhao Lingyu smiled and then agreed. Then I can only trouble Mr. Lin to give me a ride. Hard work, driver Lin. It's my honor to serve Miss Lingyu. Miss Lingyu, please get in the car. And so the two got on the bus with laughter, without a trace of unpleasant emotions, and seemed to have forgotten about the previous incident through the night's exchanges as well. Unexpectedly on this way was Han Zhengyang saw. Han Zhengyang watched the two of them go in. In his heart, it could be said that he was already furious, but since Zhao Lingyu was still present, he couldn't get angry. Finally, he waited until Zhao Lingyu had gone in, so he hurriedly called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's really a narrow escape. I didn't expect you to be here as well. I advise you to hurry up and quit. The two of you aren't compatible at all. Han Zhengyang used a very bad tone to force Lin Yi to quit. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely not going to quit. You don't need to waste your words. Just do well for yourself. Lin Yi looked at him disdainfully, his heart full of unpleasant emotions, but pretended to be very calm. After that previous incident, he decided to think twice about everything. If he was seen being so impulsive like this again, then all the efforts he had made before would be for nothing. This isn't my tone of discussion with you. I'm ordering you to stay away from Lingyu in the future. I hope you don't know better. Han Zhengyang was even angrier in his heart when he heard such a flat tone from the other party. What kind of wild brat dared to talk to him like this, and with such a bad attitude? There was nothing Han Zhengyang wanted that he couldn't get, including women. Chapter 33, Embarrassing as hell. Is there any use in what you said? You should know that Zhao Lingyu came back with me today. If there's nothing else, you're standing here alone. Mr. Han. Lin Yi glanced back at the direction Zhao Lingyu had just gone, then mocked Han Zhengyang. Han Zhengyang was so infuriated that he didn't know what to say to make it better, standing in place and looking at Lin Yi with hatred. As for Lin Yi, he had long since left. He wasn't interested in accompanying this eunuch here to keep chatting. Han Zhengyang endured a load of anger in his stomach, then returned home. Han Rui had eaten at the dining table with great interest, and as soon as he saw that his unfilial son had returned, he directly threw his chopsticks on the table. How is your relationship with Zhao Lingyu these days? A few simple words, but the deterrent was strong. Han Zhengyang had just eaten a bellyful of fire, and now that he was faced with his father like this, he could only say weakly, things are still going well. Dad, you don't need to worry. What situation is still going well? Don't think that I don't know what situation you guys are in. After all, Korea Roy was an old fox and could see through what his son was thinking with a glance. Besides, the matter between Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi before could be said to have been a big deal, and it had all reached his ears. That was why Korea Rui didn't believe what his son said. Dad, it's just a matter of time. How can that wild boy be better than me? Don't worry about it, Han Zhengyang said with a confident look on his face. There was no way he could not compare to that wild boy. Whether it was based on his own charisma or the Han Group's charisma, he was confident that he could get Zhao Lingyu in his pocket. I hope you finish this as soon as possible. Time is running out. Don't let someone else get there first. Korea Rui looked at his son half-heartedly. He didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. Alright, I know. I'll finish this matter as soon as possible. Han Zhengyang's hanging heart was sort of put down. Although this kind of thing was rather tricky, it still wouldn't do if it wasn't done quickly. I heard that recently Zhao Group is grabbing a piece of land. You have to prepare for it. It's best to grab this piece of land and take the opportunity to perform well in front of Zhao Lingyu. Han Zhengyang shared what he had recently inquired about with his son. The main purpose was to use this opportunity to completely get Zhao Lingyu. Alright, I'll go find Zhao Lingyu tomorrow to find out about this matter. It's best to snatch this piece of land from his hands. Han Zhengyang frowned and began to think about tomorrow's plan. He was a bit despondent, but he believed that according to the strength of the Han Group, getting a piece of land would still be easy. I hope you can live up to my expectations of you. So Han Zhengyang made an appointment with Zhao Lingyu the next morning, wanting to probe about the plot of land. Mr. Han, how come you're free to come see me these days? Zhao Lingyu was flabbergasted. It seemed like the last time they met was when they were under the company. Nothing, just catching up on old times. Just thought I'd come out to meet after not seeing you for so long. Han Zhengyang used a hint of a sunny smile, looking innocent and harmless. That's such an honor. Zhao Lingyu smiled a little and gently sipped the cup of coffee in front of her. I heard that, Lingyu. You've been a bit busy lately. Don't wear out your body. Have you been busy with anything lately? Han Zhangyang intended to get to the point after exchanging a few pleasantries. I've been busy with something about real estate lately. How come Mr. Han is also interested in these? Zhao Lingyu was getting a bit of a headache. This piece of land could be said to be very sought after, so he was reluctant to tell the news about this piece of land for the time being. No matter who it was, I'm still quite interested in real estate matters. I wonder which parcel of land Mr. Zhao has been grabbing lately, so I can learn from the experience. Han Zhangyang wanted to get some words out of Zhao Lingyu's side, wanting to know a bit about the other party's goals. Well, it's just some of the more popular land parcels. It's not very important. Mr. Han, what have you been busy with lately? Zhao Lingyu carefully savored what the other party said. She didn't know why Han Zhangyang was particularly concerned about his business matters today. Zhao Lingyu felt a little strange. On weekdays, Han Zhangyang would at most ask something about his private life, and basically wouldn't interfere in business matters. I still don't know what I'm busy with lately. My old man hasn't given me some specific tasks yet, so I'm taking care of some small business of my own. Han Zhangyang felt a slight loss in his heart, not realizing that he had actually failed in his attempt to set up someone else's words, and had been reduced to such a state. It seems that the other side is still not enough to so trust themselves. It seems that at first in front of their own father boast is a wrong choice, but Han Zhangyang firmly believed that he still had a chance to succeed, as long as the relationship between the two of them could go further. This land matter, he wouldn't be able to know about it easily. Mr. Han is really young and talented. He can monopolize a side of the world with some of his own skills alone, unlike me who was only able to grow up under the shelter of my grandfather. Zhao Lingyu sighed and looked out the window in deep thought. It was true that she hadn't done much since such a long time ago, and had even caused the group to face several crises. This time, with the land matter, she would definitely make good use of the opportunity. She wanted to prove her strength to everyone as well as those shareholders. No, these are just things within my power. I'll challenge myself even more. Han Zhangyang was startled by the sudden compliment. He didn't expect Zhao Lingyue to praise herself so much, and he was a bit embarrassed. Since the atmosphere was already here, it would be better to let the two of them take their relationship even further. Han Zhangyang thought about it for a while, and choosing a day was better than crashing it, so he decided to strike today. Lingyu, there's actually something I've been wanting to talk to you about. Han Zhangyang was a bit apprehensive inwardly, as he had already sidestepped the issue before, but the answers were all negative answers, so he didn't know if he could succeed this time. But regardless of whether it would work or not, he hoped that he would be able to try again. What if it just worked? Go ahead, but I don't feel like there's anywhere I should be able to help you, but I can act as a listener. Zhao Lingyu thought that the other party wanted to talk to her about official matters, so she listened extra attentively. Just as Han Zhangyang was about to open his mouth, Linny suddenly came to the window, then waved his hand at Zhao Lingyu. Zhao Lingyu revealed a bright smile, a smile that was still very dazzling, and also waved her hand enthusiastically to Linny. Han Zhangyang froze in place. Chapter 34, Collaborative Finale. Han Zhangyang had already brewed up his emotions in organized language, but he didn't expect the wrongdoers to intercept him by this kid. Linny hurriedly walked in. He knew that this guy Han Zhangyang must not have anything good to say about finding Zhao Lingyu. Luckily, he knew through Wang Shui that Han Zhangyang would definitely be looking for Zhao Lingyue today, so he hurriedly rushed over. Luckily, it seemed like there was nothing wrong above the time, and the two of them seemed like nothing had happened. Lin Yi, why are you here too? Zhao Lingyu blinked a pair of curious eyes and looked at Lin Yi curiously. Lin Yi, on the other hand, calmly hooked up the corner of his mouth and acted very plainly. It was actually me who wanted to discuss your grandfather's condition with you. That's why I specifically looked for it, and I didn't expect Mr. Han to be here as well. Lin Yi deliberately found a reason that he had no way to refuse. Otherwise, this Han Zhangyang would probably be stirring up trouble again. Zhao Lingyu knew what had happened after seeing Lin Yi's smile, because she had only just met her grandfather not too long ago. Her grandfather was definitely fine, and Lin Yi was doing this in order to forcefully take herself away. But Zhao Lingyu just saw through it and didn't say anything, and then kept this matter within herself, developing a good feeling for this kind of domineering behavior. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, but taking away Lingyu for a bit, I believe you don't have any problem with that. After all, we're going to discuss the condition. Lin Yi spoke to Han Zhangyang in a conspiratorial manner. His tone had a faint flavor of provocation. Although Han Zhangyang was annoyed in his heart when he heard this, he could only continue to hold back this fire. He had to act civilized. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I'm going to discuss my grandfather's condition now, so I'm sorry for not accompanying you. Oh yeah, what was that thing you just told me was important? Zhao Lingyu picked up on what Lin Yi had just said before she remembered that it seemed like they were still chatting just now. It's nothing much, Not very important. You go ahead and discuss Grandpa's condition. I hope Grandpa can recover soon. Han Zhengyang froze. He had thought of what to say, but now there was this guy Lin. The current atmosphere wasn't suitable to say these words. He could only hold it back. Damn Lin, what a bad time to show up. Don't let me run into you in the future. Han Zhengyang clenched his fists and sat quietly on a chair by himself, silently watching the backs of the two people leaving. Lin, on the other hand, pulled Zhao Lingyu along the way. In the future, lessen your dealings with him. Got it? Zhao Lingyu was suddenly hit hard by this overbearing behavior. Her originally strong heart suddenly started to soften, and she seemed to kinda like this feeling. No, I was just discussing some official business with him. I wasn't discussing anything else. Don't get me wrong. Zhao Lingyu's heart felt a little deer in the headlights. She didn't know what she was saying anymore, as if she shouldn't be explaining this, but these words had already come out of her mouth. How could she put them back? Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. The company. Thanks. So Linny drove his car slowly and leisurely to send Zhao Lingyu back to the company. After dropping her off, he started thinking about where to go next. Go home? Or go to the hospital? Unexpectedly, just as he started to hesitate, a call suddenly came over. Dr. Lin, there's a patient in a very critical condition over here. I hope you'll hurry over and take a look. After Linny heard this urgent call, he then obligingly hurriedly drove to the hospital. The patient was very important to him, and he could sacrifice his time off to save this patient, which was a basic duty as a doctor. Linny rushed to the emergency room. On his way here he had already heard about the patient's situation. This patient's situation is very dangerous. Aortic rupture, severe vascular constriction, is already in a dying state. The slightest carelessness will have the risk of direct death. Linny frowned tightly at himself as he quickly walked into the operating room, but found that Han Zhengyang was actually inside as well. Since he had already come here so early, he shouldn't need himself, lest he find something like stealing the limelight again at that time. Linny pondered for a moment, but he looked outside the operating room and realized that it was all reporters. It seemed like he had a dilemma. If this surgery was done, who would get the credit? But if he didn't do it, what would the reporters say about him? It would be a big blow to his reputation. Linny did not know what to do, but looked at the patient lying on the hospital bed in front of him dying. Linny, after careful consideration, decided to stay. Even if he had a big grudge against Han Zhengyang before, he shouldn't count this anger on the patient. He was a doctor. He had to have his own basic morals. He wasn't someone like Han Zhengyang, so Linny decided to join forces with Han Zhengyang. I don't need your help. You can just leave. Don't get in the way here. Han Zhengyang saw that Linny had come, and this was the one thing that would give him the best of both worlds. Whether Linny left or stayed, he would only benefit himself, but it would be more beneficial to him if he left. I'm not someone like you. I won't fall on my sword. Besides, they're all the same patients in my eyes. Linny sneered. Since the other party disliked him, then he wouldn't be polite. Then it depends on whether you have the skills or not. But don't lift a stone and hit your own foot. Han Zhengyang glanced at Linny. He still felt that he didn't have such a great ability until now. Alright, no more nonsense. Hurry up and save the patient. He's in this condition now. If we talk more nonsense, he might die. Taking advantage of the time he was talking, Linny had already gauged the actual situation of this patient. And by the way, he had looked at all the data on top of all the equipment inside the operating room. Good. Han Zhengyang gave a helpless bitter smile, then took out his knife and prepared to start the surgery. It had to be said that these two people's dislike of people was still getting stronger and stronger. After the perfect cooperation between the two, although it was said that the two people's ability to cooperate wasn't very strong, the strength of the two people was both still good. This patient was pulled back from the brink of death, and his basic vital signs began to stabilize, and he only needed reasonable rest and recuperation at a later stage. Outside, the reporter also began to have reported up. Soon enough, this matter had made the headlines. Divine Dr. Lin's first perfect cooperation with Mr. Han wraps up. Have you guys heard? Mr. Han and Divine Dr. Lin from the previous competition have actually started working together. Chapter 35, Elevation of Status. Really? I heard that the two of them were at odds before, but now I didn't realize that they actually started working together. It's true. It's all out on the news. And I heard that the surgery was very successful. They actually saved someone who was all about to die. Everyone was very curious about this headline news. Every time but any news that had Lin E in it was able to be directly fired onto the headlines. It was probably because he had a very mysterious identity after all. It was the heir of the Green Mountain sect. Once this mysterious identity was added, all the news became very attractive. As this news dissipated, what came right after was news about Han Zhengyang, and it was overwhelming news, and the news was all different news of different kinds. However, most of them were about some positive news about Han Zhengyang, all praising how good his medical skills were. Divine Dr. Han is back in action. Han Group's Han Zhengyang went abroad to study medicine for 10 years, and then returned home to be a small doctor in anonymity. Lin Yi took a serious look at the content of the report, although there was some exaggeration in a large part of it. However, these exaggerations were meant to grab attention, and Lin Yi understood these media workers. After Lin Yi had finished reading the reports, he added that he had met with Han Zhengyang earlier. After reading these reports, Lin Yi felt that Han Zhengyang's ability was still very strong after working with him for a while. It was just that perhaps in terms of his personality and character, Lin Yi disliked it very much. Lin Yi didn't know if the contents of these reports were true or false, so he directly turned his hand and made a call to Wang Red. Wang Reed, I want to ask you something. As soon as Wang Reed heard that it was Lin Yi who had called, he immediately became giddy. I probably know what you want to ask. It can't be about Han Zhengyang. That's right, tell me everything you know. Lin Yi said solemnly. He was actually quite curious to know whether all those reports about Han Zhengyang were true or false right now. There are quite a lot of reports about him on the internet lately, but the matter of him going abroad to study medicine for 10 years is true, although Wang Yu didn't want to admit this matter either. But it was helpless. The university that Han Zhengyang studied at was run by a friend of his dad's. As much as I don't want to admit this matter, it's true that his medical skills are still quite brilliant. Lin Yi, you have to watch out for him. Wang Yu knew that Lin Yi was worried about something, and although he couldn't help it, he could only tell him everything he knew. Okay, thank you. I'll definitely be careful. Lin Yi thought carefully about what Wang Shui said. It was assumed that the media was invited over by Han Zhengyang this time, otherwise a mere surgery wouldn't have attracted so many reporters to come over for interviews. Han Zhengyang's purpose was definitely to stabilize his position in the country. He had probably already been suppressed by Lin Yi before, so he wanted to rise now. But you can just relax. Many of these reports are things that don't exist. Wang Shui felt as if the situation on the opposite side was not good, so he hurriedly comforted him. In his eyes, Han Zhengyang was just a minion. A fool who would only act recklessly under his father's patronage was just that. He didn't care to pussyfoot around with this kind of person. I actually don't hate his medical skills. I just think there are some problems with his human side. That's why I really don't appreciate him. Lin Yi spoke his truth. In terms of medical skills, he actually didn't have much of an involved relationship with Han Zhengyang. After all, Lin Yi had always been a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't need to rely on his medical skills to bring him much money. Han Zhengyang, on the other hand, was different. As the heir of the group, he had to rely on his medical skills to prove his strength and his untouchable status in the country. Lin Yi, pat yourself on the back. Are you sure you just hate his person? Are you sure there are no other aspects of him that you hate? Lin Yi could even imagine the scene on the other side of the phone. Wang Shui must be wearing a hint of an impish smile and raising his eyebrows over there. Lin Yi started to play dumb. What are you talking about? How come I don't know anything? I do hate him for who he is. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Lin Yi, stop it. Isn't most of the reason you're at odds with him because of Zhao Lingyu? You've got to make the most of your opportunity. Don't let this guy get there first. Wang Yu directly broke Lin Yi's pretentious scene and said all the words that were on his mind. Lin Yi was instantly poked and prodded, shyly lowering his head. It was good that it wasn't a face-to-face exchange either. Alright, I admit, it's indeed because of Lingyu. He's always eyeballing my women. I naturally hate him. Lin Yi decided that it was better to admit it in a big way. Anyway, Wang Shui knew everything. There was nothing more he could hide. So what are you going to do next? Are you going to sit back and wait for death? Or launch some kind of attack? Wang Yu began to worry about his good brother. After all, this woman to pick up was not simple. Ever since last time, he had completely treated Lin Yi as his good brother, so he had secretly helped him out a lot. I intend to certainly not be a sitting duck, but I haven't figured out how to launch an attack yet. Lin Yi looked worried. Recently Han Zhengyang's reports could be said to be getting more and more popular. All of a sudden, he was held in a very high position. Lin Yi was worried if he would miss out on an opportunity because of his status. I think you can instead raise your status first, and after you're about the same status as Han Zhengyang, the two of you can have a fair competition. Otherwise, you can always be a head shorter than him. Wang Yu's heart grew angry when he thought about Han Zhengyang's overbearing appearance. Although he hadn't come into contact with him many times, he could still clearly know from within the various gossips. I think it's a good idea. I'll find a way to improve my position when the time comes. Although Lin Yi didn't really like the idea of relying on his medical skills to gain any fame or fortune, it seemed like he had to do something about it now. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely help you. It's still not hard for me to raise a small thing like status. Wang Shui revealed a confident smile. For him, the second son of a jeweler, this matter was not as easy as a slap in the face. As long as he gave a small thought to that clever brain of his, this matter would be solved. Thank you then, it's all yours. Lin Yi was naturally not polite. Chapter 36 Luxury Banquet. Don't worry, this matter will be wrapped up on me. When the time comes, you change into a more handsome costume. Time, address I will send you. Wang Shui had already premeditated everything. Since he said that he would wrap this matter up on him, he would definitely do a good job on this matter. He didn't want to disappoint his savior. Alright then, that's all for now. Linny didn't know what the other party meant. He only knew that he would just follow this. Wang Shui shouldn't be doing anything unfavorable to himself in Lin Yi's initial opinion right now. After Lin Yi received the instructions, he hurriedly went to pick out a more suitable outfit, at least in his opinion. This outfit was already the most luxurious inside his closet. So that night, Lin Yi followed Wang Yu's instructions and arrived at the place he had agreed upon. But apparently Wang Shui sized him up and revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Why are you dressed so plainly? Today I'm doing this to try and raise your status, so please grow some face for me. Lin Yi took a look at what he was wearing from head to toe with a disinterested look on his face. This is already the best clothes inside my closet. Besides, I don't think it's necessary to dress so well for a party. Come on, this is a luxurious party. If you dress like this you're probably going to be blown out. Forget it, just come with me. Wang Shui saw Lin Yi in this state. If he appeared in this state, it was estimated that Lin Yi would not be the only one who would be disgraced. Even he, the prince, would be laughed at for 10,000 years. Alright, after all, I'm going out on your name. Since Boss Wang is so generous, then I won't be polite. Lin Yi naturally smiled happily after hearing this, although he actually wasn't too calculating about these aspects, but because of the party, so he had to recompromise. In order to regain Zhao Lingyu, he could appropriately change his clothing and dress. So Wang Yu brought Lin Yi to a very famous clothing store. This clothing store was under the name of the Wang Group. Wang Shui personally helped Lin Yi pick out a set of clothing, and it was true that people depended on their clothes, and they would indeed become much more handsome. This is more or less the same. You'll only have a chance to go to the top of the luxurious party when you're dressed like this. Wang Yu was very satisfied with the piece he had picked out. Alright, then I'll listen to Boss Wan's arrangements. Lin Yi compromised. He also took a good look at what he was wearing from inside the mirror. It seemed as if he did look much more handsome than before indeed. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem with this matter. Wang Shui patted his chest. With him there, how could there be a problem with this matter? Lin Yi looked at the man in front of him half-heartedly, then followed him to the party. Unexpectedly, two very familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Yi was flabbergasted. Wasn't this Zhao Lingyu and Han Zhangyang? At the same time, Zhao Lingyu and Han Zhangyang also happened to see Lin Yi, and could be said to be surprised by his appearance. Although it was true that Lin Yi was still very famous recently, he was just a healer, not a big celebrity like them in the business circle, so how could he appear here? Han Zhangyang felt bad in his heart. It couldn't be that he had come to smash his own scene. He actually appeared here again for good reason. The more he looked at Lin Yi, the worse he felt. Lin Yi, why did you suddenly come? Zhao Lingyu inquired in a curious tone. I came to accompany my close friend, and by the way, I wanted to come and see the world. Lin Yi smiled a little. Looking at the unfamiliar celebrities in front of him, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Anyway, he was always doing something that would improve his status. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Han, I've heard about your great names for a long time. I didn't expect to actually meet here. Wang Yu saw that Lin Yi himself had come over this way, so he stopped by to greet him as well. What a coincidence. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to actually be a close friend of Lin Yi. It's really fate. Han Zhangyang took the brunt of this. A rich second generation like Wang Shui, he still wanted to communicate more if he had the chance. Hello Mr. Wang, I'm Zhao Lingyu. I hope to work with Mr. Wang if I have the chance. Zhao Lingyu still maintained her humble attitude. After all, Zhao's group's current situation was still not too ideal, so she hoped to find more partners in the future. However, Zhao Lingyu never expected Lin Yi to have any relationship with the second son of the jeweler, which impressed her a little. Alright, no problem. Then you guys chat first. Lin Yi and I will go check out my other friends. Wang Yu planned to bring Lin Yi to befriend some other characters and take him on the path of other business circles. Lin Yi watched Han Zhangyang and Zhao Lingyu stay together, but there was no way he had to put in a long line to catch a big fish. Mr. Gong, this is my friend Lin Yi. He's in the medical field. You guys can have a chat. Okay, hello, I'm Gong Changyan. Nice to meet you here. Mr. Gong took a look at the uncharacteristically dressed man in front of him. His body revealed a mysterious aura. Hello, I'm Lin Yi, equally pleased to meet you here. Lin Yi knew that the person in front of him was worth an extraordinary amount of money and was definitely engaged in a very important industry. I've heard about you a long time ago. I'm planning to follow up on some medical business at a later stage. I hope that the two of us can have some cooperation by then. Mr. Gong looked at Lin Yi with expectant eyes. The recent rumors about him could be said to be a buzz. If he could have it in his pocket, it would simply be the icing on the cake. Good, since General Manager Gong has asked, then if there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely help. Linny raised his glass, signaling that he wanted to make a toast. This was a courtesy he had just learned inside the business circle. At the same time, Mr. Gong also raised his glass, and then the two of them clinked their glasses together, and then happily chatted a few more times. After all, Mr. Gong was planning to engage in the medical business in the future, so naturally, he was very interested in these things, so the two of them sort of had something in common. But on the way here, Linny still couldn't help if he had to glance at Zhao Lingyu, not realizing that Zhao Lingyu was no longer chatting with Han Zhengyang. Instead, she chose to talk eloquently with an old man, seemingly chatting about something very important again. Although Linny was ostensibly a chief Gong chatting, he had actually been secretly observing for a very long time. Linny realized that the more he talked, the more Zhao Lingyu's face looked wrong. It seemed that this matter was not as simple as imagined. Excuse me, Mr. Gong, excuse me for a moment. I have some things that I want to take care of. Linny hurriedly wanted to go and ask what was going on. Chapter 37, Healing on the Spot. It's fine. Go ahead and get busy if you have anything to do. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation next. Mr. Gong hurriedly grabbed this good opportunity. Okay, no problem. Linny hurriedly caught Wang Yu and wanted to ask Zhao Lingyu what was going on over there. It was like he was trying to figure out if he could go help him. Wang Reed, what's going on over at Lingyu's side? I feel as if the situation isn't quite right. Wang Shui, on the other hand, said calmly, the old man who was conversing with Zhao Lingyu is a land developer. This land developer is notoriously difficult to deal with. I heard that Zhao's group wants to talk to this land developer about cooperation. Linny frowned. No wonder that situation just now was so awkward. So it was because of this land dealer. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. I have a way to take care of this land dealer. Linny carefully sized up the land dealer and realized that he seemed to have a perennial headache, presumably because he had fought too much when he was young. If he could cure him of this constant problem, then the next thing would be much simpler. Linny carefully calculated his next reckoning. He didn't expect that the old man would decide to leave at this very moment, so he probably couldn't come to an agreement. So Linny hurriedly came forward. He couldn't let go of this opportunity. Hello, I found out if you have a perennial headache. The other party froze, feeling very strange. He hadn't shown anything, but was seen through at a glance. Yes, what's wrong? How did you know I had it? Because I noticed that you have a yellowish face, and there are obvious signs of damage in the places of a few of the more important acupoints. Linny said these words slowly and methodically, wanting to see what the other party's reaction was. His own judgment shouldn't have made any mistakes. That's right, I do have this problem, and it's been with me for many years, and no doctor can cure it. The old man let out a long sigh. He had already searched for many doctors for this ailment, but in the end there was no result. You don't need to worry. I'll cure you of this disease. It's actually just a minor ailment. It can be cured by conditioning. Linny intentionally wanted to get close, so he deliberately spoke in a very relaxed manner. Han Zhengyang saw Linny and the old man chatting happily, so he hurried up, wanting to see what the two of them were actually doing. Elder, a small headache is just a small headache, and I can cure this problem. I believe you've heard of my name. I'm Han Zhengyang. Han Zhengyang deliberately reported his name. Before he had specially bought out the publicist and publicized himself in a big way, so there should be no one who wouldn't know his name to him. Oh, so it's Divine Dr. Han. I didn't expect to actually be able to run into you here. It would be even better if you could cure my illness. Apparently that landlord had also heard Han Jinyan's name, thinking about whether or not he could be cured of the disease he had been suffering from for years. Senior, not only can I see that you have a headache, but it seems that your legs and feet aren't very convenient, right? Linny re-observed the old man and realized that he wasn't walking very smoothly, and from time to time, he still had the feeling of tripping. It was of course some disease caused by sitting on a chair for years and years cumulatively. Yes, it's indeed not very convenient. I didn't expect this to be discovered by you as well. The old man felt surprised. He didn't seem to have taken many steps himself, but all these small details were actually caught by Linny. No la, these are just the basic qualities of being a doctor. You don't need to exaggerate. Han Zhengyang heard the other party praising Linny, so the good spirits in his heart suddenly came out with a bit of an unpleasant feeling. Zhao Lingyu was slightly embarrassed. He was caught in the middle of the two people not knowing what to do. She didn't know what she should do. After all, she didn't really know much in the area of medical arts, so she was only able to be a sitting duck. But the impatience on her face could be said to be expressed to the fullest. Zhao Lingyu didn't really want the two of them to dislike each other personally, especially in a situation like this, and at the same time in such a high-class and luxurious party. She felt that it would only backfire and might make the ground hate him even more, and their cooperation would be even more troublesome by then. Zhao Lingyu was a bit hard to do, so she hinted at the two of them with her eyes. Han Zhengyang was still angry at the moment, so he didn't see or care about Zhao Lingyu's hints, and was talking about something else. Lin Yi was always paying attention to Zhao Lingyu, so he quickly realized the seriousness of this matter. So he hurriedly gathered his emotions. Lin Yi tried to stabilize his emotions, otherwise this matter would be even more difficult. Lin Yi knew that Han Zhengyang didn't have the means to treat the old man right now, so he hurriedly took out his silver needle. Since talking was a little too boisterous, he might as well use his strength to prove himself, to prove that he was strong enough to defeat the other party. He didn't need to go through a verbal battle at all, but instead used simple and brutal actions. Han Zhengyang completely didn't expect the other party to carry a silver needle with him. He didn't have any tools in his hands. The old man also froze for a moment. The person in front of him he only felt somewhat familiar, but he didn't know who this person was. Elder, if you trust it, please let me treat you. Don't worry, these illnesses shouldn't take long and I'll be able to cure them. Lin Yi confidently showed off the silver needles in his bag. All kinds of thicknesses and lengths. He carried the silver needles with him because he needed them in case of emergencies, and it was also considered a kind of faith. He did not expect to use the needles in such a tense and urgent situation. The old man was a bit hesitant, but this was a luxurious party after all, so he was still very trusting. He didn't believe that anyone would mess up in this place. Alright, then I'll trouble you. I believe your medical skills should be able to cure it. The old man looked at the row full of silver needles in front of him. He still felt it was a bit of a possibility, so he entrusted himself to him. Lin Yi picked a few suitable silver needles and then stuck the needles into some of the old man's important acupuncture points. Everyone else was dumbfounded to see this scene. They found it very strange. After all, this was an important level party. Everyone was basically discussing business and whatnot. How could this happen? Han Zhengyang secretly clenched his fists. After this time, it was probably Lin Yi who had won again, so he was slightly worried in his heart. Zhao Lingyu, on the other hand, looked at the scene in front of him skeptically. He didn't know if Lin Yi could cure this old man or not. Chapter 38 Revision of the Budget. If she couldn't cure this person, it would probably have some effect on the cooperation when the time came, so she was a little anxious. Lin Yi, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all in his heart, and he had nothing to be nervous about. This kind of small problem could be easily solved with the original needle technique he had invented, so it could be said that there was no pressure at all. Lin Yi thought for a moment, and after inserting the silver needle into a few important points, he supplemented it with the entry of true qi. Soon the old man felt as if his body wasn't quite the same, even as his legs and feet started to work a lot better. That should be about right. You can try walking around to see what changes there are. Lin Yi pulled out the silver needle. Basically there shouldn't be any more problems. Okay, I do feel as if my body isn't quite the same anymore, and my legs and feet seem to be a lot better too. You can see that I seem to be almost like those young people now. The geomancer moved his muscles and bones, and indeed they were completely different from earlier. He completely did not expect this person he had never met before to be so powerful. He hadn't been cured of his problems for how long before, and now he had actually made himself so much better in just a few minutes. He simply just couldn't believe this scene. That's good. Lin Yi could say that he was happy in his heart when he saw the other party alive and well, not only because it was just satisfying his doctor's quality, but it also satisfied his face here, and he hoped that his actions could help Zhao Lingyu, even if it was just a little bit. Thank you so much. I didn't think that a problem like mine could be cured one day, but I don't know what your name is. The land dealer smiled and hurriedly shook Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi was slightly embarrassed. After all, there were so many onlookers in front of him, they were probably all attracted by the matter of on-the-spot treatment. I'm Lin Yi, just an ordinary doctor. It's not worth mentioning. The land dealer felt that the name sounded slightly familiar after hearing it. After carefully recalling it, he realized that it had been reported on the news before. So you are Dr. Lin, no wonder you are so powerful. It's really the first time I've seen your true colors. The land dealer was thrilled. This was the first time he had seen Lin Yi, and he hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so powerful. He had thought that it was just an exaggeration on the news before. The other people started to applaud after hearing this. This matter was already a bit mysterious. Adding the name Lin Yi made this matter even more mysterious. I wonder if you could do me a favor. Lin Yi knew that this was the most useful time to open his mouth. He had to seize the opportunity. What kind of favor? Go ahead. After all, you cured my headache as well as my leg inconvenience. So if it's any kind of small favor, I'll definitely help in any way I can. The land merchant was also a straightforward person, and he was naturally not the type to be ungrateful if he had helped him in other ways. As you know, Zhao Lingyu is my fiancé. So, you know. Lin Yi deliberately revealed this relationship in order to let the others present know and help Zhao Lingyu through this relationship. As much as Zhao Lingyu didn't want to admit this matter, at this juncture, she could get more profit if she chose to shut up. Actually, this matter is also rather complicated. Originally there was no problem with this partnership. The land dealer wanted to speak, He didn't know what to continue saying next. This matter was difficult to talk about. Then what exactly happened? Is it convenient for you to say? Zhao Lingyu said with some confusion. After all, this matter was still very important to him. This was Zhao's chance to turn the tide. More so, it was a chance to prove her strength. So she very much wanted to do this matter well. Now was a turnaround. A very big turnaround. And she must grasp it well. Actually, this is only because there was a bit of a change during the auction. A mysterious figure intervened and then jacked up the price. So naturally the price of the land also became higher. The land dealer had been reluctant to tell this matter out. Right, after all, it was considered confidential, and if he told it out, he might encounter some troublesome things. Zhao Lingyu suddenly understood the reason for this matter. No wonder the land trader would be so apologetic in his refusal. Originally, this matter should have been considered foolproof, but now it seems like there is still a bit of a problem. Alright, thank you senior, I have understood. Zhao Lingyu had some gratitude in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Linny had stepped in to help her today, she wouldn't have known so many things. She silently hid this gratitude of hers in her heart. For him, he was also too embarrassed to thank him in public. After Zhao Lingyu knew what the problem was, she hurriedly wanted to go back to the company to fix it. She must take this project, regardless of which mysterious person was manipulating this matter behind the scenes. She must securely put this matter in her pocket. Since the other party had also said that it was a problem with the budget, then she had to go back right now to amend the budget immediately. So Linny hurriedly chanced, and then accompanied Zhao Lingyu back to the company in a hurry. Zhao Lingyu didn't refuse. After all, this matter was still thanks to Linny, otherwise she wouldn't even have the chance to know about this secret. Linny, next I'm going to renegotiate the latest acquisition plan. The previous acquisition plan might have to be revised in its entirety. What do you think? Zhao Lingyu still wanted to ask Linny's opinion. She was a bit indecisive. This matter had come too hastily, and she had to make a decision in a very short period of time. Linny didn't expect Zhao Lingyu to ask herself such an important question. It seemed that she was already treating herself as one of her own, so he was delighted in his heart. I think it's better to call an emergency meeting as soon as possible and then discuss a plan. It's better to take this project. It will help you a lot in stabilizing the group in the future. Linny pondered for a moment and then spoke these words. He did feel that it was better to have to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Zhao Lingyu nodded. It seemed that this matter really wasn't simple. After all, there was a mysterious person's intervention, and it wasn't known what this mysterious person's pricing was. At the same time, it was also unknown what the origin of this mysterious person was. Anyway, it was definitely not a character to be messed with. Zhao Lingyu got a little worried as she knew nothing about this mysterious person. It's fine. If I can help in any way then I'll try to help you. Linny could also see that Zhao Lingyu was slightly worried inside. He now hoped that he would be able to do something to help when the time came instead of being a wooden man. Chapter 39, Giving It a Chance. It's fine. I should be fine on my own. It's just that there's a problem at the top of the quote. Just rework the price. Zhao Lingyu carried herself a bit tired. She had also been busy for a long time before because of the party. It was finally time to go inside the company. Zhao Lingyu looked at the documents in front of her without stopping. Those densely written words kept turning in front of her eyes. Linny gently glanced at those words and felt that his brain was a bit confused. It was true that he didn't like these words very much. Although he could be said to be very capable in terms of medical skills, he still didn't have any control over these words. Linny could only look at Zhao Lingyu with heartache as he stood by the side indifferently. Linny quietly walked over to the side of the coffee machine and helped her brew a cup of coffee before handing it over. I made you a cup of coffee. Remember not to be too tired. Linny could only do this kind of assistant work. Linny fell into a deep thought. He pondered about Zhao Lingyu holding up the entire group by herself before facing those lies of deceit. He suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. Zhao Lingyu decided to hold an emergency meeting in the conference room after organizing the information. I think the budget can be increased by another 5%. Old Zhu glanced at the data in front of him. I think it's actually better not to have this piece of land. Who knows how much that mysterious person will raise it by then. We don't need to waste all this time on this project. Lao Chang hesitated. In his place, he decided that he wouldn't bother with this project. I think the budget can be increased by another 10%. If we must take this project, adding 5% is far from enough. Lao Chang continued after thinking for a while. He was fully aware of the importance of this project to the Zhao group and to Zhao Lingyu. This meeting had been going on for a long time, but it didn't seem to have any effect. No very important decisions had been discussed. It was just that everyone seemed to be doing their own thing and saying their own words. At this time, Linny sat seriously listening to the entire meeting process. He felt that this meeting is not very meaningful. Zhao Lingyu also found out the truth at this moment. Let's end this meeting here today. Everyone has worked hard. Zhao Lingyu spoke there in a slightly tired voice. His brows furrowed. This for this matter. He also just had certain thoughts. but he didn't know what to do next yet. Lin Yi picked up the documents and then followed Zhao Lingyu into the office. Zhao Lingyu felt that Lin Yi didn't seem quite right, and he himself wasn't quite right either. So Zhao Lingyu decided to calmly talk to Lin Yi and talk about business matters, including things between the two of them. Zhao Lingyu always felt that dragging it out wasn't a very good thing. Lin Yi, I think it's necessary for us to still talk about it better. Lin Yi was slightly puzzled. He didn't know what exactly Zhao Lingyu was thinking. Regarding business matters, I don't really know much about it, so I don't think I can help you much. It's not about business matters, it's about the two of us. Zhao Lingyu was a little embarrassed to open his mouth about this topic. He kind of wanted to keep his mouth shut, but he was always unable to get past it. In fact, there's absolutely no need for you. You've been accompanying me just now. It's my job. You can go to the hospital and do your own work. There's no need to waste your time here with me. Zhao Lingyu said these words after some serious thinking. Let Lin Yi accompany himself like this. He would feel a little bit sorry for people. After Lin Yi heard this, he revealed a calm look. He felt that this matter was nothing to him, even to the point where he felt that he could accompany Zhao Lingyu for the rest of his future life. I know that the family business is very important to you, but I'm not going to delay any of your family business endeavors. That's something you can be completely assured of. Lin Yi felt that he had seized a good opportunity. Now he might as well make all the words clear, or maybe it would work out. In fact, he was holding a completely fluke mentality. He didn't know what the future would hold. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy and awkward. I know you won't hold up my family's career, but actually I still feel a slight concern in my heart. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party's very sincere look. She didn't know what to do for a moment because there was also a slight tremor in her heart. I hope that you can give me a chance, and that I will do you a favor if I can do what I can. So why not be happy about this matter? Lin Yi looked at the other party with sincere eyes, hoping that the other party would be able to give an affirmative answer. Although he had been rejected many times before, but one always had to be more courageous the more frustrated one was. So he was ready to fail. Just let me think about it. There are still a bit too many things on hand right now. Zhao Lingyu felt a little hesitant for the first time. She had never hesitated before. She didn't know why she was so hesitant. Was she really impressed by Lin Yi? Good. I'm willing to wait for your answer. Lin Yi wasn't arrogant or impatient. He felt that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he just waited slowly and methodically. Although Zhao Lingyu was still looking at the pile of documents in front of her eyes, but her mind had long since stopped being on top of those documents. She was filled with thoughts about those words just now, so she no longer had the heart to be on top of these things. Lin Yi, I've thought about this matter for a while, and I think that actually Zhao Lingyu was a little anxious to speak. He didn't know if his next words should be correct or incorrect. Lin Yi was getting a little worried, because to him, this result was still very important. His heart was in his throat and he was a little nervous waiting for this answer. Actually, we can still try. Maybe giving each other a chance isn't a wrong decision. Zhao Lingyu felt that within these days, she had already changed her opinion of Lin Yi. From feeling that he was just a wild boy who came down from the mountains, to now feeling that he was really a very powerful divine doctor. So actually such a change of opinion was a reason for her to change her mind. Really? You can't be kidding. Lin Yi felt a little less than incredible. Although he knew that boosting one's charisma could indeed attract others, he didn't expect this matter to really come out of Zhao Lingyu's mouth. He was a little disbelieving, staring dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. Chapter 40 Sudden Changes. If you don't want to, then forget it. This kind of thing can't be forced. Zhao Lingyu saw that the other party was frozen, so she could only make a joke to ease the awkward atmosphere. Of course I want to. I hope we can cherish this opportunity. Lin Yi's heart could be said to be happy. Before Han Zhenyang's matter made him feel that his position might be a bit dangerous, but he didn't expect that an opportunity would actually fall from the sky now. So next, Lin Yi seriously accompanied Zhao Lingyu to clean up the materials and so on, and by the way, he also did his best to make some comments there. After Zhao Lingyu had finished solving this big issue in her mind, she hurriedly went to summarize the organized materials together, and then took them to the meeting room to hold another meeting. After all, the company has so many shareholders. He cannot go against the shareholders to do something privately. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be troublesome. After everyone got their hands on the new acquisition, they took a close look at it. This is our company's new acquisition case. If everyone has any questions, they can raise them. Zhao Lingyu got a little worried. After all, this was the acquisition case that she just came out with. If there were any problems, she would have to work overtime again then. Unexpectedly, the other shareholder level figures all nodded after looking at it. This acquisition proposal is very well done. I agree with this acquisition proposal. Lao Chang was the first to come forward and then agreed. This acquisition case was written in great detail, and it was so detailed that every detail was written on it, so no one would have a reason not to agree with this matter. I also agree with this matter. Mr. Xiao Zhao, Your acquisition case is really written in the style of your grandfather back then. Old Yu also stood out after seeing this and then silently said. The other shareholders could only silently agree after seeing this. After all, these two major shareholders had already said they agreed, so what reason did they have to disagree? So, logically this acquisition was agreed to by everyone. Zhao Lingyu's heart swirling that stone can finally be said to fall. He was worried that the acquisition was rejected, but now it seems that this acquisition case should be able to be taken over logically. So Zhao Lingyue intended to give this acquisition case to the old man. Unexpectedly, the person who contacted him at this moment actually sent him a message. Mr. Zhao, this time, the land is no longer going to be done in a budget case, but in an auction. I hope that Mr. Zhao can participate if he has time sometimes. Zhao Lingyu was flabbergasted after receiving this message. He hadn't thought about this matter, but in the end, it was actually carried out by way of an auction. That meant that all the efforts he had made before had been in vain. Zhao Lingyu's heart was already a bit upset at the moment, but helplessly, after all, this land was not her own. She could only listen to other people's arrangements. What's wrong, Lingyu? Did something happen? Linny saw Zhao Lingyu hanging her head, so he asked with some concern. Originally, this acquisition case of ours was already over, and there shouldn't be any problem with this land, but I didn't expect that there'd be a killer halfway through the process, and now the land is going to be auctioned off in an auction. Zhao Lingyu truly sighed deeply. I didn't expect the duck in hand to fly away, and I heard that the biggest opponent behind this auction is the mysterious person who raised the price last time. Zhao Lingyu was slightly tired, so she simply laid down on top of the table and started thinking about this. She didn't know what kind of calculations that mysterious person was making, having to steal this land from her. After Zhao Lingyu saw the inquired about the price, can be said to be even more dumbfounded. Originally set the selling price did not expect directly doubled. This land has changed from the original low price to the current price that is a bit out of fashion. Anyone else wouldn't be able to accept such a result, and besides, he or she had already wasted a lot of time for this piece of land. It's okay, don't be in a hurry, this matter will be left in my hands. I'll help you find out who this person behind the scenes is when the time comes. Linny knew that he might not be able to help much above the auction matter, but spying on people was still easy, because the first thing that came to his mind was someone who could help him, and that was Wang Yu. After all, Wang Shui was the second son of a jeweler, so the matter of spying on people was still a breeze. So Linny directly called Wang Jue, wanting him to help spy on this person. Wang Reed, help me find out who the mysterious person behind that piece of land is. Wang Reed could also be said to be very quick after receiving the instruction. After all, it was what his good brother said, so naturally he took it to heart. Okay, no problem. I will help you to check this mysterious figure as soon as possible, but I am a little curious. How is the progress of you two now? Wang Reed still couldn't help but want to gossip a bit. I don't know how the two of them are doing after things have gone on for so long. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Anyway, the two of us are pretty good and we don't need you to get attached to anything. Hurry up and go help me investigate this matter. Linny had a speechless look on his face. This Gongzi just likes to gossip about things that are not there, but the hearts are really quite good. Okay, then I won't bother you two with your sweet life. After receiving the instructions, Wang Shui hurriedly went to find some of his informants to help check it out. Linny thought about it for a moment. The auction was about to start. He now made sure to hurry up and think of a solution. Only by catching the mysterious figure behind the scenes would he be able to solve this matter. So he decided to contact the old gentleman at the party that day and ask him directly who the mysterious figure was. All other methods were treating the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. So it was better to ask this old gentleman. Anyway, he had saved this old gentleman before. No matter what, he would also sell some favors to himself, right? Linny pondered this question in his heart. He saw the annoyed Zhao Lingyu and thought in his heart that he would definitely help Zhao Lingyu. Then I'll think of a way to help you go and solve this problem. Don't be too tired. Okay, please. Zhao Lingyu suddenly felt a feeling she had never felt before. That feeling of warmth suddenly assaulted her entire body. She had never felt this way before, but ever since she had met Lin Yi, she felt as if she wasn't alone anymore. Before, she had been working diligently to busy herself with the entire company, and now she suddenly had someone to keep her company, as if it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 41, Prospecting for Information. Fortunately, Linny had the foresight before, so he left a contact with the old gentleman, and he hurriedly dialed the phone. Old sir, I don't know, are you free? I would like to make an appointment to meet you. Linny said these words very literally, and as he spoke, he thought about his next move. Linny, I'm free, why don't we meet at the cafe this afternoon? I'll have my assistant send you the time and place then. Old Mr. Joe immediately got excited after hearing the familiar voice. After all, this was his previous lifesaver, so naturally he couldn't treat him badly. Okay, then I'll trouble you old sir. Linny smiled. He didn't expect this old Mr. Joe to be quite polite. He thought that asking him out was a very difficult thing. After all, the auction was right in front of him. He had thought that at this moment old Mr. Joe should be closed to anyone. Soon the assistant sent over the time and place. Linny took a close look at it and then prepared to clean himself up. After Linny finished cleaning up, it was almost time, so he hurriedly came inside the cafe. He definitely couldn't be later than the time Mr. Joe arrived. Luckily, old Mr. Joe hadn't arrived yet, but Linny had only waited for a few moments before the old gentleman had arrived. Linny, is there something you're suddenly looking for me for? Old Mr. Joe looked at the other party with a puzzled look, because they actually didn't have too much dealings in the business world. They only had a certain amount of socialization because of the previous party. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just because above the previous party, I helped you look at your body. I want to see how your body is doing lately. I can't tell you above the phone. Linny intends to not say anything about what was said at the beginning, but to impress the other party with his own sincerity is good. Old Mr. Joe actually still had a certain good feeling towards Linny. He had rarely seen a doctor as powerful as this. Since the last time you helped me with acupuncture, I feel that my body can be said to be much better. I have to say that your medical skills are still very brilliant. Old Mr. Joe exuded a look of envy. He had never seen someone with such superior medical skills. It's fine. It's just a show of my hands. If there's still any discomfort in your body, you can always come and find me. Linny smiled. He didn't expect this old Mr. Joe to be quite amiable. He looked like he was very nice to talk to. Then is there anything else I need to pay attention to above my body? Old Mr. Joe moved his muscles and bones, indicating that his body was actually still quite good. Remember to make sure you don't stand for too long, or sit. Remember to move around more when you have time. I've observed that you still need to regulate your chi and blood a bit more. Linny took a look at old Mr. Joe. Basically the legs and feet don't have any major problems anymore. It's just the chi and blood aspect then. After all, it's a long time to live. Then what do I have to do to make it work? Dr. Lin, you want to help me or prescribe a medicine or something? Old Mr. Joe could be said to be very trusting of Linny now, so he revealed a hint of a very humble and learning look. I've already thought of this point a long time ago. This is a prescription to regulate chi and blood. You can just take it over and dispense some medicine at that time. Remember to make sure to take these medicines on time. After a while there shouldn't be any problems. Linny he pulled out a side of a list. He often carried some lists with him. After all, he was a doctor and when he was out and about, it was inevitable that he would encounter some emergencies. Old Mr. Joe carefully took that sheet. Okay, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. I didn't have time to talk to you in the rush of the last party. Old Mr. Joe planned to pull out some checks he had with him, wanting to thank Linny properly. Old Mr. Joe, there's no need to thank me. It's just something I did. I'm a doctor after all. It's just my duty to save lives and help people. Linny understood what the other party meant, so he waved his hand. How can that be a good thing? You've helped me so much. No matter what I have to give you some payment. Otherwise I really can't get over it in my heart. Old Mr. Joe wasn't the type of person who liked to take small advantages, and he had so many plots of land in his hands, so he wasn't short of money. If you really want to thank me, can you tell me something? Linny decided to open his mouth at this moment here and now. If he didn't open his mouth it would be too late. Time was still quite tight. Besides it was indeed a good time to open his mouth. What is it? There's no harm in you saying it. Old Mr. Joe was probably able to guess what the matter was. After all, he had been walking inside this business circle for how many years? The other party was basically able to see what was on his mind. After all, he was an old fox. You know, what I want to ask is probably the matter of the land. I heard that it's turned into an auction. What's going on? Linny asked with some doubt. He felt that old Mr. Joe would definitely give him an answer. Whether it was because of a favor or because of this matter. It turned into an auction format because as you know, those of us who are sellers naturally want more money. Old Mr. Joe still spoke the truth after examining it for a long time. He felt that as people who hung out inside the business circle, naturally they all understood these things. Old Mr. Joe, but I still don't really know what's going on with that mysterious figure. He raised the price so high. Won't he lose money? Linny asked tentatively. There was something about this matter that was confidential. He didn't really know if old Mr. Joe would talk about these things. I don't know what to say about this matter. I'm not in a position to say too much about that mysterious figure, and I really don't know exactly what he is. Old Mr. Joe wanted to say something. He was having a bit of a hard time choosing between business and favors. It's okay. I definitely won't let you lose. You just need to reveal a little bit of what you know. Linny knew that the other party was having a hard time because this matter was important to them. Alright, I will definitely return this favor. This company is a registered company from overseas. It hasn't shown its face in the country for the time being. Old Mr. Joe said slowly and leisurely. That was all he knew. This mysterious figure appeared out of nowhere, so he wasn't quite sure of the specifics. Oh yeah, I seem to have heard that this mysterious figure is in the jewelry business. If you really want to know, you can also go and poke around to find out who is in the jewelry business. Old Mr. Joe had already told everything he knew. It was also a way to return the favor. Chapter 42, Shell Companies. Okay, thank you then. Linny smiled gently. This information was already considered a lot for him, and he was satisfied. Something was better than nothing, right? There's no need to thank you. Consider it repayment for your previous favor. Old Mr. Joe waved his hand, acting as if nothing mattered. Linny was going to go find Zhao Lingyu after getting this information. He wanted to discuss with Zhao Lingyu who this mysterious figure really was. Linny hurriedly found Zhao Lingyu, and he didn't expect that at this moment Zhao Lingyu was still organizing documents and busy with something. Even though it had now turned into an auction, the other matters at hand couldn't be put down. Lingyu, I have some information on hand now. Some information about the mysterious man. Linny looked in front of him with a light-hearted air. Although this information was something he had spent a lot of time getting, but compared to for Zhao Lingyu's sake, what was this? He had also said before that he would definitely help Zhao Lingyu above business, so a gentleman's word was a promise. He did spend a lot of time and energy to help her get some information. It was also considered him honoring his promise. So fast. I've only been busy for so long and you actually have information on the mysterious person? Zhao Lingyu looked at Linny with some dumbfoundedness, and she felt a slight sense of incredulity. In fact, she had always been an independent individual's existence, so she didn't really want to be able to attach herself to others. Now it seemed as if she had the right to attach to others as well. There was a different feeling inside her. Yes, I just got some information from old Mr. Joe's side. Linny rearranged that information just now inside his head. The amount of information was simply too great, so there was no way for him to say it all at once. Why don't you tell me? I'm curious as to who this mysterious figure is. Zhao Lingyu was very angry in her heart at the thought of this mysterious figure. She had worked hard for so long and the result had actually fizzled out. I've only found out that this mysterious figure is in the jewelry business and is a registered company from overseas. This registered company hasn't shown its face in the country. Linny told everything he knew just now one by one. Zhao Lingyu felt slightly incredulous after hearing this. What kind of company was this that she had never heard of before? Especially since Zhao's group had been in the jewelry industry for a long time, and had never heard of such a company. If there really was a company with such a strong strength, she should have heard about it long ago. So Zhao Lingyu directly dialed the phone to her assistant, wanting to ask what this company was. The assistant got the order and hurriedly went to check it out, not realizing that there really was this company. So the assistant hurriedly called Zhao Lingyu and wanted to report the results she got. Mr. Zhao, I found this company that you asked me to look into. Zhao Lingyu's heart was racing. She was already eager to find out who this mysterious figure really was. Then just quickly send this information to my email. Okay, no problem. Mr. Zhao, you wait a moment. The assistant hurriedly packed all the information and sent it to Zhao Lingyu's mailbox. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly opened her computer, wanting to see what the information inside the mailbox was. Linny came over to the side of the computer, moved a chair, and logically sat down himself. The two of them came together and looked at the dense text in front of them. This was specific information about a company whose name turned out to be Wish Jewelry. But Zhao Lingyu had been in the jewelry industry for so many years, she had never heard the name Wish Jewelry. And so many dense text, actually no detailed address of this jewelry store. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly made a call to her assistant. Xiao Yang, why doesn't this jewelry store have a detailed address? Xiao Yang stammered. General Manager Zhao, I really can't find the detailed address of this jewelry store and I've used a lot of connections, but I've never been able to find this information. Zhao Lingyu was puzzled. According to logic, it was impossible to not be able to find the detailed address of this jewelry store, and yet the other party was so powerful. It shouldn't be. Could it be that this company wasn't as simple as imagined? Lin Yi, it's surprising that you can't find the detailed address of this company. Could it be that this store is actually a shell company? Zhao Lingyu blinked her own eyes, looking at the information in front of her with skepticism. If the other party was a solid company, they shouldn't be able to find any address information. Actually, the detailed address of such a company isn't very important. Even if he's a shell company, it doesn't matter. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. There were many messages in front of him, but he didn't know what to do with the information. What does that mean? Lin Yi. Zhao Lingyu frowned in confusion. She still didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. The shell company was also very important, and she was now single-mindedly trying to find out what this company was all about, and who this mysterious figure really was. so she didn't have any other mind to think about anything else right now. Linny had given him a new way of thinking about this problem. Maybe it was true that two people's thoughts would be different. In the past when she was alone she would always think about problems in such a complicated way that she would always work alone until the wee hours of the morning. Now that she had Linny, it was true that Linny had helped her with quite a few things. What I mean is that it doesn't matter even if he's a shell company. What we need to look into is what exactly is the purpose of this company. Linny reminded Zhao Lingyu what the purpose of this company really was. Don't overthink this matter. It was better to dissect the outcome of this matter. The outcome was often much more important than the process of this matter. What you said does make sense. Even if he's a shell company, or if he's not a shell company again, we'll get the same result. Zhao Lingyu felt even more complicated inside after hearing those words. How to go about dealing with the purpose of the shell company and dealing with these mysterious characters was one of the hardest things for her to deal with right now. I think that since they're making a move on top of the land, it means that they probably don't want to continue in the jewelry world and want to switch to the real estate sector. Linny spoke out his inner speculation. He felt that since the other party wasn't focusing on the jewelry sector, and had made a bloody effort to grab this piece of land this time, they must have come from a very big place. Chapter 43: A Different Atmosphere. Zhao Lingyu completely did not expect Lin Yiju to actually think of this aspect. Previously, he was always drilling into those dead ends, but now that he had a new insight, it could help him quite a bit. Zhao Lingyu felt a little surprised. After all, Linny wasn't a person in this industry, and for him to be able to think of so much was already something very unexpected. At the same time, Zhao Lingyu felt a little bit of relief in her heart. She felt that having someone who had accompanied her might not be such a bad thing. What you said is quite right. I completely overlooked it before, which is something I've been thinking about, who that mysterious figure really is. Zhao Lingyu smiled at Linny. Her smile could be said to be very bright. Linny was very close to Zhao Lingyu, because since he and they were both looking at the information on the computer very seriously, they had to create some physical friction. Unexpectedly there was suddenly someone who started knocking on the door. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Han, something is looking for you. The assistant hurriedly knocked on the door. Zhao Lingyu felt absolutely a little puzzled. Why would Mr. Han suddenly look for himself? And at this juncture, it's fine, you let him in. Han Zhenyang still had that well-mannered look and walked in slowly and methodically. He didn't expect to see Zhao Lingyu and Linny next to each other looking at the information on the computer as soon as he walked in. In his heart, he immediately felt some unpleasant feelings, but he could only hold his tongue. Zhao Lingyu didn't know why she felt slightly embarrassed, so she deliberately avoided the other person's eyes. Mr. Han, I don't know what you're here for today. Zhao Lingyu felt a little uncomfortable all over. After all, being stared at by two people, he always felt something strange. I came to find you because of a person. I've heard about what happened before. Han Zhenyang sat himself down on the sofa. Pretending that he didn't see anything, he said these words. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a victorious look on his face as he candidly sat next to Zhao Lingyu. What man? Mr. Han didn't expect you to be quite attached to these things. There's no need for you to bother with these things. I'll worry about my woman's matters myself. Linny knew that this Han Zhenyang had nothing to do with anything, so he had already cursed him a few times in his heart secretly, but because Zhao Lingyu was present, he was too embarrassed to say anything more, lest he appear to be extremely petty. What? I'm not your woman. Don't say anything nonsense. Zhao Lingyu put on a very petulant look. Although they had already said that they would give each other a chance before, but admitting it in public, he still felt slightly embarrassed. I didn't make it up. This is something you personally promised. Why do you want to back out? Lindy saw the involuntary blush on Zhao Lingyu's face, so he knew what the other party was thinking and didn't want to tease the other party. Mr. Han, go on. Zhao Lingyu saw that she seemed to be unable to say anything, so she could only hasten to change the topic. After all, there were outsiders present now, so he couldn't flirt with anything. I spied on a person. This person seems to have been fighting with you, and I thought that maybe if I told you, I should be able to help you with something. Han Zhenyang tried to hold back the unpleasant emotions in his heart, then slowly recounted the words. He had actually wanted to grit his teeth and tell it long ago, but in order to maintain the image of his own body, so he could only hold it back. What kind of person? I'd like to see what kind of person has this qualification to fight me. Zhao Lingyu was already slightly upset in her heart, but then she heard about this character who had been competing with herself. It couldn't just be related to that mysterious figure. Zhao Lingyu speculated about this matter, but she never dared to get a result on this matter. This person who was secretly competing is the manager Su Mo. Zhao Lingyu felt shocked. How could it be this person? Then it's time for me to ask her out to have a good talk. Zhao Lingyu felt it was better to settle these things before it was too late. It was always bad to keep relying on this matter. You don't need to make an appointment. I've already made one for you. Let's see when you're free then? Han Zhenyang naturally had to be a step ahead since he had found this person. and he had long since negotiated with this person to find a free time to have a chat. The other party took a look at Han Zhengyang, the son of Han Group. Naturally there was nothing else to say, quickly and readily agreed. I'll be free tomorrow. The exact time. I'll send it to you then. Zhao Lingyu speculated about the other party's mind for a bit, then pondered about what exactly she had arranged for tomorrow. Actually, there shouldn't be any arrangements, but since she wanted to have a good discussion with the other party, she had to be prepared for everything. Okay, no problem. I'll just listen to your arrangements. I'm free whenever I can anyway. Han Zhengyang still looked like a great guy, pretending like he was available for anything. This matter is really too much thanks to you. I didn't have a clue yet, but I didn't expect you to actually find this person already. Zhao Lingyu was slightly excited in her heart, because this thing hadn't known what to do. Unexpectedly, now she actually directly found this character who might be related to the mysterious person. She suddenly felt that the future could be said to be bright. There shouldn't be any risks, right? There's no need to thank me, this is just a favor I did. As long as you're happy it's fine. If there's anything else you need my help with in the future then just feel free to say so as well. Han Zhengyang faced Zhao Lingyu with this hint of a sunny smile. This refined look should be liked by anyone else, but the Linny beside him could be said to be very upset in his heart as he listened. He clenched his fists but quickly let his fists relax. As soon as he thought about what happened before, he felt that maybe he shouldn't be so grumpy. Anyway, Zhao Lingyu had already promised to give each other a chance, so there was no need for him to have to be catty about something. Then thank you, Mr. Han. But Mr. Han should take care of his own business first before taking care of other people's business. I think I should be able to handle Lingyu's affairs as well. Linny could only say these words flatly, pretending not to feel angry at all. Don't worry about it, it's just a show of hands. And aren't we all friends? Han Zhengyang spoke with words that meant that he still wanted to fight for Zhao Lingyu, and he wasn't going to give up because of these things. This was his determination. Chapter 44, Observation in Secret. But it was actually pressure from his father, so he had to overcome these pressures and continue to rise to the occasion. Linny felt that this matter was a bit strange. Why did Han Zhengyang come out again after he had just finished poking around in this matter, and then told him this information? So Linny remained curious and then found Wang Yu, wanting to ask this knowledgeable friend if he had any other ideas. Wang Red, do you have any other ideas about that matter of the mysterious figure? Wang Red could only shake his head helplessly. Everything he knew, he had already said. Regarding the ones he didn't know, he couldn't just make it up. Linny sighed. It seemed that he could only see what would happen tomorrow. Is this something that happened? Is there anything I need a brother to help me with? Wang Yu saw Linny, who was tightly frowning, and felt that things didn't seem quite right. Something must have happened. Things still seem to be there. I want you to accompany me tomorrow. This matter shouldn't be too difficult for you. Linny felt that it still wouldn't be good if he went alone tomorrow. If he called up another Wang Shui, he might still be able to help in some way. After all, this guy was very knowledgeable and quirky, so he couldn't say that he would be of great use in this matter. Don't worry, since you have said it, then I will definitely accompany you. But what do you want me to accompany you for? Tell me instead. Wang Yu didn't know what exactly Linny was talking about, making it mysterious. I won't tell you for now. Anyway, it's just something related to Lingyu. You'll know then when you go. Linny felt that he couldn't talk about these things clearly for a while, so he planned to wait until tomorrow when they met. Okay, then I'll see you then. Wang Yu stared blankly at the message on his cell phone, and could only take one step at a time. Soon it was already the next day. Wang Yu arrived as expected. He quietly sat in Linyi's car. No way. Brother, you called me to actually sit in this car. How can you say that you have to treat me to a meal? Wang Shui was so confused by Linyi, he didn't know what he should do. He thought that calling himself over was something big, but he didn't realize that he was actually letting himself be accompanied in the car to walk around with him. I certainly didn't call you here to simply sit inside this car. I certainly have something important to find you. Linny had no choice but to find an excuse to put it off. The best place for them to observe right now was inside this car. Wang Yu looked around in disbelief. There was nothing else around except for some restaurants. What was Lindy doing? Wang Yu was really confused. Until Wang Yu suddenly found some clues. There were two very familiar figures living in this restaurant. One figure was Zhao Lingyu, and the other familiar figure was Han Zhengyang. How could the two of them appear together? No wonder you had to drag me here. So it's because of this. But why did the two of them even appear together at the same time? Wang Yu had a feeling of sudden realization. He knew why his brother had to live inside the car. So it was because of this reason. It's because it might have something to do with the mysterious figure. The other person is called Su Mo, the manager who has been fighting with Lingyu. This matter was done with the help of Han Zhengyang. Linny finally managed to press on, gritting his teeth as he said these words. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have so many connections, otherwise he would have discovered this person a long time ago. How could he possibly give Han Zhengyang the chance to take credit, much less give the two of them a chance to be alone? Wang Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud when he noticed Lin Yi's look of effaced jealousy turned over. No way. No way. Our hallowed divine Dr. Lin would actually still have moments of jealousy. Look at this look. Seeing the other party's appearance, Wang Yu couldn't help but snicker a few times. Wang Yu felt that this look was oddly cute, and it seemed a bit different from his usual serious look. I'm not jealous. Don't talk nonsense. This is official business after all, and it's not good for me to disturb them. Lin Yi immediately cleared his throat and pretended to be indifferent. In his heart, he was in waves. It can't be that divine Dr. Lin has never touched a woman before. Look at how red your face is. I really didn't expect this at all. Wang Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this after he casually made a few jokes. How can this be possible? I have lived for so long after all. How can I have never come into contact with a woman? You don't speculate recklessly. Although Lin Yi said these words on his lips, he was still seriously observing the scene in the restaurant. He was ready to get out of the car at any time to stop this. And when he was ready, he was going to save the day. It just might disrupt a few of them if he showed up by default. This was business, after all, and it didn't seem like a good idea for him to get involved. That was why she had been preferring to stay inside the car rather than go out. Why do I remember that you and Zhao Lingyu are just in a marital relationship? Could it be that you really do have true feelings? You can't really be in love with her. Wang Shui's eyes widened as he couldn't believe this. He thought that it was just a simple marital relationship and that there were no other emotions present in it. But it seemed like he had just thought a little too simply. This thing was never that simple. Then you're wrong. She and I are more than just an ordinary marital relationship. And I would have liked her even if we didn't have this kind of marital relationship. She's my type. Lin Yi felt that he had been misunderstood, so he said these words categorically. After this period of contact, he did feel that Zhao Lingyu was the person he liked, not just because of this bound marriage relationship. He felt as if Zhao Lingyu wasn't quite the same as other women. He had his own thoughts, his own character, and wouldn't change himself because of something. And don't get me wrong, I'm not in this car to spy on them. I'm just trying to get a better look at that more aggressive manager. I promised Zhao Lingyu to go and help her with her official business. Lin Yi felt that the atmosphere was getting slightly awkward. It especially seemed even more awkward after his impassioned words, so he could only deliberately try to explain something, but it seemed to make the results even more counterproductive. Wang Shui revealed a hint of an impish smile. He was, after all, someone who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and he knew what these words meant as soon as he heard them. Chapter 45. Don't talk nonsense. How could you be sitting here just to observe Sumo? Lin Yi lowered his head in some embarrassment as if he had been told off all of a sudden. I did indeed just go to observe Sumo. I still trust Lingyu very much. Lin Yi revealed a hint of a confident smile. To him, he didn't believe that Zhao Lingyu would easily change her heart because Han Zhengyang had done him such a small favor. Then why don't you go in and accompany Zhao Lingyu? Wouldn't you feel more at ease that way? Wang Shui revealed a hint of a very puzzled look. Because for him, sitting here was also equivalent to an indifferent look, and only if he went in would he be able to take the initiative. I'll go in instead and probably disrupt the situation, right? I'll just sit outside and observe silently. It's better to try not to disturb her office business. Lin Yi hesitated. He still felt that this approach was the best one right now. Wang Shui revealed a trace of an unbelievable look. He hadn't thought at all that Lin Yi would have such a big heart, to the point where he could look at this matter in such a light-hearted manner. He had thought that Lin Yi was a very petty person who couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. It was hard to come across such a situation. I didn't expect it. You really surprised me. Divine Dr. Lin. You're like a different person from the character I imagined. Wang Shui revealed a hint of great surprise. Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. His current purpose wasn't to listen to him ramble on from the sidelines. It was to hurry up and observe useful news. Although he couldn't do anything useful out there, he could at least analyze it properly and rationally. After all, the onlookers were clear, but the authorities were confused. Lin Yi carefully watched the situation inside this cafe and realized that the situation was a bit strange. Sumo's speech could be said to be very natural, even to the point of saying that it was natural and a bit strange. In a situation like this, why would he speak so naturally when confronting Zhao Lingyu? Lin Yi felt very strange. As a matter of fact, under such a depressing situation, there should be no way for him to ensure that he was so calm. Moreover, this Sumo had been looking towards Han Zhengyang when he was talking to Zhao Lingyu. He had firmly grasped this clue, and it seemed that Han Zhengyang and Sumo had known each other from the start. Otherwise, they shouldn't be making so much eye contact under this situation. So Lin Yi shared his results with Wang Yu. Wang Reed, did you feel that the situation in the cafe was a bit strange? Why is Sumo so calm? Wang Yu took a serious look with it, and it was indeed as calm as Lin Yi had said. But the crux of the matter was that Wang Yu felt that it was normal. After all, people are loud and clear manager-level characters. What's wrong with being calm in the face of such a scene? Linny suddenly didn't know why he felt that this sentence made quite a bit of sense. But don't you think this guy called Suemo has a strange look in his eyes? He's staring straight at Han Zhanyang and keeps making eye contact with him. I always feel something strange. Linny still couldn't help but say all of his inner thoughts. Wang Shui didn't think it was anything. After all, he had been immersed in the matter between him and Zhao Lingyu before. So it was also natural to feel as if this matter was caused by these images that Linny was looking at with slightly colored glasses. I think it's because you hate Han Zhanyang so much. This matter has to be talked about objectively. I don't feel that way. You always felt that there was nothing wrong with this matter. And the people in the cafe were just following the rules and carrying on with their conversations. Linny fell into deep thought. He felt as if there wasn't anything wrong with what Wang Shui said from a different perspective. It was also true that he was looking at all of this with tinted eyes, and that's why it was like this. There was probably nothing going on at all. Linny reflected to himself that he shouldn't do anything with these emotions, but should be fair and impartial. So Linny put the thought away, intending to bury this matter deep within his heart. You have a point. Then I'll leave this matter alone for now. Linny saw that Zhao Lingyu's face could be said to be getting worse and worse, so it seemed that this conversation wasn't going very well. You get off. You won't be needed for now. Wang Shui huffed after hearing these words. He didn't think that he had traveled a long way to come here, and as a result, he was actually kicked out of the car by Linny. What kind of situation was this? But Wang Yu glanced at the scene in the distance, so he understood in his own heart. I guess this guy was trying to pick up his girlfriend, so he left himself behind first. Forget it, he doesn't remember the small man's fault, so he doesn't care about this. Thus, Wang Shui got out of the car in silence. His expression could be described as one of indifference. Linny saw Zhao Lingyu getting ready to leave, so he hurriedly drove the car to the cafe. Zhao Lingyu knew that the other party had come to pick herself up, so she silently got into the car after saying goodbye to the others. Linny had already sensed the other party's emotions, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He preferred to stay with her quietly in the car for a while, and wait until she wanted to talk at some point before asking. Look at this face, surely the situation is not very good look, so it is better to wait quietly for a while. On the way the air can be said to be terribly quiet. No one spoke, and the music in the car was also turned off. Soon arrived inside the company. Linny silently followed Zhao Lingyu. Zhao Lingyu's heart can be said to be very bad, so she all the way can be said to be walking as fast as flying. The atmosphere along the way was very heavy and depressing. Linny didn't dare to say anything either, until after arriving at the office. Zhao Lingyu was sitting on a chair. Although she seemed to be reading some documents, her mind seemed to be thinking about something else. Lingyu, how was the situation just now? Linny still wanted to find out what the situation was, so he couldn't help but ask. The situation just now wasn't too optimistic. The other party has refused to back down. They're coming on strong for this matter. Zhao Lingyu was slightly dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. It had just been in the middle of an hours-long conversation. She tried her hardest to persuade the other party, and even negotiated with them, but it wasn't much use. The other party insisted on auctioning off that piece of land at that price, and no matter what Zhao Lingyu said, it was useless. Then why does the other party insist on auctioning off this piece of land? Is there any reason? Linny always felt puzzled. Chapter 46, Forced Abdication. Linny didn't understand why the other party had to use a high price to auction off this piece of land. It was clearly a very uneconomical business. Even if he was studying medicine, he felt that this business was very unworthy. I asked why, but the other party has always refused to say or vaguely prevaricated. Zhao Lingyu had actually thought about starting with the root cause of this matter, but she didn't expect the other party to refuse to say it either. So there was really nothing she could do about it. If that's the case, then forget it. There will still be a lot of land anyway. We're not that bad off. If we have this time, we can actually go look at other parcels as well. Linny understood Zhao Lingyu's feelings very well. He knew how much thought Zhao Lingyu had put into this matter. So naturally, she wasn't willing to just give up on this matter. All Linny could do was to comfort her and try to get her to turn her attention to something else. He could help her to spy on people, but he couldn't take charge of this land sale. Zhao Lingyu was silent. In her heart, she was actually still attached to this piece of land. Lingyu, actually at this price, this piece of land is already very unsuitable. Although it's true that we've put a lot of thought into this, we'll lose a lot of money if we buy it at this price. Linny thought rationally. According to this current situation, the benefits seemed to be more important. It couldn't be in a fit of pique. The group's affairs were still focused on the bigger picture. Thank you. I'll think about this matter. Zhao Lingyu was a little tired. She had already wasted a large amount of physical energy when she negotiated earlier, so she didn't want to think about these things now. She wanted to calm down properly before dealing with these things. Linny wasn't saying much more. He could completely understand the other party's mood. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you need anything feel free to call me, I'm there. Lin Yi felt that he would only disturb the other party by being here. Besides he still had hospital matters to deal with, so he left in a hurry. Zhao Lingyu was alone, quietly lying on the table watching those documents. Her heart could be said to be mixed, always feeling that something was about to happen. As expected, the next day, I don't know why this matter leaked out. The board of directors came directly to the door, which Zhao Lingyu never expected. She didn't know why the board of directors came to her door today for something that just happened yesterday. Little General Manager Zhao, if you really can't do it then hurry up and give up your position. It's not good to always stand in this position and not do things properly. Lao Chang had gotten the relevant information from his informant's side, and had heard that the land might be snatched up by someone else, so he hurriedly came inside the office wanting to make a claim. In fact, the important place was wanting to grab this chairman's position. Yes, small Zhao always at first, but you swore that you would definitely run this company well. Now it seems as if the situation is not too good. Old you couldn't help but want to mock. This matter he and a few other shareholders had been planning for a long time, just waiting for a very good time. Now that this time had arrived, of course he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Shareholders, what the hell are you talking about? Zhao Lingyu's face still had a bit of a blindfolded look. She didn't know exactly who had leaked this information out, and now that these shareholders were here, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhao Lingyu planned to play dumb for a bit first, to see if she could hide it from the world or delay it for a bit. There would always be a solution that could be thought of after a period of time, right? Little mister, Zhao, you don't want to pretend. If we didn't have any evidence, we wouldn't have come to your office, don't you think so? Old Yu had a confident look on his face. It seemed like he already had full proof of all this. I just heard that this piece of land, it seems like we can't grab it anymore. It's been grabbed by someone else. What's going on here? Old Yu saw that the other party was not speaking, so he continued to speak aggressively. The inside of his eyes were filled with a ferocious feeling. I'll give everyone a reasonable explanation for the land matter, but that doesn't mean I'm not capable of managing this company. Zhao Lingyu felt that her words were a bit pale. After all, the matter of the land plot was indeed something she had considered. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to this now. If she had considered a little more at that time, maybe this result wouldn't be like this. What explanation? You tell me instead. If you don't have the ability to manage the company, you might as well let us old men help you. Old Chung hurriedly rode the wave of victory. Yeah, if you can't give us a reasonable explanation today, then we might have to talk to your parents. Zhao Lingyu tried to calm herself down. The situation would be critical if she panicked now, so Zhao Lingyu could only force herself to be calm. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you when the time comes. A few shareholders stood at the door like hungry wolves pouncing on a meal, quietly observing some. Their purpose was to use this matter of the land to hurry up and kick Zhao Lingyu out of this position. Zhao Lingyu was a bit at a loss for words, the way the other party was pressing step by step, making herself unsure of what to do. After all, now this land thing really did not land. If the other party came up with some substantial evidence, he really didn't have the certainty to say that he would definitely be able to take down this piece of land. I don't know what these few shareholders of yours are doing at the door? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly arrived out of nowhere at a critical moment. Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi with some confusion, not knowing what he was doing by coming over. Those few shareholders could also be said to be very puzzled. They also had absolutely no idea what this wild boy had come over for. I didn't expect it to be Lin Yi. We naturally came over to see the good things that little Mr. Zhao has done. What good deed? Might as well tell me about it as well. Lin Yi deliberately showed off, just to whet the other party's appetite. Lao Chang laughed a little. It's about the land parcel. I'm sure you know about it. I won't explain too much then, but it's too much for a few of you old men to bully a girl. Is it necessary? You might as well talk to me if you have something to say. Lin Yi's chest was ready to stand in front of Zhao Lingyu, who suddenly felt warm in her heart. Right now, her own backer had finally come. It seemed like she could be an ordinary girl with impunity as well. Chapter 47. This matter you say cannot be counted. We just want to ask General Manager Xiao Zhao for the whole group an explanation just. This matter you do not worry about. Old Chang only felt that this wild boy in front of him was a bit puzzled. How come it has nothing to do with me? I'm holding full evidence in my hand to prove this matter. Lin Yi slowly and leisurely pulled out some documents in his hand. Earlier, while he was busy with hospital matters inside the hospital, he wanted to help Zhao Lingyu find a better solution about this land. So he went back to Wang Yu to help him out. And the sky was the limit. Wang Yu quickly used his various resources and methods to help him find the loopholes on the other side. Shareholders, this is the income of this company for the past few years. This company's income is not enough to buy this land. The relevant datas are within my hands. Lin Yi confidently took out every piece of paper, each of which he had spent a lot of effort and manpower to get. The shareholders could be said to be dumbfounded, slightly disbelieving but still carefully looking over each piece of paper. They didn't believe that they had found a loophole so quickly. This matter is something that General Manager Xiao Zhao asked me to do. So please also don't question General Manager Xiao Zhao's ability in the future. She was just trying to give you guys a step down just now. Lin Yi knew that Zhao Lingyu had just been unjustified just now, so he could only make up for all that he had lost just now. Zhao Lingyu looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. She hadn't thought that Lin Yi would actually put all this credit on herself. She was actually still very touched in her heart. Shareholders, are there any problems with these figures? A few shareholders knew that they were the ones who had lost ground now, so they didn't say anything more. Lin Yi, there's nothing wrong with these figures, but what should we do next with this piece of land? The significance of these shareholders of theirs uttering these words actually lay in finding themselves a step down. I think the other party's aim is definitely to take this piece of land. They're willing to pay such a high price, so they must be determined to get it. Lin Yi seriously analyzed the current situation. This matter was not a small thing. It concerned the entire group and the position of little Zhao. Right, the other party is determined to get it. Are we going to give it away? Old Cheng didn't understand what kind of medicine the other party was selling inside his gourd, so he asked without thinking. No, this is not called giving up our hand. This is called a trick. The other party simply doesn't have the funds to purchase this land, and will definitely give up on the acquisition when the time comes. Lin Yi uttered these words after seriously pondering for a while. At that time, we'll be able to reap the benefits of the land, and purchase the land at a low price. Why not? The people on the board of directors could be said to be listening with great interest, and now the evidence could be said to be very conclusive, and they had no chance to refute it. Alright then, let's believe what you say for now, and hope that this matter doesn't come to any more ends. A few directors quietly discussed it from the side, and finally gave this reply. Then I'll trouble you several directors to hurry up and leave. Don't waste our next time here. Lin Yi was getting a little impatient. It hadn't been once or twice that these guys had come looking for things, so he was a bit tolerant. The few shareholders could only slink away after hearing this. After all, they didn't have any other evidence or certainty that what Lin Yi said was false right now. After this matter was over, Zhao Lingyu also sort of relaxed and sighed deeply. If it wasn't for Lin Yi appearing in time, she still didn't know what to do, and she guessed that the situation would be dangerous by then. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Zhao Lingyu could be said to have a new outlook on Lin Yi. Previously, she had always thought that he only had a slight understanding of medical skills, but she hadn't expected him to be so smart. It could also be said that he knew a little bit about these business matters. Zhao Lingyu had a slight admiration for Lin Yi. There's no need to thank me. I promised you before that I would do you a favor by helping you with the company. Now it's also considered fulfilling my promise. Lin Yi lightly smiled. For him, although this matter had cost him a lot of energy, he felt that this matter was very worthwhile. It could be said that he was happy about this matter. If you didn't grow up in the mountains in the first place, I guess you're probably much smarter than me. Zhao Lingyu suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. She hadn't thought of checking out the details of the other party's company for such a long period of time. Instead, she had a tendency to want to negotiate with the other party about this matter, which was completely a mistake on her part. The good thing was that there was still time to make up for this mistake. Actually, growing up in the mountains doesn't have to be a bad thing. I do think it's quite good. Lin Yi thought of his previous days in the mountains. Although he hadn't seen the scenery of the metropolis, he still had no regrets. Every place had scenery that belonged to every place, so he felt that this kind of scenery was quite good. Actually, it was a good choice if you went into business in the first place. I think you have quite the business acumen, at least more than I do. Lin Yi felt slightly embarrassed after suddenly being praised. His face was starting to turn red. It seemed like he had never been so praised by a girl before, especially a girl he liked. I think you're actually more suitable to manage this group. What I can do is just to assist you. Besides, I think studying medicine is quite suitable for me. Saving lives is where I belong, right? Lin Yi actually didn't like this kind of business that often dealt with money. He preferred the feeling of purely saving people, the feeling of almost having to fight with the king of hell. Moreover, after this period of time in the hospital, or outside to save lives, Lin Yi had learned a lot and made a lot of new friends. Zhao Lingyu suddenly felt that Lin Yi was very charismatic, although he was still dressed in the same plain clothes, but that kind of charm seemed to be unstoppable all of a sudden. Zhao Lingyu felt as if she had fallen a little into the charm and couldn't help herself, even though at first he felt that there was no possibility at all with this wild boy. After all, one had grown up in the mountains, while the other had grown up in the metropolis, and it seemed as if they weren't in the same category to begin with. But now Zhao Lingyu felt that they were very much alike, very much in the same category. She didn't regret the fact that she was carrying so many missions, and he also didn't regret going into the field of studying medicine. Chapter 48, a brief discussion of his life. For the first time, Zhao Lingyu felt very curious about Lin Yi's life. Why would he be so indifferent to the world? Such a smart mind is really a pity not to use it for business. Zhao Lingyu felt a little too sorry for him. Since there's nothing going on right now, let's go find a place and have a good chat. Zhao Lingyu had already let go of other things now. Since the land matter could already be resolved satisfactorily, there was nothing for her to worry about, so she let go and relaxed, wanting to have a good chat about Lin Yi. She was also becoming more and more curious about Lin Yi, probably because she had been in contact with him for a long time. She felt that this person wasn't simple, and she also felt that she should get to know this person properly. It's fine. The location is fine if you pick it. Lin Yi felt a bit surprised at first, not knowing why the other party suddenly asked him to go chat, but since it was Zhao Lingyu who asked him out, he naturally couldn't refuse. It could even be said that he was very happy in his heart, just what he wanted. Then let's go to that cafe. We're relatively familiar with it anyway. Zhao Lingyu also really couldn't think of a better place to go, so she might as well pick a place she was more familiar with. Okay, by the way, go try your signature over there. Consider it as you thanking me. Lin Yi smiled cheekily. The purpose of him saying this was of course to make Zhao Lingyu not feel so psychologically burdened. This matter was just something he should do as a boyfriend. It wasn't a big deal, but according to Zhao Lingyu's strong nature, she would definitely regard this matter as very important. Little Mr. Zhao, why did you bring this boy here again this time? You two shouldn't have something going on. Shaolin, the sales clerk at the door, asked curiously. This was not the first time she had seen this boy, and it seemed that the relationship was a bit close. Zhao Lingyu would rarely take the initiative to bring people to this cafe because it held too many memories for her. What are you babbling about? How is that possible? It's just a coincidence that I passed by this cafe. Zhao Lingyu was a bit shy and embarrassed to admit all this. It's just what you imagined. Lin Yi couldn't help but add a word anyway, causing Xiaolin to hold back her laughter there. Suddenly the atmosphere started to lighten up as well. Zhao Lingyu then ordered 2 cups of coffee that she had personally developed earlier. Try the one I personally developed. I don't know if it's to your liking. Zhao Lingyu personally handed over the coffee. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party with very expectant eyes, wanting to get a positive answer. Then it's definitely to your liking. After all, it's my woman who personally mixed it. Lin Yi had been in the business world for a long time and had started to get a bit oily. All these fancy things he had learned from Wang Yu, who had told him that women like these things. He said that women like these things, and that if he spoke honestly like he did before, he wouldn't be liked by women. So he also learned a few words along the way. This coffee is really good. The aftertaste has a faint floral scent. Lin Yi carefully tasted it, and looked back at the other party afterward. Very few people can taste the flavor of a flower. So guess what kind of flower this is? Zhao Lingyu raised her eyebrows and said incredulously, I guess maybe it's manjusery? Lin Yi shallowly tasted another bite and guessed the flavor. It's manjushawa. I admired this flower. The way it stood on the edge of the cliff I still remember to this day. Zhao Lingyu remembered once going to the edge of a cliff and seeing a very brightly colored flower in full bloom. That was the manzanita. Lin Yi, I'm actually quite curious about your life. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me. Zhao Lingyu had been curious about this for a long time, but couldn't find a good time to speak. Actually, my birth is quite simple. It's just that it's really not a good question to talk about. It's kind of a special memory for me. Lin Yi thought back to his childhood. The memory of that time when he was a child had always lingered inside his mind. If you don't want to talk about it then forget it. I know that everyone has secrets that belong to everyone. I won't force you. Although Zhao Lingyu was curious, she didn't like to force others to do things she didn't like. It's fine. I was just thinking about how to go about this just now. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. He felt that it was better to say this matter. There was no need to hide it from the other party. Actually, I've been an orphan since I was a child, and by chance, I've been adopted by the master of the Castle Peak sect, who's been teaching me things about the medical arts. Lin Yi recalled those memories of being in the Green Mountain sect at that time and still felt as if it was still yesterday. Hearing him describe these painful memories, Zhao Lingyu thought of her original family and suddenly had a slight feeling that she was still very happy. Zhao Lingyu didn't know how to comfort Lin Yi anymore. She could only look at the other party with somewhat compassionate eyes. Actually, all of this is destined by karma. I feel quite good. I even learned a skill. Isn't this an opportunity for me? Lin Yi knew what the other party was thinking, so he smiled very cheerfully. He had long since forgotten about the matter of his birth. He had always felt that he was someone inside the Green Mountain sect. He had also long since treated his master as if he was his father, so he had long since stopped mentioning the matter of him being an orphan to others. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. I think you're still very powerful. It's not easy to learn so many skills under such circumstances. After hearing this, Zhao Lingyu felt that she had been underestimating Lin Yi before, and that she really should change her attitude. No, this is actually entirely all due to the various masters of the Green Mountain sect. Lin Yi was a bit overwhelmed as he scratched his head and humbly said these words. Indeed, this skill of his was all dependent on the various masters of the Green Mountain sect. If the masters hadn't picked him up in the first place, then it was true that he wouldn't have had these few opportunities to learn, so he was very grateful for all of this. The two people continued to talk freely about those other topics, and it could be said that they were chatting happily. Before, the two people had absolutely no chance to have a good chat, and now it was sort of a chance for the two of them to be alone to chat. After chatting, Linny sent Zhao Lingyu back. After Zhao Lingyu returned home, she spread the word that she would no longer be buying that piece of land. She felt that what Linny said was still very reasonable, and besides, the evidence was in front of her. She still trusted Linny very much, so she was willing to gamble on this ending. Chapter 49, Mysterious Phone Call. And the purpose of spreading this news out was to let everyone else know, especially since she wanted Suemo to know about it. Soon enough, the matter of Zhao Group not acquiring land had already spread on the internet. Suemo had already discovered this matter when he opened his computer. He then became anxious in his heart. How could he suddenly not acquire the land for a good reason? He had clearly promised to do this before. Now but suddenly backtracked, is what happened. Even before the two people in the cafe inside the happy negotiation, Zhao Lingyue is willing to back down a step. Suemo was slightly puzzled. He didn't know what kind of operation the other party was doing. Mr. Su, something big has happened. You should have seen today's news. Xiao Qing hurriedly walked in, hurriedly explaining the seriousness of this matter with his president. Saw it? What's the situation with the company now? Suemo sat in his chair at a loss. He didn't know what he should do. The situation of the company is very bad now. It has been deficit reporting stops. If it continues like this, our shareholders are going to start making noise. Xiao Qing hurriedly handed over all the data that had already been organized in the morning through and through, wanting to let Suemo take a look at the data. Suemo could be said to have two big heads right now, as he looked at the messy data that wasn't quite the same as what he had imagined, but it was undoubtedly all proving that this company was about to collapse. It's fine, you pacify the other shareholders first. I'll think of something, just wait a little longer. Suemo could only go for a delaying tactic as well. As far as the current situation was concerned, he could only stabilize the situation for the time being. He also had to figure out why Zhao Lingyu suddenly didn't acquire the land first. Good, but Mr. Su, you'd better do it as soon as possible. The other shareholders won't be able to stabilize for long, I reckon. Suemo sighed. A person soon came to the door. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wang Shui. I just heard that your company has encountered some trouble. Wondering if I can help. After hearing about Linny and Zhao Lingyu's plan, Wang Yu couldn't help but start playing his little game. After all, it could be said that it was time for the fisherman to reap the benefits, so he came to the door thinking that he could acquire a small share. Otherwise, he was always idle, and it wasn't good for him to be talked about by his father all the time. Although Suemo knows that the other party must be ill-intentioned, but now is a very urgent moment. If he does not compromise, it is likely that the company will close down. So Suemo had a slight hesitation. He didn't know whether he should agree to this matter or not. It's okay, Mr. Su, you can think about it, but you have time to consider. Your company may not have that much time to consider. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Wang Yu knew that the other party was worried about something, but anyone else would have considered it again and again. Mr. Wang, thank you for your kind words. I would like to reconsider. After thinking for a while, Suemo was about to agree to such a thing, but at this moment, the phone suddenly rang over. And when Suemo looked at the phone, it was actually Han Zhanyang. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I'll take the call first. Suemo didn't know what Han Zhanyang was calling over at this moment, but it was always better to answer this call first. Suemo, I'm sure someone must have approached you to acquire shares. Refuse this matter first. I'll take care of it when the time comes. Suemo didn't know how the other party knew about this matter, but he could only act as he saw fit. Okay, no problem, Mr. Han. As long as this matter could be resolved, he didn't care if he would have any conflicts with Wang Yu. Sorry about that, Mr. Wang. We don't have any intention of wanting to sell our shares for the time being, so we'll look for you again if there's a place for cooperation in the future. Suemo could only say to the other party apologetically. Wang Yu felt a little puzzled, looking at the other party's appearance, as if he would have promised himself just now, but he didn't expect the other party to actually directly reject his good intentions. I don't know why this is. Could it be because of that phone call just now? What exactly did the phone say? Wang read the content of the phone speculation, but he is not sure, so he could only tell everything he knew just now, and said it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi originally thought that Wang read this matter can be said to be imperative, but did not expect actually failed, so he was actually surprised. I don't think this matter is as simple as imagined. Let's say you failed to acquire the shares. There must have been a second person from it. Lin Yi speculated after hearing this. He felt that this matter wasn't as easy as he had first imagined. That's what I think too. Just now I could see that guy was about to promise me something. but was stopped by a phone call. Wang Shui was still angry now. If he had successfully acquired that share just now, his status in his dad's place could be said to have risen quite a bit. Unfortunately, this matter still failed, so he blamed that phone call for all the mistakes. It's just a pity that the person behind it, we don't know who it is yet, and there's no way to check this matter. Linny began to sigh. Although it was a good thing to know about this matter, the fact that he hadn't been able to find the person behind it bothered him. It's okay, sooner or later that person will come out. I believe that person won't be able to hide it for long. Wang Shui tried to give himself a pep talk. With his own strength, I believe it won't take long to catch the person behind the curtain. I'm sure the two of us will be able to defeat him jointly. Only I still have a problem to think about right now. Linny was still very confident, as he felt that he was getting closer to the truth, so to speak, rather than farther away. What problem? Wang Yu asked curiously. Could it be that the other party knew clues about the person behind this curtain? I don't know if I should tell Zhao Lingyu about this matter. Would it not be good if I did? Linny thought about it again and again. This matter was of great importance. I can't make a decision on this. You'd better think about whether or not to tell him yourself. Wang Yu revealed a helpless smile. He didn't expect this guy to think quite a lot, so Linny could only start thinking on his own. This matter had something to do with the land, so he thought about it and decided to tell Zhao Lingyu all about it. Maybe he could get some new gains from it. So Linny couldn't wait to go find Zhao Lingyu. Lingyu, just now Wang Reed went to look for Sumo, wanting to acquire some shares. Originally this matter was already a done deal, but I didn't expect the other party to actually reject it because of a phone call. It seems that this matter isn't simple. Chapter 50, Rejected. Linny told this matter one by one, trying to let the other party know the seriousness of this matter. No way. Sumo's company is on the verge of bankruptcy. How could he not be willing to sell his shares? Isn't that facing the danger of bankruptcy at any time? Zhao Lingyu was in disbelief. I also find it baffling that he would rather risk bankruptcy than sell his shares. Perhaps it's because there's still someone behind him who's been supporting him. Linny boldly speculated about all this, spelling out all the results he might have guessed. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, this person behind Sumo is much more complicated than we thought, and it's amazing that he could conceal his existence for so long. Alright, thank you. It seems that this matter is much more complicated than I imagined. I have to go back to Grandpa to discuss and think of a foolproof solution. Good. I'll accompany you then, but I promise to face everything with you. You can't refuse me. Then I'll trouble you to send it over at that time. Zhao Lingyu also didn't reject Lin Yi, but suddenly all of a sudden despondent. Originally thought that this matter could be solved easily. Didn't realize that there was such a big boss waiting behind the scenes. So Zhao Lingyu intends to go and ask her grandfather. After all, her grandfather has been in business for so many years. No matter what, will be a little more experienced than herself. Zhao Lingyu hoped that she could get some new ideas from this, and in the process, help her get this matter resolved. Lingyu, what's wrong? Look at you in a hurry? Zhao Hanshan was still leisurely looking at the newspaper at this moment. He rarely cared about the business world anymore. His own body wasn't very good anymore, so there wasn't much use for him to care about anything else. He just wanted to get well and see his granddaughter get married. The other things were left to those young people to deal with, and he didn't have those abilities anymore. Grandpa, I've come across something rather difficult and thought if you could help me make some decisions or something. Lingyu was slightly distressed as she handed over all her documents to Zhao Hanshan. Zhao Hanshan frowned a bit. Originally he didn't want to look at these documents, but since this was given to him by his granddaughter herself, he had to look at it as well. Is this about that piece of land of yours? I've looked at it. The price is indeed a bit high. There's nothing advantageous about it for us. Zhao Hanshan shook his head. He had never been in the business circle of real estate before, so he didn't know what real estate was really like. But according to his experience, this price was really out of place. But I think it's still necessary for Zhao Group to enter the real estate business, and I hope to do a good job with it. Zhao Lingyu spoke to her grandfather so seriously for the first time. Before, she had always appeared as a granddaughter. Now it was different. She needed to support its entire group alone. Lingyu, I completely understand your feelings. I'm already old and this group doesn't have much to do with me anymore. It's better to leave it to you, a young man, to manage. Zhao Hanshan wanted to say something. If you want to do something, just let it go. I won't stop you. But those people on the board of directors, you also know, aren't good people. Zhao Lingyu already knew exactly what her grandfather was thinking. This I know. I've already explained to them several times. It's true that they're not very nice to mess with, but I'm not going to give up our family estate. Zhao Lingyu said in a heroic manner. Although she was a girl, she didn't think she would do worse than the other heirs. Even more so, she wanted her group to do better. Since you already have your own ideas, then follow your ideas. Grandpa can't help you much anymore. Zhao Hanshan put down the paper and continued to look at the newspaper. He knew he would grow old one day, so he wanted to let his child fly alone. Sooner or later, there would be a day when he wouldn't be able to control his own child, and his own child would need to face the whole world alone. Okay, thank you Grandpa, take care of your health and rest well, don't always sit and read the newspaper. Zhao Lingyu didn't get some substantial help from Zhao Hanshan's side either. She was a bit helpless. This was the first time she had faced such a complicated situation. Zhao Hanshan saw his granddaughter's somewhat lost expression, but he could only hold back. If he intervened to help her on top of this matter, then in the future when he was no longer around, and then things big and small like this, what would Zhao Lingyu do? So in fact, Zhao Hanshan still fought a lot within this period of time. He was a little heartbroken, but he could only hold back. Don't worry about it, you can go ahead and handle your official business. I have my own body, besides there is Lin Yi. Zhao Hanshan had a kind smile that made Zhao Lingyu a little overwhelmed. So Zhao Lingyu could only go with Zhao Hanshan to a separate place. Lin Yi had already been waiting outside the door for a long time. He actually wanted to know what kind of situation was inside, but he felt that he, after all, was still an outsider now, and it still wouldn't be good to go in and discuss this kind of family matter, so he just waited outside alone and silently. How's it going, Lingyu? Did Grandpa say anything? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask eagerly after seeing Zhao Lingyu come out. Zhao Lingyu's face was filled with loss because she hadn't expected her grandfather to actually directly leave her behind. Grandpa didn't say anything, he just told me to face this matter alone. He said that this matter is fine for me to handle alone. Zhao Lingyu spoke softly, no longer having the demeanor she had back then. Actually, you should also know why Grandpa didn't say anything. It's okay, I believe you can handle this matter. Lin Yi was still very confident. He knew that even if Zhao Hanshan didn't help Zhao Lingyu to face this matter, there would always be a way to deal with it. This matter couldn't be insurmountable. Thank you for comforting me. I also believe that I can do this matter well myself. Although it seemed like these words were cheering herself up, it was hard not to notice a bit of loss present in Zhao Lingyu. Anyway, I've always been there when you needed me. I'll accompany you and face this matter, whether it succeeds or fails. Lin Yi knew that the only thing he could do now was to silently accompany her by his side. There wasn't much else he could do. Chapter 51, Sneak Encounter. On the other hand, Wang Yu was seriously investigating these situations, and through his persistent investigation, he discovered that Su Mo seemed to be in a wrong situation recently. He had previously rejected his own acquisition, but behind his back, he was communicating with others. What exactly was this situation? He was very confused, so he hurriedly went to find Lin Yi, wanting to discuss his next plan. Lin Yi, I've made a major discovery. Lin Yi could be said to be overjoyed in his heart after hearing this. He was at a loss before, but now the news could be said to be shocking good news for him, for Zhao Lingyu as well. What major discovery? Speak quickly, don't whet my appetite. I found out that Su Mo might have had a certain connection with other people recently. A not so normal connection anyway. Lin Yi was pondering after hearing this. It was certain that Su Mo must have something to do with that mastermind behind the scenes. I see. Then it seems like we have to catch the one behind it. Lin Yi had a somewhat anxious look on his face as it could be said that the time for the auction was now getting closer and closer. If we don't find out about that person earlier, the board of directors side probably won't be able to give a good explanation. Our next goal is to hurry up and catch the murderer behind the scenes. I'll go and get busy first. Strive for a quick solution. Wang Yu was also very anxious. He also hoped to catch the murderer earlier. There's no need to rush. We just need to keep a good eye on Su Mo next. I'm sure there will be results. Lin Yi surmised that this time period Wang Shui must be very anxious, so he would definitely look for the one behind the curtain to help. So the two of them will definitely meet, and they'll be able to catch them at that time. Okay, then I'll listen to you. We'll meet up then and go on a stakeout together. Lin Yi pretended to be calm as he said these words, without any surprises. According to Su Mo's mentality, he would definitely find the person who was behind the auction before the auction. Otherwise his company would go out of business. After Lin Yi finished this call, he hurriedly made a call to Zhao Lingyu. Lingyu, we have an accurate plan now. Wang Yu and I will go and keep an eye on Su Mo, but you might have to deal with the board side on your own. Zhao Lingyu was still flipping through the documents inside the company at this time. She knew that the people from the board of directors should be looking for her soon without any surprises. Alright, no problem. You guys should also pay attention to your safety. Watch out for yourself and make sure to stall for time. The more time you buy, the more time we can have to catch the person behind the scenes. After Zhao Lingyu received her instructions, she hurriedly sat on a chair in a pretense of calmness and waited for the people from the board of directors to arrive. As expected, soon enough the people from the board of directors came in. It's been a long time, Mr. Little Zhao. It was really something that was expected. Zhao Lingyu looked at everything in front of her very calmly. Long time no see. Old Chang, how come you have this free time to come to my place? Old Chang looked like he was raising an eyebrow. I just wanted to come and take a look at that piece of land. I don't know if the plan you mentioned before has succeeded. After old Chang learned the news from somewhere else that the auction was still being held as scheduled, he felt that he had gotten a good opportunity. He was going to take this opportunity to properly come and ask Zhao Lingyu about this parcel of land and take the chance to get her off the stage. Old Chang, the auction hasn't even arrived yet. What's the rush? It's really the emperor who's not in a hurry. Zhao Lingyu responded calmly, but in her heart, she still felt a bit weak. It's just that lost piece of land. Little Zhao always has to give us shareholders an explanation. Old Yu said with a helpless face. If it wasn't for the fact that this little girl wasn't giving up her position right now, there was no need for them to press on step by step. Didn't I already give you guys an answer before? What? Are you guys not believing the data I gave you guys? Zhao Lingyu deliberately spoke aggressively. She couldn't afford to lose on top of her momentum. Obviously, this aggressive situation was more than a matter of momentum. Believe it or not, but I heard that the others are still at the same price and don't have any money chain problems. Old Yu purposely pretended to be very plain, and told some of the tidbits of information that he had overheard. Would they tell you guys about the chain of funds so easily? Do you guys think they would be so stupid? Zhao Lingyu didn't know who had passed out the news and only felt that the news was extremely ridiculous, so the two teams started circling around, and Zhao Lingyu just balked at the fact that this matter was still an unknown anyway. She tried her best to do what Linny said and delayed as much as she could. She just didn't know how long she could delay it as long as she could. On the other hand, Wang Yu and Linny had found out about Sumo's trip today, so they hurriedly followed him. They followed Sumo all the way, and at first, they felt that it was quite normal, with nothing else wrong, until Sumo started to look a bit sneaky. So Linny and Wang Yu looked more carefully. It seemed like there would be some gains today, but because the distance was just a little too far, the two of them couldn't see clearly who Sumo was actually meeting with. Wang Yu was so anxious that he couldn't wait to fly straight up to see who it was, but they were doing something unseemly after all, so they could only do it secretly. Do you feel that this person looks a bit familiar? Linny had been observing this figure, and he only felt as if he had seen this figure somewhere before, but for a moment it was surprisingly a bit hard to remember. I also feel a bit familiar, but it's really too far away. How can I see the face clearly here? Wang Yu sighed somewhat helplessly. It couldn't be that this plan was going to go down the drain today. It's impossible that they can't harvest anything. No, look at his hands. Don't you think they look a bit familiar? Linny suddenly said this excitedly. As a doctor, he naturally had always been more sensitive to hands. What's familiar about this hand? Doesn't everyone have 5 fingers? Wang Shui did not know if the other party was crazy. Actually said this kind of words, actually questioning whether the hand is 5 fingers or not. No, look at the watch he's wearing on his hand. It's a global limited edition, and the second bone of his middle finger is much thicker than normal people, while the bone of his little thumb is thinner than normal people. This was still a scene that Linny had only observed during his previous surgery. It was rare for him to see 2 fingers of a regular person that were so strange, or even a little too asymmetrical. So you're saying that this person is still an acquaintance? Don't sell yourself short. Who exactly is this person? After hearing the other party's rational judgment, Wang Yu became even more curious. Chapter 52, Start of the Auction. This person is the Han Zhanyang we've been thinking about. I really didn't expect it to actually be him. Linny was a little surprised, but decided that it was better to remain silent for now. How could it be him? No wonder the two of them kept making eye contact that day. They really did have a thing. Wang Yu heard this and couldn't believe it. Before he thought it was Linny's problem, but he didn't realize that he was probably wrong about him. Don't tell the public about this matter for now. Han Zhanyang is after all a public figure. If we rashly tell this matter, I don't think anyone will believe it, including Zhao Lingyu. Linny decided to admonish Wang Yu after thinking about it again. Wang Yu was all set to tell Zhao Lingyu about this matter in a hurry, but after hearing this wave of analysis from Linny, he felt that it still made sense, so he also agreed. Good, I'll keep it a secret. Time waited for no one, and soon it was the day of the auction. Zhao Lingyu was slightly worried because her previous inquiries to Linny had all resulted in nothing, so she didn't know what this auction would be like. It was about the group entering real estate. Linny put his arm around Zhao Lingyu and patiently comforted. It's fine, there's me. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, Linny didn't know what kind of plan the other party would implement. Anyway, in his heart now, he was kind of a bit of a number. Before the auction started, Elder Joe decided that he still wanted to have a chat with Linny. After all, Linny had saved his life before, so he was going to give him some news that he knew, and sort of return the favor. Elder Joe, what's wrong? Linny was slightly puzzled. He didn't know what this old man was looking for him in a hurry for, especially before the auction. I'll give you a little news. Sumo's company appeared to be in a bit of a situation, so it just won't be participating in the auction. I think the chances of you guys getting it are still very high. Elder Joe revealed a trace of a kind smile. After all, he was completely unaware of these messy things behind the scenes. Elder Joe, do you know why the company is in trouble? Or do you know more about it? Lin Yi was very strange. He didn't know why such a thing would happen before the auction, although he had guessed before that such a situation might happen. But according to the fact that Su Mo had approached Han Zhengyang before, it shouldn't have happened. I don't know the specifics, and I can't be bothered to ask more about the other circumstances. Anyway, that's what Su Mo told me at the time, only telling me that the company had a situation, so they weren't involved. Elder Joe flabbergasted for a moment, and one by one, he told everything he himself knew. He actually felt strange at the time, but this was after all someone's privacy, and he couldn't ask anything more. Like in the business circle and the official world, it was still quite normal to encounter the collapse of a company, so he didn't put it on his mind either. Thank you then. Soon the auction started, and Lin Yi hurriedly hurried back to his seat. What's wrong? Did Elder Joe look for you for something? Zhao Lingyu saw the other party's somewhat perplexed look, so she hurriedly asked. Nothing, just follow your plan when the time comes. If there are any problems, I'll tell you in advance. Lin Yi saw that time was getting a bit tight, so he wasn't going to explain all of this now, wanting to wait until after the company. Good. Zhao Lingyu didn't quite understand, but she could only do as she was told. Today's auction is for the land under the name of Zhou's Real Estate, covering an area of about 5,000 acres. Is there anyone willing to bid? At first everyone's price wasn't very high. Zhao Lingyu made a direct bid. 100 million. This price could be said to be the highest price in the room. Everyone thought that this price would definitely be able to take this piece of land, but unexpectedly, there was actually a mysterious person who directly increased the price by $200 million. Zhao Lingyu was flabbergasted for a moment, but this price was still within the controllable range, so she added another 100 million. But the mysterious person didn't seem to be willing to spare the situation in the slightest, and probably because the rest of the people who were eating were a little too enthusiastic, the situation started to become quite lively. Everyone was interested in seeing who the final landlord would go to. After all, the price could already be said to be growing at a white-hot pace now. So Zhao Lingyu and the mysterious man both increased this price separately, and both could be said to be increasing it drastically bit by bit. Zhao Lingyu didn't know where this person had sprung from, but she always felt that she had called the price a little too high. Lingyu, calm down. The price is now 3 times the price we expected before, so we can give up now. Don't be mesmerized by the other party. Lin Yi knew that the other party was actually just trying to tempt Zhao Lingyu to obediently take the bait and use some unequal price to buy the land. Zhao Lingyu tried to calm herself down after hearing this, and rightly so. What Lin Yi said did make sense. She couldn't be fooled by the other party. It really wasn't worth it to use such a high price to buy a piece of land. At this time the price has been called by the other party very high. The other party is smugly ready to see this good thing, but I didn't expect that at this moment. The whole place could be said to be silent. Only some melon eaters' discussion sounds. Is there anyone else to raise the price? The other party originally thought that Zhao Lingyu would raise the price up again, but he didn't expect that the other party would simply not be as good as his own set, and instead, he put his hand down in his own way. 3 billion. For the first time, the stage was in an uproar. They were all fiercely discussing what kind of person would auction off this piece of land at such a high price. 3 billion. Second time, the other party began to frown. This was not something he had planned. It was completely out of his range of acceptance. Is there really no one else to raise the price for such a good piece of land? But there wasn't a single person underneath who raised their cards, just one with wide eyes, wanting to see who would have such great vigor. $3 billion. For the third time. Let's congratulate this gentleman for obtaining the acquisition of this plot of land. Everyone turned their gazes to this mysterious man. Only in the end, no one knew who this mysterious man was. He wore a mask the entire time, as if he was the least bit reluctant to let others find out who he was. Loud applause rang out from the stage, all to celebrate the fact that this piece of land had actually been sold at such a high price. Elder Joe hadn't even expected it to be sold at such a high price, so he cheerfully cheered there. Previously, although Sumo's company had offered a very high price, it wasn't as high as this price. Chapter 53. That's why Elder Joe was very satisfied with the price of this auction. But Zhao Lingyu felt strange. Why just now Lin Yi pulled himself back and didn't allow himself to raise the price any further? And he didn't say anything when he himself asked him what he had talked to Elder Joe about. Lingyu, I know you're confused right now, so I'll come and help you out. Lin Yi and Zhao Lingyu returned to the office, wanting to discuss what happened at the auction just now. What exactly did you and Elder Joe talk about just now? It was mysterious, and you actually didn't tell me. Zhao Lingyu blinked her big curious eyes. She still felt like she was in the clouds even now, as if all the things that happened just now had never happened. Elder Joe told me that Sumo's company had some situation, so he's not participating in this auction. He doesn't know the exact reason either. Zhao Lingyu recalled the mysterious person she had been confronting with just now. Then that person just now wasn't from Sumo's company? Lin Yi nodded in the affirmative. I'm not too sure if it's specifically someone from his company or the person behind him, but that person must have maliciously raised the price. That's why I won't let you raise the price anymore. Zhao Lingyu suddenly realized after hearing that. So that was it, and had pretty much understood those confusing situations just now. But what should I explain on the board side? Before, I swore to them that I would definitely take this piece of land. Now we've missed out on this parcel. Zhao Lingyu looked a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who said the words. Now how was she going to round this back? Don't worry about it. If the board of directors say so, I believe that they themselves will have a clear idea in their hearts. If they auction the land at this price, they will lose a lot of money. Linny carefully speculated about those old men. Although those old men were usually so aggressive, but not so much that they couldn't even tell the difference. Good, but I'm actually still a little worried in my heart. Zhao Lingyu was a little bit scared in her heart when she thought of those old men, especially for this piece of land coming to her office 3 times to ask for a statement from herself. Those scenes seemed like they were still fresh in their minds. Remember to tell me if they give you a hard time then. Lin Yi knew what Zhao Lingyu was worried about. Nothing more than worrying that those old men would come to his door to make trouble again. Zhao Lingyu suddenly felt that she really wasn't as capable as Lin Yi, and that she was still a little emotional in dealing with things. Today, she almost made a big mistake. But it's good that Lin Yi was there. Zhao Lingyu felt warm and fuzzy in her heart, and her good feelings towards Lin Yi could be said to have risen quite a bit. She suddenly felt like she could also be like a little woman, clinging to this man's side. Thank you. If it wasn't for you today, I would have lost everything. Zhao Lingyu made a very mischievous expression, and it was sort of over. This matter of the land could finally come to an end. She could also finally take a good rest and could meet a new project when the time came. With Lin Yi there, she could also be considered to have saved herself a lot of heartache and ease. Lin Yi could only smile gently. No need to thank you. This is what I should do. Besides, I didn't help you much. Lin Yi felt that he had succeeded quite a bit again. At least he could help her above these official matters, instead of just watching it all happen in silence like he had just arrived. This was sort of his way of trying to work on improving his charisma. It was just that he never knew when Zhao Lingyu would really like himself and be willing to accept himself in this marriage. The people over at the board of directors had of course also seen these messages, and it was a good thing that they themselves had gotten things about this auction being overpriced from the side of various gossips. So it was decided that it would be better to put things to rest. And so a few old men, who could only continue to drink tea every day, decided to settle down for a while, especially after they learned that this auction was because of Lin Yi, and that's why Zhao Lingyu had stopped her losses in time. They became even more impressed with this wild boy. All of them were constantly speculating about this brat's identity and what this brat's abilities were. Lin Yi, I heard that there will be a seminar on medicine in the city recently. Are you interested in participating in it? Zhao Lingyu revealed a hint of anticipation. In fact, she still very much hoped that Lin Yi would go and participate in it. This seminar could be said to be very heavyweight, and there were quite a few expert figures in it. Although these figures were probably just minor figures to Lin Yi, Zhao Lingyu still hoped that they could go and exchange knowledge about medicine. By the way, they could communicate about these aspects and not always waste their time on helping her. She also hoped that Lin Yi could improve his abilities a bit. Lin Yi saw this expectant look in Zhao Lingyu's eyes, a look that couldn't be hidden, in order to not let her be that disappointed. So he could only agree. Good, then I'll definitely be there when the time comes. Actually, Lin Yi didn't have much interest in this kind of public nature. He grew up living in a secluded place like Castle Peak sect, so he didn't like to do things that threw his head out of the window. But now that he had Zhao Lingyu, it was different. He felt that it could also be time to change himself. If you're busy, then forget it. I'm just mentioning it off the top of my head, and it seems to me that you don't really like this formality. Zhao Lingyu actually regretted it a little after she said it, because she also found out that Lin Yi didn't seem to like this very much. Even if his medical skills were so brilliant, he rarely appeared in public. So, she planned to save the day and hurriedly rounded up her own words. It's true that I don't really like this kind of formality, and I'm used to living that kind of secluded life. Lin Yi wanted to say something. He didn't know how to hide his emotions and heart, so he could only tell the truth. But then he added, but I think it's actually quite good to share my medical skills with everyone. And there are a lot of people who don't agree with my acupuncture treatments. So I feel that I can use an occasion like this to get people to accept my original acupuncture treatments. Lin Yi knew that what he had said before had caused Zhao Lingyu to feel slightly lost, so he hurriedly found an opportunity to say those words back. And it might not necessarily not be a good thing for everyone to be able to accept the medical skills of the Green Mountain sect and accept his own original acupuncture therapy. He had lived in the Green Mountain sect for so many years. It was time to make the Green Mountain sect even more famous, and it was also a way for him to repay the Green Mountain sect. Chapter 54, Tearing Up the Face. And at this moment the situation is the most embarrassing is the person who bought the land Polygonum. He did not expect this piece of land will be smashed in their own hands. He had thought that according to the other party's instructions to do things can also get a relatively generous remuneration, but I did not expect to be the other party to recognize the setup. at first, but was full of confidence in the face of all this. The person who was fine with buying that piece of land could only be the one to go and ask Sumo what exactly was going on. He could only go to him to ask him about his offense. Mr. Su, what's going on? You promised that there would be no problems with this matter. Sumo also did not expect this situation at all. Right now, it seems that the only way is to shirk the responsibility. Sumo was not a person who was sentimental and righteous, and had only done so in order to utilize him. Now that he had failed to utilize him, he was of course shifting all the blame cleanly. At first, I only told you to slightly increase the price, but I didn't expect you to actually increase the price by so much, so people will definitely not be happy. Sumo said these words viciously, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, but at that time, you and I said that the other party would definitely buy this piece of land. You just let me put on a show. How could I know so much? The other party innocently put on an expression, and his tone was filled with innocence. In fact, to him, he completely felt that this matter was just a play for a scene, but he didn't expect that now that this piece of land had smashed into his hands, he didn't know what to do, and furthermore, he had bought the land at such a high price. You have to learn to improvise. You see his situation at that time. Why still increase the price? This matter is wrong because you simply won't look at the situation. Sumo naturally didn't want to bear the price of such a high land plot, so he tried to blame the other party for this problem. Fine, since you say so, then don't blame me for being unforgiving. This matter is clearly something you didn't plan for. The other party was infuriated, and in his heart, it could be said that he was furious. What are you talking about? You were the one who agreed to the plan in the first place as well, and now you're even backpedaling. Sumo confidently revealed a hint of a smile. Anyway, the crux of the problem now didn't lie with him, and he didn't need to take any responsibility, so all he had to do now was to keep playing the rogue. If you have to be like this, I don't mind tearing my hair out with you, and both of us will look bad at that time. The other party saw Sumo playing the rogue, so in his heart, he could only say that he was holding his tongue. They were, after all, grasshoppers on a thread, so if they tore their faces off, it would actually not look good for anyone, and the ending would not be good for anyone. Fine, then let's see who looks worse at the time. Sumo was of course not afraid of this person. As early as the beginning he had already wiped out the evidence and whatnot, so naturally there shouldn't be any problems. After thinking about it, Polygon decided that he should do something, so viciously hung up the phone. He turned his hand and made a call to Linny, wanting to float this matter to Linny. Anyway, he had already torn his face with Sumo, so naturally he didn't want to leave that much of a favor with him. Besides, he couldn't possibly shell out that much money to buy this piece of land, so he could only find another person to take over. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Linny was still preparing for the academic seminar about his acupuncture at this time, and for this seminar, he could be said to have been very busy these past few days. He had prepared a lot of relevant information, as well as detailed pictures and text, because this thing was after all the result of his research for so many years. If it was just based on these simple words alone, it would be hard to narrate, and he wanted to let everyone to embrace this matter. But at this moment the phone rang. Linny opened his cell phone to see that it was actually an unfamiliar call. Linny was torn for a moment, whether he should answer the phone at this moment or not, but thinking that this matter might be a bit important, he answered the phone. Mr. Lin? How did the other party know his name? Linny had absolutely no idea who the other party was. What's wrong? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. You'll know when the time comes. I'm looking for you solely because of that matter of the land plot. Linny wondered for a moment. The land plot? Could it be the parcel of land that was previously owned by Elder Joe? But hadn't that piece of land already been auctioned off by the mysterious person? Could it be that the mysterious person was this person on the phone? What parcel of land? How come I don't know of any parcel of land? Linny began to play dumb. He wanted to set up whether the other party was really the mysterious person or whether he just wanted to swindle him. It's the parcel of land that you auctioned off at Master Joe's auction before. But wasn't that parcel of land auctioned off by someone else? That person is me. Polygon knew that the other party naturally didn't believe that he would say that, because if it was him, he wouldn't believe such a person either. That parcel of land? I see. So what are you looking for me to say? Linny raised his eyebrows with interest. He wanted to listen on to what this person would say that was more interesting. I'm looking for you in order to tell you about the things behind this auction, and by the way, I want to ask you if you're willing to buy this piece of land. Polygon you was playing a trick. He felt that it was not good to say all this on top of the phone, so he wanted to ask him to meet him offline. Then just tell me the place and time directly. I hope what you say is true. Linny could be said to be semi-suspicious of this person now. He didn't know which words this person said were true and which were false. Of course it was also possible that all the words were false and it was a trap after the auction, but he still decided to go and see what was going on. A big stone in Polygon's heart finally sank. and this matter was considered to have temporarily found a solution that could be resolved. At least he would have a way to go about solving this matter. It was better than having this piece of land smashed inside his hands. Alright, I'll send you both the time and location when the time comes. After hearing this, Linny decided to contact Wang Shui to find out what was going on. Wang Yu, the person who bought the land before, contacted me. Wang Yu was dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect the person who bought the land to contact Linny again. He had thought that the matter was already settled, but now it seemed that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. Who was the person who auctioned off the land? How did he contact you? What did he say? It can't be another big conspiracy. Chapter 55, Exposing the Truth. I'm not very clear about who the person who has photographed the land is right now, but the other party asked me to meet at the cafe and said that they want to talk about buying and selling the land. As soon as Wang Shui heard this news, he hurriedly became interested. He would like to know now who the person who bought the land is in the end. Okay, just send me the location and time. I'll be there as promised. I'd love to see what kind of person it is. Linny knew that this guy was still interested in this kind of thing, and one more person was more power. At that time, he would also be able to decide on some things. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome for him to be alone. Alright, I'll send it to you then. Linny felt that this matter was almost settled, as long as he could see who this guy was in the end by then, including what would be behind this matter. Soon it was time for the other party's appointment. Wang Yu and Linny arrived early just to wait for the appearance of this mysterious character. Soon the man arrived with a black duck-tongued hat. Are you the one who bought this piece of land at the auction? Linny was a bit in disbelief. This person was somewhat unimpressive. It didn't look at all like someone who could have auctioned off this plot of land. Yes, indeed that parcel of land was bought by me. I know you guys can't believe it, but I have proof. Polygon knew from the other party's surprised eyes that they didn't believe him, so he hurriedly took out the sale contract from inside his bag. This is the auction sale contract. You guys can take a look through it to know if this matter is real or fake. Linny took this auction contract and then brought it over to look at it with Wang Yu. Wang Yu had been exposed to contracts for so many years, so naturally he knew that this contract was real. The contract is real, but how could you be so kind as to give us this contract? There shouldn't be a fake in the middle. Wang Yu felt that this matter is very strange. Since the auction to the land, why the other party will still directly scatter? This seems to be completely illogical. In fact, there is another thing behind the scenes of this matter. Originally this matter can be hidden from the world, but it is very unfortunate that the other party wants to tear the face with me. Polygon Rene received the contract of sale, then said in a fanciful manner, let me guess, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with Sumo. Wang Yu couldn't help but start snickering. He felt that this matter was still quite interesting. Indeed, did you guys notice during the auction? I've been raising the price. In fact, this matter is what Sumo instructed me to do. Polygon knew that the other party didn't seem to be too easy to mess with, so he told all the words one by one. What he wanted to do now was to hurry up and get rid of this pot. Hurry up and dump this troublesome land to someone else. Then why did you guys tear yourselves apart? This matter doesn't seem to be a loss for either of you. Linny asked curiously. He didn't know how a grasshopper on a thread could suddenly have its thread broken. Could it be that it was because he had suddenly called off the price? So it had disrupted their original plan. Because the price was too high, Sumo wasn't willing to bear the price and blamed me for all the mistakes in this matter. Alright, I know about the things behind this, but you came to us to buy and sell land. What price are you planning to sell this piece of land for? Linny frowned. If this piece of land could be auctioned off at the right price, it wouldn't be a bad thing. On the contrary, it could help the group enter the real estate business. So Linny was also considering these things. So he wanted to ask just what price this plot of land would be sold for. For the price, we can talk about it again. It's just that I don't want this piece of land to be smashed in my hands. Taeju laughed a little. He was a businessman. Naturally he understood these oily things. That's natural, but I still like people who are quick. Just say a price you're willing to pay, and then if it's okay, I'll take this piece of land of yours. Linny intended to ask for a suitable price and then go back and tell Zhao Lingyu at that time. The price I'm giving from my side is half of the original price. This price is already very low. I hope you think about it. Taeju pondered for a moment. Although it was half the price lower than the price on this contract, it was better than smashing it in his own hands. If it wasn't for Sumo this guy, he wouldn't have had to lose so much money out. He was a little heartbroken right now, but there was nothing he could do about it. Okay, I'm clear on the price, but I still have to go back and discuss this price. After all, I can't do it alone. Linny decided to go back and discuss this price after getting it. This was after all the group's first real estate business. Then thank you in advance. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll look for you again. Wang Shui very politely stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with the other party. Like him, this kind of rich second generation, naturally it is better to make some contacts. Okay, I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate. Polygon also very polite back a sentence. This kind of price is already considered the lowest price he can give. He also very much hoped that the other party would be able to take this piece of land. After Lin Yi got the exact news, he hurriedly rushed back to the company. Ling Yu, stop for a moment. I have a very important matter that I want to discuss with you beforehand. Seeing the other party panting, Ling Yu couldn't help but ask with good curiosity. What is it? As for being in such a hurry, just calm down first and I'll talk slowly. No, I just saw the person who bought that piece of land. Zhao Lingyu could also be said to be shocked after hearing that. She completely did not think that she could actually see the person who bought the land again. What? What did you guys talk about? Zhao Lingyu blinked her eyes curiously, waiting for an answer. We chatted those things about the land plot. He wants to sell it to us. If you're interested, we can meet then. Lin Yi sat on top of his chair, carefully recalling what had just happened. That person who bought the land, I think we can go and meet him. But did the other party go into detail with you about the price? And why did he sell the land to us for good reason? Zhao Lingyu was puzzled, and had the feeling that a piece of land had fallen from the sky. She felt a bit strange, but seeing how serious Lin Yi was, she felt as if there was nothing more to this matter. He said that behind the scenes, it was Su Mo who had been manipulating this matter, jacking up the price and then flipping out later. Chapter 56, Crazy Price Cutting. Lin Yi thought deeply again. Regarding the price, he said it was half of the original price, but I think we can still talk about the price. Zhao Lingyu thought for a while. She felt that this was something she could go and meet in person and then talk about the price to a suitable price. If the group was able to take this project, it would also help her a lot in the future. She also didn't want her grandfather to look down on her. This was after all the first real estate project that she had personally operated. She had also spent a great deal of effort for this project herself, so she didn't want to give it up so easily. Okay, I'm probably clear about it too. At that time I also felt that this Su Mo were a little strange, but I couldn't say. I didn't realize that this matter was really still operated by him. Zhao Lingyu's heart could be said to be a bit hateful towards this Su Mo. You help me make an appointment with that person. We'll meet up when we're free. If it can be a suitable price, we'll dish it out. Zhao Lingyu thought about it for a bit. Right now half the price of this land is still a bit high. It was a bit uneconomical, but if it could be platted down to a third, it was something to consider. No problem, but do you have a price in mind that's about right, so that we can grind it out with him when the time comes? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. He wanted everyone to settle on a price right now, and then he would act opportunistically based on the other party's price. I think half the price is a bit high. It's about the same if we can knock the price down to a third. Lin Yi had more or less participated in this project before, so he thought about it for a moment and felt that this one-third price should still be fine. I think it's fine. By then I'll strive to dish out this project and I can start construction. Lin Yi scrutinized it carefully, looking at the way the other party was in a hurry. It should be that he didn't want this piece of land at all. It was just to get some blood back. Soon after, Lin Yi made a call. Tate Yu, last time you and I talked about the land plot, I think we can still talk about it. Polygon Yu received this phone call can be said to be slightly excited. He completely did not expect the other party, actually so quickly, to give himself back the message. Originally thought that the business of this piece of land would be in vain during that scene. It seems that there is still a glimmer of hope now. That's really great. If the time and place is still the same old rules, can it be? Lin Yi listened to this tone of the other party for a moment and knew that the other party was now itching to turn this piece of land over immediately. Can. Then I'll see you then. I hope we can work well together. The old time came exceptionally fast. The three people soon met face to face. I believe you are the young Zhao general manager. I didn't expect you to really be so young. Polygon saw hope coming, so his mouth started to become a lot sweeter. Hello. The two men shook hands politely. I've heard all about what you said about the land before. I think this matter is negotiable, but the price is still a bit high. Zhao Lingyu also didn't like to beat around the bush to get here. She was still very quick on top of these official matters. It seems like Zhao is a quick person. So what price do you think is more appropriate? Mr. Zhao, the half of the price I gave is already very low. Tate Yu sized up the woman in front of her, not expecting this woman to be so quick. He also thought that this young woman was very easy to get rid of. It seems that he had thought things too simply. Then I'll cut the crap. I think a third of the price is about right. If you say half the price, then I'm afraid I won't be able to purchase this piece of land. Tate Yu raised his eyebrows. 1/3 of the price? He still had a bit of meat-ache in his heart. Little General Manager Zhao, you can see that this piece of land is indeed in a very good location, and the utilization rate in the future will also be very high, so you should reconsider whether it can be slightly increased. Zhao Lingyu knew that this was the usual business routine, but she had already decided on this price, so she wasn't going to change her original ideas. Polygon, although this piece of land has a good location with a high utilization rate, your price is a little too high. It's better to sell 1/3 of it to us. It's better than smashing it in your own hands. You can grasp the pros and cons here yourself. Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore, so he said these words right on the spot. Taeju seemed to have been half set all of a sudden, and froze for a moment. In that case, let's make it a third of the price. I don't like to be abrasive either. If you think it's okay, I'll buy this plot of land. If you don't think it's okay, then good luck getting rid of it soon. Zhao Lingyu planned to put on a show with Lin Yi. As long as she acted like she didn't care, then the other party would definitely be willing to sell. After all, the other party really didn't want to smash this piece of land inside their hands. Alright, since Xiao Zhao is always a straightforward person, then I'll respectfully follow your orders. Happy cooperation. So the cooperation was so easily resolved, and it was at 1/3 of the price of acquiring this piece of land. It could be said to be a very cost-effective deal. Zhao Lingyu revealed a hint of a happy smile. This was after all a project that she had manipulated for so long, and now it was about to return to her own hands. Soon the land authorization transfer came back, and the company smoothly moved on to the next stage, which was the beginning of real estate. Everyone in the company could be said to be cheering for this matter, except for those shareholders who were for the position of the young Zhao general manager. Those shareholders could be said to be sullen in their hearts after hearing about this matter. After all, if general manager Little Zhao had gained such success, it meant that they were getting farther and farther away from this position, and they could only be there to congratulate them in a fake and sympathetic manner. Zhao Lingyu was busy every day about the content of this real estate project. For the beginning of her contact with this project, she was a bit rusty, so the preliminary preparation needed to be very sufficient. After looking at the preparations for a long time, she decided to go for a substantial operation. She wanted to go to the field inspection of this piece of land, to see what this piece of land is like in reality. After all, having those theoretical things is not enough. Of course you have to go to the field to see, and she felt that this project will be more at ease if she handles it herself. Lin Yi intended to also go to see the project, as accompanied by his girlfriend to travel it, but he hadn't thought about this place at all. But it actually included a branch of the Castle Peak sect, which had always been known for its mystery, so he wasn't quite sure where all the branches were at times, probably all over the 5 lakes and all over the world. Since it was such a coincidence, he would go and take a side trip to see this diversion of the Green Mountain sect. Chapter 57, Worshipped. Wang Reed, are you interested in going with me to the Green Mountain sect to take a look? Lin Yi felt that going alone was a bit boring, but he didn't want to disturb Zhao Lingyu, so he planned to call Wang Jue to go with him. Wang Jue became interested after hearing that. Green Mountain sect? The mysterious Green Mountain sect? This place was a place he had never wanted to go to before, so he was still very interested in this place. Green Mountain sect? Since you kindly invited me, I naturally can't refuse. Wang Shui even pretended to be polite after hearing this. He had actually been dreaming about this place, the Green Mountain sect, for a long time. It was only that Lin Yi had been unwilling to mention anything about the Green Mountain sect before, so he naturally didn't dare to ask more. What gracious invitation. I just felt that going alone was too boring, so I wanted to find someone to accompany me. When Lin Yi heard the other party's fake politeness, he also hurriedly broke the other party's face of cold water. Alright then, but it's kind of like you invited me, so I'll naturally be polite. Wang Reed was still very excited. Being able to see the coveted Green Mountain sect was much more interesting than anything else. So the two of them, Lin Yi and Wang Shui, started to go up the mountain. It was a long road. Lin Yi, why aren't we there yet? My legs are almost broken. Wang Shui complained impatiently. He hadn't expected this journey up the mountain to be so far at all. Almost there. It's only a few steps. If you feel tired you can go down. Lin Yi scoffed at the other party. These mountain paths could be said to be a breeze for him. Wang Shui was so unconvinced that he continued to stride forward. You can rest assured. How could I possibly compromise? I can't say I'll get there before you. After Wang Shui finished speaking, he intentionally walked very fast, wanting to make the other party unable to catch up with him. Lin Yi sneered. Just save your strength, but don't have the strength to walk by then. According to the strength of the other party, it was estimated that he would soon run out of strength by then, and then he would have to complain again. Got it. Got it. So Wang Shui hurriedly grabbed this step down and slowly walked up the hill. Finally, he still arrived at the entrance of the Green Mountain Gate, but this place was very hidden. It was hard for people to realize that this was actually the Green Mountain Gate. Finally arrived, but it's really tiring me out. Wang Shui sighed long and hard. If it wasn't for the fact that this place could only be reached by walking, he wouldn't have bothered to walk over step by step. Alright, let's go in and take a look. He didn't expect to hear the sound of arguing as soon as he entered. What are you talking about? How can rheumatism be such a symptom? If you don't believe me, go and look up Master's medical books. Don't talk nonsense here. The other man looked at the other very unconvincingly. The others were standing beside these two people whispering. It was unknown what exactly they were thinking, but anyway, They were arguing over this rheumatism-type disease. Where am I talking nonsense? What I said is right. With my many years of experience in treating diseases, how can this be wrong? The other party was still unconvinced. The two were on the verge of wrestling together, and the others saw this and discussed the matter there as well. But what exactly is this rheumatism-type disease due to? Who can give me an answer? I can give you an answer instead. Linny quietly walked up and looked at this group of people who were wooden. Rather, it was a bit like when he started out. He was also ignorant of these things in the beginning, but through his slow efforts, he had gotten to where he was today. Who are you and why are you messing around in our Green Mountain sect's territory? This matter has nothing to do with you. Go away. Yeah, get lost. Don't bother. Let's discuss this. The others still felt disconcerted in their hearts after seeing Linny and hadn't reacted to the fact that this person was Linny. The problem they had been discussing for so long had actually been solved by a kid who had suddenly appeared. How could they be convinced? Wang Shui began to doubt Lin Yi's position in the Castle Peak sect after hearing these words, and at the same time, he also wondered if these little guys had any eyes at all. How could they not even notice Lin Yi? Actually, this problem is due to muscle atrophy as well as tension. You guys think about it, am I right? The group of people were enlightened after hearing these words, and their original doubts were all dispelled. Originally it was true that they found it very strange, to the point that several people gathered around to think about this matter. You have a point. Indeed, we neglected to do that. You are also too good. The person who had originally led the quarrel also began to concede, for indeed there was nothing wrong with those words. I always think you look familiar. You can't be Lin Yi, the legendary divine doctor. A person amongst the crowd suddenly let out a very surprised voice, feeling slightly incredulous, because Lin Yi had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This mythical character had actually been seen by his own eyes. Anymore it still felt slightly unbelievable. It's me. I was passing by here so I just stopped by to take a look. You guys don't need to be nervous about something. Lin Yi was relieved to see that the other party had finally recognized him. It's really the first time I've seen a great god-level character. I didn't expect you to really be as powerful as the legends. The other party was still dumbfounded, still reminiscing about what had just happened. No, as long as you guys work hard you can definitely be like me as well. Lin Yi calmly pondered for a while. He felt that he still needed to encourage these people. It wasn't allowed to say that in the future. They would also have the chance to become like him. Besides, he didn't think he was very good. He just might know a little more than normal people. Okay, no problem. We'll definitely learn more from you. Those people laughed. If they could get to this point then they would simply wake up laughing in their dreams. It was only at this time that Wang Shui realized that Lin Yi's status was so high that the others could be said to be at the point of worship. There were so many diversions in the Castle Peak sect. How small was the probability of casually bumping into one of them and being recognized? Then if you have the chance, could you teach me your original needle technique? This needle technique can be said to have spread throughout our entire Green Mountain sect. Yes, if I have the chance I must learn it properly. You must take the time to teach us. Wang Shui was directly squeezed out by this group of people, and he was speechless. What are you guys squeezing me for? It's not like I'm going to disturb you guys from studying here. You people are really too much. Don't worry about it. If there's a chance I'll definitely teach you guys. But I'm a bit busy right now so come on. Lin Yi said these words in a down-to-earth manner. Chapter 58, Uncertainty. Although he said that it was his unique secret, he was happy to pass it on to his own brothers. What is it? Can there be something I can help with? Those disciples hurriedly rushed around trying to show themselves, wanting to present themselves well in front of their hero. I want to look for your branch sect master. I wonder if you can take me to pick him up. Lin Yi wanted to get to know this place, and in the meantime, he was looking for the branch sect master to see how the terrain was. That's certainly no problem. Our branch sect master's name is Jomu. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform. A few disciples hurriedly dashed up. Sect master, I have something important to report. Jomu saw that these guys were in a hurry, so he hurriedly asked them, what's wrong? What happened? So anxious. If you have something to say, speak slowly. Jomu was completely unaware of what was going on and was instantly stumped. Lin Yi is here. He wants to request to see you. Jomu was shocked after hearing this. Lin Yi? The Lin Yi you guys are talking about couldn't be the heir to the Green Mountain sect's divine Dr. Lin Yi. How could he possibly come to me? Jomu still couldn't believe all of this. What was the heir to the hallowed Green Mountain sect coming here for? 1,000 times true. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Those people at the bottom couldn't help but want to say it. After all, they had personally seen Lin Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to rumor about this. Alright, hurry up and take me there. You guys better not lie. Otherwise, you're screwed. I wouldn't dare to lie. This is a true thing. So Jomu hurriedly followed those disciples door to door and realized that it was indeed Lin Yi. Jomu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? What was the reason for Lin Yi's sudden arrival here? It couldn't be that he was going to expel him. The sect master, from the Castle Peak sect, Divine Dr. Lin. What brings you here? Zhou Mu hurriedly greeted him. It's like this, Sect Master Zhou. I recently got to get a piece of land from your side. It's on your back mountainside. I don't know what's going on, so I'm coming over to take a look now. Linny directly expressed his thoughts. Since he wanted to poke around this piece of land, it wouldn't be better to simply start poking around from the side of the people he was most familiar with. So that's how it is. There is indeed a very large piece of land in the back of the mountain. And this piece of land has never been mined, so it can be said to have a pleasant landscape. Zhou's heart can also be said to have breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it should have nothing to do with himself, so he said these words out one by one. I see. Then if the scenery is pleasant, isn't it more suitable for other uses? Not for constructing buildings. Linny pondered these words for a moment. You can personally go and take a look. I think this area does have a beautiful scenery. It would be a pity if it was used to construct buildings. Zhou sighed. This place was indeed perfect for traveling, but it seemed as if it wasn't very suitable for constructing buildings. Alright, I'll go and take a look myself. Linny didn't know what concept of scenic beauty the other party was talking about, so he planned to personally go and see what it was really like. Wang Shui stood on the side and was completely ignored, especially after the person on the other side realized Linny. He was completely like an air presence. Hey, Linny, wait for me instead. Wang Shui followed along behind, calling out all the way. Got it. Just walk slowly behind. Soon, they had arrived at the so-called back of the mountain. Indeed, this place was full of birds and flowers. Springtime was full of color and vitality. It would indeed be a pity if it was used to construct buildings. This place has a really nice view. Linny let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Right, I also feel that it would be better if this place was developed for tourism. And then we can also preserve some of the beauty of this place. Zhou was actually quite reluctant to let go of the beauty of this place. After all, he had spent so many years with these beautiful views. It would be a bit of a shame to suddenly turn these views into some commercial use. I'll think about it. Don't be in a hurry. This matter is still to be discussed. This matter was not something he alone could make a decision on, so he could only just go back and discuss it. Good. Then let's listen to Divine Dr. Lin. Zhou knew that what he said wasn't decisive, so he could only listen to God's will. Wang Shui looked at the scenery in puzzlement. It was indeed beautiful, but he was a businessman after all. If it was him, he would definitely turn this area into a place for commercial use. He was a businessman and knew the principle that profit came first. After Lin Yi went back, he hurriedly looked for Zhao Lingyu to discuss the matter. Lingyu, I went to see that piece of land today. I think the scenery over there is really nice. It would be a good choice if it's developed into tourism. Lin Yi slowly spoke his thoughts, waiting expectantly for a reply. The result of my look down today is that I found that this piece of land does have a nice view, just as you said. But this is after all the land that we bought at a high price. Zhao Lingyu looked a little hesitant. To her, this piece of land did have some value and she wanted to make good use of that value. I also know what you're talking about, but this is something I still need to think about. I'm a bit hesitant. If it's mine, it's really a matter of destroying the environment. Zhao Lingyu was a bit indecisive on this matter. Her concerns were just too many. This was her first time touching a real estate project, and she naturally wanted to make some achievements. If the mining was to become a tourism industry, if it failed, she didn't know what the shareholders would think of her. Mining into commerce was actually a safer choice, but she was also a more sentimental person, and she felt that this kind of scenery could indeed be preserved. I see where your hesitation lies. I'm actually just giving you a suggestion, so you don't need to care too much about my feelings. Just start from the group's perspective. Linny obviously noticed his feelings of embarrassment, so he hurriedly explained. He actually didn't want to make things so difficult for her. He was just giving an idea of what he had in mind for her to refer to. As a result, he did not expect to make her hesitate. If he had known, he should not have said so much. It's okay, the advice you gave is still very important. I think it's still very helpful to me. Zhao Lingyu knew that it was said with good intentions, so she smiled manfully, and she didn't want to make the other party feel awkward. Chapter 59 Opening of the session. There's still a lot of time to think about it. There's no need to rush. You can take another look at what this place is actually more suitable for before making a decision. Linny smiled. He knew that making a decision on such a big project at a moment's notice was indeed a difficult thing to do, so he hurriedly advised Zhao Lingyu not to be in a hurry. Good. I'll definitely give it some deep thought. Thank you for helping me for so long. How busy are you with things? The setting sun spread on Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi's body. There was a different kind of beauty. This background with the two people. It was like there was a feeling of a painting now. Are you talking about the Academic Research Society? Linny realized that indeed he seemed to have been busy working on the land, almost forgetting all about the Academic Research Society. Yes, you've been helping me out these past few days. I wonder how busy you've been with this matter. Don't delay it, Zhao Lingyu asked with some urgency. She didn't want to delay others because of her own affairs. Don't worry. There's no problem. I've been doing my homework for the past few days, and the academic research conference is after all 3 days from now. I still have 3 days to prepare properly. Linny started to get a bit of a headache when he thought about the academic research conference 3 days later, because although he was representing the Chinese hospital, Han Zhengyang would definitely show up as well. After all, he was attending on behalf of the Han Group's Qingzhou Hospital, and when the time came, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid another argument or disagreement. He hated these mother-in-law things the most, and he didn't want to see the other side. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Lingyu was expecting him to attend this academic research conference at that time, he wouldn't have gone. Then I'll work hard for you during this period of time, and I look forward to your performance when the time comes. Zhao Lingyu revealed a bright smile. She had a feeling of unprecedented ease. It could be that after settling the matter of the land plot she could devote herself to this matter all at once. Don't worry about it, I'll definitely prepare properly, and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. Linny revealed a hint of a confident smile. To him, this matter wasn't something difficult. Linny only had to take out his original secret and casually share it, and it was already a height that many people couldn't reach, so he wasn't afraid of anything. He just felt a bit troubled by Han Xingyang's presence. Besides, there was no telling what kind of trouble he would bring this time. So, the two people were separated for the time being. Zhao Lingyu was busy with the matter of the land, wanting to continue to study how to develop the land to be good. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was busy with the matter regarding the academic research conference. He wanted to make his report even better and more seamless. Since he said that he would do a good job on this matter, he would definitely do it more perfectly. Soon 3 days had passed and it was already time for the academic research conference. Linny participated on behalf of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, and he hurriedly scanned the room, wanting to see where Han Zhengyang, the thing spirit, was. An unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in front of him, so Linny casually asked, "Hello, which hospital are you representing?" The other party gave him a disdainful look. "I'm participating on behalf of Qingzhou Hospital. My name is Wang Shuabin. You're Lin Yi, right?" Linny didn't expect to run right into the person who came with Han Zhengyang, but it was really a narrow road. This world is really too small. It's really random to run into people you don't want to run into. Yes, you don't look as powerful as the legend says, but it's just a wild boy. How can you compare it with a stream of Qingzhou Hospital? Wang Shuabin measured this guy from top to bottom, as expected, and Han Zhengyang said the same. Is a wild boy. There is no way to compare with himself. It's fine. We'll see you at the academic research meeting then. No one needs to sound so arrogant now. Linny was most unable to see someone who spoke so powerfully. It was practically the same as Han Zhengyang, so to speak, but he had long since practiced a calming technique, so he didn't feel any waves anymore after encountering these things, just very calmly listening to these words before proving it to them with practical actions. It was true that if you are not a family and do not enter a hospital, the two people's temperament and the way they speak are the same. Don't worry about it. Your traditional Chinese medicine hospital must be last place. How dare you disparage us like that? Wang Shuabin was still saying these words in his own way, not changing in the slightest because of Lin Yi's attitude. Then we'll see you at the academic research meeting then, and there's no need for more nonsense. Lin Yi glanced at it, full of disdain. He felt that practical actions were much more useful than talking about these has-beens. Alright, you wait for me. So Wang Shuabin hurriedly went to join Han Zhengyang, presumably discussing the next countermeasures. The more Lin Yi thought back on what had just happened, the more he felt a little ridiculous. I didn't expect the other party to be so childish and especially provoke himself. It seemed like Han Zhengyang had brought along a helper this time, and this helper seemed to be very hostile towards himself, although they had never met before. They were so aggressive on their first meeting. Lin Yi hurriedly found a seat and sat down. The meeting was about to start. I welcome all hospitals to this academic research conference. I feel very honored by the presence of everyone here. Loud applause rang out from the stage. The people doing it on the stage could be said to be all very heavyweight doctors, all watching each other to see who the other was. The next time is given to you guys. You can speak freely. For the academic aspect, if you have any research, you can say whatever you want to say. The person who had presided over this meeting could be considered a success, and the next time was given to all the rest of you. I have an idea. I think the domestic technology is still not working. Han Zhengyang really had a lot going on and was the first to come forward to speak. Of course, the purpose of him being the first to come forward to speak was to gain everyone's attention and gaze. I agree with what Mr. Han said. The domestic technology is really not as good as the foreign ones. Indeed, these domestic technologies can be said to be getting worse every year, and now the technology is getting worse and worse. Some of the people who only listened to Han Zhengyang's words and the doctors who were dependent on Han Zhengyang hurriedly stood out and responded one after another. Since everyone feels so strongly that the domestic technology isn't good, then I propose to introduce some foreign technology and medical equipment to improve the comprehensive capabilities of medicine. Han Zhengyang could be said to have made up his own play, which was to get everyone else to agree with his point of view, and then to draw out his own paragraph. After this point of view came out, the whole room was in an uproar, all whispering and discussing. Chapter 60, Turning Defeat into Victory. I think what Mr. Han said is good. The introduction of foreign technology does have certain benefits for us. Besides, right now the country is in great need of those technological equipment from abroad. So I agree. Before the words fell, a person had already stepped forward to cater to the words. It seemed that this Han Zhengyang's popularity was still quite high. Not only did this argument have someone laying the groundwork in front of it, but there was also someone supporting it at the back. I also strongly agree with this theory. This can broaden the path of our medicine. I think it's quite good. Linny couldn't help but start thinking about why this was the case. But it was true that Han Zhengyang had so much money, enough to buy so many hearts. However, Linny had been looking at him for a long time, because he felt that Han Zhengyang was full of crooked brains, and didn't work properly on his medical skills at all. If all of his brains were spent on the medical arts, I guess Linny wouldn't hate him so much. I'm against it. Do you guys think that foreign technology is really good? And do you think introducing foreign equipment will change anything? Linny immediately stood up to oppose this matter. The reason for his opposition, of course, was that he hated Han Zhengyang, but there was also the reason because he really didn't think that introducing foreign technology would be of much use. Divine Dr. Lin, please elaborate on the reasons why you're opposing it. Han Zhengyang knew that the other party would definitely stand up and immediately oppose this matter. He had already anticipated it. I don't think that foreign technological techniques are of much use even if they are good. After all, the most important thing we should rely on as a lifetime is our own medical skills, not on the so-called equipment. Linny thought carefully about what he had said, then thought about it more carefully. If we could just cure a patient just by relying on equipment, I guess we wouldn't need to exist here. But equipment is important too. If we didn't have it, we wouldn't have a way to be precise. One of them stepped forward to respond. Presumably this person also had some kind of messy relationship with Han Zhengyang. Linny speculated on what the other person meant, and so, continued to retort. Although equipment is important, we shouldn't worship foreigners. Our domestic equipment is also quite excellent. Otherwise how did we cure our patients these years? Linny laughed at the other party, completely wanting to rely on foreign technology while completely ignoring his own abilities. How is this called revering foreign technology? After all, then China can be said to be slightly advanced for so many years. We're just learning something from abroad that we should learn. Han Zhengyang pretended to be very modest, pretending to just say that he wanted to explore it properly, holding that learning mentality. Linny sneered, indeed from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect this person in front of me to be as hypocritical as before, and the hypocrisy was a bit ridiculous. This time he even called on others to cooperate with the drama. It was really too far-fetched. Indeed you are right, but please improve your medical skills first. I think our country's Chinese medicine is still very good. Linny revealed a hint of a confident smile and showed it next. What TCM medical arts? You might as well tell me about it and see if everyone recognizes it. Han Zhengyang was still very unconvinced. He felt that the other party's TCM medical techniques were now somewhat outdated. It had completely stopped looking like something from this era. And now, it was time to think more about things abroad. Yeah. Divine Dr. Lin, don't sell us short. Hurry up and introduce us. We've been curious for a long time. The people from the other hospitals hurriedly inquired. They were indeed very curious about this Chinese medicine technique. They didn't know what was going on with this Chinese medicine technique. What was the name of it in the end? Don't worry, I'm not going to sell you guys short. I do think that my unique needle technique can also be used as a form of Chinese medicine. After all, Linny had spent a great deal of effort to learn Chinese medicine healing arts. So naturally, his heart could be said to be very emotional. Moreover, he had spent a great deal of time preparing for this matter. So in his heart, he actually still very much wanted to say it, so that everyone would agree with his needle technique. This academic research conference was also relatively heavyweight, so everyone was more attached to it, and the ones sent by this academic research conference were all more representative figures. Next I will introduce it. Acupuncture is indeed also a very good thing that can activate blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and regulate meridians and qi in blood. Linny slowly introduced to the role of acupuncture. He wanted to initially tell everyone what wonderful things this acupuncture actually had. Then what exactly is the difference between this original needle technique of yours and the others? That it's actually so far-famed. The others felt a little perplexed because they still knew these basic common sense. As long as it was something related to Chinese medicine, they still knew a little about it. This ice needle acupuncture among the original acupuncture techniques I invented is different from the previous plum blossom acupuncture and fire needle acupuncture. On top of that, the ice needle acupuncture possesses a certain pain-relieving effect. Linny spoke about one of these stitches. Everyone perked up their ears after hearing it. They had never heard of this ice needle acupuncture before, so they thought it was still something new. Of course, this is just one of my stitches. There are many more stitches that I've written inside this document. I don't know if any of you are interested. Linny intentionally wanted to say something, just to whet the other party's appetite, especially to whet the appetite of Han Zhengyang's men, to make the other party completely quiver. There is. Divine Dr. Lin, hurry up and give us a copy. We also want to see what kind of marvelous needle technique it is. Someone at the bottom finally could be said to be unable to hold back. They had already heard of Lin Yi's name before. They didn't expect to be even more impressed at today's sight, so to speak. Then in that case, I still have several copies in my hand. Anyone who wants one can come and ask me for it. As a result, a group of people swarmed up, not caring about Han Zhengyang's feelings at all. Han Zhengyang was completely ignored. Can be said to be ignored clearly. Han Zhengyang stood frozen in place, not realizing that the other party had attracted the attention of so many people just by saying something like this. It was simply unbelievable. He also didn't expect such a reaction at all. It was simply out of his expectation, completely out of his plan. His original henchman had also run over, not caring about his face in the slightest. Linny smiled at Han Zhengyang, a smile that was clearly a smile of victory. Chapter 61 Double Whammy. Obviously the winner of this medical research conference was Linny, and it was a complete and utter victory. Han Zhengyang could only be thrown to the side as if he were air. He was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. It's really marvelous. Surely this is the power of Chinese medicine, isn't it? This is something those Western countries can't even compare to. This is utterly marvelous. Yes. If I hadn't seen these before, I would have had absolutely no idea that there were all these awesome things. The other party hadn't thought of any of this at all, and each of them only revealed a hint of great surprise after reading this. They all felt that Lin Yi's attainments in medicine were simply too impressive. Lin Yi, you're too powerful. You're actually able to create so many of your own acupuncture techniques. It's a masterpiece. That's right. I thought Chinese medicine was just as simple as acupuncture and moxibustion. I didn't realize that there was actually such a great doctrine in it. Linny didn't know how many praises he had gotten, and everyone was very much in agreement with his statement. Long ago, they had already left behind what Han Zhengyang had said. What foreign equipment and foreign technology was all some kind of nebulous nonsense. Linny could be said to be in the limelight. At the same time, the media was breaking some news about Zhao Group. Zhao Group successfully auctioned off Zhou's land. This news could be said to have created a huge wave of fervor, and everyone felt very shocked after hearing about it. It was already a wave of fervor when the auction was held before, but I didn't expect that this matter would be revisited now. It could be described as a case of a narrow road between enemies. How could this be? How did Zhao Group win the land? Wasn't it said before that the land was auctioned by a mysterious person? Could it be that this news is just a rumor? Yes. Could it be that that mysterious person sold this land to Zhao Group again? What in the world is the unthinkable purpose of such a toss? The bottom can be said to be a very heated discussion, and everyone was saying that Zhao's group did have enough strength to actually successfully enter the core of the real estate business circle in such a short period of time. Han Zhengyang could be said to be very discouraged after the failure of the academic research conference, and he swiped his cell phone in boredom. Unexpectedly, at this moment, but found that today's headline is the Zhao Group successfully bought Zhou's land. This amazing event. Han Zhengyang after hearing this news is like a sunny day. Like a thunderbolt generally hit his head. The heart always have millions of ideas, but there is nothing to be done about it. It is estimated that this matter is the work of Sumo. If he did not sell the land to others, there will not be such a headline in the circle. I'm afraid he'll have to go back and get a scolding. He's already prepared for everything. As expected, the moment he returned home was a splitting tirade. You still know to come back? Look at you do those good things. This Han family's door you do not enter. South Korea Rue heart can be said to be burning with anger. This unfilial son has smashed a lot of things, especially about their group's interests, always more than enough. Moreover, on weekdays, he was cheeky and went around helping himself to poke holes in things, and he had to keep wiping her ass for her. Dad, actually this matter isn't like this. You have to listen to my explanation. Han Zhengyang said these words somewhat breathlessly, feeling as if what he said didn't have any practical use. Then you come and talk to me about how this matter really is? Korea Rue's mind was now filled with the question of how to bring the Han group back to its peak. Recently the hospital was being suppressed by Lin Yi, and the group's side was being suppressed by the Zhao group. It could be said that he was being aggravated everywhere, and although there wasn't much he could do about it, he could only blame Han Zhengyang for all of it. In fact, this matter is not my problem. 100 secrets in one slip. I originally had planned, but I did not expect that this plan seems to have suddenly changed again. It is really not that I want to see this situation today. Han Zhengyang looked at his father with a sense of grievance, hoping to be forgiven. His father would forgive himself no matter what, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Then come tell me why the plan changed? If you can't tell me, then don't come into this house in the future, so that you don't embarrass me and have me wipe your ass. Korea Rue is now very angry. He does not want to listen to any explanation. All explanations are pale and powerless in his opinion. He only wants a result. It's because originally I had it all planned out. I didn't realize that the problem was with Sumo. It was Sumo who secretly sold this piece of land to Zhao Lingyu in private. Han Zhengyang was also very annoyed to the point of irritation at the thought of this matter, because it wasn't his problem in the first place. The problem was with Lin Yi and Sumo. Since you said so, then you came to tell me that you can't do this matter well either, so you should be able to do a good job of marrying Zhao Lingyu. Korea Rue said somewhat hopelessly towards this son of his. Since he couldn't get through on top of these things, then he decided to get through on top of other things. Rather than keep grumbling over something that happened, it would be better to think about how to fill this big hole. Dad, this thing I've been remembering inside my head. I've already gone to show it, but I've never been able to do it. What people want is a career. It's not like I can't twist it. Han Zhengyang showed a very positive look about this matter. He has indeed tried hard, but by the other side rejected, he can't do anything about it. Don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that you can't beat this Lin Yi kid. I see that this kid has been quite popular lately. You have to be careful. Korea Rue knew that his son wanted to be strong, but this wanting to be strong didn't have a bit of strength. He was helpless towards the son. Don't worry about it. How can Lin Yi, this wild boy, be my opponent? No matter what, my family is many times better than him. Han Zhengyang felt itchy in his heart when he thought of Lin Yi. He didn't know how many times he had been suppressed by the other party. The next time he saw him, he must ruthlessly scold it. If you really aren't his opponent, then hurry up and use some other means. Don't waste any more time here. You don't have much time. Korea Rue reminded him patiently. Han Zhengyang smiled in disbelief, thinking that he would see, because he felt that he would definitely be able to do this thing, just based on all the time he had spent working on it. Don't worry, Dad. I'm telling you it won't take long and I'll definitely take him down. Chapter 62, Jealousy. Zhao Lingyu is the sole heir of the Zhao group. All the groups are eyeing intently. You have a lot of opponents. Don't be so arrogant yet. Don't worry, I'll definitely double my efforts. Han Zhengyang could be said to be very happy in his heart, thinking about those joyous days ahead. Alright, I hope so. Han Rue didn't know what to say now. Since his own son had said so, it was not good for him to interfere with anything else, so he let him go and show what he had learned. Zhao Lingyu had also been paying attention to the academic research conference, so she had heard about all the details, and knew that Lin Yi had made a lot of noise over this matter. Zhao Lingyu felt that she still owed Lin Yi something from before, so she hurriedly found Lin Yi and wanted to organize a celebration banquet for him. Lin Yi, I don't know if you're free tonight. If you're free, come down to the company and find me. I have something to say to you. Zhao Lingyu said these words with a slight shyness. This was the first time she invited him to make a special trip to the company for her own purposes. Okay, I'm free. What's wrong? Is there some problem above the land? Lin Yi saw how serious the other party looked, so he assumed it was something on the land. It's not something on the land. It's because I heard about the Medical Academic Research Society and wanted to specially celebrate for you. Why are you still ungrateful? Zhao Lingyu saw that the other party misunderstood, so she hurriedly explained. In that case, since you invited me, I'll definitely go. Don't worry. Lin Yi's heart could be described as beautiful. He didn't expect the other party to actually take the initiative to invite himself, and since it was about himself and not the company, this could be said to be unprecedented. Looking at his cell phone, it was still quite early. He hurriedly went to dress himself up. This was a celebration banquet that Zhao Lingyu had specially organized for herself. Of course he must dress up in a grand manner to show a kind of respect for his beloved, so as not to lose her face at that time would not be good. Soon the time arrived. The company had already hung some banners, and specially prepared some snacks and drinks, so it could be said that it was very luxurious. When all the employees heard that Lin Yi, the recently famous doctor, was coming to their company, they were all happy in their hearts. They had never imagined that they would actually be able to see a divine doctor come to their company with their own eyes, and in such close proximity. I heard that this divine doctor was also very handsome, which could be said to have made many girls take the initiative to stay just to take a look at divine Dr. Lin. As soon as they heard that the divine doctor had arrived at the door, they didn't know how many people had already gathered around, wanting to be the first to see this divine doctor's arrival. Unexpectedly, it could be said that they received a large circle of admiration. Lin Yi finally arrived inside the company. It was only a few steps, but I didn't expect to walk for a long time this time. because the crowd is really too much. Linny did not dare to walk in big steps, can only be surrounded by the crowd of small steps. It was only when he arrived inside that he didn't expect quite a few girls to surround him. Divine Dr. Lin. I haven't been feeling very well lately. Can you take a look for me? It's here. That girl even specifically pointed to the location of her liver and spoke to him very seriously. Divine Dr. Lin. Me too. I haven't been feeling very well lately. I wonder if you could take a look for me. Divine Dr. Lin. I heard that your medical skills are very good. I have a mother who has been bedridden for many years. Do you have the time to help think of a cure? In front of Linny could be said to be surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. As soon as Zhao Lingyu heard this news, she hurriedly rushed out to take a look. And as expected, it was just like the news that came through just now. Linny was almost invisible. Only countless girls were sticking to him, and there was also a very noisy conversation scene that got out of control for a while. After Zhao Lingyu saw this scene, there was a slight discomfort in her heart, feeling as if she had a bit of a sour feeling. I don't know why I have this sour feeling. It seems to be similar to a feeling of jealousy. This feeling of jealousy could be said to be very marvelous. She had never experienced this feeling before. Zhao Lingyu on the side did not say a word, and even do not go to find Linny. The face has a little strange. It can be said that the onlooker is clear. After Wang Shui saw this scene, his heart can be said to be very puzzled. Why would Zhao Lingyu be like this? Could it be that she likes Linny? This is also considered his guess. After all, see this scene, will become this way, certainly is jealous. Women while have something to face refuse to say out. So Wang Reed hurried to find Linny. Linny saw Wang Reed the appearance of haste. The heart is still wondering. What is the situation? Why are you in a hurry? Linny, you can't stay here alone. Look at the way Zhao Lingyu didn't say a word. I feel like she's not jealous. How is that possible? She doesn't seem like someone who would be jealous. Besides, I could have asked her if she likes me before and she said that she puts her career first. Linny had a disbelieving look on his face. He felt that this matter seemed unlikely. No matter what the reason was, this matter was impractical for him. Really, the onlooker is clear. I've been watching from the side for so long, and I've read countless people, so how could I even fail to see this little thought of a girl's? Wang Shui revealed a confident smile. There was no way he didn't know all this. Okay, I know. I'll go ask. Linny then hurriedly found Zhao Lingyu wanting to ask about the situation and test the other party. Lingyu, let's borrow a step and talk. Linny hurriedly found a more remote place wanting to ask for clarification. What's up? Congratulations on making a great style statement during the research meeting. It's really more impressive than I expected. Zhao Lingyu was still recalling what had just happened in her mind, so she politely replied back. No, it's just what I can do, and it's really a good thing to have everyone agree with my needlework. Linny laughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. To him, having others identify with his needle technique was indeed a certain benefit to him, and it would also be beneficial to the growth of the Green Mountain sect. It would allow for a wider range of some disciples and grow the popularity and reputation of the Green Mountain sect, which was sort of his obligation. So he was sort of doing what he could to do what he could, and these things were not enough to mention. He didn't expect people to praise him for anything, just to be worthy of his heart, which was also considered his original intention. Chapter 63, Rejected Again. Linny thought about it for a while, and was very hesitant in his heart because he didn't know if he should ask that statement or not. After hesitating for a while, Linny finally decided to ask those words because he really wanted to know the answer, to know what Lingyu really thought of him. Lingyu, we've been together for so long now. I don't know what you think of me now. Do you have a crush on me? Zhao Lingyu thought for a moment and frowned. In fact, she had a million thoughts floating around in her heart, and it was after what happened just now. She was even more unsure of how she really imagined things inside. But now that the real estate business had just started, she kind of didn't want to give up her career. She wanted to choose her career and give up her love for a while first. Once she was caught in a dilemma. Linny, in fact, I've been with you for so long. I think we are good friends and partners, but I don't want to think about feelings for the time being. Linny didn't know whether he should be crying or laughing at this time. He was in a mess inside his head. When he heard the words good friend, he didn't know what his status really was. Linny was very lost in his heart. His feelings for Zhao Lingyu could be said to be known by everyone, but only as if Zhao Lingyu was the only one who didn't appreciate it. But he could neither cry nor be aggressive. He could only lose his head and say, "It's okay, I respect your decision. Your decision has your reasoning. I don't want to force you, but I will wait for you. Wait for the day you figure it out," Linny said with some seriousness. These words were not the first time he had said them, but after so much time, he didn't know what else to do. In fact, you don't need to help me that much. There are many things I can do on my own as well. You just get busy with yours. Zhao Lingyu felt that within these days Linny had been helping himself, and it could be said that he was helping himself unconditionally. It was a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether her emotion towards Linny was fondness or guilt. She needed to ponder over it. This is something I did voluntarily. You don't need to thank me for anything. I'm willing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Linny decided to leave after pondering for a while, although he had a lot of things he wanted to say in his heart, but after denying it, he didn't dare to say anything. He needed to calm down and rethink things. Okay, be careful on the road. Zhao Lingyu saw the other parties lost deep feelings, and felt some guilt in her heart. It seemed like she shouldn't have rejected the other party so many times, making it a little difficult for the other party to end it. Han Zhengyang happened to hear about this matter, so he wanted to come and see the fun, to see if he could catch Lin Yi's handle. I did not expect to hide in the corner just to hear the two people's conversation. The heart can be said to be very happy. So Han Zhengyang took advantage of Lin Yi's departure to hurry up and pick up the pieces. Ling Yu. In fact, Lin Yi is just a person who covets beauty. Look at how happy he was when he was surrounded by so many women just now. So you don't need to feel guilty. Han Zhengyang took the opportunity to provoke the relationship between Lin Yi and Zhao Lingyu, with the aim of closing the distance between him and Zhao Lingyu. After Zhao Lingyu heard this, she was slightly unhappy in her heart because she had also witnessed that scene, so she had a nagging feeling in her heart about this matter. Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. I don't have a guilty conscience. I don't need Mr. Han to worry about it. Is there something you came over here for today? Zhao Lingyu didn't know whether to believe the other party's words or not. She had been with Lin Yi for so long anyways. What kind of person he was also very clear in his heart, and probably what kind of character was also clear. I heard that today is Lin Yi's celebration banquet, and Lin Yi and I have also been partners for so long, so I thought of coming to take a look. Han Zhengyang's mind spun fast, thinking about what reason to use to excuse himself, and could only respond with a smile that didn't lose its politeness. But I'm afraid you're too late. Mr. Han, the main character has already left. Zhao Lingyu's mind was filled with something that had just happened. There were too many messed up thoughts in her heart, and it was hard to calm her mood. That's such a shame. Then I'll leave first as well. Han Zhengyang's purpose for coming here today was of course not for Lin Yi, but rather to see the fun, and in the meantime to stir up the relationship between the two of them. Now that his purpose had been achieved, there was no need for him to remain here and continue to create animosity between the two of them. The more Han Zhengyang thought about what had just happened, the happier he could be said to be. As long as the relationship between the two of them broke down, he would have more opportunities to achieve his goals. Zhao Lingyu felt a bit of a chaotic feeling inside her head, so she hurried back to the company to calm down and take a look at official business in order to dispel those unpleasant feelings in her heart, especially regarding the group's first business to enter the real estate world. She had to take care of it. Soon, she calmed down and looked at the company's first project that had something to do with real estate. She wanted to paralyze herself with the real estate business. It was true that the world could never have the best of both worlds. She was successful in business, but she was having trouble with her emotions. Although Lin Yi was in a bad mood today, he also chose to go to the hospital to continue treating patients. These things could not be delayed. If someone in the hospital had any problems, it would be a naked human life. Maybe this could make him forget about his worries for a while. So Lin Yi went back inside the hospital, wanting to see if there was anything he needed help with. Hello, Dr. Lin, I've been treated here before, and recently I feel like this disease has come back. Please help me take a look. A man saw Lin Yi coming, so he hurriedly chased after him. Okay, you sit down first. I'll help you see what's going on then. Lin Yi felt that this person in front of him looked a bit familiar, but he had treated too many patients, and for a moment he couldn't tell which one this patient actually was. So the patient honestly sat down and obediently waited for Lin Yi. Lin Yi first went through the basic course of Chinese medicine, took his pulse, and looked at his face and tongue. Don't worry about it. It's just the roots of the disease that fell from years of irregular work and rest combined with years of socializing. I'll just help you with acupuncture with my original needle technique then. You don't need to worry so much. Lin Yi took a closer look and realized that there was no major problem, and was sort of relieved. There were still a lot of patients like this. He could often meet patients who came for follow-up consultations. These patients were very worried about their bodies and their hearts, and they themselves could still feel the physical problems more or less. Chapter 64, Refusal of Good Intentions. That's good. Thank you Dr. Lin in advance. I've been suffering from this problem for many years, and it's thanks to you that I was cured. The patient looked kind, but there was a decisiveness and severity in his eyes that was different from the average person. This person didn't look very simple. Lin Yi took out his own needles and planned to perform acupuncture for the other person. The first thing he used was ice needle needling. Everything had to have pain relief to begin with. Then he used some other more common needling. Just the technique may not be the same. Other Chinese medicine may be more fearful of treatment, while his technique was to be swift. Each needle drop must be fast, hard and accurate, so that the needle could achieve its purpose in a short period of time. After some time, Lin Yi pulled out all the needles. Alright, you can get up and move around. see how you are doing? There shouldn't be any major problems. The patient hurriedly got up and moved around after hearing this and let out a long sigh. It's fine. I'm quite good now, and my hands and feet are quite a bit more active than before. But you still have to pay attention to rest. I'll match you with some Chinese medicine or something at that time. You can go back and decoct it yourself to regulate the conditioning. After Linny saw that the other party was fine, he was sort of relieved in his heart. This was probably the sense of fulfillment of being a doctor. It was a kind of happiness and relief from the bottom of his heart. That's really too much trouble for you. I don't know what you think about this profession of a doctor? Linny was slightly puzzled, not knowing why the other party would ask this, as there would almost never be a patient who would ask him this question so seriously. This was probably the first time a patient had asked this question, and the other party didn't look like they were joking, so Linny thought seriously for a moment. I think a doctor is a very simple profession, saving lives and helping people, and there's nothing sacred or lofty about it. The other party let out a hearty laugh. It seems that Dr. Lin can be much more open-minded than I thought. I see that many doctors but to make money so they become doctors. I didn't expect Dr. Lin to be quite great. Linny felt that the other party was testing himself, trying to test what kind of person he really was. The other party didn't just come to see the doctor, but also to see what kind of person he was. You're joking. I can't talk about greatness. I'm just a rude disciple of the Castle Peak sect. I just know that much medical skill. It's not enough. Although Linny knew that his medical skills were very high, he was still very humble as a person. It wasn't like that fellow Han Zhangyang, who had little skill himself, but was very rampant as a person. You're so powerful. Why would you willingly become a doctor inside this hospital? The patient asked with great curiosity. Although the size of this hospital is not small, but just to be a doctor is a bit condescending. How to get a director when it is not too much? I think there is no difference between being a doctor or any other profession. My duty is to save lives and help the injured. Linny said gently. His tone was very flat. To him, he felt that it didn't matter what profession he was in, just follow his heart. The patient smiled with a satisfied heart after hearing this. As expected, this doctor was not only good at medicine, the young man's talk was indeed good as well. Actually, I'm jeweler Wang Changyang. Thank you for saving me today. Linny thought seriously for a moment. Jeweler Wang Changyang. Why did this title sound so familiar? Could it be that this person was Wang Reed's father? There shouldn't be any mistake. There weren't many jewelers in the city who could be named. Plus this jeweler's surname was actually Wang, so it's obvious that this person is the father of Wang Yu, the famous jeweler king in the whole city. Mr. Wang Changyang, the general manager of Wang Changyang. I didn't expect him to run into him in the hospital today. No wonder this person's speech was so serious and unique. Only he didn't expect this person's dress to be so plain. It was hard for him to find out that this person was actually the jeweler king. Wang Changyang, there's no need to thank me. This is my part that I should do. Could it be that you are the father of Wang Reed? The other party nodded. Yes, I am indeed Wang Reed's father. I wonder if you are interested in coming to sit in my hospital. I have only heard that you have multiple jewelry stores, but I never thought that you actually have a hospital. Linny had a slight curiosity. He had heard Wang Yu say things about their family having quite a few stores, but he had never heard of actually having a hospital. No, you're mistaken. I don't have a hospital under me yet, but if you're willing to come, I can build you a Chinese hospital for you to keep an eye on at that time. Wang Changyanglu revealed a hint of a confident smile. He felt that such a generous offer the other party should not be able to refuse no matter who it was. Even though the other party spoke so great at that time, who could escape the charm of money? No, thank you for your kind words. I think it's still quite good for me to sit here and be mediocre. You don't have to worry about this issue of funds. I will provide all the funds for the hospital at that time. As for your salary, I can offer 5 times of what you get here. If you think it's still less, I can offer 10 times. Wang Changyang used his hand to compare a 10 gesture. He was never stingy in this aspect of money. Moreover, he had already inquired about Linny in many ways and felt that Linny was indeed a very suitable candidate. You've misunderstood. It's not a matter of money. I have my own things to consider. So thank you for your kindness. Linny thought about it. He felt that his reputation wasn't so great that he would go and prop up the entire hospital. And it might not be a good thing to bring the hospital down when the time came. It would be better to stay inside this hospital and study in a peaceful manner. And he felt that this hospital equipment and human resources inside the hospital are quite complete. So he felt that he could continue to accumulate a bit of fame before considering what he said about the hospital. Since you insist on refusing, I think there should be a reason for you to do so. Then I'll respectfully follow your order. Wang Changyang could only reluctantly shake his hand after hearing this. He didn't know what to say next. Things that could be done with money were simple things, but things like this that couldn't be done with money he couldn't do anything about. He could only watch the other party reject him, which was a rare scene. Wang Yu had heard that his father had gone to find Linny, and had also learned that Lin Yi had actually rejected his father's good intentions, which really didn't occur to him. Chapter 65 causing a stir. Although Wang Yu was aware that his father was considering it for the purpose of profit, the treatment offered by his father was quite a high level, and it was hard not to be moved by such a high level of treatment. So Wang Yu went to ask Lin Yi with a very curious mind. He wanted to know why Lin Yi would refuse. I heard that my father went to look for you, and asked you to go to his current Chinese hospital. Why don't you go? The treatment there is much higher than here. Lin Yi spoke slowly after thinking carefully for a while. First of all, my fame isn't big enough to support the whole hospital, and I've been busy with my medical thesis lately, so I don't have much time to take care of the hospital. Wang Yu understood what he meant after hearing this, so he couldn't advise him on anything else. After all, the two of them were just good brothers, so he wanted to respect his choice. A medical academic paper? What's this? Why are you suddenly busy writing a thesis? Wang Yu felt strange when he heard the other party talking about this academic paper. Before Lin Yi was busy with things in the hospital. How come he still had the time to write these literary things? Right, I've recently been writing a medical academic paper on Chinese medicine. You can also take a look if you're interested. Lin Yi took the initiative to send the paper to Wang Shui, and after Wang Shui received it, he took a serious look at it. Although he was an outsider and didn't know anything about all this Chinese medicine at all, seeing the words, he felt that this essay was very impressively written. He had never heard of such fresh ideas and meticulous logic before. Wow, you're too good too. This academic paper is really well written. It seems like you're going to be a big hit again. Lin Yi said in disbelief. No. I've just been delving into Chinese medicine for so long now that I wanted to write a record of it. It's not exactly a deliberate effort. As expected after this paper was published, it could be said that it caught the attention of all the medical circles at home and abroad. Everyone who saw this academic paper on Chinese medicine couldn't help but want to drill into it. Because from the past, there are more things written about the West. Like writing about Chinese things is really less. So when people saw these Chinese medicine things, they were still very curious and interested. So very quickly, this matter attracted the attention of the media. And Lin Yi had always been noticed by the media lately. Another miracle from the medical godson. Soon such a headline had made it to the hot search, and everyone couldn't help but praise it. Of course, after something like this happened, there were definitely some people who were happy and some people who were sad. So soon, Korea Rue also saw this report, which not only reported the greatness of Lin Yi's academic thesis, but there were also people cursing the Han group underneath. So Korea Rue directly made a phone call. Han Zhangyang, you unfilial son, you can't do anything right when I let you do it, and now you're letting this wild boy from the mountains make a name for himself. Han Zhangyang could hear his father's voice rebuking him there through the phone, and he was completely unaware of what was going on. So he opened up the hot search and saw the report. Father, I don't know about this at all, and it's definitely just propaganda that hasn't been mentioned. How could he have this? Han Zhangyang retorted very unconvincingly. He didn't believe that the wild boy who came from this mountain actually had such abilities. What are you talking about? This matter has long since caused a sensation abroad. You go and log on to some foreign websites. Foreign websites are also reporting on this matter. South Korea Rue don't know what his son is doing. This thing has already caused such a big sensation. His son is still there. What are indifferent look. How can you even be inferior to a kid from the mountains? You really disgraced my face. The more Korea Rue thought about it, the more angry he got. So he simply started cursing on the other end of the phone. Han Zhangyang was very annoyed in his heart because his own father was always belittling himself to elevate the other party. And it is true that Lin Yi has been on the other side of the wind, to suppress their own nothing. Han Zhangyang was very annoyed in his heart, and he could be said to be even more angry with Lin Yi, who had been harboring a grudge. He could only smile awkwardly at his father. I'm sorry, Dad. I'll definitely work hard afterward. Don't be angry. Rest early. Lin Yi, however, felt that there was something fishy about this matter, because the Green Mountain sect was indeed very famous and mysterious, and had received a lot of attention and praise, but after all, he himself was a junior of the Green Mountain sect, and he wasn't exactly a famous person anymore. So I don't know why this academic paper on Chinese medicine published by myself would be so famous. I don't know if there is anything strange about this matter. I can't tell you what's strange. If it was his master published academic papers, he would not feel so strange. But this happened to be not the one his master had sent, but the first academic paper he had personally sent, and he had just written it for fun. Just as he was puzzled, Wang Yu called. Lin Yi, congratulations. I told you that you wrote this article really well. And sure enough, it quickly caused a sensation at home and abroad. Wang Yu's excited voice had reached Lin Yi's ears through the cell phone. I also didn't think that it would actually cause a sensation at home and abroad. I did just write it casually. Lin Yi was shy for a moment. He had been praised so many times during this period of time. He felt slightly embarrassed. I'm also too happy for you. If you're free, let's celebrate properly. Last time we didn't even have time to celebrate properly. You ran away. As soon as Wang Yu thought of the last time, he hurriedly closed his mouth. He didn't know how the two of them were doing, and he didn't dare to ask more questions. Good. If we're free, we'll celebrate then. Linny never mentioned the concerns he had in his mind, because he felt that maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe this matter wasn't as complicated as he had imagined it to be. If there were any conspiracies behind this, he should have realized it as well. It was just that it was a matter of time. It was better not to think so much, and just do the things in front of him first. At the same time, he suddenly received an invitation to the Han family's party. Linny frowned incredulously. Han family party? How could the Han family gathering invite himself? It was obvious that he and they were just enemies. Why would they need to get together? Could it be that some big conspiracy was about to happen? Or had the other party already planned to deal him a fatal blow? Chapter 66, Fainting. Wang read. I received an invitation to the Han family party, and I think it's strange. I don't know what kind of nonsense is going on inside Han Zhengyang's head. Linny told Wang Yu about this matter, hoping that the other party would help with ideas. This point of matter was not about medical skills, but rather a matter between these dignitaries of theirs, so he didn't know exactly what the outcome and handling of this matter should be. I think Han Zhengyang definitely doesn't harbor good intentions, and I reckon that letting you go this time is definitely an attempt to make things difficult for you. Wang Yu carefully speculated about this person Han Zhengyang. He felt that this person was not easy on the eyes in any way. Yes, I think so too. This gathering seems to be inauspicious. Do you want to go together? Linny asked casually. Of course I'll go along. As the son of a jeweler, how could a party like this type be missing me? Wang Shui revealed a confident smile. At least he was still very confident about this party. Alright, then we'll go together then. Linny heard the other party's bright laughter, so he was sort of relieved in his heart. One more person was always much better than fighting alone. Soon it was already time for the party. The two of them dressed up and then arrived at the hotel where the party was held. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhao Lingyu wearing a white dress, which seemed a bit different from her usual sharp appearance. Usually she was in a very formal suit, but now she changed into an elegant and dignified white dress. So beautiful. Linny couldn't stop staring at his scene. He had never seen such a beautiful her before, but Zhao Lingyu had a very obtrusive person by her side, and he had hated him for a long time. Although he thought that running into Han Zhengyang on top of the Han family's party was a sure thing, he hadn't expected Zhao Lingyu to actually be next to Han Zhengyang, and the two of them seemed to be talking and laughing. It looked like they were a bit of a good match. Could it be that he had rejected himself before because of Han Zhengyang? Lin Yi's heart is a little sour. Do not know how to say it. A kind of similar to their own things were robbed by others feeling. Also yes, he is just a kid from the mountains. How can he be worthy of such a big lady? Linny suddenly inside some lost emotions repeatedly raging, but he still cannot swallow this breath. He will still go to try to get this love. So the more Linny thought about it, the more angry he became, and he hurriedly walked up quickly. Ling Yu, I didn't expect you to come so early today. I thought you might have stepped on the spot. Linny directly ignored Han Zhengyang, who was standing next to him, and looked at Zhao Lingyu with genuine affection. Zhao Lingyu smiled. No, but I also just arrived not long ago, so I was still chatting with Mr. Han for a while. At this moment, the scene fell into awkwardness for a while. General Manager Han, I'm glad to be able to attend your banquet. It's really been a long time. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Linny stretched out his hand and tried to shake the other parties. Originally, he thought that Han Zhengyang would push back 100 times, but he didn't expect the other party to directly greet him with a bright smile and his hands. Yes, I didn't expect you to actually have the time to come to my opportunity recently. I heard that you've been quite busy lately. Han Zhengyang acted like he knew what he was doing, probably because Zhao Lingyu was by his side and he was too embarrassed to act so rudely. At least in front of Zhao Lingyu he was still a modest gentleman. Recently, I've been busy with academic papers, and I haven't been busy with anything else. Linny didn't know what the other party was resting on. I've also seen your academic papers. You're also too powerful. It's really impressive to not see you for a day. Han Zhengyang gave Linny a round of praise, saying that Linny began to doubt whether this Han Zhengyang in front of him was in fact the Han Zhengyang he knew before. Mr. Han, you flatter me. How could I be that capable? It's just that I put my heart and soul into it, so naturally I was able to do a good job with it. Linny connoted the other party. Han Zhengyang was just naturally unable to do a good job because he had been refusing to use his mind to do a good job. His mind had been spent on some improper things. How could he still have the energy to be on top of other things? I don't know if you're so good at medicine. Would you like to come to my hospital to help out? For the salary, you can talk to me about it when the time comes. You definitely won't be treated poorly. Han Zhengyang acted in a very open and generous manner, not at all acting very awkward and difficult because of the other party's previous matter. Everything just continued to happen as if it was very normal. Zhao Lingyu was watching from the sidelines and didn't say a single word, but he kept pondering within himself about what kind of situation was going on right now. I don't think my medical skills are very good either. That's why it's good for me to live a mediocre life in that hospital. Work on my medical skills and improve my reputation in the process. Linny didn't know why the other party was inviting himself to his hospital. No matter for what purpose, he didn't want to agree to this. Han Zhengyang's mind was something Linny couldn't guess. This little fox didn't inherit much of his dad's old fox traits. My hospital also has a fairly high level of technological equipment and human resources, not in the least inferior to the hospital you're in now, especially Chinese medicine resources. You come to my side of the hospital can be even better to exercise your ability. Han Zhengyang frowned when he saw that the other party had refused. Many thoughts fluttering in his heart. No, thank you Mr. Han for your kindness. I'll take this goodwill, but I won't go. I don't like new environments. Linny pondered for a moment. He felt that the other party was quite right, but he just didn't like Han Zhengyang as a person, so he wouldn't go even if the other hospital was as good as it was. The two of them kept speaking these words there in a polite manner, causing the other people to be very embarrassed. Just as the two of them were at a standstill, an old man suddenly fainted. After Linny heard the sound of someone else falling to the ground, he hurriedly walked up quickly. Linny was still very professional, initially observing this old man's condition before pulling out a few silver needles from inside the bag he was carrying. Although it wasn't quite clear what the other person had fainted because of, the silver needles could temporarily wake him up and prevent a greater danger from occurring. Linny quickly used the silver needles to penetrate several important points of the old man. Everyone had gathered around to see what was going on. It was rare to see someone fainting at a banquet. So everyone was very curious, and someone in the crowd recognized Linny. Chapter 67 Self-Reliance. Isn't this Divine Dr. Lin? I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see Divine Dr. Lin acupuncture here with my own eyes in my lifetime. The others hurriedly gathered around after hearing Divine Dr. Lin. There were already a few sparse people, then more and more people gathered around as densely as a wall. Everyone wanted to see exactly how Divine Dr. Lin helped others with acupuncture. They were curious about what kind of way it was used. Soon the old man had woken up, coming over and opening his eyes in a daze. Thank you young man, the old man said to Linny in a weak tone. Linny shook his head in disbelief. It's alright, but you must pay attention to your body. Never go out without eating anything, and you can't go out with irregular work and rest. You're also suffering from an old problem. Linny was very helpless. Like them, these bosses of the official family worked hard for all kinds of things inside the weekdays. They simply didn't have the time to take care of their own bodies. In the end, they all became like this, fainting when they don't move, stomach aches when they don't move. Yes, I didn't realize that Divine Dr. Lin really is a divine doctor. So quickly, this old man has already awakened. It's really amazing. Divine Dr. Lin, if you're free you can also help me heal. I feel like my body hasn't been very good lately. Yeah, when you're free you can let me know. I'll have the butler personally pick you up. The others had more or less heard of Lin Yi's name, and now that such a scene had been staged at the scene, they naturally raised their interest even more. Don't worry about it. If you don't have any problems you can come to me. I'll go through the hospital's process to personally help you guys get cured. Linny hurriedly helped the old man up and then explained to the others. The others catered. Alright, then I'll trouble Divine Dr. Lin first. Thank you for your hard work. As for Han Zhengyang, as the host, he mainly felt a bit embarrassed inside, but in order to cover up this embarrassment, he could only follow the other party's compliments. Lin Yi, thanks to you carrying around a silver needle, otherwise it would have been a disaster. There aren't many people like you who carry silver needles with them nowadays. Han Zhengyang was pretending to be magnanimous in saying these words, but in reality, he was implying that Linny was just carrying a silver needle with him, so it just happened to save this old man. In other words, if he had brought the silver needle with him, he could have saved this old man as well. After the party, the media publicized the story again, and everyone was very curious about one thing. So within a day the number of likes had exceeded tens of millions, and the number of retweets could be counted. Linny had once again been put on the hot search by the media, and everyone was very interested in this legendary man. After Wang Yu saw the news, he made a call to Lin Yi. He wanted to persuade Lin Yi to consider starting his own business. Lin Yi, congratulations, you're really dominating the hot search list for 3 days. Thanks, but it's just a coincidence. There's nothing to be happy about. Lin Yi had a small trace of joy in his heart, because he had made a subtle appearance in front of Han Zhengyang after all. However, on second thought, it wasn't that worth being happy about, because Zhao Lingyu didn't seem to have the slightest bit of favoritism towards himself. Even if he shone any more, it wouldn't be of much use, right? Do you want to consider starting your own business? I think it's time for you to create something of your own. Wang Yu saw that Lin Yi had already appeared inside the public eye 3 times, so it was time to have his own business. According to Lin Yi's medical skills, he didn't need to rely on other hospitals at all, and his own abilities were perfectly capable of supporting a hospital. I'm still considering this matter. My previous concerns were sort of resolved, but now there are more concerns. Lin Yi was a little shaken in his heart. He had never run a hospital before. He didn't know what it would be like after setting up his own business. He was afraid that he would affect the development of the entire hospital after he started his own business, and it would be bad if he delayed the others inside the hospital at that time. What concerns? Don't worry about it. As long as you set up your own business, there will definitely be many patients automatically coming to your door, so you don't need to worry about the matter of not having any patients. Wang Shui was puzzled. He didn't know what the other party had to worry about. If it was him, he would have set up his own business long ago. How could he be willing to work in a small hospital? He definitely had to start his own business. It's not that I'm worried about that. I just don't think I have the means to run a hospital well. Lin Yi bluntly stated his worries. But if you think about it from a different perspective, you can open a hospital. You can also promote the power of the Castle Peak sect and publicize it for the Castle Peak sect. It's totally a thing that will do more good than harm. Wang Shui understood Lin Yi's concerns and reminded him a bit about how this matter still had a lot of benefits. You're right. I'll think about it, but I have to think about where to start my own sect first. Lin Yi felt that what Wang Yu said was also somewhat reasonable. There were indeed many benefits to setting up one's own business. I do have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Wang Shui began to help the other party plan. You shouldn't be talking about on the plot of land that Zhao Lingyu newly bought, right? Lin Yi quickly guessed the other party's small mind. There was only one possibility for the other party to say this. That's right, you're thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Then it's better to act on your heart. Let's hurry up and go take a look. Seeing that the two people had similar thoughts, Wang Shui hurriedly went out, then immediately pulled Lin Yi and rushed inside Zhao Lingyu's company. Do you think it would be a bit abrupt for us to go over like this? Lin Yi was starting to get a little worried. Those things last time had caused him some embarrassment, so he didn't know how to face Zhao Lingyu now. Of course it won't be abrupt. We are so close. What's wrong with going over directly? Wang Shui was full of confidence. He felt that according to their relationship, this matter was more than enough. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Besides, Lin Yi opening a hospital on top of this piece of land would only benefit this piece of land. So this thing they were doing would do no harm to the Zhao group. Alright. Soon arriving inside the company, Lin Yi walked into Zhao Lingyu's office. What he didn't expect to see was Han Zhengyang sticking to Zhao Lingyu like a dog's skin plaster. Although Lin Yi didn't know what the two of them were talking about, he was unusually annoyed to see this image in his heart, especially after experiencing that party yesterday plus that incident of rejecting himself earlier. Lin Yi was having some difficulty enduring the anger within him. Chapter 68, Conspiracy Succeeds. So Lin Yi directly stretched out his hand, then wanted to punch and kick the other person. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't stand it anymore, he wouldn't have to be like this. He had already promised Zhao Lingyu that he wouldn't get rough again, but he still couldn't help it when he saw a scene like this. Especially the way Han Zhengyang was sticking up to him with his dead skin. It made him feel a little nauseous. After seeing this scene, Wang Shui also wanted to go up and help. Although he was the son of a jeweler, he still often did fights like this. He wasn't some civilized person. He was a big brother who had been in the jungle for years. No way. You guys actually want two people to fight one of me together, but it's really a case of too many bullying too few. If you guys have the ability, you can beat me to death. Han Zhengyang used a very tiny voice, but his tone was very strong. The purpose of him using such a small voice was so that Zhao Lingyu wouldn't hear him provoking the other person, and then create an illusion that the others were beating him up. Wang Shui became even more angry after hearing the provocative words. He already hated this person. He didn't expect this person to be so, even more than imagined. So naturally he couldn't stand it anymore, and he had always been as a cockney. There was nothing he could put up with. You're going a little too far, aren't you? I don't know who spoke out of turn. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Wang Shui directly swung out a fist and the other party was startled. After Zhao Lingyu saw this scene, she hurriedly started to stop it. What she hated the most was this kind of fighting scene, and it was also a few people he knew fighting here. This was a bit too much. This was still her territory, and these people of theirs were roughing it up right in front of her. What are the few of you making a scene in front of me? If you want to fight then please go outside and fight. A few people hurriedly stopped after hearing the voice. Lin Yi suddenly felt that he was a bit impulsive, but there was no way to take back his fist even though he had already swung it out. Now what he had done could no longer be withdrawn. He could only be watching what he had done. Lin Yi was still very angry in his heart when he heard the other party's voice that continued to provoke, so he didn't want to retract the fist that he had swung out. Lingyu, I didn't say anything, but Lin Yi suddenly hit me. I don't know what I did to provoke him. Han Zhengyang put on an aggrieved look. He felt that if he got tough with the other party, he didn't know who Zhao Lingyu would help, but if he acted aggrieved and weak, there was no way Zhao Lingyu would help him. This was a foolproof plan at the moment, so he was on the verge of bursting into tears inside his eyes. It had to be said that Han Zhengyang's acting skills could be said to be top-notch. At least Zhao Lingyu didn't find any clues at all. Thinking that Lin Yi's behavior of rushing in and directly hitting someone was definitely wrong. It seemed that what he had told him before was still of no use. The other party still had a dead-set attitude and was still so impulsive in his behavior. Wang Yu felt that the situation seemed a little bit wrong. This Han Zhengyang seems to be deliberately provoking them, and the purpose is purely to make Zhao Lingyu feel that the fault is in their body. This way Han Zhengyang could appear as an innocent victim. This calculation could be said to be very well thought out, and no one else had thought of it. If Wang Yu hadn't calmed down, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. Wang Yu hurriedly stretched out his hand to try and stop Lin Yi. This was simply a huge conspiracy. This was a huge conspiracy, and he didn't even know what was behind it. Lin Yi was stopped by Wang Yu. Calm down, Lin Yi, think carefully about what you're doing. Lin Yi was instantly shocked by the other party's words. What was this? He calmed down and realized that Zhao Lingyu's face was very bad. Lin Yi completely realized his mistake, but there was no chance to make up for this mistake. Lingyu, I don't think I should have come here today. I didn't expect Lin Yi to be as impulsive as before. As soon as I came to find you, he punched and kicked me. Han Zhengyang spoke with a stifled expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Zhao Lingyu was infected by this aggrieved words of the other party, and she suddenly remembered what happened before all of a sudden. Previously, she had admonished Lin Yi to be careful in what he did and not to be so impulsive, but as a result, he still looked like this now. So Zhao Lingyu's face became even more ugly, and it wasn't like she was looking at Lin Yi like before. There was a hint of disappointment inside her eyes towards him. I'll say sorry for Lin Yi. I'll talk to him when the time comes, so go ahead. Zhao Lingyu sighed a bit, a hint of coolness in her heart. Thank you Lingyu then, goodbye. Han Zhengyang said these words in a bit of a crying voice, but inwardly, he was playfully watching a good show, because his purpose had been achieved. He had managed to make Zhao Lingyu hate Lin Yi, and that was enough. Lin Yi was very speechless at the side. He didn't know why he was so impulsive just now. It was probably because of the fire that came up when he saw that doggy plaster sticking to Zhao Lingyu all the time. Lingyu, actually I just didn't want to hit him just now. It was all an accident. Lin Yi usually felt that he was still quite able to speak, but at this juncture now, it was like he couldn't say anything. Speech was starting to stutter as if he couldn't say anything. I know, but your performance is just too disappointing to me. So is there something you came to see me about? Zhao Lingyu was a little lost in her heart, and she pretended to look through the documents without thinking. There's nothing more. Sorry for the disturbance. This matter is indeed my problem. I will definitely not be so impulsive next time. Lin Yi had completely forgotten the purpose of his coming here. Inside his mind was only Zhao Lingyu's lost face. Wang Shui didn't dare to say anything at the side. This was after all something that belonged to the two of them. He couldn't intervene. He could only be at the side as heir or something. You don't have to say sorry to me. I don't want to hear that anymore. Zhao Lingyu had originally had some good feelings towards Lin Yi, but now she suddenly felt that the good feelings had disappeared without a trace, probably washed away by this matter. Then you should rest early. Wang Reed, let's go. Lin Yi felt that it wasn't good for him to stay here. This wasn't a place that belonged to him anymore, so he might as well leave time for Zhao Lingyu to calm down properly. Wang Yu had wanted to talk about the land, but Lin Yi pulled him away, so he couldn't stay here alone. And when he thought about it carefully, it was true that this was not the right time to talk about business. To be precise, it should be the wrong time to talk about anything. Chapter 69, Being Counted. The two left without talking about anything. The next day, I didn't expect the media above to break the news of a photo that was shocking today. A photo of Lin Yi beating Han Zhengyang was sent out, and it could be said to have been taken very clearly. The clear faces of the two people seemed to be infinitely enlarged, and even the fists could be seen clearly. How is this possible? It turns out that Divine Dr. Lin actually has violent tendencies. It really subverts the image of my male god. Aren't Divine Dr. Lin and Mr. Han good friends? How could they fist fight? I don't believe it. Who on earth broke the news about the photos? And what kind of purpose does this person hold? The discussion at the bottom could be said to be even more heated than before, as everyone was very interested in these matters. There were dark rumors about Divine Dr. Lin that could be said to have spread endlessly on the media side. Lin Yi arrived at the hospital and realized that it seemed like everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Have you guys heard about this matter of Divine Dr. Lin being outed for beating people up? Is this true or false? I don't know. I usually see him as gentle and docile. He doesn't look like someone who beats people up. After everyone saw Lin Yi, they no longer greeted him happily like before, but instead, they went around from the side and whispered, "Good day Dr. Lin." Lin Yi didn't know what was going on at this moment. The whole person was left in the dark. The dean realized that there seemed to be something not quite right. The entire hospital was discussing things about Lin Yi, so he simply called a few people over to ask, "What have you guys been talking about lately regarding Lin Yi? Why don't you tell me about it?" The dean asked with great curiosity. He didn't know why the people in the hospital were strange today. "Dean, we didn't mean to say that. You can look at the news sent out by the media." That nurse obviously didn't dare to say anything more, but just said in a peaceful manner. The dean opened his computer and then realized that today's headline was actually Divine Dr. Lin fought because he was jealous of Han Zhengyang. The dean was directly flabbergasted at once after seeing this news. This kind of negative news was still very deadly for a doctor, and he actually didn't particularly understand Lin Yi as a person. People could have two sides, so he didn't know what this person was really like, so he was only able to call Lin Yi in. After Lin Yi heard that the dean had gone over right by himself, coupled with the behavior of everyone in the courtyard today, he felt that something big must have happened. "Dean, I don't know if there's something you called me in for today?" The dean turned his computer around, and Lin Yi quickly saw a few words on top of it. In his heart, it could be said that he was burning with rage. No wonder yesterday he always felt that this matter wasn't going to be that simple. It turned out that the real plot behind this was to take these pictures and destroy him through the power of the media. I believe you've seen it as well. How do you think this matter should be resolved? The dean didn't know what to do about this matter. He believed in Lin Yi's medical skills, which he had witnessed in many ways, but the power of the media was still very important regarding this man. The negative impact of the media was not only about this person but possibly about the entire hospital. "Dean, this matter is a long story, but I definitely didn't fight because I was jealous of Han Zhengyang. At that time, it was because he provoked me, and this photo was taken by him counting on me," Lin Yi patiently explained. He didn't know if the dean would believe his words, but the facts of this matter were just like that. Lin Yi felt that he was somewhat unable to defend himself. It could be said that he couldn't even wash himself away by jumping into the Yellow River. "I believe in your explanation. I also believe that you're not that kind of person. It's impossible for you to specially beat someone because you're jealous. I still have this confidence in the people inside my hospital." The dean looked at Lin Yi in a serious manner, his eyes full of confidence inside, but there was still some confusion. "Well, thank you, Dean, for your confidence. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll continue to go and get busy." Lin Yi was still angry, but this was after all this was just some public opinion. He didn't really care, as long as others didn't believe it. "Wait, Lin Yi, I think you've been a bit tired lately as well. Why don't you rest first? When the pressure of the internet public opinion goes down, you can come back to work." The dean's tone was somewhat helpless. There was nothing he could do to change some of the public opinions that already existed now, even if they weren't true. Lin Yi immediately understood the other party's meaning. Although the other party was saying that they were not giving themselves pressure and letting themselves take a break. In essence, it was also because the hospital couldn't afford to keep someone like this. Although this hospital was on fire because of Lin Yi, they didn't want to bear the losses caused by Lin Yi. So at this time, they could only let Lin Yi go back and make this loss as small as possible. "Alright, I understand, Dean." Lin Yi left somewhat downcast. He just wanted to save lives and be a simple doctor. He never thought that it would actually turn into such a scene now. He had actually been counted by someone else, or by the person he hated the most. Wan Yu also saw the news on the internet, so he hurriedly called Lin Yi to ask how his situation was. "Lin Yi, I saw the news online. How are you doing?" Wan Yu tried to restrain the anger in his heart. "Nothing major. The dean told me to go back and rest." Lin Yi's tone was filled with loss. He could only do well for himself, but he couldn't change the other party's mind. "The more I really think about it, the more angry I get. How did Han Zhengyang, this shameless guy, come up with such words? You're still jealous of him. I think it's him who's jealous of you is more like it. It's really shameless." Wang Shui couldn't help it after all and directly cursed. He was a person who couldn't stand to see this kind of person who played dirty tricks behind his back. This kind of person was a villain to him. Moreover, this villain was actually Han Zhengyang, whom the two of them had always hated the most. Wang Yu really got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. "I really don't know that this despicable person would use such underhanded tactics. It really succeeded in disgusting me. The next time I see him, I definitely won't show any mercy." Wang Yu continued to curse. Not cursing Han Zhengyang for 3 days and 3 nights, he felt somewhat sorry for himself. "Alright, it's alright. This matter is already like this. There's nothing else we can do. Cursing him will just be a waste of my breath." Lin Yi was obviously frustrated. His heart was a little melancholy. It was hard to imagine this happening. Chapter 70, No Drunkenness. This was the first time Lin Yi had seen the hypocrisy of human nature, and it was no one else who could actually be hypocritical to this extent. After Lin Yi realized the hypocrisy of these people, he felt more and more that he should pay more attention to the people around him. But he's gone too far, right? We have to take revenge properly no matter what. Wang Shui was always still unable to swallow this breath. Lin Yi was a friend of the son of a jeweler. How could he be bullied by this one guy? Forget it, tolerate the wind and waves for a while. Last time it was really me who was impulsive. Let's take revenge in other ways when we have the chance afterward. Lin Yi felt that he was indeed a bit too impulsive last time, and in his heart, he felt a bit apologetic towards Zhao Lingyu. Alright, although since you say so, then I won't force you. I'll take you for a good pastime. Wang Shui saw that the other party was so negative, so he didn't want to force him. It would be better to take her to relieve her emotions properly. Forget it, I don't really want to go. Lin Yi just wanted to calm down properly right now. He wasn't worried about what other people thought. It didn't matter to him, he was just worried that Zhao Lingyu misunderstood this matter. You wait, I'll come find you soon. Wang Shui heard that the other party was reluctant and looked very negative, so he hurried to Lin Yi's side and then directly forcefully dragged him to the bar. When Lin Yi saw this place, he originally didn't want to go in because he had made a fool of himself here several times before, but Wang Shui had been dead set on pulling him, so he was too embarrassed not to go in. 2 whiskeys, please. Well, don't think about those things before, it's all in the past, it's no big deal, let's have a drink today. Wang Shui first raised his glass and drank it all in one go, then hinted at Lin Yi. Thank you. Wang read. Lin Yi didn't know what else he was going to say. In his heart, he was very touched by the other party's behavior, but he didn't know how to express this emotion in his heart. In this way, the two of them drank one cup after another, talking about the chaotic things in their hearts. Two people always have a kind of hate to see each other feeling. Just when the two of them leisurely sitting on the chair, talking about those things that make them annoyed, suddenly in front of them came a beautiful woman, wearing a red deep V dress, the length of which barely covered her buttocks, and the spring light in front of her was unobstructed. That woman's red lips, twisting her buttocks alluringly, walked forward. This little handsome man, I wonder if there is any interest in having a drink together. That kind of fluffy voice could be said to have given people goosebumps. At this time, Lin Yi was already a little drunk, feeling disorganized inside his head, and his hands didn't have the strength to pick up a glass of wine. After all, Lin Yi has never drunk much alcohol. He grew up in the mountains as a child, and the most alcohol he has drunk is probably only medicinal wine. Whiskey like this was only something he had heard of outside. He had never even drank it, and this time he was a little less comfortable with drinking so much all at once. Sorry, we're not drinking anymore. Wang Reed felt that the situation seemed a little bit not right. Just when that woman was about to stick up, Wang Reed was hurriedly reaching out his hand to stop that woman. Afterwards, Wang Yu hurriedly pulled Lin Yi away. There must be something fishy about this place. Wang Yu saw Lin Yi was drunk, so he hurriedly sent him back. Xiao Gong, keep an eye on that woman for me. I don't think that woman is simple. Wang Red directly called his secretary, wanting his secretary to keep an eye on that woman. Okay, boss. Xiao Gong hurriedly went to keep an eye on that person after hearing that. Lin Yi drank his brains out, and when he woke up the next day, he was really uncomfortable all over and had a feeling of regurgitation to the extreme. Lin Yi felt that something big was wrong. He had completely forgotten what exactly happened yesterday. Wang Reed, what did we go last night? Why am I so uncomfortable today? Wang Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. You don't think you don't remember anything, right? Last night we went to do something big. Lin Yi was instantly shocked. He didn't know if he had lost his memory or what. My memory is stuck on you coming to find me. It seems like we went to some bar afterward, and then I forgot what happened. Lin Yi said with an innocent face. The inside of his brain was in disarray, and every now and then a memory floated out. Anyway, the drinks in the back can be all about you wanting to drink. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare put this pot on me, Wang Shui said. Originally, he just wanted to bring Lin Yi to have some fun and chat with him over a few drinks. As a result, this guy Lin Yi drank furiously one after another, and in the end, he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Well, I don't have much evidence to prove that it's your problem, but it's true that after spending some time in amusement yesterday, my entire being is quite a bit more permeable, but it seems like my body isn't very comfortable. Lin Yi released a smile as well. Lin Yi took out a few silver needles, and Wang Yu was startled by the silver needles he casually pulled out. He hadn't found out about this during last night, and he didn't know where this guy had hidden the silver needles. What are you doing? You can't think about it. Wang Yu snatched the silver needle in his hand and thought that this guy had a brain fart. What are you doing? I'm just taking the silver needle to treat these adverse reactions I'm having after drinking. Otherwise the whole body is weirdly uncomfortable. Lin Yi looked at the other party with a speechless face, then snatched the silver needle back. Alright, misunderstood you. Lin Yi directly inserted the silver needle into a few of his more important acupoints, which could obviously help relieve his nausea and regurgitation symptoms. When Wang Yu saw this scene, he all felt that the other party was in pain. After a few minutes, there was no big deal after Lin Yi pulled out the silver needle. He took a long deep breath and then exhaled. After this breath the person was basically fine. He himself was still quite good at treating the symptoms. His own body could be said to be more aware of it. Although it was said that healers did not heal themselves, he could still overcome small problems like this. You're really ruthless in this. My little heart is jumping around just watching. Wang Shui looked dumbfounded at the scene of him taking a silver needle and inserting it into his skin by himself, probably because he saw the scene too close. He felt a little bit horrified. There's no way. That's how acupuncture is. Do you want me to help you with a few needles? Guarantee you'll be twice as healthy. Linny easily picked up a few silver needles, raised his eyebrows, and wanted to stick them down. Chapter 71, a few photographs. No need. I'm healthy. Don't believe me. Look at my strong muscles. Isn't it indeed healthy? Wang Shui was scared when he saw these needles. He backed up again and again. He was not afraid of heaven and earth, but he was afraid of this kind of tiny pain. I also don't know who fainted on the ground when I first encountered it. It seems that it really can't get better without a few needles. Seeing the other party shivering, Linny didn't intend to continue poking fun. It was better to let this poor child go. I'm just kidding, but if you really want acupuncture you can always find me. I can always do it for you alone. Linny put the silver needles back in. These needles were all treasures that had been with him for years. Don't worry about it. I definitely won't be polite with you. I'll definitely look for you first if I need anything. But you doctors are really hard on yourselves. I'm impressed. When you saw the other party put the needle away, so he was relieved and looked at Linny playfully. Look at this morning's news. There's an envelope here. Wang Shui opened his computer, switching from his playful smile just now to his current serious and helpless look. What news? It can't still be something related to me. Linny didn't know what new news had come out today. Anyway, looking at the other party's expression it definitely wasn't something good. There's no new news. It's just that the report from before continues to fester. You flipped down one by one, and the more he read, the more despondent he became. The headlines were nothing but negative news that scolded Linny. There was basically nothing positive about him anymore. Instead there were more positive reports about Han Zhengyang, as expected, pressing one person and trying to use another to do so. The pressure of public opinion could be said to be growing, and many media outlets had already asked the Chinese hospital to demand Lin Yi's dismissal. That's fine. I don't care about the public opinion anyway. It's just that I don't know what they'll do on the hospital side. Lin Yi felt that the Chinese hospital wouldn't believe him, because so many media outlets were making a big deal over there. Who would still believe him? He could say that he couldn't even wash himself by jumping into the Yellow River. Since you're so confused, why don't you make a phone call and ask? I'm sure the dean will give a fair and just answer right. Right now the Chinese hospital side hasn't taken a stance yet. Wang Red actually in his heart is also quite confused. Exactly how the Chinese hospital side will look at this matter. Forget it. I don't want to call the Chinese hospital to ask, and I can't change the ending of this matter. Linny sighed as she looked deeply into the distance. Seeing the other party's reluctance, you could only follow the other party's inner choice. What era is this? You actually still use envelopes. It's too old-fashioned. What kind of goodies are you going to put inside this envelope? Linny glanced at it and realized that Wang Shui actually had a craft paper envelope inside his hand. How long ago was the craft paper old? Anyway, Linny hadn't seen it for a long time. Don't look down on this envelope. There are some good things hidden inside this envelope. Wang Shui deliberately showed off the mystery, wanting to make the other party properly curious. Linny was really caught in the trap and was particularly curious about this matter. He had absolutely no idea what kind of goodies were contained inside this envelope. Alright, don't whet my appetite. Quickly tell me what's inside this envelope. I'm very curious about what's inside this envelope. Linny wanted to reach out and grab it now, but how could Wang Shui easily let him grab the road? He was very agile and hurriedly dodged it. This is a secret that my secretary worked hard and squatted for a long time to discover. I don't want to give it to you so easily. Wang Shui playfully said these words. Yesterday he felt that this matter was not right, so he specially asked his secretary to come out overnight and squat for several hours before he realized that this matter turned out to be a bigger conspiracy. Don't worry, if you show it to me, the benefits will definitely not be lacking. What favors? Do you think I'm missing something? Or can you give me any special favors? Wang Yu looked at Lin Yi with interest, expecting his next answer. Forget it, if you don't want to give it, then I don't want to see it. Lin Yi pretended that he didn't want to look at anything. He didn't believe that Wang Yu would not give it to him, since he was willing to take out the envelope. Naturally, there was no way he wouldn't give it to him. Alright, not messing with you. Inside this envelope is a photo that someone secretly took last night. Good thing I had people squatting all the time and then intercepted this photo. Wang Yu took out one of the photos inside. Inside the photos were all pictures of Lin Yi and that beautiful woman together. The two of them were sticking very close together, but it was a photo that was probably taken from a borrowed position. The woman was almost sitting on Lin Yi's lap. What the hell? Who the hell is this woman? How come it seems to know to sit on my lap? Lin Yi was shocked. The tone of his speech was starting to harden. He had no impression of this woman in front of him inside his head. But why would there be a photo of the two of them together now? This could never be. This is after you drank too much yesterday. Suddenly ran that pretty woman walking beside you and asked if you want to have a drink. I think these photos were secretly taken at that time. Wang Reed carefully recalled yesterday's events. While his drinking was still very good, even when Lin Yi was already drunk, Wang Reed still had nothing to do. After all, he had been in all kinds of drinking scenes for many years. How could he drink too much of this little wine? It was also good that nothing happened to her yesterday. Otherwise these photos flowed to the internet. It is estimated to set off another big wave of fever. And then the pressure of public opinion. I do not know what will happen again. So something like this happened last night. It's a good thing that it's safe and sound now. Otherwise, Ling Yu would be screwed if she saw me. Lin Yi felt a deep twinge of worry. He was worried that this thing would happen to him. I think this matter must have been deliberately designed by someone. Otherwise there wouldn't have been someone good enough to take these photos. Maybe this matter was designed in order to want to mess you up in one go. When you guessed this matter, he didn't know what kind of person did this on purpose. Although Lin Yi's enemies were not many on the surface, but behind the scenes, there were many people in the medical field who were eyeing Lin Yi. They all want to pull Lin Yi down, pull him down. Their position in the medical profession can only rise a lot. Recently Lin Yi's popularity is too good, so by other people's jealousy is still very normal. Chapter 72 Patient Counseling. But what kind of person would do this? I don't think that other people would count on me like this even if they were no longer hostile to me. Lin Yi was puzzled. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. The answer in his heart was that he felt that this person was Han Zhengyang. I think the originator behind this matter and the fight thing should be the same. The only one who gained the most from the fight was Han Zhengyang. Wang Shui carefully analyzed this matter, and he felt from the beginning that the person who did this was Han Zhengyang. If it was someone else, there was no need to take such a picture, especially with the fighting thing. I think what you're saying makes sense, and that's what I think too. But even if we feel that way, it's useless. We have to find some evidence. Lin Yi felt that the other party's words were quite reasonable. Besides, he had also been guessing so. He felt that the only person behind the scenes was Han Zhengyang. Who had been trying to get him out of office. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the angrier he got in his heart. If he stepped down, then Han Zhengyang could logically dominate the medical world. But I feel that the matter of evidence is still quite hard to find. Since the other party is doing this, they will definitely be careful not to leave any loose ends. Wang Shui hesitated a little. It seemed that the chances of turning the tables right now could be said to be even less. I don't think there's any need to rush this matter. When I catch the handle, it'll be time for him to leave the medical world. Lin Yi clenched his fists. He had already thought it through. By the time he caught any chance, the other party would be finished. And Lin Yi could be said to be very popular on the internet recently. But this time, the reason for the popularity was all because Lin Yi was jealous of Han Zhengyang and fought over this matter. The online comments on this matter can be said to be mixed. Some people still insist that this matter is just hype. Some people were taken in the wrong direction by this matter. In fact, this is also very normal. People's views on a matter will always be different. And Zhao Lingyu also saw the online tirade against Lin Yi. She didn't know what she should do, although she saw it all with her own eyes. The fact was that Lin Yi beat Han Zhengyang. So even if she lied to herself within herself, she couldn't change this matter. Ling Yu, if you're free, hurry home. Your grandfather is looking for you for something. Zhao mother said seriously to Zhao Lingyu in a tone she had never used before. Zhao Lingyu rarely heard her mother speak to her like this, so it seemed like this matter was extraordinary. What's wrong? Mother, do you have something urgent to find me? It's not possible that there's something wrong with your body again. Zhao Lingyu was a little worried. He felt that it could be that there was something wrong with his grandfather's body above. That's why his mother was talking to him in such a serious tone. Don't worry about it. It's not a physical problem. It's about the recent Lin Yi matter. Your grandfather is looking for you to have a good talk. Zhao mother was a little bit anxious to speak. He only knew that Zhao Hanshan had been having a headache for a long time because of this matter. It was obvious that Lin Yi's position in the Zhao family's mind was still very high. Good. Then I'll go back to see Grandpa right away and have a chat with him on the way. Zhao Lingyu could probably guess what she was thinking. She probably just wanted to talk to herself to see if she could solve this matter. So Zhao Lingyu hurriedly packed up the papers on her desk and then prepared to leave. Although she actually quite didn't want to face this matter because he felt that she was a bit helpless. But her own grandfather had already said this matter, so she couldn't run away from it. At this time, Lin Yi was also preparing to pay a visit to Zhao Hanshan to talk about this matter. And in the meantime, see how his condition was recovering. Zhao Lingyu walked in the door of the house to see her grandfather with a stern face and her own parents also looking very serious. What's wrong with Grandpa? You're in a hurry to find me back. Do you still need to ask me about this? What I want to say is that Lin Yi is our own family. No matter what, You should trust him. Zhao Hanshan spoke in a serious manner. Long gone was his previous kindly look. I didn't distrust him, but this matter is something I saw with my own eyes. The matter of him hitting Han Zhengyang with his hands is the truth. Zhao Lingyu said helplessly. If this matter wasn't something he had seen with his own eyes, he would be willing to believe Lin Yi. Good. Even if you saw it with your own eyes, it might not be the truth of this matter. Do you think Lin Yi looks like someone who would hit someone because he's jealous of them? Zhao Hanshan was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. But no matter what, it's not the reason why he hit someone. Besides, I've already warned him before to stop hitting people, and now he's still hitting people. Grandpa, how do you expect me to believe him? Zhao Lingyu felt somewhat aggrieved, not because he was unwilling to believe him, but because even if she believed him, it wasn't the reason he was hitting people. I believe that Lin Yi was just helpless. He would never be so impulsive that he would go straight to beating people up. There must be some reason behind this matter. It's better for you to investigate it clearly. Zhao Hanshan trusted Lin Yi very much, because Lin Yi was his savior no matter what. How could he not trust the person who saved his life? Moreover, with his understanding of Lin Yi over this period of time, he felt that Lin Yi was just an honest and abiding person who didn't look like someone who would go and get into fights to find trouble. Grandpa, you have to know that the power of the media is very strong, and now that the pressure of public opinion is so strong, I can't help him much. Besides, he really isn't my favorite type. Zhao Lingyu immediately denied her previous behavior of being jealous. She felt that it was just that she was too impulsive at that time, and that she didn't like this type of boy at all. She liked but down-to-earth and capable boys, not this kind of boy who was very impulsive and could get into a headline at any time because of his impulsive fighting. Such behavior made her feel a great sense of unease. Lingyu, Grandpa thinks that Lin Yi isn't that impulsive. I hope that you reconsider this matter that you're thinking about. Follow what your heart really wants and don't regret it because of your impulsiveness. Zhao Hanshan didn't know what his granddaughter really thought. During this period of time he felt that Lin Yi was still a very good boy through his background investigation of him, so he didn't want to dismiss it all at once because of this matter, and he didn't want his granddaughter to be like this. Okay, Grandpa, I'll remember what you said, and I'll also think about this matter. Chapter 73, Packing Up. Lin Yi didn't arrive at the door for long before he heard Zhao Lingyu and Zhao Hanshan chatting, so he simply waited at the door to wait until they were gone before going in. But he didn't expect the two of them to chat for a long time, and he also listened at the door for a long time. He didn't expect Zhao Lingyu to see herself this way because of this matter. Obviously the two of them were already on such good terms before, and he even had a feeling that the other party had a little bit of goodwill towards him, but he didn't expect to hear such words coming out of Zhao Lingyu's mouth now. He was actually still very lost in his heart, and this kind of feeling of loss let him put before those things the sense of hatred unlimited amplification. He felt that he still have to hurry to find evidence to return their own innocence. Otherwise, if he had been wrongly accused like this, he was still very unwilling in his heart, especially being wronged by Zhao Lingyu. Lin Yi made up his mind. He turned his head and walked away because he wanted to find Wang Yu to discuss countermeasures or something. At the same time he didn't want to embarrass Zhao Lingyu. Unexpectedly at this moment, the Chinese hospital actually made a decision, because Lin Yi's matter was constantly fermenting, and it also had a very big impact on the Chinese hospital, so even if the hospital loved talent, it couldn't handle the pressure, so it had no choice but to fire Lin Yi, and the dean personally made a phone call to Lin Yi. Dr. Lin, I'm really sorry, although you are indeed very good, but our hospital is after all a very small temple, and still can't carry the pressure of public opinion, so I'm sorry, the dean said in a helpless and somewhat lost tone. He actually didn't want to make such a decision, but reality always forced him to go in this direction. He hadn't planned to do this before, but during this period of time, the hospital's foot traffic could be said to be getting less and less, and all because of Lin Yi's negative news. The dean was ultimately worried that the hospital would close down, so he was left with no choice but to fire Lin Yi. It's okay, Dean, I understand you too, as long as you believe in me. Lin Yi knew that there would eventually be such a day that would come. The dish was already prepared, but he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Then come over and pack your things as soon as possible. By the way, I want to have a chat with you. The dean was 100 times more helpless. She wanted to meet and have a good chat with Lin Yi to see if there was any better solution. Okay, I'll come over as soon as I can now. Thank you, Dean, for taking care of me for this period of time. I know it's not easy for the hospital right now. Lin Yi could completely understand and said with some relief. Soon Lin Yi was ready to go. He thought that instead of dragging it out it would be better to get to the hospital as soon as possible. Lin Yi immediately arrived at the hospital, not realizing that the dean himself would greet him at the door of his office. I'm really sorry, Dr. Lin, if you need anything in the future, you can just order me. The dean looked at Lin Yi apologetically. It's fine, Dean. Lin Yi comforted the dean as he packed up his things. If you need it, I can introduce you to some hospitals that you can work with then. The dean knew that it wasn't easy for Lin Yi right now, carrying such heavy public pressure on his back. No, Dean. Thank you for your kindness. I'll figure it out on my own when the time comes. Linny reluctantly smiled. He felt that there would never be a road to extinction in the world. He would always have a way to turn himself around, even if it was with desperate measures. Since you don't need it, then I won't force you, but lately you'd better avoid the limelight a little. The media has been speculating about this matter. The Dean persuaded Linny in a serious manner. Dean, I think that the clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. I'm not afraid of the slant of the shadow in Shenzhen, and I don't need to hide. I'll always find the person who designed this behind the scenes. Linny spoke decisively. He felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. The mistake was just that he had entered someone else's trap. Otherwise he hadn't done anything wrong himself. Good. In fact, you can also publicly apologize. According to my experience over the years, it's better to try not to confront the public. I'm afraid that this matter will backfire when the time comes. The Dean saw the other party's resolute look. He still decided to persuade. Nowadays young people always have a passionate look, but often things always go in the opposite direction, even if they are more serious. I'm afraid this matter will end hastily. Thank you, Dean, for reminding me, but I still hope that I can clear my name and give this matter a perfect ending, right? Linny still couldn't let go of this breath. He felt that this matter was much more complicated than he had imagined. Good, then I wish you all the best. The Dean gave Linny a deep bow, as a way of thanking him for helping the hospital all this time. Linny helped the Dean up. The Dean had also taken very good care of himself within this period of time. There was actually no need for this. There were some things that weren't as easy as he wanted them to be. Thank you, Dean. Linny hurriedly finished packing his things and then prepared to leave. He felt that all those people walking over on this journey were looking at him with tinted glasses, even though he hadn't actually done anything strange. But those people still couldn't help but talk, especially about some negative comments about him. But he pretended to turn a blind eye to them, because he felt that as long as he could get by in his heart, those people had nothing to do with him even if they said anything. This was a skill he had been practicing in the mountains. The master had once told him that if he kept everything in his heart and inside his head, then he would be very tired in this life. It would be better to forget some of these things. Pretending to know nothing, then a lot of worries, can be solved with ease. Linny was ready to leave the company. He didn't expect to just go out and see the person he least wanted to see. It was really a narrow road. Linny, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Where are you planning to go? Han Zhengyang said these words contemptuously, although this was a very ordinary sentence. But from inside his mouth, there was always a strange feeling, especially when paired with the other party's look of contempt. Does it have anything to do with you? I don't think it's your turn to tell me what to do now. Linny naturally couldn't swallow this. He had already suffered from him before, and now he was still being pointed at like this. I just came over to see your current downtrodden appearance. I heard that you were expelled from the Chinese hospital. I didn't expect this to be true. I thought it was just someone else joking with me and making fun of me. Han Zhengyang seemed to laugh and sneered twice. Am I down and out now? I'd like to think that in the future, you'll be more down and out than me as well. Chapter 74, Accessing Surveillance. Linny reluctantly talked back. He would never lose to Han Zhengyang above both words and actions. This seemed a little too humiliating. Then we'll see. Don't worry, you won't be able to break me. I have a whole group behind me, but you don't have anything behind you. Han Zhengyang laughed a little wildly. Even if he lost this matter, there was an entire group behind this. He didn't care at all. Then be careful, don't lose the entire group. You won't have a home to go back to at that time. Linny also disliked in a contemptuous tone. He felt that the current downfall was just a momentary one, and soon the one who was down wouldn't be him. It was just a matter of time. Don't be too complacent. I'll definitely chase Zhao Lingyu down, and then I'll welcome you to both of our weddings. Don't you dare not come. The more Han Zhengyang thought about it, the angrier he got. He was ready to tear his face off. Even though the two of them hadn't had a very good relationship before, it could be said that they had always been enemies. Don't worry, I'll never let you two get married. Don't be delusional. There's no way Zhao Lingyu will fall for you. Although Linny was still a bit confused about how he should engage in the matter of practicing medicine next, he felt that there was still a bit of possibility between Zhao Lingyu and himself. It was always more likely than Han Zhengyang, and this point of confidence was still there. Then you thought wrong. There are still many problems between you and Zhao Lingyu. Lingyu likes excellent men, but what about you now? It's just someone who carries so many negative comments. Han Zhenjian gestured the person in front of him who was holding a thick stack of documents, and couldn't say how much he disliked them in his heart. Besides, what do you take to like her now? Do you think you still have any skills now? It's estimated that the entire medical academic world is going to expel you, so don't be delusional. Han Zhengyang saw that the other party didn't speak, so he continued to be aggressive. Don't worry about it, we'll see. I hope you don't end up crying and begging me. Linny just viciously said out these words. although there were no dirty words pressed inside these words, the tone was indeed very strong. All Linny had to do right now was to hurry up and find clues and then give him a fatal blow. If he couldn't find the clues, then this matter would continue to fester and deteriorate, which would be very unfavorable to him. Alright, I won't continue messing around with you. I still have a lot of business to do. Unlike you, you're just a big idler. Han Zhengyang saw that he couldn't seem to say anything, so he could only run away in disgrace. Linny saw that the other party left in such a hurry, and he himself didn't want to go up and get entangled with him again. Linny rushed to find Wang Reed to ask how the results of the investigation. After all, Wang Yu had sufficient financial resources and manpower, so it was very easy for him to find out the ins and outs of this matter. Wang Red, how is the situation now? Is there any progress? Linny asked anxiously as soon as he saw Wang Yu. I've come to tell you the good news. I've already made new progress. I thought about it yesterday. The only angle this matter can be investigated from is the photos released by the media. Wang Yu had spent a lot of time on these media yesterday. They knew nothing about this matter. Only the media side could give detailed answers. Then what can these photos tell us? Have you observed anything? Linny looked through these photos, as if there was nothing wrong with these photos. They all looked quite normal. Nothing more than taking pictures of Linny beating up Han Zhengyang. If you look closely at the angles that these photos were taken from, you'll realize that they were all taken at very strange angles. Wang Yu pointed to each photo that had been turned over, then tried to get Linny to take a good look at the angles of the photos. These photos seem to have been taken inside a hidden corner. As long as we can find the person who took them, shouldn't we be able to catch the culprit? Linny suddenly came to a realization. It seemed that this matter had already gotten a bit of a head start, and soon he should be able to catch the culprit. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. We just need to tune in the surveillance and then see who the culprit really is. Wang Shui revealed a hint of a confident smile. It seemed that this matter wasn't that difficult. It felt like the truth would soon surface. Good, then let's hurry up and get going. But doesn't this surveillance have to go to Lingyu Company to be able to access it? Linny suddenly thought of a problem. He was a bit afraid to go to Zhao Lingyu's company right now, especially after what happened last time. Right, this should be their company's internal surveillance. Don't talk nonsense. We need to find the real culprit as soon as possible. Otherwise the media will continue to worsen this matter, and we won't be able to even jump into the Yellow River to wash it away at that time. Wang Shui was very anxious. He was already thinking about how to go about explaining this matter when the time came. He didn't realize that Linny was still thinking about Zhao Lingyu. Okay, then let's go directly to the monitoring room. The people over there basically know us anyway. It shouldn't be that hard to adjust a monitor. Linny suppressed the emotion of embarrassment within himself. As long as he could find the real culprit and solve this matter, then he wouldn't feel much embarrassment. Soon, the two of them drove to Zhao Lingyu's company wanting to get the surveillance video. They walked into the surveillance room and asked the person on duty. I'm Linny. The purpose of my visit is for your surveillance these past few days? Can I access the previous day's surveillance on your side still? Linny reported his name. The other party froze when he heard it. Could it be the Linny who was rumored to be in the air these days? Linny saw that the other party was dumbfounded and thought that he was worried about his job. Don't worry about it. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Just pull up the surveillance for me. Linny knew those little thoughts of the other party, but the other party hadn't expected Linny to come inside the surveillance room at all. The news about him could be said to be all over the place lately. I'm really sorry, Divine Dr. Lin. The surveillance of these days, originally there was one, but our little general manager Zhao has already transferred the surveillance of these days, and I don't have any backups here anymore. The other party smiled somewhat awkwardly and scratched his ears. He didn't know how I should explain this matter to the other party. Linny and Wang Shui, on the other hand, were stunned, and the two of them looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. Why would Zhao Lingyu call away the surveillance of the past few days before the two of them? Could it be to find the real culprit? Or did she want to see what really happened that day? The two of them were puzzled. Chapter 75, One Step Closer. Linny, what do you think about this now? Do you want to go find Zhao Lingyu and discuss it? Wang Yu knew that Linny had his own thoughts in his heart, so he wanted to ask him what he thought about this matter. Right now it seems like this is the only way. If I don't look for Lingyu, there's no way for me to prove my innocence. Linny was obviously a bit torn, but at the moment, this was the only way, so he could only rely on this method. If only there was another way. He silently prayed in his heart, albeit a self-congratulatory prayer. Alright then, let's pick a day and go find Lingyu now. Dragging it out isn't a good idea. Wang Shui could see Lin Yi's difficulty. Although he was rich and powerful, these weren't of much help in this matter. Lin Yi and Wang Yu hurried to Zhao Lingyu's office. I didn't expect to find Zhao Lingyu as seriously immersed in her work just as she arrived at the door. Lin Yi walked over silently. Zhao Lingyu was looking very seriously and didn't realize that he had already walked over. Sorry to bother you, Lingyu. Are you busy? Zhao Lingyu could be said to have been startled by the sudden voice. She completely failed to notice that someone had walked through the doorway. Not busy with anything either. You guys suddenly walking in startled me. It was only then that Linny realized that Zhao Lingyu was looking at the surveillance video footage that they had tried to retrieve earlier, and had thought that the fact that she was looking at it so attentively might have been work. Zhao Lingyu frowned as she looked at the videos, as if she realized that there was indeed something wrong with them, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. Although he was only acting according to the orders of his parents and his own grandfather, wanting to see if there was any clues in this matter, it was also considered to be Jean what he could do. Originally was still at a loss. She was about to give up, but now it seems as if this matter is not very simple to solve a thing. That day's surveillance inside does have a person sneaky look, but the picture does stay a very short time, as if put what should not be put inside the office. Zhao Lingyu quickly fast-forwarded through some more clips, and there was nothing wrong with those clips either. It couldn't be that her eyes were blurred. Zhao Lingyu was starting to doubt her eyes a little. She had been too busy in the last few days and hadn't gotten much rest. I'm really sorry, we barged right in. I saw that you were looking too seriously, so I didn't want to make a sound to disturb you from doing your business, Linny said somewhat apologetically. He felt that the relationship between the two of them was a bit distant, not as close as before, especially when he said those words. It's okay, I know the purpose of your visit this time. I found that indeed there are some problems within the surveillance videos. Now I'll give these surveillance videos to you. Zhao Lingyu packed up all the surveillance videos and copied them to a USB flash drive. I hope these surveillance videos can help you clear your name. I can't help much above the other things. Zhao Lingyu carefully handed over the USB flash drive into Lingyi's hands, recalling that her previous words did seem a bit hurtful. Zhao Lingyu really wasn't very good at expressing her emotions. She had always been busy either working or studying, so she didn't have much time to socialize. The only socializing she did was with some upper-class people who had to socialize for some business matters. Thank you for helping me. If it wasn't for these videos you gave me, maybe I wouldn't have been able to find a chance to prove my innocence. Linny took the USB drive, feeling warm and fuzzy in his heart, and pondered for a moment. There's no need to thank you. In fact, I have something I've never said, but I feel like I still need to say it. Zhao Lingyu was about to speak. She didn't know how to more clearly articulate the true thoughts in her heart. Linny waited patiently for what Lingyu would say, a little apprehensive inside. He didn't know what the other party would say. Although you're actually not my favorite type, and I'm sure you should have heard me say that many times before, but I've always been very trusting of you, so I hope you don't misunderstand me. Zhao Lingyu said these words somewhat shyly, not knowing why some words that were originally normal were somewhat strange at this moment. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. I understand. I know that I'm not your favorite type, but I think that time might be able to change a lot of things, I guess, and I'm thankful for your trust. Linny replied at a loss for words. Time really did change a lot of things, making him go from his previous peak to the bottom now. So he also believed that time could really change many things, including the matter of making Zhao Lingyu like herself was not impossible. No need to thank you. You guys hurry up and go look at the video that's monitoring you. You should be able to gain something, I feel. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly lowered her head to deal with her own documents after she finished speaking. The two people were also considered to have made up. After all, after solving the troubles that were on his mind before, Linny also rebloomed his smile. Originally, he thought that this time would be awkward, but he didn't expect that it would solve those previous troubles instead. Linny hadn't expected that Zhao Lingyu would actually say the words that she believed in herself very much, so he could say that he was pleasantly surprised. Linny and Wang Yu also hurriedly exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving. Now they had to race against time to catch the murderer behind the scenes, so they hurriedly sat down in front of the computer, and the two of them stared tightly at the computer screen. Time passed by, and they didn't seem to have made any great progress. It had been playing some tasteless images, nothing more than Zhao Lingyu working in her office, or the office was empty. How could this go about finding clues? Linny was starting to get a bit of a headache. Shouldn't it be a white surprise? Even if we have these videos now, but if there's no conclusive evidence inside the videos are of no use. Don't be discouraged. I think there must be some unspeakable images inside this video. Let's wait a little longer. There might be a big surprise. Linny saw that Wang Yu was also discouraged, so he hurriedly cheered him up. It's okay, it's not like I have you with me. I think we should catch that person soon. Wang Shui rekindled his fighting spirit. This was the only hope they had at the moment, so they didn't want to let it go so soon. Just when they were about to give up hope, a sneaky person suddenly appeared inside the video. Quick, pause. There seems to be something not quite right here somewhere. Tune forward a bit. Chapter 76, Exposing the Truth. Linny hurriedly paused this image for a moment, and the two of them stared earnestly at the person inside this image. This person had never appeared before, and his pace was so sneaky, it looked like he wasn't doing anything good. His movements were also very swift, and it only took him a while to rush out of the office. he seemed to be very athletic, and it just so happened that Zhao Lingyu wasn't around during this period of time. It should be a person who is more familiar with the company, but not particularly familiar, otherwise it is really easy to be suspected. So in fact they were able to see that this person must have big problems, so the two of them hurriedly took this video and went to Zhao Lingyu, wanting to ask if this person was someone from this company, but unsurprisingly, this person was definitely someone from the company. Otherwise they wouldn't be so familiar with Zhao Lingyu's work schedule and the terrain of her office. Lingyu, I want to ask if the person in this video is someone from your company. Zhao Lingyu took a closer look. This person looked slightly familiar. Maybe she had run into him somewhere as well. It should be someone from our company, but you'll have to ask the HR department if you're specific. I don't know which department this person is from. I just think it looks a little familiar. The group had thousands of people after all, so he couldn't remember which department that person was from. So Lin Yi and Wang Yu hurriedly went to the personnel department manager, and upon asking, they learned that this person was Xiao Yu, who was organizing information in the secretary department. No wonder no one would be suspicious of him even if he went in and out of the office. All of this seems to have been explained. Now as long as they find this person they will be able to find the truth. So, the two people mood is also much better. Excitedly rushed to the secretary department. Want to go to find out. Didn't expect to see that person as soon as he went in. That person was strutting around inside the secretarial department as if this place was his turf. You and I will come out for a moment. Lin Yi directly called Xiao Yu out. Xiao Yu naturally recognized Lin Yi and was flabbergasted for a moment when he saw Lin Yi walk straight in. He didn't know why Lin Yi had come over to find himself so quickly. This was something that was outside of his plans. Before, when Han Zhengyang told him about this matter, he was willing to do it because he swore and guaranteed that this matter would never be discovered by others. It's my working hours now. You shouldn't have the right to let me out. Xiao Yu forced himself to be calm, not wanting others to discover the embarrassment inside him. If you don't go out with me, and those things are found out by others, you'll be responsible for the consequences. I think you don't want so many people to know about this matter. Wang Shui quietly walked over and then said these words in his ear. Xiao Yu's face paled slightly after hearing this. This wasn't a disguised way of forcing him to definitely go. Alright, then I'll listen to you guys, but I hope that what you guys say is somewhat useful and doesn't delay any of my time at work. Otherwise I can choose not to cooperate with you. Xiao Yu still had a haughty face. No matter what, he couldn't lose the other party above his tone. Otherwise the other party would be able to immediately see that he was weak-minded. Don't worry about it. There must be some value in letting you go this time. Lin Yi and his group hurried to the cafe. Alright, now you guys can say what's the purpose of calling me over. The other party crossed his legs and looked hungrily at Lin Yi and Wang Yu. Tell me, I've never met you before. Why did you take those pictures? Who ordered you to do that behind the scenes? The more Lin Yi thought about it, the angrier he got, especially since the other party was now talking to himself with this attitude. What? What photos are you talking about? How come I don't know anything? Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. This is a place to work, not a place where you planted evidence and framed lawlessness, okay? Xiao Yu is still that aggressive look. He is now just beating a dead horse, not admitting that this thing was done by himself. We definitely came to you because we already have solid evidence. Otherwise we wouldn't have come to you. You should clearly understand this. Wang Shui was a little impatient. He originally wanted to talk to this person properly, but he didn't expect this person to be the least bit unreasonable. He a male son, how to stand this kind of aggravation. Change to do in the past early on the ground correctly. Understand what? I'm just a small employee of the secretary department. I don't know what you guys mean by that. If there's nothing going on, I'll go back to work. Xiao Yu said and intended to leave. He now wanted to escape from all this, because he himself still thought that he had done it seamlessly. It was impossible for anyone to catch a hold of him. But Wang Yu stopped Xiao Yu with a hand, not wanting to let him leave so easily. It's a pity that you can't leave just yet, and there's still a chance that you'll be burdened with some trumped-up charges. Lin Yi opened his computer and played those surveillance videos from before, especially the part where he sneakily walked into the office. Xiao Yu had seen this video after he was stopped, and although he knew that this day would always come, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Since he had been discovered, so he could only admit it silently. Since you all already know all this, then I can only be honest. But I shouldn't be guilty of anything if I tell you. Xiao Yu muttered in his heart after seeing the video. He still had his parents to take care of. If he was charged with something, what about his parents? What about himself? Don't worry about it. If you tell the truth, I definitely won't prosecute you. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, and we definitely won't let a bad person off the hook. Lin Yi was already looking forward to the answer. It should be exactly the same as the answer in his own heart. Good. In fact, all of this is Han Zhengyang instructing me to do this. He said that as long as I took these pictures, he would give me a relatively generous payment when the time comes. Xiao Yu narrated the truth. Lin Yi nodded and listened attentively. He actually guessed that this matter was Han Zhengyang's doing. Then who and where are the photos now? The photos are all in Han Zhengyang's hands. Don't get me wrong. I didn't send out the photos. Xiao Yu hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to give himself a good explanation. Good. I'm probably clear on what's going on already. You can continue to go to work. Lin Yi was going to make his next plan after understanding the situation. Xiao Yu was a little half-hearted. He thought that the other party would scold him severely, but he didn't expect to just let himself go so easily. So he carefully walked out and then returned to the secretary department to continue working. His heart was uneasy, but he still pretended to be at peace. Chapter 77 Pressure of Public Opinion. Lin Yi, we now have video evidence. Let's hurry up and send this evidence out to make Han Zhengyang lose his reputation. Wang Shui's heart could be described as gorgeous. Finally he could pull one back. I think don't do this for now. Allow me to think about it first. Lin Yi still had some concerns in his heart, and it seemed like he was being a bit deliberate if he said it directly. Maybe there was a better way. Then do you mean to say that the video shouldn't be sent out first? This is the result of our hard work for so long. Wang Yu was a bit incredulous. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi was actually so generous as to let Han Zhengyang off the hook so easily. I didn't say that the video won't be sent out. What I meant was that the video we still have to send out, but we'll just not specify that it was Han Zhengyang who did it first. Lin Yi already had a better way in his mind, and this way was more convincing than directly saying that Han Zhengyang did it. What he wanted more was an eye for an eye tactic, not a despicable and bad tactic like Han Zhengyang's. Is this really okay? Wang Shui very much didn't understand such behavior. If it was him, he would have already taken such conclusive evidence to bring down Han Zhengyang. Just trust me, we'll see what the outcome will be then. I definitely won't make Han Zhengyang's life easier, Lin Yi said confidently. Good, then I'll respect your decision. Anyway, there's already a video to prove innocence now, but the opportunity is not to be missed. The time will not come again. Don't regret it. Wang Yu pondered for a while, thinking that Lin Yi must have his own purpose for doing this. As for what the purpose was, he should know by then, so he didn't want to aggressively ask him. Lin Yi started editing the relevant copy, and then edited the surveillance video into a clear video. The purpose of this was so that the public could better speculate on the matter. There were times when the pressure of public opinion was even greater than the pressure of him saying it in person. Soon, Lin Yi had already edited the copy and the related video, and he hurriedly posted it online. He didn't expect that just after posting it online, it caused a huge wave of retweets and comments. Everyone's first reaction to seeing the video was shock. They didn't expect something like this to happen behind the scenes. It wasn't quite the same as what they had imagined. Inside the text, Lin Yi just briefly described the incident, explaining that there was a person sneaking around doing something inside this video, and that this person had been instructed by someone, and that the real culprit behind the scenes was too cunning and hadn't been caught yet. These words have obviously made it clear that that previous incident was slanderous, and the video simply played the image of that person sneaking around. Such conclusive evidence made everyone very convinced that Lin Yi was innocent, and it also made everyone hate the murderer behind the scenes to say the least. Many of the melon eaters couldn't help but start a heated discussion about this matter as well. Everyone was interested in these interesting things and couldn't wait to find out the real culprit themselves. I told you, how could divine Dr. Lin be the kind of person who beats people up? There must be someone behind the scenes who is up to no good. It seems that this matter is not simple. It can't be that Han Zhengyang is up to something. I didn't expect his heart to be so bad. I really didn't think that Han Zhengyang would actually take this kind of photo out because he was jealous of Lin Yi. I almost misunderstood Dr. Lin. Unexpectedly, the internet could be said to have turned its tirade about this matter towards Han Zhengyang. The group of people who had previously blamed Lin Yi had also begun to curse Han Zhengyang, because Han Zhengyang was the one who gained the most profit from those things. They all thought that Han Zhengyang had actually instructed others to do this. In an instant, the number of comments and retweets on this story had exceeded tens of millions. Lin Yi, I didn't realize that your move was really smart. Not only did you not have to personally explain this matter, but at the same time, you also let the pressure of public opinion overwhelm Han Zhengyang's body. Wang Yu revealed a hint of a triumphant smile when he saw the report. It was also considered to be a triumphant outcome after working for so long. Actually, I do think that if I directly speak out about this matter, in turn, the media will think that I have a particularly small heart, and that I'm intentionally going to look for other people's trouble. Lin Yi thought carefully about what the purpose of doing so would be. But if I do this, I'm only clarifying my innocence. As for what others think is someone else's business, so they'll definitely put the pressure on someone else. That's what the melon-eating masses are capable of. Lin Yi looked at the sentence scolding Han Zhengyang. His heart was indescribably refreshing. It was also considered doing his best to clear his name as much as he possibly could, and there was also a very good purpose for him to do so. I'm actually doing this to leave a good impression on Zhao Lingyu. Before, I was too impulsive myself. so now I have to be a bit more calm and prudent in what I do. Linny thought back on how he had been acting and felt that it was time for him to make some changes. You're so thoughtful. If it was me, I guess I would have just said that this was Han Zhengyang's doing, and almost took a wrong step. It seems like there's still a lot for me to learn right now. One, you carefully thought about what Linny said. Indeed, it was still very reasonable. If it was him, he would never do this. I still have to thank you for this. If not for your dedication to help me, I wouldn't have found the truth so quickly to prove my innocence. Next time I'm free, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Linny was still very touched in his heart. If it wasn't for this true brother who had been accompanying him, it was estimated that he would have been helpless about this matter. What are you talking about? We are good brothers. Just such a small favor. You don't need to be so exaggerated. Besides, you saved my life. I'm just repaying your kindness. Wang Shui was strangely embarrassed. He had always been used to being straightforward, and he was all those rough and tumble people. It was a bit uncomfortable to hear this kind of somewhat needy words. I'm just casually exchanging pleasantries. You mustn't take it seriously. Linny also couldn't help but joke around. The two of them were laughing and joking around, and it could be said that they were enjoying themselves. The dust had settled on this matter, and the two of them didn't have any great worries anymore. Unexpectedly at this time, Zhao Lingyu suddenly called out of the blue. Linny didn't know what Zhao Lingyu was calling over at this time and felt a little curious, but most likely it should have something to do with the report he sent out today, but he just didn't know what Zhao Lingyu thought about the report. Chapter 78, Reconciliation. Lin Yi, do you have a moment? I want to have a chat with you. Zhao Lingyu inquired somewhat apologetically. She had also seen the previous report over there, and still felt that she had done a bad job before, so she wanted to have a good chat with Lin Yi. Of course I have time, then I'll go to the company to find you. Lin Yi heard the other party take the initiative to look for himself. Naturally his heart could be said to be a little excited. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Soon the two of them met. Lin Yi, about that incident, I actually still want to apologize to you. I saw that report on the internet. I was the one who misunderstood you before. I'm really sorry. Zhao Lingyu apologized very humbly. Her eyes were full of apologies and her heart was full of regret. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Besides, if it was me, it's possible that I would have misunderstood. So this matter is not your fault. Lin Yi's heart could be said to be warm after hearing this. This matter was sort of resolved. At least it wouldn't allow any more big misunderstandings to arise between the two of them. As long as the misunderstanding between the two of them was resolved, he didn't have to feel so bad in his heart. This matter has wronged you for so long. Are you not feeling too good in your heart? Zhao Lingyu asked with some concern. I believe that those who are clear and those who are turbid. And in this matter, I've already found out the end of it a long time ago. Lin Yi was very calm and composed as he said this matter. He wanted to describe this matter to Zhao Lingyu, at least letting her know what this matter was really like. Moreover, he also wanted to take the opportunity to expose Han Zhengyang's character, but if he said it directly, it would be like hitting someone else backwards, which would in turn leave some bad impression on Zhao Lingyu. Therefore, Lin Yi planned to change his mindset and say Han Zhengyang's character from the side. After all, Zhao Lingyu was actually a very intelligent person, so there was no way she wouldn't understand what exactly he was trying to convey. What end of the story? I'm not too clear on this matter. If you're willing, you can tell the whole story. I'm all ears. Zhao Lingyu perked up her ears with some curiosity. She was very curious to know what the whole thing was like. In fact, this matter, you started out because the other party probably knows too much about my rather impulsive personality. Right, and I'm easily touched by anything. So they took the opportunity to take these photos to try to make me lose my reputation. Lin Yi said in a serious manner. These words were actually the truth. And there was nothing within these words he said that revealed that it was Han Zhengyang who did it. However, if one was a smart person, one would know that the biggest profiteer behind this matter was actually Han Zhengyang, and it was just as likely that it was Han Zhengyang who did this. I see, so this matter is like this. Next you have to be more on guard. Don't get caught again. Zhao Lingyu instantly came to a realization. She had already understood in her heart after hearing these words. Before, maybe she was still ignorant about this part of the story, but now once she heard it she realized that the original Han Zhengyang's person was like this. Okay, no problem. I'm already preparing the things and plans that I should do next. Just don't worry. Lin Yi thought carefully. He was already thinking about what was next for his hospital. Now that the Chinese hospital had fired him, it could also be said that it was a good opportunity for him to set up a hospital of his own. Before he was still hesitating about this matter, but now this is kind of a choice that he had to make, right? It can also be said to be a wise choice. Already have a plan for the next step so soon? Can you tell me about it? Zhao Lingyu had thought that Lin Yi was now in a depressed state and might not be able to get his spirits up for a while, but he didn't expect the other party to actually be in a state where he had recovered so quickly, practically indistinguishable from a gecko with a broken tail. There was even a very good plan that could be implemented. Zhao Lingyu was still very surprised in her heart. Of course it's possible. Before, Wang Shui and his father and son were planning to invest in one of my hospitals. I refused before because of certain reasons, but I think that now that I'm re-establishing a hospital it's a very good opportunity and choice for me. Lin Yi narrated his next plan. Instead of being manipulated by others left and right all the time, and even facing the risk that he might be ousted, he might as well manipulate the entire hospital himself. Besides, the media was all over him now. He was back on top again, so he could make use of the media and then get some heat and support for his newly opened hospital. This is indeed a very good choice. Your medical skills are so brilliant that running a hospital is definitely no problem. If there's anything you need help with, just talk to me. Zhao Lingyu could be said to be impressed with Lin Yi. Having such a sophisticated plan within such a short period of time was not easy. Actually, I have a request. I don't know if you'll agree to it. It's that I need a piece of land if I need to build a hospital. Didn't you shoot down a piece of land before? I don't know if it's possible. Lin Yi wanted to say something. He didn't know what the concept of such a request was for Zhao Lingyu, because this piece of land was a very valuable thing to Zhao Lingyu. So he wasn't sure if Zhao Lingyu would agree to this matter. So that's how it is. Since you've asked, then I'll definitely agree. Besides, your hospital can also help me grow a bit of popularity for this piece of land. So why not? Zhao Lingyu thought it was something big, but he didn't realize that it was just building a hospital on top of the land he got. It wasn't something difficult for him. Thank you then. I've personally visited that piece of land. I'm relatively relieved, and the location is also very good. Building a hospital should attract a lot of people. The stone in Lin Yi's heart has fallen to the ground. Before this matter he and Wang Shui did not dare to mention it over there. Now that this matter has been solved directly from the root, it's really great. Then it's a happy cooperation. But I still have to be businesslike. I still have to charge so little for you building a hospital on my land. Although Zhao Lingyu agreed to a little something, but that piece of land was indeed a very good treasure. So she couldn't afford to waste that piece of treasure losing money. That's certainly no problem. I'll be sitting inside the hospital at that time. You're welcome to visit if you're free. And by the way, help me attract people. Lin Yi smiled. The atmosphere between the two could be said to have become eased. Chapter 79, Problems. The two of them did still feel a bit awkward meeting each other before, and now it seemed like they were all of a sudden back to that previous appearance. If it's fine, then you can continue to be busy. I'm also going back to make proper preparations. The hospital will probably start construction soon. Lin Yi saw the documents stacked as high as mountains on the other party's desk, so he didn't intend to disturb her. By the way, he should hurry up and think about the construction of his own hospital, and after he put the news out, this plan could start to be implemented right away. Lin Yi is still very assured that Wang Yu is in charge of this matter, although he is a person who is usually a dilettante, but he is still very serious about public affairs. Besides, Wang Reed usually helped him a lot, so he wanted to give this matter to Wang Reed to be in charge. Soon, the internet had already circulated jeweler Wang Gongzi and Dr. Lin Shinshir are jointly building the Castle Peak Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. There was also a very clear picture of the geographic location available for everyone to view, which was sort of a part of the attraction. Those melon eaters at the bottom were very surprised after hearing this news, and at the same time, they were also discussing this matter enthusiastically. What? Jeweler Wang Gongzi will actually build the Castle Peak Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine together with Divine Dr. Lin. What kind of magical cooperation is this? Gosh, when the hospital opens, I must go to find Divine Dr. Lin to take a good look at my body. This is great. It's actually opened here. Going to see Divine Dr. Lin in the future is a lot closer. These melon eaters all said that this hospital was very wonderful, mainly because it was opened by Dr. Lin, and it was actually located in a location with convenient transportation and a beautiful geographical environment. After Lin Yi and Wang Yu saw the comments at the bottom, their hearts could be said to be happy, because the hospital hadn't opened yet, but many people couldn't wait to go inside the hospital. This can be said to save a lot of publicity costs. Zhou Xingji, the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, made a phone call to Lin Yi. Lin Yi saw that it was the dean who had called, so he hurriedly picked up the phone. What's up, dean? Is there something looking for me? Lin Yi guessed if he also wanted to congratulate himself on the opening of the hospital. Actually, I'm also looking for you this time because I want to ask you again if you're willing to return to our hospital. You really are one of our indispensable talents, and the previous misunderstanding was really my problem. The dean was there respectfully apologizing. The hospital could be said to be doing poor business after Lin Yi was missing. Before, there would still be a lot of people coming over, but now basically there were no people to be seen on weekdays. Some of the people they saw were also all rushing towards Lin Yi, so the dean was a bit anxious about these things. Dean, thank you for still coming to me today and wanting me to go back, but I already have my own ideas and plans now. You should also be able to see what I'm busy with now, so you'd better not spend your mind on this. Linny still refused after 100 thoughts. He had already thought about building a hospital of his own, so he definitely didn't have the chance to go back either. Actually, that thing last time was all my problem. If you're still not satisfied, we can negotiate again. The dean felt that Linny was still a bit grumpy because he had kicked him out himself before. Dean, I actually don't hold some grudge. It's just that I feel that now I want to do something on my own even more, and want to rely on my own abilities to do something big properly. Linny said all the true thoughts in his heart. He didn't want the dean to feel that he still had some regrets in his heart. Since your mind is made up, then I can't persuade you anything more. I hope your hospital can prosper. Thank you for helping our Chinese hospital in those days before. The dean saw the other party's resolute look, so he could only compromise, although he didn't know exactly what Linny was because of. He couldn't force himself on people. No need to thank you, Dean. I know that your move was all decided because of the vote of the hospital leadership. Thank you for your cultivation in those previous days. I also hope that the Chinese hospital can get better and better. We can still be friends. Linny and the dean continued to exchange pleasantries. In fact, there was no conflict between the two of them, so there was no need to make it seem like they were some kind of enemies. It's good that you can understand me. I'm worried that you'll hold a grudge against me. The construction of the hospital isn't that easy, and I think Han Zhongyang will definitely stop you, so you must remember to be careful. The dean said what was in his heart. It was also considered to be a little less worrying in his heart. Otherwise he thought about this matter the whole day and had some trouble sleeping and eating. Good. I know. Soldiers come to stop. Water comes to cover the earth. If he must do something bad, I'll let him bear the so-called consequences. Linny could be said to still have some hatred for Han Zhongyang. If the other party was going to make any more messes, he would definitely not let the other party off so easily. That's good. If there's anything the hospital needs my help with in the future, I'll definitely be obliged. The dean still felt that that previous incident was his own problem, so he was still trying to find ways to make up for it. Don't worry, Dean. I really don't hold any grudges against you. In fact, I'm still doing this just to promote some of the excellent medical skills of the Green Mountain sect. Linny and the dean continued to exchange pleasantries. Unexpectedly at this moment, a very bad news actually came from Wang Reed's side. Linny, it's bad. Something's wrong. Linny could be said to feel bad in his heart after hearing this. The dean had only just told himself about this problem. He didn't think that there would already be a problem so soon now. What's the problem? Don't be in a hurry first. Speak slowly. Wang Shui spoke hurriedly. It seems that this matter is not trivial. It's like this. Today some people came over for a routine inspection, then said that the firefighting situation of our building is very poor and unqualified, so we are required to make corresponding treatment to eliminate the safety hidden danger. Wang Red in his heart can be said to be disappointed to the extreme. He only just took over this matter, did not expect problems. Don't be in a hurry. Investigate if there's anything wrong with the source of this matter, and see where exactly the problem lies. Although Linny didn't understand this piece of construction very well, he knew that finding the problem had to be found at the root. Okay, no problem. I'll discuss it with you again if I have results by then. After Wang Shui finished this matter, he hurriedly went to look for those workers, wanting to start with the workers in charge of this building. Chapter 80, Too Fishy. What's wrong with you guys? You can't even do such a small job well. Why is the result of today's routine inspection actually unqualified? Wang Shui started to wonder, so he could only reprimand those workers severely. Boss, we've been working very hard. We don't know why the firefighting has failed? That worker said in an aggravated manner. He had already done his best to do his every job, but he didn't know anything about the matter of the fire protection failing. If you worked diligently, then how could the fire protection fail? Could this be my problem? Wang Shui really didn't understand the other party's behavior. The matter of fire protection failure is just divided into the workers' unqualified work, as well as the equipment has some mistakes. Boss, you said that we work like this every day. How could there be such a big mistake? I think there might be some problems with the firefighting equipment that we couldn't find. That worker was very sincere about this. He felt that he came over here to work every day, and he had seen how serious others looked and how serious he was. Even if they had a problem, it was impossible for them to make such a big mistake. It was absolutely impossible. Okay, I'll go check if there are any problems with the fire equipment. You guys keep working. You saw that the other party looked so sincere, coupled with the fact that he often came here every now and then to supervise the work. Some of the projects above shouldn't have such a big safety hazard problem. Okay, boss, you've worked hard. Those workers were relieved when they saw Wang Shui leaving. They almost had to return to work. They were actually quite reluctant to return to work. Wang Yu hurriedly came to the side of the firefighting equipment, wanting to see if there were any hidden safety problems. Wang Red seriously looked at the firefighting equipment, and suddenly realized that the firefighting equipment seemed to be not the same as the firefighting equipment that he had ordered before, and these products were not qualified. After seeing these equipments, He frowned. These equipments were ordered by himself from the supplier. How could there be such a big problem? And even if because of carelessness led to a product, two products failed. This is also quite a normal thing. But now so many products failed. It is absolutely impossible, just a small accident. This supplier also with their own cooperation for so long. It is unlikely that such a thing will happen. So Wang Yu hurriedly went to find the supplier, wanting to ask what the reason was. Old Zhang, I ordered some fire products from you before. Why are these products failing the quality inspection now? Old Zhang froze at once after hearing this. How is this possible? I've been working with you for so many years. How could I possibly take some unqualified products to you? You mustn't be joking. But there was a mass leakage during our fire inspection before. And the problem was on top of these unqualified firefighting equipments. You have to give me an explanation. Although Wang Yu felt that what the other party said was actually quite reasonable, but there was still a problem with this matter. But if you don't believe me, you can just pick a few equipment in my store and see if the inspection is qualified or not. The equipment I gave you is absolutely no problem. Old Zhang confidently patted his chest and spoke. He was still quite confident about the goods he gave out. He had been on this street for an unknown number of years, so naturally he wouldn't fool customers with these things. Alright, then I'll go back then and see what the problem is. Sorry to bother you, Old Zhang. Wang Shui was a bit perplexed, as he felt that what Old Zhang said was still somewhat reasonable. But where was the problem? Wang Yu could only rush to his father to discuss it, wanting to see if there was any better solution. Dad, our fire protection is not qualified. What should we do now? Do you have any better solution? Wang Yu looked at his father with very expectant eyes, because he was really at his wits' end now. If the fire protection fails, rework and get this fire protection thing right again. But this is a little too difficult. Right, and it is the problem of firefighting equipment, not the problem of firefighting engineering. Wang Redeye said somewhat helplessly. He simply cannot find the breakthrough in this matter where. Okay, then you'll take care of the firefighting problem for me. And there's no need to rework. Wang Yu was also sort of slightly relaxed after hearing this. He felt that this was indeed slightly looser than the previous requirements. If they had to rework again, there would be another long delay, in which case the opening of the hospital would be delayed for a long time. Wang Yu rationalized all the news from inside his head, then called Lin Yi, wanting to tell him about today's events. Lin Yi, I've sort of gotten to the bottom of this matter today, Wang Yu said confidently. After all, this had taken him a lot of time to investigate. How so? Has this matter of firefighting come to an end? Lin Yi was a little worried. After all, this firefighting thing is still very important for the progress of the entire hospital. The matter is settled. But the problem isn't with the workers, but the firefighting equipment has a big mistake. What mistake? Have you looked for the supplier? What did the supplier say? Lin Yi frowned tightly. He didn't know why there was a problem on the equipment side. He originally thought it was a problem on the workers' side. I've looked for the supplier. The supplier told me that the batch of equipment he gave definitely wouldn't have a problem. So I find it very strange. Wang Yu felt very strange when he thought of these things. It was impossible for such things to happen. Where exactly was the problem? It's indeed a bit strange. If you're at the scene, you should still keep a slightly close eye on this matter. There's something fishy going on. Lin Yi thought about it, but couldn't think of a breakthrough in this matter. Okay, no problem. Wang Shui agreed in one gulp. It seemed like it was even more important for him to come to the scene a few more times afterward, or else more things would probably happen. Oh yeah, that batch of advanced instruments we ordered earlier must be watched more closely. Otherwise I'm worried that this thing will slip up just like the firefighting equipment. Lin Yi suddenly remembered. They had ordered a large batch of advanced instruments before. He was afraid that someone would be behind it, and then it would be troublesome. The instruments were a very important part of the hospital, so there must not be any problems. Chapter 81, Too Smooth. Don't worry about it. I'll go and contact the foreign countries later to see how that batch of equipment is doing. Wang Shui nodded. He decided to hurry up to contact the foreign supplier. The equipment is indeed very important for the hospital. There must not be any mistakes. Hello, is it Lao Chun? I ordered some equipment from your side before. The order number is 513212X. I don't know how is the situation. Wang Shui hurriedly inquired. Obviously he had started to get a little anxious. He was worried that something fishy would still happen with this matter. Yes, I'm Lao Chun. I'll check this single number for you. These equipments were detained by the customs. It seems like there's something wrong. You may need to wait a bit longer on your side. I'm really sorry, Old Chen said somewhat apologetically. His heart was a bit nervous. This matter was also something he only learned just now. Why was it detained by customs? What kind of situation is this? Can you give me a reasonable explanation from your side? Wang Yu felt that these two things together seemed to be a little bit wrong, and if he looked at one thing alone, there didn't seem to be any problem. I'm sorry, I just realized it. Maybe there is a little problem with the equipment. If you can't wait, you can choose to refund. and then I can give you some compensation. Wang Yu was a bit at his wit's end after hearing this. He didn't know who was behind it that caused these two things to go wrong. Alright, I'll tell you the specific measures when the time comes. I'll go discuss it again now. Wang Yu hurriedly made a call to Lin Yi, wanting to see if there was anything he could do on his side. Lin Yi, big deal. Just as you expected. That batch of equipment has been detained. What can we do? Lin Yi didn't seem to be too out of his element after hearing this, as he had long predicted this matter to happen. Don't worry about it, there's no big problem. It's just that the equipment has been detained. Lin Yi breezily said these words. Like that? Then should we postpone the opening of our hospital? After all, the equipment hasn't arrived yet. Wang Yu was a little worried. He was afraid that if there was no equipment, it wouldn't help if the hospital opened its doors normally. There's no need to postpone. I have my own plans. You don't need to worry about anything. Lin Yi was confident. But without the equipment, how do you let the other doctors go about diagnosing? That's a big problem. Lin Yi, on the other hand, spoke very plainly. You forgot that I said before that the equipment is just an auxiliary role. Our Chinese medicine hospital relies entirely on our own abilities. Even without the equipment, we can still operate normally. Wang read after hearing that can be said to be impressed. He thought that without these equipment, the hospital may not be able to operate normally. Did not expect that now it seems to be just a false alarm. That's good. I do believe in your ability. I will definitely come to support you when the time comes. Zhao Lingyu still had to know this news from Wang Yu's side, so she hurriedly went to personally purchase some equipment. After all, she knew that equipment was still very important to the hospital. Soon enough, the equipment was personally delivered to the hospital. Lin Yi and Wang Yu looked at the equipment in front of them in disbelief, and upon closer inspection, there were words plastered on top of the equipment. The words Zhao's group were clearly written on them, so Lin Yi immediately understood. So these things were personally sent over by Zhao Lingyu. Lin Yi hurriedly made a call to Zhao Lingyu, and just as the phone rang, Zhao Lingyu had already arrived in a hurry. Lingyu, was it you who personally purchased a batch of equipment for me? Lin Yi inquired curiously. Right, you should have received it already. In fact, I purchased this batch of equipment because I wanted to apologize to you. That thing before was indeed my problem. I've been misunderstanding you. Zhao Lingyu whispered somewhat apologetically, still somewhat embarrassed in her heart. It's okay, I've long since put it out of my mind. In fact, you don't need to buy so much equipment to make up for this matter. Letting you break the bank. Lin Yi saw so much medical equipment. In fact, he also felt weirdly embarrassed. In his heart, he had already put this matter down a long time ago. He didn't expect that the other party would also send over these medical equipment on purpose. It could be called sending charcoal in the snow. What is this? And I'm sending this in the name of the group, not in the name of one person. So no matter what, you should let our group take a little bit of a small share, right? Zhao Lingyu said half-jokingly. In fact, she said this because she was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't accept her good intentions. Then she wouldn't feel good in her heart. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely give the shares to your group. I've accepted your kindness. Thank you. Lin Yi completely understood the other party's meaning as well. He knew that the other party wasn't this greedy for small advantages. When Zhao Lingyu walked to the side, Wang Yu hurriedly put his big face next to Lin Yi. Yo, it looks like you two should be considered reconciled. Congratulations. When are you planning to get married? Seeing such a scene, Wang Zhuai couldn't help but snicker. This doesn't need you to worry about it. When to get married is still an unknown. You'd better hurry up and worry about your life's work. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. The two of them hadn't even glimpsed the 8 characters yet. They didn't know when they would be able to get married. I'm an unruly and debauched person who loves freedom. It's better to wait a little longer for the marriage thing. Wang Shui shook his flowing hair, but he was not interested in this kind of thing at all. After the two people chatted for a while, Lin Yi and Wang Yu hurriedly put the medical equipment into some proper place. After all, the door is opening. Hurry to clean up is the king. Time waits for no one. I didn't expect Dean Zhou to come over at this moment. Lin Yi, I heard that Castle Peak Hospital is about to open its doors, but encountered some fire difficulties. I have some experience, so I helped you deal with it. Lin Yi felt a bit flattered after hearing this. He had previously thought that there were still a lot of things that needed to be dealt with, but he didn't expect that one by one they were actually being dealt with now. Thank you, Dean Zhou. I didn't think that I'd be bothering you to worry about it now. This firefighting matter is indeed more difficult to handle. Dean Zhou hurriedly cut to the chase and pointed to the group of people behind himself. There's no need to thank me. That matter before was also my problem. I'm sure your hospital must be very short of manpower with the opening of the doors just around the corner. I've specially brought some doctors with me. All of them are resounding doctors from our side. I'm really thankful to the dean. I didn't expect that not only did the dean help me solve the problem of the firefighting error, he actually sent me so many people over specially. But our hospital temple is small. We don't need so many people. Chapter 82, Revitalization. Lin Yi looked at the people behind him. It could be said that he had brought at least 20 to 30 people over, but how did he need that many people? It was estimated that he only needed a few people or so and that would already be enough. It's fine, you can pick any of these people. I'll bring the rest back inside the hospital. The dean introduced all the people very politely. Each person had characteristics and specialties that belonged to each person, but everyone that the dean had brought with him was basically an elite that belonged to the hospital, and these elites were all very powerful indeed. Lin Yi was a bit clueless. After all, he felt that everyone had their own points that they were good at, so he casually picked a few people who seemed more down-to-earth and honest first. From the things he had experienced before, he felt that honesty seemed to be a bit more important. It would be troublesome if he came across some people who were oily and full of bad intentions. Dean, I only need these few people. Thank you, Dean, for specially coming to help me channel some talent today. Lin Yi, are you sure these people are enough for this hospital? These talents are all resounding figures in our hospital. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Xingji was a little worried if the other party disliked these people for not being good enough. After all, he had personally witnessed Lin Yi's medical skills. I don't dislike Dean's good intentions, it's just that I have my own plans for the rest. Lin Yi narrated his inner thoughts. He naturally didn't have any dislike for such a person with excellent medical skills. Alright, since you already have plans, then I won't get involved in these things. That firefighting thing before, I think it's possible that Han Zhengyang did it. The dean saw Lin Yi's firm eyes and felt as if there was no need for him to get involved in this matter of the doctors. I also think it's very possible, but we don't have any evidence right now, and at this time I'm too lazy to get entangled with Han Zhengyang. I guess that would delay me quite a bit again. Lin Yi thought for a moment. He actually had long felt that this matter was Han Zhengyang's doing, but he didn't want to waste time, because no matter what, investigating the evidence would take time. If they kept investigating the evidence, the opening time of their hospital would probably have to be delayed again. Well, I know that too, but we still have to be more wary of this villain, who often does such sneaky things. The dean sighed long and hard. He completely understood the other party's meaning. If it was him, he would probably give up investigating this matter as well. It was better to keep the big picture in mind. Everything else could be done slowly. Indeed, but if he keeps this up, I will definitely return the favor. It's just that it's not the right time yet. When my hospital opens its doors, I will definitely play this game with him. Lin Yi was already starting to prepare his revenge plan, but the purpose of the plan was still to see a move and return an eye for an eye. That's good. If there's anything I can do to help, feel free to make me. Seeing the spirited Lin Yi, the dean was sort of relieved in his heart. Now that he was revitalized, he kind of felt better in his own heart. Alright, no problem. Lin Yi was no longer polite. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingyu had quietly left long ago in the middle of their chatting gap, and after she heard that the firefighting thing was Han Zhengyang's doing, she planned to want to go find Han Zhengyang to ask for clarification. So Zhao Lingyu sent a message to Lin Yi and left. Lin Yi was also busy dealing with the dean, so he hadn't looked at his phone. By the time he looked at his phone, Zhao Lingyu had long since left. After Han Zhengyang received Zhao Lingyu's message, his heart could be said to be very happy. He hadn't expected Zhao Lingyu to personally ask him out, and he didn't know what it was about. Lingyu, what's going on? I heard that you specifically asked me out, so I rushed out. Han Zhengyang revealed a hint of great anticipation. Could it be that Zhao Lingyu liked herself? Mr. Han, I want to ask you something. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Zhao Lingyu very much wanted to know what the answer to that matter was like. Besides, that matter before had already let him know what kind of person Han Zhengyang was. Now she felt that this person in front of her was much more annoying than before, so to speak, and she couldn't tolerate such a person hanging around in front of her eyes all the time anymore. Don't worry about it, Lingyu. I've always answered the questions you asked truthfully. I've never lied to you. Han Zhengyang felt his heart beating very fast. He didn't know what the other party wanted to ask him, and he was already floating around. I want to ask you if the fire problem in that hospital Lin Yi newly constructed was something you messed up? You better answer truthfully. Zhao Lingyu became unusually serious. In fact, she was still very strict on top of official matters, and this matter she desperately wanted to know the answer. She wanted to know what kind of person Han Zhengyang really was. What firefighting issue? I've only heard that Divine Dr. Lin has been building a new hospital recently. Is there some kind of problem? Han Zhengyang's face suddenly didn't look too good after hearing the other party question him, but he also forced himself to calm down. He hadn't thought at all that Zhao Lingyu had hurriedly called herself over today to actually ask herself this question. Don't ask me knowingly. I'm sure you also know that problems with a large amount of equipment can't be because of the workers. There must be someone else behind it. Zhao Lingyu was a bit angry. He had already decided that this matter was Han Zhengyang's doing. Lingyu, Lin Yi and I have such a good relationship. How could I be behind him? There must be someone else who was jealous of Lin Yi, so they must be behind him. Han Zhengyang was very puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why Zhao Lingyu didn't trust herself at all and went to trust Lin Yi. Alright, then I'll believe you for now, but you'd better not lay a hand on Lin Yi, otherwise if he and I catch evidence, I won't let you off the hook. Zhao Lingyu didn't know why she had the courage to say such words, but in her heart, she didn't want anyone to bully Lin Yi. Don't worry about it, we're such good friends, how could we possibly do something like this? Don't worry about it. Han Zhangyang couldn't say what he felt in his heart. He only felt very jealous and hateful towards Lin Yi inside. If it wasn't because of Lin Yi, it was impossible for him to be threatened by Zhao Lingyu like this. He could say that his heart was very itchy and he couldn't wait to hurry up and beat up Lin Yi. It better be, Mr. Han, see you again sometime. Zhao Lingyu said these words in a very icy tone. He could be said to have created a 360-degree transformation towards Han Zhangyang. It was as if Han Zhangyang had been doused with cold water. Chapter 83 Widening the Pool of Talent. Han Zhangyang originally felt still very excited in his heart. Very little time Zhao Lingyue would take the initiative to find himself, but he didn't expect the other party to find himself and actually say such words. Han Zhangyang drilled his fists tightly. I didn't expect that at this time Korea Rui actually personally made a phone call over. Son, lately your situation doesn't seem too good, and I'm too lazy to even talk about you. Han Zhangyang was already very upset in his heart, not realizing that his own father had even made a special call to reprimand him. His heart could be said to be even more upset. Father, I don't know what you're calling over today for. If you're trying to scold me, it's better to save your breath. Han Zhangyang was very helpless in his heart. He could be said to have suffered many times of displeasure within a few days, so he already very much didn't want to hear tirades. Don't worry, I'm not here to scold you. I'm just here to ask you, how's the situation with you and Zhao Lingyu's love situation? South Korea Rui is also a face of helplessness. He for this son of his has long given up hope. Now he is also just to stabilize the other shareholders. So expounded some turnaround approach. The situation is okay, it's kind of manageable. As soon as Han Zhangyang thought of the image just now, he didn't know what to tell his father about this matter. The only solution now is to hurry up and fix Zhao Lingyu. Otherwise the other shareholders will replace you sooner or later, and then you won't be able to enter our family's door. The more Korea Rui thought about it, the angrier he got. These shareholders had already sent out hard words. If they didn't solve this problem early, sooner or later they would be tortured to death by these shareholders. Okay, I know. I'll definitely find a way to fix it as soon as possible. Han Zhangyang was even more despondent in his heart. He didn't know what methods he could use to fix Zhao Lingyu, and according to Zhao Lingyu's attitude right now, it was probably a bit hard to fix her by himself. Lin Yi and Wang Yu were still preparing some plans for the hospital. Wang Yu, you can be the representative of the hospital. I still need some time to prepare for the other doctors in the hospital. Lin Yi thought for a moment. There were still a lot of miscellaneous things that needed to be dealt with at the hospital right now, so he felt that he should be more dedicated to the matter of the doctors. What? Let me be the hospital's representative? This can never be done. I think there are so many things I still can't handle alone. Wang Yu was shocked after hearing this. He hadn't thought that Lin Yi would actually let himself handle this matter. Don't worry about it. These things are more than enough for you to handle alone. There's no big deal now. I'm going to go on a trip to the Castle Peak sex diversion. Lin Yi felt that leaving the rest of the things to him alone could be considered the best choice. Alright, since you've said so, then I can't refuse. But you can't blame me if I don't handle it well. Wang Yu knew that Lin Yi had more and more important things to be busy with, so he couldn't afford to push back. Alright, then we'll see how good Mr. Little Wang is, Lin Yi said with a smile, and the dust had settled on this side of things. Lin Yi hurriedly packed up his things and was ready to depart. This time he was going to look for Zhou Mu, wanting to see if there were any suitable disciples he could bring back. After all, it is the Castle Peak Sect Chinese Medicine Hospital again. Chinese Medicine Hospital inside the most doctors should be the Castle Peak Sect inside the disciples. And he felt really Castle Peak Sect's medical skills should not be underestimated. So Lin Yi found Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu could be said to be flattered. He completely did not expect divine Dr. Lin to personally come to his door. Sect Master Zhou, I've opened a new hospital. I wanted to ask if I could take a few disciples with me to go inside the hospital personally. Sect Master Zhou could also be said to be very surprised in his heart after hearing this. If he wasn't the sect master, he would have wanted to personally go and take a look. Of course it's possible. We will gather a dozen or so disciples to come out later on. These disciples are from the same school as you. I believe that after a while, their medical skills will definitely be outstanding. Zhou Mu looked at these disciples with confidence. He did also feel that these disciples were gifted and their abilities were very good. If they had the chance to go to Lin Yi's hospital to be properly trained, then they would definitely be even more powerful then. Alright, let me take a look. Next you guys will each demonstrate your own medical skills. Take out your silver needles and let me see what you're capable of. Lin Yi didn't know what their abilities were like for now, so he wanted to take a good look for himself. After seeing this scene, the other disciples were actually a little nervous in their hearts. After all, When the Duke of Guan plays a big sword in front of him, anyone would be nervous. I didn't expect that within this group of disciples, there was a person who picked up the silver needle that can be said to be fast and accurate, without a trace of hesitation in his heart, and the strength and speed can be said to be just right. Lin especially stood in front of him and looked at him, and he didn't even show a hint of nervousness. Did this batch of disciples all enter the Green Mountain sect at the same time? Lin asked curiously, because the performance of these people could be said to be different from each other. Some were at a high level and some were at a low level, and it was easy to see after passing this small test. Yes, they all entered the Castle Peak sect at the same time, but I feel that there is one person in here who is particularly gifted, and that is the person standing in front of you. Zheng 17 was a little embarrassed in his heart after hearing that. I've found it. He is indeed exceptionally gifted. He can be considered extremely gifted within these people. I will definitely focus on cultivating this person properly. Linny took a closer look at this person. He seemed to be quite down to earth. Linny was determined to cultivate this person. There weren't a lot of talents like this. He had to cherish them. He couldn't say that they would be better than him in the future. Half a month later, the hospital can be said to be officially opened. Many people came here. After hearing that this was a hospital opened by Linny, they rushed in without a hint of hesitation. It can be said to have stolen the limelight of many hospitals. Originally the business of other hospitals was not very good, and now after Linny opened a hospital of his own, the business of other hospitals can be said to be even worse, especially Han Zhengyang's hospital. There are a lot of Linny's patients, heard that Linny was dismissed, and then had to come to Han Zhengyang's hospital. It could be said that they had no choice, but now that they heard that Linny had opened a hospital on his own, they rushed over. Han Zhengyang's hospital was not very crowded because of the previous news, but now that so many people had run away, the business could be said to be even worse. The whole hospital was cold and quiet, basically not seeing many people, and it was terribly quiet. Chapter 84 Stabilization of the Situation. After Qingzhou Hospital felt such a threat, Han Zhengyang treated it as a blind eye, because he did not have any solution. But the other leaders of the hospital can be said to be eyeing the tiger. They cannot sit still. If this threat to the hospital caused a great impact, their jobs may not be guaranteed. So the leaders have started to go to Han Zhengyang. Now although they cannot do anything about this matter, but they feel that Han Zhengyang knows Linny. If the two hospitals could work together, then this storm could be put to rest. And instead of doing as an enemy with Castle Peak Hospital, it would be better to turn the enemy into a friend. Mr. Han, this time we are here for the future of Qingzhou Hospital. The establishment of Qingshan Chinese Hospital has also caused a very big negative impact on our hospital. I don't know what proper solution you have for this matter. Old Su as the hospital stayed for so many years as an elder-level figure. He was very concerned about the future of the hospital. Don't worry, I will think of a solution as soon as possible, and I don't think that the establishment of his hospital will replace the hospital that we have built for so many years. Han Zhengyang was very unconvinced in his heart. Their hospital had only been open for so long. This heat was only temporary. There's no way we can't be worried. Our foot traffic is getting less and less inside these days. If it continues like this, we'll just have to lay off our staff. Old Su was becoming more and more anxious in his heart, especially when he saw Han Zhengyang's disinterested look. Don't worry, there will definitely be no layoffs, and this matter is only temporary. Han Zhengyang planned to stall the other party first. He hadn't come up with the perfect solution yet. The public pressure given to him by the media coupled with the heat brought about by the fact that Qingzhou Hospital had just opened its doors made it difficult for Han Zhengyang to come up with a strategy to solve the problem once and for all. Actually, I was thinking that since Mr. Han is acquainted with Dr. Lin, why don't we turn our enemies into friends and have a collaboration with their hospital to attract a little bit of popularity? Lao Su still put forward his inner suggestion. He felt that this strategy could be said to be the best one for now. Han Zhengyang directly frowned after hearing the suggestion made by the other party. He felt that this kind of suggestion was simply a naked provocation to him. He and Lin Yi were only good friends on the surface, but in reality they were enemies, and there was a lot of liang between the two of them. Now asking Han Zhengyang to lower his voice to talk about cooperation was simply a pipe dream. But Han Zhengyang couldn't say something like this, so he could only politely say, I don't think such a cooperation would be of much benefit to us. Instead, it would bring down the value of our hospital. I don't think this is a very good solution. You'd better think again. Although they are a newly opened hospital, the popularity and heat they bring is quite high. If we cooperate there will only be benefits. There's no harm in it. Old Su still couldn't help but advise, as the pressing issue now was to hurry up and solve this matter. Who exactly do you think owns this hospital? Do I still need to let you instruct me on the things I do? I hope you know your own identity, don't cross the line. Han Zhengyang heard the nameless fire that lit up in his heart after hearing the other party's persuasion. He felt that Lin Yi's hospital was just a minion to the Qingzhou hospital they had established for so many years. Alright, I know, Mr. Han, I'm not trying to cross the line. I'm just making a small suggestion. Lao Su was very helpless. Although he was the dean, he didn't have the ability to be able to dominate all of this. Instead of taking that kind of risk, it would be better to honestly be his dean and forget about it. So he could only choose to remain silent as well. I also hope that all of you here had better know what your status is, and if the next person still wants to point fingers at me or is dissatisfied with me, he or she can speak to me personally. Han Zhangyang saw that there were people standing at the bottom with frowns or sad faces, and it was as if they were all laughing at his incompetence. After hearing this, the others knew that Han Zhangyang was really very angry, so they didn't dare to say anything more, and left after exchanging a few pleasantries. When Han Zhangyang saw such a scene, it was true that his own father was right. These people all had their own agenda inside their hearts. If he wanted to suppress such rumors, the only way to plug these people's mouths now was to hurry up and fix Xiao Lingyu. Originally, Han Zhangyang wasn't in a hurry about this matter, but right now it seemed like it had to be done quickly. On the other hand, Lin Yi analyzed the crowd that had taken in these days. Although it could be said that there were a lot of people, but basically all of them were repeat customers, and all of them were old people. The proportion of elderly people can be said to be quite high. In the face of such a high proportion of people, Lin Yi began to worry a little, because these doctors are very young. Some doctors even for the concept of Chinese medicine are not very clear. So right now it seemed necessary to give these doctors a qualified training, conduct an academic research meeting, and at the same time recruit a group of young and talented doctors in. After everyone heard about this academic research meeting, their hearts could be said to be filled with passion because they had never participated in Lin Yi's academic research meeting before. They had only heard about it, but this was the first time they had participated in it. So in their hearts, they were more or less very excited about this research meeting. I've heard that everyone is still not very clear about the concept of Chinese medicine. I hope that after you come to Castle Peak Hospital you should first clarify what a Chinese medicine practitioner is. Lin Yi wanted to explain to everyone what the true meaning of Chinese medicine was. Only after truly clarifying this could they go on to continue improving their medical skills. After the people at the bottom heard this, it could be said that they were seriously all thinking about it, because they truly did not know what was meant by a true Chinese medicine practitioner. In fact, Chinese medicine is the use of yin and yang and the 5 elements as a foundation, using a variety of treatment methods. For example, the one we use the most in the Chinese medicine hospital is acupuncture, so that the patient achieves yin and yang harmonization and recovers. Lin Yi narrated the Chinese hospital's views on Chinese medicine, which were also some of the insights he had always had about Chinese medicine. Loud applause suddenly came to mind at the bottom. They used to think that it was the taking of Chinese medicine that led to the recovery achieved, but the essence was actually the harmonization of yin and yang. I hope everyone can remember some of our most basic insights. Of course, as a doctor, we can't be biased. We can't care too much about fame and fortune. We must treat everyone equally and save lives. Chapter 85, Paralyzed Boy. Lin Yi had seen too many doctors who were biased and cared about fame and fortune, such as Han Zhangyang, so he also wanted to exhort the people under his command not to be like Han Zhangyang. Medical skills could be practiced, but the human heart could not be practiced and could not be tested. Just at this time, Wang Shui suddenly came with very bad news. A person who had been involved in a car accident had been urgently hospitalized. Lin Yi, you come quickly. This patient's situation is very serious. If he is not treated in time, I'm afraid that Deming Da's life will not be guaranteed by then. Lin Yi was a bit flustered in his heart after hearing this, but he also calmed himself down as soon as possible. Because they now lacked a surgical surgeon in the Chinese hospital, they had previously been recruiting some doctors for acupuncture. These doctors were very strong in acupuncture, but in this kind of emergency, they still didn't have much experience. Okay, I'll think of something as soon as possible. I didn't expect Han Zhangyang to suddenly come to the door at this time. Lin Yi, it seems like you're lacking a chief surgeon on your side. If there's a need, I can do a favor. Han Zhangyang could be said to be thinking of something impractical. His purpose was to make Lin Yi owe him a favor, and then act on the opportunity to see if he could ruin this matter. If this matter was ruined, it would also be a very big negative impact for Castle Peak Hospital. No need to trouble Mr. Han. I don't think I can trouble you with such a small matter. I have enough personnel on my side to deal with this matter. Lin Yi flatly refused, because he felt that Han Zhangyang's sudden call must be ill-intentioned. If he left this matter entirely to Han Zhangyang, he wouldn't know what kind of demonic moths would come out at that time. But I've heard that your hospital doesn't even have a chief surgeon. Human life is important. It's better for me to come personally. Han Zhangyang said these words confidently. He didn't believe that he couldn't cure a tiny patient. Lin Yi was puzzled. He did not know what Han Zhangyang was playing today, but he was also clear about how many kilograms Han Zhangyang had, and he was not confident in handing this patient over to Han Zhangyang today, as the patient's situation was precarious. Forget it, Mr. Han. You'd better hurry up and go busy with your own business. I still have a lot of things to do on my side, so I won't accompany you here to catch up. Seeing that the other party was very persistent, Lin Yi could only continue to refuse. Lin Yi, are you looking down on me? You also said that the patient is more important. It's better to hurry and go in to save that patient. How can I not with this small injury? Han Zhangyang always felt that he could see some disdainful expression from inside the other party's eyes, so he hurriedly retorted him. Yeah, I do think you don't have the ability, and it's my hospital I'm in charge. Lin Yi continued to argue with Han Zhangyang. In fact, he didn't want to waste a minute with Han Zhangyang now. The patient's time couldn't stand the wait, but Han Zhangyang kept blocking the doorway, as if he didn't seem to give him a chance to leave at all. Han Zhangyang, I advise you to hurry up and let me leave. Don't waste all this precious time. Lin Yi was getting slightly impatient. Unexpectedly, while the two were arguing, Zhou Xingji came with 2 doctors under his command. He had also heard that there was a lack of lead surgeons here, so he had rushed here without stopping. Dean Shou, what brings you here? Lin Yi felt a little curious, but looking at the 2 doctors behind the other party he was basically able to understand. Of course I came over for support. Hurry and take me to the emergency room. Quick! Dean Zhou didn't have time to explain now, hurriedly asking Lin Yi to hurry and take him to the emergency room to be rescued. Lin Yi didn't bother talking to Han Zhangyang anymore. Saving lives was important now. Inside the emergency room, there are already some doctors and nurses ready to perform some basic hemostasis and body data measurements on the patient, just waiting for the arrival of the main surgeon. Surgery can be said to be carried out in a very timely manner. Everyone is very apprehensive, because this patient was very seriously injured, and because of the lack of surgeons before, so that a lot of time was wasted. Fortunately, all the doctors and nurses cooperated with each other very skillfully, and their medical skills were also very high, so the patient was basically unhurt. Everyone was sort of all relieved. After all, snatching someone from the hands of Hades was not something easy. The surgery was successful. Everyone let out a loud applause, while telling the family members outside the door that there was no major problem with the situation. Everyone, don't be anxious for now. The surgery is very important, but the post-operative observation is also very important. We must not neglect it. Lin Yi stayed behind to observe the patient. Post-operative observation was very necessary. This was because there was a possibility that some problems might arise after the surgery that were diffused, and these problems had to be resolved in a timely manner. Okay, Divine Dr. Lin. Lin Yi took a preliminary look at this patient, and although the surgery was said to be very successful, he always felt that this patient still had some problems somewhere. So Lin Yi did some diagnosis on this patient and found that there were indeed some problems left over from the surgery. The problem was that this patient was left with a sequela, which was a full body paralysis. Don't be too happy everyone. Although this patient has been cured, but this patient is paralyzed all over. We'd better think of a countermeasure as early as possible. Lin Yi sighed. He didn't know how to explain this child's situation to the family at the door. This child was young, but being paralyzed all over his body must have been a very heavy blow for him. Such a blow allowed this child how to grow up in the future, how to better adapt to this society. Lin Yi began to worry a little. He was worried about how the family would accept this matter, how the child would accept this matter. Other people heard, heart a lump, because the whole body paralyzed for anyone, is a very bad news, especially for such a small child. Inside the operating room was the sound of sighs and sighs. Just when they were thinking about how to explain to the family, Han Zhangyang had already overheard a lot of the news by staying at the door, so he hurried to take advantage of the situation. He ran towards those families. Don't be too happy. I seem to have heard that the doctor in the operating room said that your child is paralyzed all over. Those family members were still immersed in the joy of their child being cured, but they didn't expect to hear those words. It could be said to be a very big blow to the heart. What? I just heard that the doctor said that our child was cured. You can't be lying to us. How can he be paralyzed? Chapter 86, Turning Risks into Opportunities. Those family members were directly flabbergasted. They couldn't believe this kind of words. Obviously just a moment ago they were fine. I didn't lie to you guys. I heard it myself. If you guys have any questions, you can just ask the doctor directly at that time to see if what I said is true. Han Zhangyang said these words with a confident look on his face, his heart filled with a fluke and a little bit of joy. It seemed like Lin Yi was in big trouble this time. He was in trouble. At this time, Lin Yi walked out from the door of the emergency room, and all those family members swarmed up and surrounded him to death. Doctor, just now someone told us that our child is paralyzed. Is this true or not? Our child is young. How could he be paralyzed? Those family members still showed disbelieving expressions. I'm sorry, I know it's hard for you guys to accept this, but this is the truth. We didn't want this to happen either, but the results are right in front of us. Lin Yi revealed a hint of an apologetic expression. He also didn't expect to be left with such after effects of the surgery, and the after effects were still so serious. Then come tell me, what do you people who are doctors do? How did my child become paralyzed all over his body in a good way? Your hospital is really not regular at all. The family members directly made a big fuss, even to the point that tears directly came out from inside their eyes. I'm sorry, we didn't expect this matter to be like this. This is an unexpected situation. I hope you can understand us. We also feel very hard in our hearts. Linny didn't know how to go about explaining in order to appease the family's heart. After all, no one else would be able to accept such things. This was also the first time he had encountered the aftermath of such a surgery. You tell me how to understand this matter? Why did this accident happen? How in the world do you doctors work? The other party still shouted at the top of their voices without relenting, because they simply couldn't believe that this matter was real. We're a Chinese hospital. In fact, Western surgery can be a more fluid solution to these emergencies, but everyone's post-operative situation is different, and we can't guarantee the after effects of the surgery. Although Linny was being aggressively questioned by the other party, he didn't get angry because he could completely understand the other party's feelings. Pity the world's parents. The other party couldn't understand what Linny was saying at all. They only had one thing on their mind, that their child was paralyzed. No, I can't accept an answer like that from you guys. All I know is that my child is paralyzed, and that you guys did it. You guys have to take responsibility for this matter to the end. Linny was helpless, seeing as the other party was on the verge of a huge fight, but he didn't know what to do. He had already said everything he wanted to say, and this was the appropriate answer he could give. After seeing this scene, Wang Shui then hurriedly stood out, even helped to pacify the road. Trouble, you guys first calm down as soon as possible. You guys are here to make a lot of noise is not much use. Your children's subsequent treatment costs I will be responsible for. Don't worry, you should all know who I am. Wang Yu at this time can only rely on his identity to say things, because to solve this kind of thing without taking out some background, it can't convince others. Mr. Wang, it's not a matter of fee or not. We actually just want to let the child be healthy. We don't want to make trouble all the time, and making trouble won't solve anything, right? The other party saw that Wang Shui had stepped in to speak, so he kind of gave the other party some face and stabilized his emotions. I can understand your thoughts. I will do my best to cure your children. Just rest assured. This was the only thing that could be said now to stabilize the other party's emotions. Although Wang Shui actually didn't have much certainty, because he had absolutely no idea how to cure the matter of someone's full body paralysis. Good. We believe in Mr. Wang, and we also believe in Divine Dr. Lin. The family members' hearts were also sort of calmed down. When the family members had dispersed, Linny began to think about a question. Obviously this matter of total body paralysis was something they said inside the emergency room. Why would these family members know about it? So Linny began to ask some of the doctors and nurses around him. I hope that you guys can honestly tell me exactly who set out this matter. If you say it now, I won't give you any punishment, but when I find out, you won't need to stay in this hospital. But none of the doctors and nurses underneath spoke. We were all inside the emergency room just now. How could someone go out and ventilate the hospital? You might be thinking a little too much. One of the doctors at the bottom stood out and explained for them that it was impossible for someone to fly out of the emergency room. Linny thought about it for a moment. It did make sense, but other than that, who else would leak such news? Forget it, since we can't find out. Let's put this matter on hold for now. Anyway, this matter is already known to the family, so instead of investigating the truth behind this matter, it would be better to think of a way to solve the whole body paralysis thing in a hurry. Alright, everyone has worked hard. Hurry back and rest. Linny was going to let the others disperse, and then he and Wang Yu would discuss this whole body paralyzed thing again. Wang Reed, what are you going to do about this patient? Wang Red was a bit despondent. Although he had promised the family this matter, he hadn't thought of a good method yet. Find a domestic doctor to treat him first. If it really doesn't work, then find a foreign one. If it really can't, then I have no way out. After all, I'm not a doctor. I just said that just to stabilize the family's mood. Wang Yu revealed a hint of helplessness. He could be said to be helpless in treating the patient. I want to treat this patient myself. This patient's total paralysis has a little something to do with me anyways, so I don't want to give up this opportunity. Linny pondered for a moment and decided to do it himself. Even if it didn't work out in the end, he was willing to throw his weight around. I think it's better if you don't do it yourself. In case something goes wrong, then you'll be pointed at behind your back again. Wang Shui didn't agree with what Linny was saying because he felt that there was still a certain risk if he treated it himself. The hospital had only just opened, so what would the hospital do if Divine Dr. Lin ran into such trouble? Linny understood Wang Yu's thoughts, but he wished he could try it himself. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I've already made my decision. I want a chance to prove myself, and I think I'm capable of curing this paralyzed teenager. Chapter 87, Reaching a Consensus. Linny cheered himself up. He felt that he still had the ability to cure himself if he tried. After thinking about it again and again, Wang Yu didn't know how to persuade Linny. The other party seemed to have already made up his mind about this matter, so Wang Reed for this matter can only be a compromise. The young man was soon past the time of anesthesia and came to his senses, when he realized that he couldn't move his limbs, or even that he couldn't feel his limbs at all. At this time his heart felt a little strange, so he hurriedly asked his family aside. His family members stayed by his side for a moment, all very worried about his condition. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with me? I can't seem to feel the presence of my own limbs at all. The young man sighed. He was completely in the dark about what was happening to him. He only remembered being in a car accident, and after the accident he fell into a coma. Now waking up in this state was hard to accept. Son, you're fine. It may just be that the anesthesia hasn't passed. You don't have to worry. Obviously, this young man's family members are not very happy to tell his son about the whole body paralyzed thing. If this kind of thing is set out, his son may break down. Mom and Dad, just tell me all the real situation. It's not like I can't feel my own physical condition. If it's just that the anesthesia hasn't worn off, it can't be like this. The young man knew that his mom and dad were just hiding it from him. He had basic common sense. He knew what it would be like if the anesthetic hadn't worn off. At least there was no way it would even be a struggle to get out of bed. His mom and dad furrowed their brows and thought for a moment. They didn't know what way to explain this to his son. Son, you're now fully paralyzed. But don't worry, Mom and Dad will surely cure you by all means. But it was not a solution to keep hiding it all the time, so it could only be a slow way to tell the truth. The young man's heart crumbled a bit after hearing this, although he had already prepared himself for the fact that his body would have some disabilities or aftereffects. But when he heard this with his own ears, he was a bit unable to accept it. Mom and Dad, is this true? You guys can't be lying to me. I was only in a small car accident. How could it lead to total paralysis? The more the young man spoke, the more his emotions fluctuated. He could never believe that this matter was real. Son, don't be anxious. I believe that there will always be a way to cure it, and the jeweler's Wang Gongzi promised me that he will definitely help you cure it. The young man's parents said these words in a serious manner, although they were a bit discouraged about this matter. But since the other party had promised, it was not good for them to be aggressive anymore. The young man didn't speak anymore. He felt that there wasn't a shred of hope in his heart, and he didn't know how to face his future life. Linny, in the office thinking about the next treatment plan, thought about planning to visit the young man. By the way, tell the young man all the real situation. Unexpectedly, he saw that the young man had already woken up, lying on the hospital bed with his head hanging down, his eyes all full of emptiness. Waking up so soon, the young man raised his head to look at Linny, then nodded. I'm Linny, the attending doctor at the time of your car accident. I'm very sorry for the aftereffects of your full body paralysis. Chinese medicine surgery can't avoid a lot of special circumstances. I still hope that you can forgive me. Linny still wanted to communicate properly with this young man, because he felt that even if he argued anymore, he wouldn't be able to solve this kind of thing. Only reasonable communication could get this matter resolved. Doctor, in fact, I've already heard of your name a long time ago, but I can't accept the creation of such an after effect. If I'm to be paralyzed all over my body for the rest of my life, it would be better if I didn't have to save me in the first place. The young man spoke in this very flat tone, as if he had already struggled from despair to hopefulness and back to despair an unknown number of times. So when he was faced with this again, he was well prepared. I can completely understand how you feel. I've also met many patients. In fact, I don't need you to understand me, but I hope you can give me a second chance to heal you. Linny spoke out his inner thoughts. He wanted to discuss with the patient before making a decision, because the patient's decision was also very important for this treatment. Divine Dr. Lin, I'm helpless right now. I hope you can heal me sometime, and I think you definitely can. You have the strength to do so. The young man smiled. He had read reports about Linny from the internet for I don't know how many times, and was actually very much in awe of him. Since the other party had taken the initiative to offer to help treat him, then he definitely couldn't refuse. Thank you for your trust. I believe that after both of our unremitting efforts and cooperation, we will definitely be able to treat your illness. In fact, this total body paralysis isn't that big of a deal. Linny was slightly excited in his heart. He didn't expect the other party to compromise so easily. He thought that there would have to be some arguments between the two of them before they could end it. Good, then I'll trouble Divine Dr. Lin. The two of them had sort of reached a consensus. The young man continued to lie down, looking out the window at the white clouds and blue sky drifting by. His mind was filled with thoughts. His parents heard him say this, so they couldn't say anything more and could only echo what he said. Soon this matter was Han Zhangyang revealed out. Many hospitals have learned about this matter, have been waiting for the results of this matter. Really, the new official Three Fire have not made a name for themselves and suffered such a big thing. Especially Han Zhangyang is eagerly waiting. Want to see the joke of these things? At this time, Han Zhangyang is drinking coffee and chatting with his several rich second-generation friends. It was mainly to talk about some of the hilarious things that had happened earlier, and by the way, he wanted to discuss that incident with Lin Yi. I'm telling you guys, this wild boy Lin Yi's hospital shouldn't be able to stay open for long. Who would dare to go to their hospital if this matter isn't resolved? Han Zhengyang spoke these words condescendingly, not putting Lin Yi in his eyes at all. Hey, do you guys dare to make a bet with me? I bet that soon his hospital will close down, and Wang Shui and his father and son will surely lose everything, and we will be the ones to profit at that time. Han Zhengyang saw that the others didn't seem to be interested in this matter, so he wanted to make a bet with the other party to arouse their interest. The other party hurriedly perked up their ears when they heard profit. Chapter 88, Support from all directions. I do feel the same way. According to the current situation, if that young man with a paralyzed body isn't cured, Wang Shui himself will have to shell out quite a bit of money to go out. One of the second-generation rich men stood out and spoke. He didn't have any deep grudges against Lin Yi, but he hated Wang Shui very much. This was great. He could finally watch Wang Shui's jokes. Why that young man is paralyzed for good? This can't be your doing, the rich second generation asked curiously. He was very clear about Han Zhengyang's behavior. Han Zhengyang often did some sneaky things, so even if this matter was done by him, he wouldn't find it very strange. That's certainly not the case. I originally wanted to go in and do some maneuvering, but I didn't expect to be preempted by someone else. But this time it should purely be just the aftermath of the surgery. But it really was a good opportunity that was caught by me. It's really the heavens helping me. Han Zhengyang secretly rejoiced. He hadn't expected to run into such a good opportunity by him at all. That's really a coincidence. Then we'll just have to accompany Mr. Han to watch the good show. Come on, Mr. Han, have a toast to celebrate. Although it was just coffee, these few people could be said to have been secretly happy for a long time. After all, the melon eaters were still the happiest. This matter didn't have anything to do with them, but he was more or less able to profit quite a bit from it. A few of them said things behind their backs and thought that the heavens didn't know what they were saying, but they didn't realize that these words were all heard by Zhao Lingyu, who was sitting not far away. A few of them were immersed in joy, and did not feel that there was someone secretly listening to the whole story behind their backs. Zhao Lingyu had heard the gossip coming from the other hospitals, so she was worried if this matter was related to Han Zhengyang, so she followed him all the way over here, not expecting to happen to have some gains. But when she heard this, her heart was a little worried. She couldn't wait to rush straight over and ask what the situation was like, and by the way, she ruthlessly taught this gloating guy a good lesson. But after all, she was eavesdropping and still had the feeling of being a thief, so she didn't say anything and left quietly alone while everyone wasn't paying attention. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly set off to find a few foreign experts, which she still managed to get down easily by utilizing the Zhao family's connections. She knew how difficult it was to treat a fully paralyzed person, so she was worried that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so she tried to take care of it by all means. She hurriedly settled these experts down, intending to bring them to Castle Peak Hospital the next day. Soon it was already the next day. Zhao Lingyu seized the time to bring all these experts to Castle Peak Hospital. Although she wasn't in a hurry, the time of that young man who was completely paralyzed was precious, so she didn't want to waste time. Lin Yi, I've heard about this matter, so I'm bringing some people over for you. All of them are one of the top experts in foreign countries. I hope that they can help you save this patient. Lin Yi could be said to be very touched after seeing this scene. He completely didn't expect Zhao Lingyu to bring so many people over at this emergency. Thank you. You've really helped me out. I'm very burnt out right now. After Lin Yi saw these experts, the stone in his heart sort of fell, because one more person is more power, and such power is also a great help to him. No need to thank you, and what happened before was really my problem. I apologize to you again. I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Lingyu apologized again with some apologies, because she thoroughly and completely saw what kind of person Han Zhengyang was. That's why she now felt as if what she said and did before was a bit too much. I didn't take it to heart a long time ago, and you don't need to keep apologizing, making me feel weirdly embarrassed. Lin Yi was a bit at a loss for words. The other party apologizing 3 times had made him a bit shy. Alright, since you don't have it on your mind, then hurry up and carry out the joint meeting. That patient is still waiting for you. So Lin Yi made quick work of it, hurrying to bring those experts into the ward to carefully discuss the condition. Experts, this young man's total body paralysis is due to the aftermath of the car accident surgery. The exact symptoms are just as you see. If there are any more questions, you can continue to ask me. After hearing this matter, the experts hurriedly began to look at this young man. This young man does not seem to have any major problems on the surface. It should only be a problem with the nerves. So they began a heated discussion, in which everyone's opinion can be said to be different. It was precisely because of these different results that more sparks could be rubbed together, and more perfect solutions could be thought of to solve this matter. This was exactly the result Lin Yi wanted to see. Alright, today's federation will end here for now. As for the real treatment plan then, We can discuss it in more detail when the time comes. Lin Yi saw that everyone had different questions, so he decided to discuss it here for now. When the time comes, we can go inside the office to discuss it properly. It's not a good thing to always stay inside someone's hospital room. Lin Yi saw that Zhao Lingyu had been guarding the outside of the ward, so he took the initiative to speak to her. Lingyu, let's have a meal together when I'm done. My treat is my way of thanking you. Lin Yi suddenly felt warm and fuzzy in his heart, as if there was some progress in this matter as well. Of course, talking about things on top of his feelings. Good. Since Divine Dr. Lin. Oh no, Dean Lin is treating. Of course I'm obliged. Lingyu changed her usual somewhat serious demeanor and became a bit playful to begin with. Then please wait for a while. Mr. Zhao, I'll come out right after I finish driving. Lin Yi and a few experts entered the office to discuss some specific details about how the surgery would be conducted when the time came. Everyone was discussing it very seriously. I think it's better to take the Chinese medicine approach. Although Chinese medicine isn't suitable for dealing with unexpected situations, it's still very effective in treating this kind of total body paralysis. One of the experts stood out and said decisively, I think it's better to have Western medicine. Western medicine has better judgment for unexpected situations. In case there are any more emergencies at that time, we'll also have a better method. Another expert countered. Obviously this was a war between Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and both of them were waiting for Lin Yi's decision. Dean Lin, what do you think? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. What they both said was very reasonable. Although he was a Chinese medicine practitioner, he didn't reject some of the excellent skills of Western medicine. Chapter 89, Relationships Heating Up. Even he felt that these skills could also be used amongst their hospitals could be said to be the icing on the cake. I think that this time we can completely combine Chinese medicine and Western medicine. I don't feel that these two approaches will be mutually exclusive. Instead I feel that integrating the best of each is the best way. Lin Yi said these words after deep thought. Everyone nodded their heads in succession, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. All along they had been either Chinese medicine or Western medicine, and had been very repulsed by the other side, but they had never thought of combining the two together in a kind of new attempt. What Dean Lin said is very good. How come we never thought of this before? Yeah. This is a very good attempt. It's all about saving lives anyway. The people at the bottom very much agreed with this point of view. Then does everyone have any questions? If there aren't any questions we'll adjourn the meeting. Everyone can go rest on their own. We'll implement the specific program when it's drawn up. Lin Yi intended to adjourn the meeting after he finished speaking, because he had also asked Zhao Lingyu to dinner. He naturally didn't want to keep the other party waiting for so long. Lin Yi hurriedly sent a message to Wang Shui, wanting him to arrange for a more upscale restaurant. This was also considered their first real date since they fell in love. He also didn't want to miss this opportunity, and wanted to take advantage of it to make the best of it, preferably to be able to be with Zhao Lingyu. Although he felt that this was potentially delusional, the previous failures had memorized him deeply, but he still didn't want to give up. After Wang Yu saw the message sent by the other party, as a good brother he naturally rushed to arrange something clear for him. Wang read directly sent Lin Yi a positioning, followed by a sentence written, has been arranged for you to understand. You directly over there is good. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief, not knowing why he was a little nervous in his heart. Ling Yu, I've already fixed the restaurant, you just need to go over with me, but I'm still keeping the restaurant a secret. Zhao Lingyu was getting a bit expectant. She didn't know what kind of restaurant the other party had booked. Lin Yi drove over according to the location. He actually didn't know what kind of restaurant the other party had booked. He soon arrived at the restaurant, which already looked opulent from the outside, not to mention the inside. Miss, do you have a reservation on your side? The waiter at the door stopped the two of them at once. Lin Yi was even more nervous in his heart. He hadn't thought at all that there was actually such a barrier. Moreover, Wang Shui hadn't told himself anything at that time. Zhao Lingyu was also very curious because she knew what kind of a style habit Lin Yi had on a regular basis, and she hadn't expected that the other party would actually bring himself to such a high-class restaurant to eat. There's a reservation. Lin Yi, please. So Lin Yi could only force himself to say these words, silently praying in his heart that Wang Shui was a reliable guy. It would be embarrassing if anything went wrong. So it's Mr. Lin, this way please. What you ordered on this side is our store's most luxurious couples set menu. I hope you'll like it. The atmosphere was immediately awkward to the extreme. Lin Yi was completely unaware that Wang Yu had done this, but Lin Yi was also too embarrassed to tell the whole story. He couldn't say that this thing was done by Wang Shui. In fact, Zhao Lingyu can be said to know in his heart. He knows that Lin Yi would never book such a high-grade restaurant, and even go to order a whole store's most luxurious couples set meal. And it is a couples set meal. I'm sorry to trouble Dean Lin. I've really broken the bank today. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly spoke in order to ease the current awkwardness. No, I hope you'll like it. Actually, I don't know what kind of restaurant you like. Linny felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, especially when the waiter suddenly brought up a bouquet of red roses. Mr. Lin, this is the bouquet of red roses you reserved earlier. Linny couldn't wait to hurry up and dig a hole in the ground. He hadn't expected Wang Yu to have such an operation at all. This was embarrassing to the extreme. Is this for me? Zhao Lingyu was shocked. She had thought that it was just a simple meal at a restaurant, but she didn't expect the other party to actually take out a bunch of red roses. Yes, just as a thank you to you two for helping me this time. Linny really couldn't think of anything else. He could only put it off like this. He couldn't say that even the roses were prepared with the help of others. Really? You're too kind before you know it. Zhao Lingyu accepted the red rose flower. The two people sat face to face. No one knew what to say next. Although the atmosphere had been baked up to here, both sides were a bit at a loss. Linny thought about it again and again. He felt that he still had to tell the truth. If he didn't, then this atmosphere today would have been prepared for nothing. Lingyu, I actually have something to say. Today these are actually things that I asked Wang Shui to help me prepare, because I really don't know which restaurants are high class and what things girls like. Linny wasn't as valiant as he was during the consultation earlier, and his person was starting to become coy. His heart was beating very fast. Actually, you don't need to prepare so much. The heart is there, even a simple meal will do. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party's sincere face, and she surprisingly felt that her heart was also beating a little fast. I've always liked you. Even though I've been rejected by you for I don't know how many times, I still like you a lot. I hope you can consider thinking about me. Linny mustered up his courage and said all these words in one burst. Zhao Lingyu's face couldn't help but blush after hearing this. To be honest, I actually have some good feelings for you, but maybe I rejected it because I had a lot of concerns before. The two ate steak while drinking red wine, telling the truth of their hearts. The two people could be said to be chatting so openly for the first time, saying things that they had never dared to say before and things that had never occurred to them. As they chatted, Zhao Lingyu felt more and more that Linny was very much like herself, and that he also had an unconvincing energy in him, as well as his sincere attitude that had always surrounded her mind and was hard to forget. The two of them chatted happily and finished the meal with joy. Since everyone had been drinking, it was only a 5-minute walk from Zhao's house, so the two simply strolled back. Taking advantage of the hazy night, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. The two people talked about the topics that were not finished just now. The more they talked, the happier they got. The 5-minute walk became longer and longer, and they didn't expect that when they were chatting happily. The Zhao family just happened to see these images. Chapter 90 Final Program. Mother Zhao thought that she had lost her old eyesight. It was a bit unbelievable how her daughter could be so happy to be walking with Linny. Previously, she had sworn to herself that she would never be with Linny, but now it seemed that good things were near. Mother Zhao rubbed her eyes, so she hadn't been mistaken. Look, those two people can't be Lingyu and Linny. It looks like the two of them have a marriage. Father Zhao also didn't quite dare to believe it after seeing this image. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go ask Lingyu's secretary what's going on first. So the two of them went and found Lingyu's secretary, wanting to ask to see what the situation was. The secretary was taken aback when she saw the two of them coming and was very apprehensive in her heart, wondering if she had done something wrong. Don't be nervous, we just want to ask how things are going with Lingyu and Linny lately. You are after all Lingyu's personal secretary, so you should know her situation better. The secretary was a little trembling. She didn't dare to say anything more for fear that if she said the wrong thing it would be the end of her. Mother Zhao instantly saw through her little mind, so she advised very gently. It's okay, just say whatever you know. I guarantee you'll be safe and sound. After the secretary heard this, that stone in her heart was sort of dropped, and in her heart, she guessed that it might be the parents of Mr. Little Zhao who were more worried about this matter. So, frankly, he said this matter out. Mrs. General Manager Zhao, actually it's like this. President Lin recently opened a hospital and then ran into some trouble. Little General Zhao went to help Dean Lin in order to apologize. Mother Zhao instantly came to a realization. She knew what had finally happened, but it looked like her own daughter had finally gotten the hang of it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a special trip to apologize. Okay, then in that case according to your knowledge of Lingyu, isn't there hope for the two of them? Mother Zhao asked in a frequently gossipy manner, revealing a hint of curiosity. The secretary thought deeply for a moment. In fact, she wasn't too sure about the two of them, but only felt that little Mr. Zhao did care a lot about Lin Yi's situation recently. Genuinely, something wasn't quite right. I feel that recently, little General Manager Zhao is quite concerned about Dean Lin. It feels like the two of them have warmed up quite a bit, but it's hard for me to say exactly. Alright, I know the general situation. You go and get busy. So Zhao Mother's heart could be described as beautiful, and hurriedly discussed with her own husband. Did you hear what the secretary said just now? Why don't the two of us help fuel their relationship? It's not possible. The two of them will soon be able to cultivate their relationship. Zhao's mother was very anxious and couldn't wait for the two of them to get married in place right away. After hearing this, Zhao's father actually didn't want to force Lin Yu to be with Lin Yi in his heart. He only had one daughter and naturally wanted things to be done according to his wishes. But now it seemed that having the two of them together might not necessarily be a bad thing. It's not impossible, but exactly how are we going to do it? Zhao's mother also began to think. Anyway, let's just set it up first. If the two of them really become a thing, the old man should be a lot happier in his heart as well. There's no need for you to worry about other things. I'll make the arrangements. Zhao's mother was beaming with joy. Although she couldn't help much with work matters, she was the best at this kind of thing. Then this matter will be left entirely in your hands. I hope that the two of them can end up together. Zhao's father said with some worry, as his own daughter had always denied this matter with a categorical attitude before. The next day, Lin Yi called those experts from before wanting to have another meeting. This meeting was mainly to discuss the specific surgical program, which had already been initially decided before, using a combination of Chinese medicine and Western medicine. But after all, the treatment of total body paralysis is a very troublesome thing, so to discuss how to proceed, and the combination of Chinese medicine and Western medicine was originally a very new beginning, so the difficulty factor was also very large. Does everyone have any ideas today? If you have an idea, you can boldly say it. Lin Yi scanned the people underneath and could see that all the experts were very seriously holding thick stacks of paper. They should all be programs that they had thought about last night, but those experts were all looking at each other. No one dared to be the first to speak for fear of being passed over for the scenario. They said, "It's okay, we can take our time. The Western doctors will speak their program first." Lin Yi knew their concerns, because in his place, he would be a little worried himself. The air was awfully quiet. Finally, one of the experts came forward to speak first. From the perspective of Western medicine, the first method we need to restore the body's functions using is to stimulate the nerves and then create muscle tissue. In this way, the whole body paralysis can be cured. The other Western doctors nodded after hearing this, because the best and most efficient way to treat total body paralysis was this. Lin Yi nodded. Although he mainly studied acupuncture in Chinese medicine, he still had more or less a little understanding of Western medicine, so he felt that this method was feasible. Well, I also agree with this method. This method is safer and reliable. Then the Chinese medicine piece. I wonder if everyone has any ideas? If the opinions are different, we can also synthesize them. Actually, the method Lin Yi wanted to adopt for the Chinese medicine piece was also to stimulate the nerves. It was just that the tools that might stimulate the nerves were different. The tool that Western medicine might use was some equipment, while Chinese medicine used acupuncture to stimulate the nerves. The representative from the Chinese medicine side stepped forward and narrated what he had in mind. In fact, our side is pretty much the same as the Western medicine. For the case of total body paralysis, that is, the necrosis of muscle tissue, we are also only able to create muscle tissue. It seemed that everyone probably had the same opinion on this matter. Lin Yi nodded, then summarized. Since everyone's opinions are pretty much the same, then let me summarize next. We're still using the method of stimulating the nerves and reconstituting the muscle tissue. Lin Yi spoke out the final plan, and everyone nodded. At that time I will consult with the patient about this plan. If there are no problems, we will implement it according to this plan. Lin Yi still had some concerns in his heart, although in their case this program had been said to be practicable. However, the patient's side might not be able to implement it, so Lin Yi could only go and negotiate with the patient in person. Chapter 91, Formal Treatment. Lin Yi walked to the ward, not realizing that the young man was still lying on the bed looking into the distance. His heart was very despondent. "Hello, our side has already decided on the final treatment plan through a few days of consultation. I don't know if you want to hear it." The patient was flabbergasted for a moment. Although he didn't know what the treatment plan was, a glimmer of hope suddenly lit up in his heart. "Divine Dr. Lin, it's been hard, so tell us about the program." The young man said these words breathlessly. It was hard to imagine what he had been through these past few days. "We've decided through several days of discussion to use a combination of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine to ensure the success of this surgery, mainly using the method of stimulating the nerves and recreating the nerve tissue." Lin Yi swore with conviction that without any surprises, this surgery would be absolutely fine. It wasn't just his own abilities, plus those experts had done similar surgeries for who knows how many times, so he wasn't very worried that this surgery would fail. "Divine Dr. Lin, I actually don't understand all these specialized words you're talking about, but I hope you can do your best to cure me because you're the only hope I have left." The light inside the young man's eyes was very lax, and his spirit was depressed as he said these words. Lin Yi was a little touched in his heart. He didn't expect the young man to believe in himself so much. "Good, I will definitely do my best. There will definitely not be any more problems with this surgery. Just don't worry about it. If you're sure about it, we'll arrange for the surgery right away." The young man nodded, indicating that there was no problem. He couldn't wait to heal himself, so naturally he didn't want to waste any time. So after Lin Yi received the consent, he hurriedly summoned the other experts to prepare to start the treatment. Please sign the surgical consent form. This surgical treatment may take many days as the human body's recovery time is different, but I'll be that inside the hospital during these times in case special circumstances arise. Lin Yi handed him the surgical consent form, and he quickly signed this surgical consent form. Soon after, Lin Yi and the other experts began to diagnose the young man, first of all to determine how the young man's own body functions, but it was obvious that this young man's bodily functions were not particularly good. So Lin Yi had been staying in the hospital for the past few days. It can even be said to have reached the point of sleep and food. Even the cell phone does not have much time to look at. There were times when Lin Yi was so busy that he didn't reply to Zhao Lingyu's messages for a few hours. Zhao Lingyu realized that there was something wrong with Lin Yi in the past few days and heard the security guard at the entrance of the villa say that Lin Yi hadn't been back for many days. She sent Lin Yi messages. Lin Yi can also be said to be in different appearance. Let her feel that she is not being ignored. Or what happened? Zhao Lingyu was a bit curious, so she directly hoofed it inside the hospital to see what was going on. It was also a little surprise for Lin Yi, but she didn't expect to see Lin Yi standing with a young woman just as she walked in. The two could be said to be talking and laughing. Could this be the reason why he hasn't been going home these past few days and doesn't really care about himself? Zhao Lingyu began to think wildly. His mind was filled with thoughts as he guessed wildly about the relationship between the two. But the more you look at the heart can be said to be more and more sour. There is always a kind of jealousy feeling in their own hearts over and over. So she directly left, did not say hello. In case the greeting affects the two of them cannot be good. The more Zhao Lingyu thought about it in her heart, the more she suffocated, so she went straight back to the company and continued to read those documents, trying to paralyze herself. Han Zhangyang learned that Lin Yi actually personally took over this matter, can be said to be surprised. This matter is so troublesome, and who also do not want to put these troubles on their own body. So Han Zhangyang simply put the news of this matter to the internet, and found some media to hype this matter a little. Soon the media had already hyped this matter to the point of being a hit, because the headline of Dr. Lin rescuing a paralyzed young man was obviously very appealing. The melon eaters at the bottom were all discussing what the outcome of this matter would be. Don't be anxious, I'm sure divine Dr. Lin will be able to cure this young man. What should we do if we can't cure him? Will this young man die of depression? He's only a few years old. The after effects of this surgery are a bit too serious. Is this considered a medical incident? Everyone has mixed feelings about this matter. But the most important thing is what the outcome of this matter will be like is the decisive role. Only the results have a certain persuasive power to explain everything. Lin Yi had already been a little anxious. After seeing this report heart even more fire. Do not know who leaked this matter out. This invariably added more pressure on him. He had tried how serious the pressure of public opinion was, so he was even more afraid of this matter fermenting into an unimaginable level. Wang Shui had also noticed this message, and in his heart, he could be said to be on fire with hatred. Lin Yi, who the hell sent out this message? Always taking advantage of people's danger. I think it's more than likely Han Zhengyang's doing. Although Lin Yi was guessing the same, he didn't dare to say so without substantial evidence. I'm not sure, but right now it seems like the most important thing should be to cure this patient. I don't have time to waste on dealing with this matter. Whether Lin Yi appeared as a famous doctor or as a dean, he couldn't waste time on these public opinions. What came first should be curing the patient. How can I let you deal with these things? Just heal the patients properly. The other things are on me. Wan Yu patted his chest, confidently said this sentence. To solve the pressure of public opinion for him is not a breeze. Lin Yi was slightly touched. But Lin Yi, compared to this matter, there's something that's probably more difficult to solve. Wan Yu didn't know whether to say it or not, especially now at this time. Lin Yi inquired curiously. What is it? Ling Yu came to the hospital earlier, but I don't know why she just left, and she seemed to be carrying something in her hand. Think about it, have you messed with her recently? Lin Yi was even more curious. He had been busy with things inside the hospital for the past few days. Sometimes he couldn't even take care of his meals. How could he have even messed with her? Chapter 92 Jealous and Leaving. How is that possible? I really haven't had time to mess with her in the last few days and I don't know what's going on. Then you find time to check on her. These days in the hospital I guess I might have neglected her. Wan Yu also didn't know what was going on with the two of them, but based on his understanding of women, it was probably because of that. Okay, when it's over later, I'll go to the company to look for her. Lin Yi felt that what Wan Yu said was somewhat reasonable, so he planned to go directly to the company after work. Wan Yu was instantly surprised, not realizing that Lin Yi's mobility could be said to be quite strong. Although he looked like an elfin brain, he really didn't procrastinate at all when it came to doing things. So Lin Yi continued to rush off to get treatment. Now he had to hurry up and finish today's task and then go find Ling Yu. Wang Shui, on the other hand, went to hurry up and solve some things in the media. Time flew by and Lin Yi looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work. So Lin Yi drove directly to the bottom of Zhao Lingyu's company. He quietly walked to Zhao Lingyu's office, but he didn't expect the office to be empty. So Lin Yi hurriedly went to Zhao Lingyu's secretary, wanting to ask what the situation was. "Hello, I would like to ask where Lingyu is." The secretary had wanted to blurt it out, but then he thought that just now Zhao Lingyu had instructed him not to spill the beans, so the secretary could only say, "Our little general manager Zhao has already gone home." Lin Yi was a bit in disbelief. It was only around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. According to normal circumstances, Zhao Lingyu must be inside the company dealing with official business right now. Went home? Did something happen to her today? How could she go home so early? The secretary's heart was beating very fast after hearing the other party's questioning, and she was very apprehensive inside. She didn't know how to answer this question. She was afraid that she would accidentally slip her tongue. "I don't know exactly what's going on. It could be that she was too tired from working overtime these past few days, so she went home. Divine Dr. Lin, I still have things to do. I'll go and get busy first." The secretary hurriedly ran away after saying that. Lin Yi was half convinced after hearing this, but he could never believe this matter. He always felt that the secretary's behavior like this today was a bit abnormal. Could it be that Zhao Lingyu was purposely avoiding and didn't want to see herself? So Lin Yi quietly sat in front of the company. Even if she really went back, she would always come to work the next day. Lin Yi does not believe that he will not see Zhao Lingyu. As long as he has enough patience, this matter must be no problem. He has complete confidence in himself. Zhao Lingyu was in another office at the moment. She had guessed that Lin Yi would come to look for her, because she had accidentally bumped into Wang Yu when she was walking. Even if Lin Yi didn't see it, Wang Yu would definitely tell Lin Yi about it. Zhao Lingyu saw that it was getting late, and although there were still a lot of papers on her desk, she wanted to go home and get some rest. After what happened today, she actually didn't have the mood to organize these documents. She didn't expect that when she just walked to the company's entrance, she saw a very familiar figure. It couldn't be Lin Yi. Zhao Lingyu couldn't believe it. It was so late. Why was Lin Yi staying alone at the door, waiting quietly at the company entrance the whole time? He wandered to and from the hospital entrance. Looking like this, he should have been waiting for a long time. As soon as Zhao Lingyu saw Lin Yi, she recalled all her behavior today, and she felt that she was really jealous today, especially the moment she saw Lin Yi's face. This feeling of jealousy was infinitely amplified, and that incident had been spinning around inside her head. Lin Yi saw that Zhao Lingyu had appeared. It seemed that his judgment wasn't wrong. It turned out that she had really been inside the company all this time. She was just hiding from himself. It seemed that something must have happened in the hospital today. Otherwise she wouldn't have avoided him. But what was the problem? So Lin Yi didn't want to hide his words. He said directly. He desperately wanted to know what the answer was. This question had been bothering him for a long time. "Lingyu, did you come to the hospital today?" Zhao Lingyu, on the other hand, was a bit flustered. She hadn't thought of how to respond yet, so she directly denied it all. "No, I didn't come to the hospital today. You might be seeing things wrong." Wang Shui saw it with his own eyes. "And if you didn't come to the hospital, then why are you avoiding me? Your secretary even told me that you went home." Lin Yi was really a bit puzzled. He didn't know what had happened today. "Yes, I did come to the hospital. What's wrong? And I'm not avoiding you. I just think that office is too stuffy, so I'm staying in a different office. Can't I?" Zhao Lingyu heard the other party questioning herself, so she became even more angry in her heart. The other party had no idea what she was thinking. "Lingyu, why didn't you show up at the hospital that you came to today? Are you angry because you've been too busy these past few days and didn't pay attention to you?" Lin Yi voiced out his guess, but wasn't sure that his guess must be right. "It's not like that. Think about it yourself. What have you done today?" The more Zhao Lingyu thought about it, the angrier she got. How could this elm brain not be enlightened at all? How could she be angry because he was busy at work? It was clearly because he had been chatting with a young woman there today, and was also chatting very happily. Zhao Lingyu recalled the image and for a split second she didn't want to say anything. She just wanted to go home and get some rest. "Lingyu, what is it? I feel like nothing happened today either. I worked from the morning until the evening and didn't do anything else." Lin Yi also recalled what had happened today, but it seemed as if nothing had happened. He was just as busy with his work every day as before. It was such a headache, especially more so for someone who had never experienced love affairs before. After Zhao Lingyu heard these words, she directly said, "I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to rest first. You also rest early." She was actually very angry and jealous in her heart, but she was a person who was especially facetious, so she couldn't bring herself to say all those words. She just hoped that Lin Yi himself would come to discover the real reason why he didn't show up. Seeing her departing back, Lin Yi was a bit perplexed. It was probably just some small mind of a girl's. Lin Yi thought about the arrangements for the following days. so he quickly faded this matter into oblivion, and didn't put it on his mind, because he hadn't found the real reason for this matter at all, so he put it down. Chapter 93, Stirring Up Trouble Again. The next day, Linny had just finished treating his patient, and his situation could be said to be getting better day after day from the day before. How's your situation these days? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Linny carefully observed his complexion. Theoretically there shouldn't be any problems, but he still had to ask how the patient was doing. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. I feel that my condition has gotten much better. Now I can slightly tiny move a bit. I can feel my limbs. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. The young man revealed a very bright smile. To him such an improvement was already something he hadn't expected. He used to think that he didn't seem to be able to reach such a level anymore, but he didn't think that he would have a chance now. Linny could also be said to be quite relieved in his heart. And then Linny told the patient to go and do his rehabilitation training. That's good. Go do your rehab first. Come back afterward and let me see how the specifics are. You can also feel the changes that have taken place over this period of time. Linny on the other hand stayed inside the ward to have a careful talk with the family. Recently, try to let him eat a little bit lighter, and then maintain a healthy work and rest, but otherwise there are no more problems. Linny gave a good advice. These things were still very important for recovery, and must not be neglected. The family member frowned and nodded, as if there was something else on his mind. Okay, thank you for Dean Lin's instructions. I will definitely supervise him properly. Don't worry. Unexpectedly at this time, Han Zhengyang came inside the hospital with people in a furious manner, completely disregarding other people's strange gazes. Everyone could be said to be very familiar with this uninvited guest. Lin Yi, no, I should call you Dean now. I wonder how that patient's situation is. Han Zhengyang pretended to be concerned, but the words in his mouth were conspiratorial. The situation is quite good. I don't know what kind of thing you came for. Linny knew that the other party must not have come for anything good. It looks like he's moving some bad thoughts again. I came mainly just for one thing, to hand over the specifics of this patient with you. Han Zhengyang spoke confidently. He had already communicated with the patient's family long before, and was even willing to underwrite all the expenses. Those family members were naturally willing, and could even be said to be elated. Handing over this patient's situation? This thing and you have a relationship? Now this patient is our Castle Peak Hospital. Is it possible that you want to rob the patient with me openly? Linny said incredulously. He never knew what the other party was talking about. Dean Lin, you're misunderstanding me. I'm taking over this patient as a matter of course, not your so-called robbing the patient. You can also ask the patient's family for specifics. Han Zhengyang looked toward the patient's family, and it was up to the family to play next. Dean Lin, it's like this. I think Qingzhou Hospital might be more suitable for my child's condition, and I very much believe in Dr. Han's level. I think Dr. Han's level is very high, and he can definitely cure my son's disease. The patient's family member had obviously been overwhelmed by the benefits, and he also thought that Han Zhengyang's medical skills were also very high. After hearing this, Linny thought that this matter must be Han Zhengyang's behind, so he couldn't help but clash with him face to face. Han Zhengyang, there's no need for you to snatch people in front of me. Before you couldn't snatch Lingyu from me, but now you want to snatch patients from me? I think you're really addicted to robbing people. Linny couldn't help it and directly and aggressively disliked him back. Dean Lin, you have to speak properly. I've never thought of robbing your patients. You heard what the patient's family said. Han Zhengyang displayed a very innocent look. I heard you, but you can't take this patient today, and I hope that you can get a good grip on your own level. Linny smiled very helplessly. Right now this patient was still inside his own hospital receiving his full treatment. If Han Zhengyang ventured to take him away now, and the follow-up treatment failed, then this patient would have to be fully paralyzed for the rest of his life. Linny never dared to rest assured of Han Zhengyang's level. My level? Then may I ask President Lin, if your level is so high, why do you need to find a foreign expert? Aren't you contradicting yourself? Han Zhengyang said everything he knew in order to question Linny. I'm looking for foreign experts. Of course it's not because my level isn't high enough, but by using a combination of Chinese medicine and Western medicine, I can rehabilitate the patient even better. Lin Yi retorted. No matter what, he was still very confident in his medical skills, and just because he was looking for foreign experts didn't mean he didn't have the strength, so he didn't even think of denying that matter. Once when you heard about this matter, he felt that it wasn't quite right. How come it seemed like Han Zhengyang knew everything? Even the matter of them finding a foreign expert he could know everything. You are simply ridiculous to the extreme. I did not expect Dean Lin is still so wanting to save face now. Don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and take me to see the patient. Han Zhengyang didn't know what to retort now, so he wanted to hurry up and follow up on the family's words to find the patient and then bring the patient back inside his hospital. In that case, the publicity of this matter can let himself out of the picture. He has already thought about what the headline of the news is. Lin Yi cannot heal paralyzed teenagers. Han Zhengyang took over the matter of success. The more he thought, the more he felt happy in his heart. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had maintained a refusal mentality. Anyway, now that the patient was in his own hospital, no matter what, it was impossible for him to take him away by force. It's impossible. You give me a reason why I must see this patient. Otherwise it's impossible for me to let you see this patient. Lin Yi looked at Han Zhengyang with a deep gaze. But now there was a very big problem. That is, no matter how the family member's hurdle could not be passed, the patient would sooner or later be taken away by Han Zhengyang. As expected, Han Zhengyang also thought of this point, and then took advantage of it. Han Zhengyang looked to the patient's family, signaling that he could start moving. Dean Lin, thank you for worrying about our child's safety, but Dr. Han is a good man, so letting him take a look at our child isn't going to do anything. The family members stepped in and spoke. Lin Yi was a bit helpless. Although he still wanted to stop this from happening, it looked as if it wouldn't work. So with the support of the family, Han Zhengyang became even smoother as he directly forced his way into the place. Chapter 94. The right choice. I didn't expect Han Zhengyang to follow his family and walk slowly to the rehabilitation training room, and Lin Yi couldn't stop them along the way. There is no reason to stop them. Lin Yi is very helpless in his heart, but he can only improvise when the time comes to see the move. They walked into the rehabilitation training room, not realizing that the young man had a big smile on his face. Then a person was somewhat difficult, but stubborn to train with some rehabilitation equipment. Although the road might be said to be a bit tough, he still persisted in sitting in training, and he can operate his fingers completely freely without being restricted by some things. Everyone was very shocked after seeing this image, especially when Han Zhengyang saw it. He completely didn't expect that the person who was completely paralyzed a few days ago, now his fingers could actually move, and there was some flexibility. He originally came over to see Lin Yi's joke, but now it seems that the joke can't be seen. The young man's family members were also shocked when they saw this image. They didn't expect their son to recover so quickly. They thought that their son was still lying on the hospital bed and couldn't move anything, but they didn't realize that his fingers could move freely and flexibly now. Family members almost wept with joy. After all, this is the hope. If this continues, it should soon be able to recover the whole body. After seeing this situation, the families were a bit hesitant, so they planned to ask their children if they were willing to continue. Xiao Yu, how are you now? Xiao Yu raised his head to see his parents looking at him. Mom and Dad, I'm much better now. Look at my hands are almost moving on their own. The family members saw Xiao Yu smiling happily, and suddenly all of a sudden it dawned on them that maybe they shouldn't have blinded themselves because of the benefits. So Xiao Yu's parents asked their child in a very caring manner. Xiao Yu, do you still want to continue treatment here? Is the treatment here effective? Or do you want a change of environment? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and then said without hesitation. Mom and Dad, I think that Divine Dr. Lin treats me quite well on weekdays, and the treatment program does have an effect, so I want to continue staying inside this hospital. After his parents heard this, they then could only comply with his wishes, because what was in front of them now was that their child had recovered a bit. Fine, since you want to stay here, then we'll continue to stay here. Xiao Yu's parents looked at Han Zhengyang very apologetically. Dr. Han, I'm really sorry. You see, even though I promised you before, my child still wants to stay here, so we won't be transferring for now. Han Zhengyang's entire face could be said to be red after hearing this, and he hated to hurry up and dig a hole in the ground. But right now he could only say in a very indifferent manner, it doesn't matter, as long as the patient is able to recover it's fine. Anyway, our original intention is to let the patient get well quickly. On the surface it looked like this sentence was very positive, but in his heart Han Zhengyang could already be said to be very upset. After Lin Yi heard this, he was sort of relieved in his heart. It seemed that the effort he had put in had not been in vain. The other party was still able to remember how good he was. Moreover, the days that he had wasted his sleep and food in treating himself could also be said to have been witnessed by everyone. Dr. Han, now you don't need to take this patient away. Right, and you don't need to worry about the next thing, so just hurry up and go about your own business. I won't be long to see you off. Lin Yi revealed a hint of a very proud look, then intended to drive Han Zhengyang away. Han Zhengyang naturally didn't have the face to stay here, and tried to find a way to prepare to leave. And Lin Yi saying this was also considered to be a step down for himself. Alright then, I'll get busy with my own things. I'll take my first step. Goodbye everyone. Han Zhengyang hurriedly grayed out. Lin Yi was curious when he heard what the family members had said earlier, so he wanted to ask what exactly Han Zhengyang had used. Xiao Yu's parents, I want to ask why you said you wanted to be transferred to the hospital before? Does this matter have anything to do with Dr. Han? Xiao Yu's parents wanted to speak, mainly because they were afraid of offending Han Zhengyang. It doesn't matter. Feel free to say whatever you guys want. I definitely won't tell anyone. I just want to know the truth about this matter. Xiao Yu's parents thought for a moment or decided to tell the truth about this matter. After all, they weren't planning on transferring to another hospital now, so naturally it was better to be a little more honest about the matter. Okay, Divine Dr. Lin. The thing is like this. Before, Dr. Han said that if we were transferred to his hospital, he would contract all of our treatment costs, and you know that a family like ours can't afford that much money. Xiao Yu's mother said with a little bit of crying. A poor family like theirs couldn't afford the cost of such a major surgery to treat total paralysis. Han Zhengyang had walked into their family like a beam of light, which was why she had thought of transferring to a hospital to avoid such costs. Lin Yi understood the family's situation, which he had completely neglected before. Dean Lin, I hope you'll be generous enough not to count us out on this. We're also forced by reality. Otherwise we wouldn't be like this. When Xiao Yu's mother saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything, she thought that Lin Yi was angry, so she hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Lin Yi wasn't actually angry, but was wondering if there was a better solution. He could completely understand this family's situation, so he also wanted to help this family and help a life. Xiao Yu's mother, I don't care about this matter, about your family's situation. I also understand now, if the Chinese medicine side, you don't need to pay for your expenses. Lin Yi did his best to help this family as much as he could. He had grown up from the mountains since he was young, so he didn't really care about money. The rules in the mountains had always been to save lives and help the injured. How could he not save a living life because of a little money? Xiao Yu's mother was very excited after hearing this. The exorbitant Chinese medicine fees were now waived. She must have been very touched in her heart. Thank you, Dean Lin. In the future, I'll be a cow or a horse if you want me to. Lin Yi wanted to say something. He was afraid that Xiao Yu's mother would keep feeling guilty, so he wanted to think of a way so that they could feel less guilty. Don't be happy so early. Although the Chinese medicine fees I helped you to waive, but about those foreign experts' fees, you still have to pay them yourself. Don't worry, these fees aren't very high. They also hit the friendship price. Xiao Yu's mother was very excited in her heart after hearing this, and hurriedly joined Xiao Yu's father in saying thank you. Thank you, Dean Lin. Thank you, Dean Lin. Chapter 95, The Straight Man Apologizes. Sounds of gratitude could be said to have filled the entire rehabilitation training room. Lin Yi also exchanged a few pleasantries. Afterwards, the family members took Xiao Yu, who had finished her rehabilitation training, back to the ward, and Lin Yi was able to walk out with Wang Yu. Wang Yu was very confused about all this, but he couldn't say anything. After all, this was Lin Yi's hospital. It was his own business if he wanted to charge or not, but Wang Yu still couldn't help but say a few words. Lin Yi, in fact you don't have to be like this. This is a treatment plan that you have worked so hard for so long to come up with, and you've wasted your sleep and food in the past few days treating this money and just gave it away for nothing? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't care about the money, but I can't stand by and watch this person just lose hope, and even the possibility of losing his life. Wang Yu was even more incomprehensible. Lin Yi had too much of a good heart. Wang Yu had always been born in that kind of jewelry family, so naturally he couldn't understand this kind of thing. But Lin Yi, you're not a savior, you're just a doctor. There's no need to be so self-sacrificing. Right, you also said that I'm a doctor. A doctor's first duty is to save lives. If all doctors only value money, then I don't know how many more people would die every year. Lin Yi tried to convince the other party. This was what he had always believed in, and also some of the rules that the Green Mountain sect had always followed. Alright, I can't talk you out of it. Whoever met you was really lucky. Wang Shui sighed. Lin Yi was very stubborn. No matter how much he said, it was impossible to talk past Lin Yi. Why do you think Ling Yu obviously came to the hospital that day? But she didn't show her face. Then I went to look for her, and she just kept avoiding me. Lin Yi was a bit perplexed, so he wanted Wang Yu to enlighten himself. Are you stupid? That day you were chatting very happily with a young woman. It was probably seen by Ling Yu. Then she got jealous, so she kept avoiding you. Wang Shui was a bit speechless for this elm brain. He was really getting more and more skeptical about Ling Yi's IQ. This guy's IQ was sometimes high and sometimes low. It was hard for people to judge clearly, especially in the area of feelings. This guy's IQ could be said to be low to the extreme. What you said makes sense. Thanks for the answer. I'll hurry up and think of a way to save this now. Lin Yi hurriedly thought back. It did seem like this thing happened that day. What Wang Shui said was quite reasonable. How are you going to save all this? Let me take care of it, so that you don't make a fool of yourself again at that time. Wang Reed was really a bit worried about this kid. He felt that this kid was afraid that he really needed someone to give him a hand in his relationship. I'm going to go buy a bouquet of flowers now, and then go to Zhao Ling Yu's company to look for her. Sort of beg for her forgiveness. Shouldn't girls all like flowers? I've seen TV dramas like this. Lin Yi spoke out his thoughts. He really didn't know what he should send that would be better, but it seemed like the TV dramas were all about sending flowers. Send what flowers? You can't send any carnations. Wang Shui felt that he could really send Buddha to the West. He had already helped this guy for I don't know how many times on top of this matter of feelings. Don't worry about it. About this matter, I've already checked it out. I decided to send red roses. This must be right. Carnations are for mothers. Roses are for the girl you like. Lin Yi felt quite reasonable. How could he send the wrong flowers? Wang Yu nodded. He didn't think that he would need to check and understand such a small thing. Isn't this basic common sense? It seemed like the other party was really an elm brain. So Lin Yi hurriedly went to buy a bouquet of red roses. And by the way, he also dressed up properly, and came inside Zhao Lingyu's company with great excitement. He didn't expect that just as he walked into the company he was greeted by a group of girls cheering. It seems that his judgment wasn't wrong. Girls love red roses. Is Divine Dr. Lin here to send flowers to our general manager Zhao? What a huge bouquet of roses. No way. Mr. Zhao is too happy. The two of you are really talented. I'm too envious too. When will this day be my turn? Lin Yi walked into Zhao Lingyu's office. He stood straight and held a bouquet of roses. But suddenly he was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say at once. So he swallowed and said, Lingyu, in fact, that young woman last time was just my colleague. We were exchanging our illnesses. It's not what you think. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain, so he could only tell all of this one by one. It's not like I suspected anything. Who is this rose for? Zhao Lingyu didn't expect the other party to specially come over to explain this matter to herself. The atmosphere was very awkward, so she could only fork the topic. I heard that girls like roses, so I bought a bunch. I don't know if you like it. Lin Yi honestly said all these thoughts, even though what he said sounded a bit silly. Zhao Lingyu took the roses and couldn't help but laugh out. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so simple, to the point of being a bit simple and cute. This was different from the way he worked inside his weekdays. He worked very seriously and earnestly on weekdays. It could be said that it was completely different from now. Since you are so sincere, then I will forgive you. That's really great. It's good that you're not jealous now. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to continue coaxing you. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. He didn't know why he became so wooden when he came into contact with emotional matters. It all felt a little less like himself. How's that patient of yours doing these days? Has there been some improvement? I've heard that you've taken a new approach that combines Chinese medicine and the West. This should have a high difficulty factor. Zhao Lingyu forked the topic, wanting to ask to see how that patient's situation was. There's some improvement in that patient's situation. His fingers can already move, but I don't know what the future holds anymore. So I guess I'll have to continue to spend a lot of time treating him in the next few days to see the subsequent recovery. Lin Yi had a bit of a headache just thinking about this matter. He didn't know when this patient would be able to recover his entire body. It's okay, even if it fails. It's okay, there are already very few people who have made it as far as you have. It can already be considered a miracle, right? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Zhao Lingyu comforted. She knew that full body paralysis was already a very difficult disease to cure, so she didn't want to stress Lin Yi out that much. Chapter 96, Patient in Critical Condition. Thank you, Lingyu. I think that in accordance with this patient's bodily functions, it's only a matter of time before he stands up, as recovery takes time. The two exchanged very cordial words. Why don't we go to a cafe and sit down? Zhao Lingyu took the initiative to ask Lin Yi to go, so naturally Lin Yi didn't refuse. Good, then let's go now. Thus, the two sat inside the cafe drinking coffee and chatting. At this time, Han Zhengyang just happened to come over to try to find Zhao Lingyu to promote their relationship, but he ended up seeing such a scene and hated it in his heart. But seeing that these two people were chatting very harmoniously, it wasn't good to disturb the two of them, so he could only hold his tongue and leave. Unexpectedly after going back, after seeing Han Zhengyang, South Korea Rue still always had a slate face, and there was obviously some unhappy expression on his face. Dad, is something happening at the company? Why do you look like you're not in a good mood? Han Zhengyang hadn't realized his problem yet. Nothing happened in the company, but you have a big problem. Han Rue didn't want to bull ***** one more sentence about this matter. He had already mentioned it I don't know how many times. Dad, what's my problem? Han Zhengyang pretended to have an innocent look on his face, thinking that he had been caught messing things up. Do you still need me to tell you your problems? Don't mess with people if you're not capable. Korea Rue snapped. The others were dumbfounded after seeing this and hurriedly left in disgrace. This matter is a long story. Originally I could definitely pull him off the stage. I didn't expect something like this to happen now. Han Zhengyang wanted to put this matter off because he had done so every time before, and he didn't believe his father would keep making things difficult for himself. Alright, I don't want to talk more nonsense with you on this matter. You'd better behave yourself. Korea Rue waved his hand, his tone carrying a full of impatience in it. Dad, what do you think is better for me to do now? I'm a bit at a loss. Han Zhengyang was faced with a situation like the one he was in now. and he didn't know how to salvage it. He only knew that his father already knew everything, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. I advise you not to target Linny first. Linny is really not easy to deal with. You can take Zhao Lingyu first. Korea Rue let out a long sigh. He hadn't expected that he would give birth to such a foolish son. Thus, the burden was placed on Han Zhengyang again. What? I'm afraid this will take a bit of time. Zhao Lingyu is a woman that's not easy to take down. She's a lot more tricky and smart than I thought. Han Zhengyang knew that it was possible that Zhao Lingyu had guessed her true colors, so she had deliberately distanced herself, or it was possible that it was because of Lin Yi. No matter what the reason was, it was still impossible to take this woman down for a while. I don't care what method you use, take down this woman in the fastest possible time and convince the other shareholders before you can stabilize the company first. Korea Rue thought that Han Zhengyang hadn't taken it to heart, so he urged again and again. Okay, I know, Dad, calm down, no matter what, I'm still your son, right? Han Zhengyang was trying to win sympathy through a bitter trick now. South Korea Rue can only stop there. After all, he is also such a son, cannot be a stick to knock him to death. Han Zhengyang saw that Han Rue calmed down. His heart is also a little bit relieved. First put off the past, and then after that, things will be decided. The next day, Lin Yi is usual in the office to deal with some important documents. Unexpectedly, there was bad news. Dean Lin, it's not good. That young man from before had some physical accidents. You might need to go over and take a look in person. A nurse hurriedly ran over to inform Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart tightened after hearing this. There shouldn't be any accidents. So Lin Yi asked the nurse about the situation while going to notify the foreign doctors, in order that he could better handle the unexpected situation. How is that young man's body now? What are the specific symptoms? Lin Yi was very impatient, so he spoke very fast. The nurse was a little unresponsive all of a sudden. The body is currently in a high-risk state. The specific manifestations are breathing difficulties, pale face, purple lips. If a treatment is not carried out in time, I'm afraid that his life is in danger. Lin Yi said very calmly after hearing this. Alright, I know, now hurry to the emergency room. Although Lin Yi felt strange, but saving lives was important, so he hurriedly notified those doctors abroad to rush to the hospital and told them all about the patient's situation one by one. After those doctors received the order, they rushed to the hospital at a fast speed. Alright, thank you for coming to the hospital in your busy schedules. I've already told you about the specific illnesses. Next we'll be conducting a joint surgery. Lin Yi gave an order, so all the doctors began to act as well. Heart rate is still a problem. Quick, defibrillator, resuscitate. At this moment, the heart rate on the heart rate monitor could be said to be getting lower and lower, and it kept going straight down. Fortunately, these foreign experts were all very skilled, and this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. The patient's heart rate has returned to normal, so it should be considered a walk on the ghost gate. Seeing the heart rate on the heart rate monitor normalize, everyone was relieved. The patient's breathing also gradually returned to normal, although his face was still very pale. After a series of treatments, the patient's indicators had returned to normal. Lin Yi specifically observed it and found that the probability was that there were no more problems. Alright, hard work everyone, there are no more problems. After waiting for the nurse to push the patient back to the ward, Lin Yi felt that something wasn't quite right. Why would something like this suddenly happen to a good patient? So Lin Yi hurriedly went back and looked at the instrument's data for the past few days. Basically it was showing a very stable state. But from this morning, the data had a big obvious fluctuation, and then is now dying. Something must have gone wrong in the middle. Lin Yi guessed. Could it be that someone came by last night and did something to this patient? So Lin Yi in order to go and explore the truth. So he hurriedly went to tune the surveillance of this ward. Just by looking at the surveillance, he would be able to know what exactly happened last night, and see if his guess was wrong or not. Lin Yi opened his computer and called up the surveillance from last night. At first it was calm and quiet. Nothing was wrong. There was silence outside the ward, occasionally interspersed with the sounds of conversation. Chapter 97, The Search for the Murderer. There were only a few nurses walking through the crowd who went in at the normal point in time to take measurements of all aspects of the body, and it looked as if there were no problems. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Lin Yi vaguely felt that this matter is not so simple, especially the suddenness of the onset of the disease. So Lin Yi tightly stared at the screen, hoping to be able to see from the screen inside some other tricks. I didn't expect that after a while there was a man dressed tightly into the screen. This man was wearing a black cap and a mask, as if he didn't want others to recognize him. This person didn't look simple. Lin Yi stared at this person, not realizing that this person had walked into the young man's hospital room. Only after a long time did he come out of the ward, and it just so happened that neither family members nor nurses entered during this time. Because of the time is very late, the corridor inside will rarely people will walk. The young man this time period also fell into sleep, so no one would even notice the existence of this man. Linny felt that this man definitely had a lot to do with this matter. Not only that, but this man must have something to do with Han Zhengyang, and it is even possible that this man is Han Zhengyang. So Linny went to Han Zhengyang while the iron was hot, wanting to ask for an understanding. No matter what, he couldn't joke about human lives. Even if there was something going on, he could have found himself and confronted him face to face. Soon the two met, and it could be said that they were enemies. I didn't think that President Lin would still have the leisure time to visit our hospital now. I'm really out of my depth. Han Zhengyang said these words in a conspiratorial manner, but sat down languidly on a chair. I didn't come here today to talk to you about these idle words. You were the one who plotted against my patient last night, right? Linny looked at Han Zhengyang decisively, his eyes filled with determination. What? Plotted against your patient? Do I have to risk my life and specially run to your hospital to do such a thing? Han Zhengyang spoke in a breezy manner, sounding as if he had a lot of sense on the surface. If you did it, you can boldly admit it. Don't wait until I find out. Whistleblowing can be different. I think Mr. Han should not want to be on the hot seat again. The more Linny heard, the more angry he became. He was now biting his tongue in his heart that Han Zhengyang had done it. Other than that, he couldn't think of a second person who would do such a thing. Your patient has a problem and now you're coming to me to settle the score. You're too incompetent. What? Dean Lin, do you still want me to help you cure this patient? Han Zhengyang couldn't help but laugh out loud, but this laugh was with a tone of contempt. No need, Mr. Han. This point of illness isn't a big problem for me if I treat it. It's just that I hope you won't make fun of the patient's body next time. You and I are both great doctors. Linny felt that there was no point in arguing over here. The other party would not recognize this matter. He was just wasting his words. It would be better to wait and have a good discussion with the other party after finding evidence that really existed. Alright, since Dean Lin isn't willing to waste his words discussing with me anymore, then take your time. I won't see you off. After all, I don't have as much free time as you do. Han Zhengyang crossed his legs in a dangling manner. No need for you to send me off. You'd better not be caught by me in any way. Goodbye. Linny was on fire. He had to find evidence to prove it all, mainly for his own dignity issues. So Linny found Wang Reed, wanting him to help investigate this matter. Wang read, this morning the patient was almost critically ill. I accessed last night's surveillance and found that a mysterious man appeared in the surveillance. Wang Yu almost jumped when he heard about the patient's critical illness. What? How did the patient become critically ill? Do you suspect that this matter is related to that mysterious man last night? Yes, the patient is now fine after the joint surgery, but I suspect that this matter has nothing to do with Han Zhengyang. I see what you mean. I'll go and investigate this matter thoroughly now. I think Han Zhengyang's suspicion is very high. Wang Shui then hurriedly hoofed it to thoroughly investigate these things, because he also hated Han Zhengyang for a long time. Linny waited anxiously in his office for a long time, hoping to catch the real culprit. Soon after, Wang Shui made a call over, his tone filled with regret. Linny, I can only regretfully tell you bad news. Linny could probably guess it through the other party's tone. I've investigated Han Zhengyang. He stayed at home last night and never went out, so that mysterious man is definitely not him. Linny was even more puzzled now. Since it wasn't him, who else could it be? Wang Reed. Then is there any other possibility? Recently the hype about your hot search has gotten hotter and hotter, so it's inevitable that there will be some people who are jealous of you, so they're falling on their swords. Linny felt very reasonable, but in his heart, he was vaguely still a little worried. He was afraid that such a thing would repeat itself. If he didn't resuscitate the patient in time, it would not only affect the hospital's reputation, but also the patient's life. This is indeed possible. If it's a design for me, then there's no problem, but regarding the patient piece, I'm still very uneasy. The patient piece will be handed over to me. Later I will let the bodyguard keep an eye on this ward 24 hours a day. Absolutely no other accidents will occur. You just need to be responsible for the treatment. Wang Yu was still quite forceful. It could be said that he was willing to go through fire and water. Linny was somewhat moved in his heart and thanked him. Linny could also put his mind at ease and concentrate on the next treatment plan. As long as the patient could be cured early, there would be no problems in other areas. Do you think we should publicize this patient's situation? Linny was a little hesitant. Wang Yu obviously agreed with this matter. Announcing the patient's current treatment progress would only be beneficial. It would enhance the hospital's reputation a lot, and would also dispel a lot of speculation. At the same time, it would also dispel a lot of suspicions. After the previous hot search came out, many people had suspicions underneath. Of course it should be announced. This is a good thing. Alright, then do as you say. This matter is in your hands. Linny thought about it for a while. It was indeed a good thing. So he gave this matter to Wang Yu to organize. Wang Reed was naturally very happy to take care of this kind of thing, and hurriedly went to send out the manuscript with great excitement. By the way, he also bought a lot of media, trying to make this thing spread out. No matter what, This good thing cannot be delayed. It must be beautiful. Chapter 98. A doctor is hard to find. Soon, the matter of making the body of a young man who was paralyzed physically better once again put Linny on the hot search. The melon eaters at the bottom were once again discussing it. I told you that divine Dr. Lin can definitely cure this paralyzed young man, right? It only took this much time for the young man's body to get better. Yes, Castle Peak Hospital is also too powerful. If I have any problems in the future, I will only go to Castle Peak Hospital. So within a very short period of time, the retweet and like rate of this hot search had already exceeded 10 million. Linny had instantly become #1 on the hot search list, and everyone was curious about this character. Overnight, the number of appointments at Castle Peak Hospital had exceeded tens of thousands of people, and Linny's appointment number had already been lined up for years. There were even some rich people who wanted to request a diagnosis, but they were all rejected by Linny. When Linny opened his cell phone the next day to take a look at the hospital, he didn't expect to be taken aback. After he arrived at the hospital, he didn't expect the hospital to be so crowded. There was a feeling of a gated community. He managed to squeeze out a gap before entering inside the hospital's office. On the other side, little Mr. Zhao, there are a lot of people underneath the company. I don't know what's going on. The secretary ran to Zhao Lingyu's side and inquired curiously. So Zhao Lingyu also came in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wanting to see how many people were underneath. Unexpectedly, there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, already surrounding the bottom of the company. There was no gap to go out at all. It was good that there were security guards stopping them, so they didn't let these people enter the company. Alright, follow me out to see what's going on. Zhao Lingyu guessed. It couldn't be because of her new project, right? But there shouldn't be so many people at this time either. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingyu had just walked to the entrance of the company when she was surrounded by a large group of people who then inquired, Mr. Zhao, we want to find out about Dean Lin. I wonder if you know any gossip on your side? Mr. Zhao, are you and Dean Lin really a couple? There were rumors that you guys are still married. Is that true? I wonder if you can contact Dean Lin to give us an exclusive interview. Zhao Lingyu's head was in disarray, and all of a sudden it was like a pot had been blown up. She thought that she wanted to ask about her new project, but she didn't expect that the swarm of people coming now all wanted to ask about Linny. This caught her a bit off guard. Right, no, sorry, about me and Linny, no comment. If there's anything you want to know you can ask Linny. I'm not too sure on my side. Zhao Lingyu then hurriedly made a wink to the security guards, who drove these people away. Those reporters saw that the situation didn't seem quite right, and that it would be better to change their occupation if they couldn't ask for the information they wanted, so they hurriedly left in disgrace. Xiaoxia, help me go see what's happened to Linny recently. Why is it making such a fuss? Xiaoxia suddenly realized. Mr. Zhao, have you been too busy lately? You haven't even taken a look at the Weibo hot search list. Zhao Lingyu suddenly remembered that she had been busy working on new projects in the last few days, and didn't have any time to brush Weibo on her phone or anything. Naturally, for things outside, it could be said that she didn't hear anything outside the window. Yeah, you also know how much of a headache the new project thing has been giving me lately. Did something happen above the hot search? Zhao Lingyu was also a little worried in her heart. It couldn't be that something had happened to Linny, right? I didn't realize that Xiao was still maintaining a very bright smile. It's like this, Mr. Zhao. That paralyzed teenager that Dean Lin treated earlier has shown significant improvement, so it's been on the first place of the hot search list overnight, and I've heard that the entire hospital is overcrowded. Zhao Lingyu was also a bit shocked after hearing this. She didn't expect this matter to cause such a big reaction. I also heard that you have to wait at least a few more months to book a number for Dean Lin. Mr. Zhao, can you help me talk to Dean Lin? I also want to go to his side for a diagnosis. Xiaoxia revealed a very cunning smile. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party with a speechless face. She couldn't bring herself to say these words to Linny. You make an appointment now and wait for a few months before you can diagnose. And don't you dare talk nonsense to me. There's still a lot of chores left to do on your side. Alright, Mr. Zhao, I'll get busy then. Xiaoxia left with a regretful look on her face. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly picked up her cell phone and called Linny. Dean Lin, I heard about you. Congratulations. I didn't expect that patient to improve significantly so quickly. Linny was slightly embarrassed to hear the other party's compliments. His face instantly turned red. This is everyone's effort together, not mine alone. Then why don't I treat you to a meal today as a celebration? What do you think? Although Zhao Lingyu was also a bit embarrassed, she still boldly said it. Good, then let's wait until I get off work. Then I'll go find you. Linny naturally wouldn't refuse Zhao Lingyu's invitation and agreed very quickly. Okay, no problem. Zhao Lingyu was already starting to prepare for the next thing, but as she looked at the documents, she couldn't help but start to gawk. Couldn't help but start to imagine the images that would follow after the next meeting. It wasn't long before it was already time for Linny to get off work, so Zhao Lingyu began to wait somewhat anxiously. because Lin Yi usually got off work on time, and the time it took him to get here wouldn't be more than 20 minutes. But now it had been well past 30 minutes and the other party hadn't come yet. So Zhao Lingyu got a little impatient, so she decided to take the initiative. Anyway, she didn't have the heart to deal with the documents here, so she might as well go to the hospital to see him, and consider it a surprise for him. Zhao Lingyu directly walked out of the office and then drove to the hospital in high spirits. Unexpectedly, there were still so many people at the hospital. Exactly as Xia said, Zhao Lingyu weaved her way through the crowd, but she wasn't sure if Lin Yi was off work, so he grabbed a person and asked, "Hello, I'd like to ask, is your Dean Lin off duty?" The other person shook his head. "It's been so busy today that I barely had a break." "How could Dean Lin have left? I seem to have seen him talking to someone else over at his office about something." "Okay, thanks." Zhao Lingyu then became less angry in her heart, no longer taking this time issue seriously, and skillfully walked inside the hospital, wanting to go directly to Lin Yi's office side. I didn't expect to see him and a beautiful woman talking happily over there, and this woman looked very familiar. It was that beautiful woman from last time. Chapter 99, A Verbal Controversy. Jealousy ran rampant in Zhao Lingyu's heart. This wasn't the first time she had seen this beautiful woman. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between this woman and Lin Yi. It was hard to imagine how many times they had met before. The two were talking very happily and it seemed as if they just didn't stop. The more Zhao Lingyu looked at her, the more she felt that something was wrong and there was a strange feeling in her heart. But this time she decided not to tolerate it any longer and instead went up to see what was going on. So she stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. She had always done things that she wouldn't regret once she had decided. Lin Yi had some surprise when he saw a very familiar figure walk by in front of him. It was actually Zhao Lingyu. "Lingyu, why are you free to come?" Lin Yi looked at the watch on his wrist. Finished, he had missed the time he promised. "Lingyu, I'm really sorry, I forgot the time." Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingyu directly ignored what Lin Yi said and turned her head to look at the pretty woman with very sharp eyes. "Hello, I'm Zhao Lingyu, president of the Zhao Group." Zhao Lingyu introduced herself to the other party in a very icy tone and extended her hand. There was a very powerful sense of oppression. "Hello, President Zhao. I'm Lin CC. You can call me CC." Unexpectedly, the other party extended her hand very calmly and introduced herself in a very natural tone. "Okay, CC, may I ask if you're looking for our Dean Lin for something? If there's something, you might as well be able to tell me about it first." Zhao Lingyu spoke to the other party in a very overbearing, proper court tone, with a feeling of being full of toughness in her tone. "Actually, I don't have anything going on. I just want to find divine Dr. Lin to learn to study the art of medicine." Although she was in a serious manner, Zhao Lingyu always felt that there was something fishy here. "Do you have to come to him so many times to learn medical skills? And I don't think it feels like you guys are learning the art of healing when you're talking here." Zhao Lingyu had a slightly conspiratorial taunt. There was always a feeling of distrust. "It's not like that, Mr. Zhao. I think you might have misunderstood. I have indeed come to see Dean Lin many times." Zhao Lingyu was a bit hard of hearing and directly interrupted the other party. "You also said that you've looked for Dean Lin so many times, so what other purpose are you looking for him for?" "I looked for him really purely just to learn some medical skills about the Green Mountain sect, only that Dean Lin told me that he wasn't willing to take on an apprentice, so that's why I came to the hospital 3 times. Lin Cc looked at Zhao Lingyu with a sincere face and said those words one by one. "Why do I feel that your purpose of coming here isn't just to learn medicine?" Although Zhao Lingyu heard the other party's explanation, he still couldn't believe it because the woman in front of him was very beautiful, making him feel a bit of a sense of crisis. "I actually admire Dean Lin, but my main purpose is to improve my own abilities. If you don't believe me, I can show you my physician's license." Saying that, Lin Cc hurriedly pulled out her physician's license while praising Lin Yi in a fangirl tone. "Dean Lin is really the god in the heart of every one of us who study medicine. Everyone treats him as an idolized figure. I watch every one of his live broadcasts. This I know. I've participated in almost every one of his live broadcasts to a greater or lesser extent, sometimes working in front of the curtain, sometimes behind the curtain. He's truly amazing." Zhao Lingyu couldn't help but sigh a bit. After all, this was indeed what she had done. At the same time, as she spoke, she took over the physician's certificate and looked it over carefully, realizing that there were no clues, and only then did she feel relieved. Lin Yi was watching the conversation between these two women from the side, feeling a sour flavor permeate the air. In his mind, he would recall the words that Wang Shui had said when he had mentioned himself earlier. Last time, Zhao Lingyu was very jealous after seeing Lin Cc, and looking back at Zhao Lingyu's behavior just now, I guess she was jealous again. So Lin Yi planned to not sit back and wait this time, but wanted to take care of Zhao Lingyu's face and declare her sovereignty. Otherwise, Zhao Lingyu talking alone there just happened to be a bit pale and powerless. "Lin Cc, this is the person I like, Zhao Lingyu. I feel that I need to keep a bit of distance between you and I, lest I make Lin Yu jealous. Lin Cece felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this and stammered. Then can't I learn some medical skills from you as your disciple? I don't have any other ideas. Linny shook his head and said unusually firmly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid this point won't satisfy you. If you have any questions, you can ask them in a big way, but taking on an apprentice won't work. Alright then, thank you Dean Lin and General Manager Zhao. I won't bother you again in the future. Alright, take care. Zhao Lingyu waved her hand and hurriedly sent this person away. Lin Cece could only leave with great disappointment after being rejected. She didn't think that after all her efforts so many times, she actually didn't even become a disciple. Linny looked at Zhao Lingyu with a very bright smile. She didn't expect this woman to be quite cute when she was jealous. Her speech was starting to be eerie. Were you just jealous? Why is it sour in the air? Linny couldn't help but snicker a bit. How could I possibly be jealous? I'm just looking at this kind of hypocritical female in a bad light. Don't joke about it. Zhao Lingyu rolled her eyes. Although she had calmed down now and realized that she was indeed a little bit jealous, she was still unwilling to admit it to Lin Yi's face. Pride went to her head, and face was important to her as well. Then I should have known that I would have taken her as my disciple just now. It's just the right thing to do to help me out, and since this woman is so beautiful, I'm not at a disadvantage either. That won't do. You're the one who personally said that there are rules not to accept her as a disciple, and you also said that you have to keep a distance between you and her. Have you forgotten? Zhao Lingyu was instantly anxious and began to speak incoherently. Hearing the other party praise another woman's beautiful heart, that jealousy became even more intense. Alright, I won't tease you. In fact, the matter of accepting disciples, our Green Mountain sect has always had rules. We can't accept an apprentice until it's time. Otherwise it's a bad rule. Linny saw that the other party was a bit anxious with his eyes, so he got serious. He was afraid that Zhao Lingyu would get angry. Okay, I see, so it's such a thing, but you've performed quite well today. Zhao Lingyu recalled how Linny had declared his sovereignty in front of that little fangirl just now, so she wasn't as angry in her heart. Chapter 100 Motivating the Sick. I didn't expect that Lin Shishi had just left the hospital in the front foot and called a mysterious woman in the back foot. Hey, I've encountered some situation on my side. Zhao Lingyu has already revealed herself. What should I do next? Unexpectedly, the other party said in a very flat tone, as if they had already anticipated this matter beforehand. It's fine, just leave directly, don't worry about that side. And so Lin Cece left directly after receiving the order. Very different from the image of the little fangirl just now, changing into a very cold face. At this moment, Lin Yi and Zhao Lingyu were awkwardly above the corridor. Lin Yi offered, since you're here, why don't you go see how that patient is recovering? Zhao Lingyu nodded. Just as well to the hospital anyway. Good, then I'll be respectful. I'd like to see what Divine Dr. Lin's miracle-like operation is like. No, I'm not that powerful. These are thanks to some foreign experts you brought me. It's all because they and I cured this patient step by step. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Lingyu gratefully. Zhao Lingyu shook her head a little embarrassed. No, it's all under your leadership. That's why they've utilized their maximum abilities. The two were all smiles as they spent the entire journey fancy bragging about each other. Soon enough, they walked inside the ward. That young man, at the moment, was doing some simple rehabilitation exercises in the ward. Seeing Lin Yi come, he was very excited and hurriedly shouted, Divine Dr. Lin, why are you here? Yo, you actually didn't come alone this time. This pretty beauty next to you can't be your girlfriend. The atmosphere was in the middle of awkwardness. Both of them were a little too embarrassed to admit it. Finally, Linny still spoke up. Such a beautiful beauty. Of course it's my girlfriend. Can't it be yours? How about it? Envious, Linny said in a half-joking tone, easing the awkwardness of the moment. I'm really envious. When will I be able to have such a beautiful girlfriend? The young man revealed a trace of great regret. According to his current situation, it was probably very difficult to find a girlfriend. Soon. I'm sure you'll be able to find a girlfriend soon. Don't be discouraged. Zhao Lingyu saw the despondency revealed in the other party's eyes, so she hurriedly comforted. I don't know when. It's just that this body of mine is afraid that it's hard to find a girlfriend. Linny felt that the atmosphere was getting lower and lower, so he wanted to hurriedly change the subject. He didn't expect Zhao Lingyu to suddenly open her mouth and say, you have to believe in the operation of the Lin Divine Doctor. I feel that soon your whole body paralysis can be good, and then this thing of finding a girlfriend will be wrapped up in my body. Unexpectedly, the other party directly laughed out loud, completely lacking the lost look from earlier. The atmosphere in the entire ward was also getting better. Everyone was cheerful. Linny suddenly thought of the things that Han Zhenyang had done earlier, and he also wanted to let Zhao Lingyue have a clear idea of what Han Zhenyang was like as a person. What was more intuitive than coming from someone else's mouth? So Linny took this opportunity and then inquired. There was another thing that happened before. Something about Han Zhenyang. Lin Yi made a wink to the young man, who instantly came to a realization. What thing? Did Han Zhengyang come to your hospital? Zhao Lingyu asked back with some curiosity. It seemed like he hadn't seen Han Zhengyang for a long time. He didn't know what his whereabouts were like these days. Right, before, Mr. Han secretly talked to my parents about wanting me to be transferred to a hospital and was willing to contract all my exorbitant expenses. The young man slowly blurted out the matter. Then why did he do that? What purpose does he have in doing this? Zhao Lingyu was a bit perplexed. She didn't know what Han Zhengyang was doing this for. He did this for the purpose of prying me away. Once I'm transferred, the credit will be Mr. Han's, and I'm afraid Divine Dr. Lin will be embarrassed. The young man guessed the other party's thoughts. Zhao Lingyu instantly came to a realization and his opinion of Han Zhengyang rose another step. His impression of Han Zhengyang wasn't very good before, and now adding this point to it could be considered adding insult to injury. Zhao Lingyu became a little indignant for Lin Yi. I didn't expect him to be like this, and do things like this behind the scenes to make things difficult for you. It's a good thing that my parents asked for my opinion, and in the end, I was willing to stay inside Divine Dr. Lin's hospital. And Divine Dr. Lin actually promised to waive all of our Chinese medicine fees, the young man was moved to say, and while saying so, he felt like tears were about to flow down his face. Lin Yi, I didn't expect that you would actually be so generous. I kind of know Han Jingyong's true colors now, Zhao Lingyu said, feeling a little guilty as some of the things from before reverberated back and forth inside her head. Those images of misunderstanding Lin Yi and choosing to believe in Han Zhengyang had been engraved in his mind, and every time she thought about it, she felt a little guilty. It's good to know the true colors now. Let's forget about the previous things together. Lin Yi could see a hint of guilt inside his eyes, so he hurriedly comforted him. Alright, just rest early. I won't disturb your rehabilitation training. Strive to finish your training early. So Lin Yi and Zhao Lingyu planned to leave, not wanting to disturb this patient's rest. The two of them arrived at the agreed location, the cafe. Lin Yi, there's a banquet tonight. This banquet is to celebrate our company's newly established project for that piece of land. I don't know if you'd like to come? Lin Yi took a shallow sip of coffee, then agreed. I missed my appointment that time before, but naturally I can't miss my appointment this time. Alright, I'll send you the time and place, so prepare yourself well at that time. Zhao Lingyu revealed a hint of a very worried look. No problem, Lingyu, what are you worried about? I feel like you have something on your mind. Zhao Lingyu was instantly seen through, so she could only nod. Yes, this banquet. Han Zhengyang will also come. Did you invite him to this banquet as well? Lin Yi had a slight lack of understanding because he didn't know who to invite to the banquet. I didn't invite him. It's just that you probably don't know that the banquet is a helpless move. The Han family has an untouchable position in the business world, so I had to invite him as well. Zhao Lingyu smiled helplessly. She hadn't wanted to do this, so that's how it is. I had no idea at all. Lin Yi understood at once, because he hadn't experienced this kind of banquet thing himself before, so he didn't know that there was such a thing. Chapter 101. Actually, the Han family has already fallen a lot. Before, when Elder Han was young, the entire Han family could be said to be rich, but now that there is such a brat as Han Zhengyang, the stock has already fallen a lot. Zhao Lingyu recalled what her grandfather had told her. He said that she must be more wary of the Han family. But right now, the strength of the Han family is still very stable. After all, the foundation is very firmly laid. Zhao Lingyu sighed as she spoke, wondering when her own company would be able to rival the Han family. Lin Yi listened carefully to Zhao Lingyu telling the story of the Han family and couldn't help but hate Han Zhengyang even more. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely be there on time when the time comes. And if you run into anything troublesome, you can call me anytime, and I'll do my best to help you deal with it. Zhao Lingyu heard the other party's resolute words, and her heart was sort of relieved. Thank you. You go back to clean up early first. I'm also going back to dress up. There's not much time left before the banquet starts. Thus, the two people each returned to their own residence to start packing. Soon it was time for the banquet. Lin Yi was already at the entrance of the hotel early waiting for Zhao Lingyu. Zhao Lingyu was a little surprised. He hadn't expected at all that Lin Yi would actually be waiting for him so early at the entrance. So, the two of them went in together, not realizing that they had only just gone in when a large wave of people saw Lin Yi and surrounded him. Recently, the news about Lin Yi could be said to be getting hotter and hotter, so everyone was very interested in this Lin Yi. Divine Dr. Lin, how come you're free to come to the Zhao Group's party today? I heard that you recently cured a paralyzed teenager. Is that true or not? Is it really as miraculous as among the rumors? Divine Dr. Lin, I'm willing to pay a heavy amount of money for you to heal me properly. The exact cost is up to you, or if you want shares in our company. Lin Yi didn't even have time to answer the question above before the next question was thrown down, so he could only prevaricate as well. Excuse me, this is the Zhao Group's party, so please attend the party in an orderly manner and don't crowd around here. but those people seemed as if they hadn't heard what he said, and still continued to surround him. Lin Yi wanted to find a crack to drill out at the moment, but there didn't seem to be any place he could get off his feet at all. It was the same familiar scene again. Zhao Lingyu was a bit embarrassed to be standing in there, so she hurriedly walked out through a gap. Lin Yi also wanted to rush out after seeing this. He was afraid that Zhao Lingyu wouldn't be able to handle the other scenes alone. After Han Zhengyang saw this scene, he directly walked up quickly and first exchanged a few false pleasantries. Lingyu, congratulations, you actually got this piece of land. Zhao Lingyu's heart was filled with disgust after seeing Han Zhengyang at this moment, but he also had to play along and pretend like he didn't know anything. Thank you, Mr. Han. I wish you can get a good piece of land next time as well. Han Zhengyang smiled and the two clinked their glasses. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, especially when Zhao Lingyu knew Han Zhengyang's true colors. After Han Zhengyang saw that at this moment, Lin Yi was still surrounded by everyone as if he was the savior. His heart could be said to be overflowing with jealousy. He wondered why the person being surrounded wasn't himself. Obviously he was even better. Wasn't his Han group more powerful than the hospital? This group of people were really blind. Lingyu, why are all these people surrounding Divine Dr. Lin? It seems like this party is to celebrate Zhao's group's joyful acquisition of a new land, not to celebrate his surgery. Han Zhengyang was conspiratorially picking at the relationship between the two of them, aiming to alienate them a little more. That would only mean that Divine Dr. Lin's fame is simply too great, and this little matter of mine is already no match for him. Zhao Lingyu saw through the other party's purpose at a glance and laughed at herself. But it really isn't a good thing for him to steal the limelight like this, is it? People aren't paying attention to the group's affairs anymore. Han Zhengyang was still unconvinced, so he continued to provoke. Zhao Lingyu smiled indifferently. I think it's better for Mr. Han to manage his own group's affairs first. Recently it seems like Han's group stock is getting lower and lower, so don't waste a piece of your old man's heart. Zhao Lingyu laughed coldly, her tone carrying full of mockery in it. Han Zhengyang was instantly embarrassed. He originally wanted to provoke the relationship between the two, but he didn't expect to actually draw fire now. I'll take care of this matter. I'm sure Han Group's stock will get higher and higher. Han Zhengyang could only cover it up with an awkward smile. Although Lin Yi was ostensibly surrounded by these people as if he was having a conversation, he was actually observing Han Zhengyang and Zhao Lingyu's situation. It looked as if there wasn't much of a problem, as Zhao Lingyu began to always maintain a subdued face, and spoke every word calmly and freely. On the contrary, it was Han Zhengyang who seemed a bit off, his face looking better and worse at the same time. It had to be said that it was still the onlookers who knew best. Lin Yi took it all in. Sorry to give way. I have more important things to deal with. You can contact me by phone for anything else. The others could only move out of the way even though they were a little lost in their hearts after hearing this. Lin Yi didn't care what the others were saying anymore. He quickly walked straight over and then pulled Zhao Lingyu to the stage. Zhao Lingyu was bewildered and didn't know what to do all of a sudden, so she just let him be and was pulled to the stage by him. Just now, Lin Yi was still over there exchanging other things with other people, and the exchange seemed to be quite pleasant, so he didn't expect to come to his front in a flash. Hello everyone, I'm the president of Castle Peak Hospital, Lin Yi. I'm very thankful for everyone liking me. Lin Yi said these words very calmly and composedly, and before he could finish, a very loud applause rang out from underneath. The purpose of me coming here today is to celebrate Zhao Lingyu, the president of the Zhao Group, being pleased with the acquisition of a piece of Zhou's land. Where's everyone's applause? After hearing these words, the others once again applauded. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Lingyu with a hint of expectation, while Zhao Lingyu was moved. She hadn't expected at all that Lin Yi would actually pull himself onto the stage and back himself up, and she was pleasantly surprised in her heart. Although Lin Yi's speech was very unofficial, even a little abrupt and strange, but when he pulled himself up and walked onto the stage without a care in the world, backing himself up and speaking, warmth rose in Zhao Lingyu's heart again and again. I'm Zhao Lingyu, president of Zhao Group. I'm very thankful to everyone for coming to this party to celebrate the acquisition of this piece of land, and I hope that everyone has a good time at this party. Chapter 102 Recommended Companies. Another very loud applause rang out from the stage, but this time the applause was for Zhao Lingyu. Many people had gathered around the bottom of that stage, waiting for Zhao Lingyu to come down. They were all using very leering eyes as they scrambled to be the first to move forward. As expected, when Zhao Lingyu came down, they all couldn't wait to walk forward. Mr. Zhao, I wonder if I can cooperate on this project. Don't be in a hurry you guys, come one by one. It's clearly me who came first. Mr. Zhao, I heard that there are still many partners missing for this land project. Should I consider my side? Zhao Lingyu was a little dizzy by these people. She completely did not expect that there were actually so many people who wanted to cooperate with her. And this time, the project was indeed lacking partners. It was just that the partners still needed to be screened. So Zhao Lingyu planned to exchanges first, and then go back to the company to screen them properly. Well, If you all have the intention to cooperate, you can take your time and negotiate the details with me. Alright, Mr. Zhao. I'm Ning Wanfeng. I mainly operate a catering company, and there are already tens of thousands of catering companies under my banner. Ning Wanfeng introduced himself seriously and handed out his business card. Zhao Lingyu reached out and accepted the business card, silently reciting the name Ning Wanfeng, while silently reading the details at the back. Then I wonder how Mr. Ning intends to cooperate with me? What is the mode of cooperation as well as the intention? Zhao Lingyu had never thought that there would be a catering company that would cooperate with her. My side intends to establish a food court on top of your land. Of course, I will pay you a certain amount every year, and for the amount, we can discuss it again. Ning Wanfeng said these words very freely, but in his heart, he was a little apprehensive. Alright, I'll give it some thought. After all, a collaboration between real estate and the food industry can be said to be something I've never seen before. Zhao Lingyu was a bit incredulous. If we can work together, then can we add the element of Divine Dr. Lin inside the logo or inside the advertisement? The other party was obviously a bit nervous, almost speaking in a pleading tone. Zhao Lingyu felt a little surprised. She didn't expect the other party to be so concerned about Lin Yi. It seemed that the purpose of this cooperation was to cooperate for the sake of Lin Yi. I can't make the call on this matter. I still have to ask Lin Yi's opinion before I can do so. I understand. And so this conversation ended. One of the people who came behind was the president of a residential building developer, Lao Bei, who came to negotiate. Mr. Zhao, I'm a residential building developer. You can call me Old Bei. I've considered this piece of land before. It's surrounded by a beautiful environment, perfect for building some villa areas. Old Bei could also be said to be holding a grudge for this piece of land. He had once looked at this piece of land as well, but then it was snatched away by a mysterious fellow. I also feel that this piece of land is surrounded by a beautiful environment. Would it be a bit of a waste if it was developed into a villa area? Zhao Lingyu had been struggling with this question, whether to build it into a tourist area or into various commercial areas, such as a villa area, a food plaza and so on. Of course it won't be a waste. We don't change the original beautiful scenery. Instead we build some empty places into villa areas to retain the original beauty. Old Bei had actually considered those issues that Zhao Lingyu herself had said. It does make some sense. I'll think about it. Mr. Zhao. And there's also Lin Yi's hospital in the vicinity of the villa area. The price of this house can increase in value by quite a bit. We're making a solid profit on this deal. Old Bei similarly handed over his business card and said with great confidence, he didn't believe that anyone would reject such a surefire deal. Thank you, Old Bei. I need to deliberate on this matter a bit more. Zhao Lingyu intended to think about it for a while. Although it did sound quite tempting, doing things wasn't something to be abrupt about. Not realizing that there was one after another lined up behind her, Zhao Lingyu could only continue to listen one after the other. After all, in the business world, no one would refuse a friend, and no one would want to turn a friend into an enemy. So Zhao Lingyu could only welcome them with a smile. Finally, after a long conversation, Zhao Lingyu's heart was very messy. She didn't know what she should do next, because she was holding a thick stack of business cards inside her hand. These business cards were different. She was a little confused, especially during this long conversation. She hadn't expected it at all. But all these people had mentioned Lin Yi without fail. It was probably because of the previous incident with Lin Yi supporting the venue, plus the previous scandal between Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi. So everyone was hoping to bundle these two things to maximize their benefits. Lin Yi also noticed Zhao Lingyu frowning. There must be something bothering her in her heart. So he inquired about Zhao Lingyu with concern. Lingyu, how's it going? So many collaborators. Any thoughts? Zhao Lingyu wanted to speak after hearing that. It's because of so many people, so I don't know how to choose. And it's supposed to be a very difficult thing. Zhao Lingyu carefully looked through the thick stack of business cards inside her hand, and the more she looked through them, the more she lost her head. Might as well let me help you along. I can't say I can give you some ideas. Zhao Lingyu half-heartedly handed over the business card. This was because she thought that Lin Yi was a doctor after all, and shouldn't know very much about this matter in the business world. Lin Yi took the card with confidence, because he already had an answer in his heart. Now he was just trying to confirm his answer, whether it was right or not. So Lin Yi earnestly searched for the business card. The heavens did not fail him. Soon, Lin Yi found that business card. What's wrong? This business card took so long to read. Zhao Lingyu saw that Lin Yi had flipped through all of his previous business cards very quickly, but just on top of this business card, he stayed for a very long time. So Zhao Lingyu felt very strange. If you trust me, I recommend Yuehua Company. Lin Yi handed Zhao Lingyu his business card. Zhao Lingyu couldn't really remember who this person was due to the fact that she had come into contact with too many people today. This company doesn't seem to be very famous. I don't really have an impression. This company is an emerging company. It's normal for you to have no impression. I'm not sure. But you shouldn't underestimate this company. This company has plenty of money behind it and has a very powerful backer. Zhao Lingyu looked at the other party's serious appearance, as if he wasn't joking with himself, and became even more curious. That's not right. Lin Yi, how do you know so much about it? Do you know the president of this company? Chapter 103, interrupted. This matter is a long story. If you want to know, I don't mind telling you about it. Lin Yi looked at the party ground and saw that there weren't many people left, so he wanted to deliberately whet Zhao Lingyu's appetite. Alright, just tell me. Actually, I've come into contact with the president of this company before. It was a patient in my previous hospital. I think this person is quite reliable. Lin Yi had contacted this person before, and had chatted for quite a long time between the two, and roughly knew the details of the other company. Okay, then I'll ask him out for a chat tomorrow. Maybe there will be different gains. Zhao Lingyu was also sort of holding the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, she didn't know who to choose out of so many people, so it was better to pick the one Lin Yi recommended. Actually, the main thing is that he heard about your piece of land, then privately approached me, and was also very sincere and willing to negotiate properly. Lin Yi told all about this matter one by one. Zhao Lingyu suddenly realized, so that's how it is, but it doesn't matter. I'm still willing to give it a try. Then when you ask him out at that time, remember to call me. Maybe I can still help in some way. Lin Yi smiled. According to his insight, the probability of that person succeeding was still quite high. Zhao Lingyu nodded. And so, it was soon the next day. The three people arrived as promised and sat down together. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Dong Yuehua, the president of Yuehua Company, and I'm very glad that you've gave me this opportunity. Dong Yuehua was obviously a bit excited, because during the party, he had also seen a very large number of people scrambling up to introduce themselves. He didn't expect that he would actually have such an opportunity himself now. Actually, you don't need to thank me. It was Lin Yi who recommended it to me. I think you must have something over the top, or else he wouldn't have highly recommended you. Zhao Lingyu smiled, although he also knew that what the other party said was just pleasantries. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. To continue, I won't be polite, so I'll just get straight to the point. Dong Yuehua was also a rather quick-witted person. Alright, one should be brisk when talking business. Right, Mr. Dong. First of all, I would like to introduce our company. I don't think Mr. Zhao has heard of our company, but our company is very strong behind it. You don't need to worry about funding. Dong Yuehua spoke very confidently. He only needed to pull in some reliable cooperation now. I naturally won't worry about the issue of funds. It's just that I feel that since your side's funds are so strong, why would you choose this tiny piece of land of ours? Zhao Lingyu said with some puzzlement. Because again, as a business person, if she had that much capital, she would definitely invest it in a bigger business. It was similar to Russian nesting dolls. One would only try to find ways to nest more dolls. Because I think that having more funds is only temporary. So we need to find a reliable partner. This is still something that Divine Dr. Lin told me. Dong Yuehua looked at Lin Yi with some emotion. Having had a long chat with Lin Yi that day, it could be said that it was quite profitable. Since you are Divine Dr. Lin's fiancé, then naturally you must be quite reliable in the business world. Zhao Lingyu was a little embarrassed by what was said and laughed outright. No, one thing leads to another. Although you were recommended to me by Lin Yi, we still need to go through the normal process. If it's not suitable, we still can't work together. After all, Zhao Lingyu was a public official. She was still very serious when it came to official matters. Don't worry about it, Mr. Zhao. I'm still very clear about this. This is a very detailed plan and contract that I drew up. Dong Yuehua directly handed over his contract and plan. Zhao Lingyu completely didn't expect that the other party had already drawn up the plan and contract already. It seemed like they were determined to win. Alright, I'll take a look. Although Lin Yi couldn't read the plan and the contract, he knew the other party's good intentions by looking at the densely written words. It seemed like he hadn't paid this person wrongly. The more Zhao Lingyu read on, the more she felt that this person was actually quite reliable. All the details were clearly written without a single omission. It seemed like a lot of thought had been spent on this matter as well. I don't think there's any problem with the plan and the contract, but on top of the equalization of proceeds, can we give up another percentage point? Zhao Lingyu felt that the proceeds written on the plan were still a little less for their group. Unexpectedly, after the other party heard this, instead of disagreeing, they said with great excitement, of course, since Mr. Zhao is also a straightforward person, I'm willing to directly give up 5 percentage points, and it's also a way of thanking Divine Dr. Lin for helping me cure my illness. Zhao Lingyu was a bit different after hearing this. She didn't expect the other party to directly let out 5 percentage points. That's really thankful. Then your illness will be covered by me from now on. Lin Yi didn't expect the other party to be generous enough to give up 5 percentage points because of himself, making him a little embarrassed. That's absolutely no problem. Happy cooperation. Linny patted his chest and said with confidence. This was because he could tell from Zhao Lingyu's eyes that there should be no problem with this matter. Happy cooperation. Thus, Zhao Lingyu and Dong Yuehua both signed the contract very quickly, and then the three of them negotiated very happily, talking about some common things in life that were and weren't there. This cooperation could be said to be very pleasant. Dong Yuehua left after signing the contract. Sorry everyone, I have something to do first. And so only Zhao Lingyu and Linny were left. The atmosphere was a little awkward, then turned from awkward to ambiguous. Zhao Lingyu looked at Linny carefully, and always had the feeling of falling into it. This was because she increasingly felt that Linny was becoming more and more different from before, especially when she had just come down from the mountain. She used to think that Linny was just a mountain boy who knew medicine, but she didn't expect him to have so many sparkles in him, and actually helped herself so much. In particular, he had actually helped her with her business, which she had never expected. And she realized that she would actually be jealous of Linny's affairs. And Linny couldn't help but look at Zhao Lingyu. He felt that Zhao Lingyu had a very strong exterior, but a very soft heart. He felt that the woman in front of him was exceptionally beautiful, both inside and out, making him unable to help but fall into it, unable to pull himself out. Just as these two people coincidentally got closer and closer, a person that neither of them wanted to see appeared in front of them. Chapter 104, Nothing. Especially at this time of the year. Especially do not want to see. This person is Wang Shui. When to come is not good, but at this time, the two of them were almost next to each other. But this person in front of them made the two of them embarrassed. After seeing this image, Wang Shui was also very embarrassed, feeling as if he had not appeared at the right time. Actually, you two can pretend that I don't exist. You can totally continue. Wang Reed instantly bumped into this image and didn't know how to speak. The way he stammered made this atmosphere even more awkward. Wang Reed, Lin Yi, why don't I leave first? If you guys have something to talk about first. Lin Yi had wanted to stay, but he didn't expect Zhao Lingyu to run away in a hurry with a red face after she finished speaking. After seeing this image, Wang Yu said to Lin Yi, never mind, a little girl is just shy, you shouldn't worry so much. Only then did Lin Yi realize down. Thinking carefully it seemed to make some sense. Rather, it's you who spoiled me. Do you have something to look for me? If it wasn't something important, I would have beaten you to death. Lin Yi was a bit angry. Just now he was really that close to Zhao Lingyu. Of course I'm looking for you for something very important. Do you still remember that thing before where we accessed the ward surveillance? Wang Yu said in a serious manner, changing into a very serious face, because the next thing was very important to both of them. I remember. Could it be that there's been some progress? Lin Yi guessed. According to Wang Shui's ability, even if he was looking for a needle in a haystack, he should have fished out who this person was by now. You're right. Within my hands. How could I not find this person? Wang Yu said very proudly. And guess where this person is? Well, don't sell the secret. Hurry up and take me to it. I can't wait. Tomorrow. Alright, then we'll leave now. Lin Yi was now eager to know who in the end was planning to frame him, and whether this person was Han Zhenyang or not. So he was in a hurry, so to speak. So Wang Shui rushed back to the Wang family with Lin Yi overnight, and it was only just now that he heard that his men had captured this person. It was not easy for his men to catch this person, and when they did, this person was ready to run away. That's why Wang Shui was so anxious and wanted to go to Lin Yi without stopping to tell him about this. The two of them returned to the Wang family with a very angry and curious mood, wanting to see who this guy really was, and actually had the guts to do such a thing. I didn't expect that the person in front of me was actually a coarse man with a black circle of beard, with the imagination does not seem to be the same. So the two people intend to interrogate the person behind the murderer in the end who is. Wang Shui had already poked around the other party's weaknesses long ago, and if he didn't know the other party's weaknesses, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to continue the argument in the presence. I advise you or earlier say out who is the murderer behind your curtain. You now fall into my hands inside. Do not struggle. Unexpectedly the other party's mouth is still quite tight, not going to say anything, still righteously saying this sentence. I don't know what you mean by that. If it's slander, it's punishable by imprisonment. Wang Reed was obviously a little displeased after hearing this. In his heart, he was very upset. He clearly had all the evidence already. I hope you can still talk so tough after watching this surveillance. So Wang Yu turned over the surveillance and then let him have a good look at it. The video was very clear and recorded his actions at that time. So what if it's me? But I didn't do anything. The other party still beat a dead horse. Of course, Wang Shui wasn't a garlic eater. He had been hanging out above the Jianghu for I don't know how many years. I remember that you have an old man and a young man, and you should have a pregnant wife. Wang Shui deliberately stopped talking, wanting to see the other party's reaction. When he said this pregnant wife, he didn't expect the other party to be a little anxious all of a sudden. It seemed that this was indeed his weakness. No, even if you want to kill me by 1,000 cuts, it's fine. but never touch my wife. Wang Shui revealed a hint of a very confident smile. Lin easily was hurrying to strike while the iron was hot. It's very simple for us to spare your wife. You tell us the murderer behind the scenes and I'll make sure they're safe. Right under the seamless cooperation between the two of them, this matter became simple. Actually, it was my wife who was ready to give birth to a child, and our family really didn't have any money, so it just so happened that someone slipped money for me to go in and murder that young man. I didn't expect that a vulgar man in the hall would actually shed tears and say these words. I also haven't seen who the murderer behind the scenes really is. What I can say has already been said. Please let my wife and my family go. Looking at the very sincere appearance of this coarse person, Lin Yi also believed all of this for the time being. After all, which behind-the-scenes murderer would be so stupid as to show up in person? Lin Yi, what should we do next? Should we continue to question him and see if we can ask something? Wang Shui was really out of ideas. There's no need to ask. Basically there won't be any results. Lin Yi had more or less learned a little bit of psychology, and he could tell from his body that the other party wasn't lying. So we're just going to let him go like this? Wang Yu obviously had some unwillingness in his heart, because he had managed to catch this person with great difficulty. He didn't want to let him go so easily. That's of course impossible. Directly send him to the Public Security Bureau to make a statement. At least it's a clue. Can't say what use it will be when the time comes. Lin Yi thought about it and could only do so, although this person did not have any decisive role, but it might be a part of the clue. Alright, then I'll listen to you. So Wang Yu hurriedly sent someone to send this vulgar person in front of him to the Public Security Bureau, and made a good statement and uploaded the video. Wang Yu, do you think we're too prejudiced against Han Zhengyang? It's very likely that he didn't do this. Lin Yi couldn't help but start doubting himself. How could that be? I think this matter was most likely done by him. Only he would take advantage of someone's danger. Wang Shui always believed in his sixth sense. He felt that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Han Zhengyang, but he clearly has an alibi, and if he did it, he couldn't have split. Lin Yi was getting more and more skeptical, and the surveillance at the time also showed that Wang Shui had been at home and hadn't gone out at all. It was impossible for these videos to be fake. Chapter 105 Rapid Recovery. Forget it. Instead of caring about this, it's better to spend some effort on treating the patient. Lin Yi was puzzled, but in the end, he chose to compromise a bit. Wang Yu also nodded in affirmation. The next day, Lin Yi went to see how the patient was doing as usual. As soon as he stepped into the hospital room, he didn't expect to see the patient holding a few walnuts in his hand. He was coiling them, recovering well. After seeing Lin Yi come, the young man couldn't help but smile. Divine Dr. Lin, why did you come so early today? I didn't have anything to do, so I came to see how you were doing first. Looking at you, you should be recovering well. The young man nodded, revealing a smile of pride and relief. That's right, after your treatment over this period of time, my hand can basically move up in small increments, so I'm now using walnuts to exercise my hand dexterity. This should also help a lot with recovery, I feel. Lin Yi's heart is sort of relieved. I did not expect the young man to recover very quickly. Already the hand basically recovered almost. Or young good Lin Yi sighed. Next, no surprise, the legs can also walk freely. Then I'm relieved. Of course, diet cannot slack. Rehabilitation training or continue to maintain do not forget. Lin Yi reminded. Of course, if there are any symptoms of discomfort to promptly tell me. Of course, I'm the one who keeps up the rehabilitation training at all times. I'll definitely do a good job with what Dr. Lin instructed me to do. After Lin Yi finished looking at the patient, he pondered for a moment whether or not to publicize this matter. So he decided to make a call to Wang Reed and tell him the good news in passing. Wang Reed, the patient's condition is now recovering quickly. Wang Yu was very surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect the patient to recover so quickly. That's really great. I believe it shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Now the question I have is whether or not to publicize this matter to the media. Lin Yi frowned, his heart clearly a little torn. I think it's better not to publicize it yet. If there's still someone who wants to frame you, then it'll be troublesome. Wang Shui said all of his thoughts after hearing this. He felt that if some villain knew about it, I'm afraid that patient would suffer again. I think so too. Let's wait until he is cured. Then we will make a decision. Guarding the patient is still as usual as before. Wang Yu also understood the importance of this matter very well. Alright, no problem. I'll still send 4 bodyguards to take turns watching over him to ensure his safety. After Lin Yi took care of this matter, he was ready to tell Zhao Lingyu the good news. Lingyu, let me tell you some good news. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly put down the papers in her hands after hearing this. What good news? Let me guess. It can't be about that patient's situation. Lin Yi laughed a little. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from Zhao Lingyu's icy smart little brain. Yes, that patient has recovered quickly, even faster than I had imagined. The hand has fully recovered. That's really great. Next just follow the speed of his body function recovery and wait for his body to recover all. Zhao Lingyu was also very happy, especially since she had watched Linny come step by step, and had encountered very many difficulties along the way. Now that the rain had passed, of course she was very happy. Lingyu, are you busy right now? Not busy. What's wrong? Linny, Zhao Lingyu asked with some curiosity. She wanted to know what exactly the other party was looking for her for. I don't have anything going on here right now, and the patient is almost recovered. So let me come and talk to you about that thing from the previous project. Linny thought for a while, and after organizing his words he spoke. Then naturally, I'm as respectful as I can be. Zhao Lingyu was actually still a bit perplexed about the matter of the project right now. If Linny was willing to come over and help her, she would naturally be happy to do so. Linny hurriedly set off to the other company. Zhao Lingyu was still looking at each and every one of the documents very carefully, and there were also a lot of business cards on the side. It seemed like she was still worrying about this piece of land. Lingyu, a little tired. I brought you a cup of coffee. Thanks. Zhao Lingyu took a shallow sip, and although her heart was already a bit more relieved, she was still a bit troubled. What's wrong? There's still no way to get that matter of the land? Zhao Lingyu sighed helplessly. This matter wasn't as good as she thought it would be. It was impossible to have just one partner for a piece of land. But how to go about picking a partner was still very difficult. Lingyu, the partner I introduced earlier, can't it work? Zhao Lingyu shook her head and said seriously. I believe in the partner you introduced, but this partner doesn't have the power, and I'm afraid there's no way to keep working together if they just have the funds. I see. It seems like I still fought too little. Linny really hadn't thought about this. He had only considered that the partner needed to find a reliable one with funds. I didn't mean that. It's just that my parents specially called me today and talked to me about something rather important. Zhao Lingyu wanted to speak, not knowing how to elaborate. What is it? Tell me. Linny was very curious about this matter, but it was 80% related to official business. They said to me that they must make good relations with the other clans. After all, this is a very long-term thing. Zhao Lingyu was still a little reluctant in her heart, but there was no way she was now sitting in the position of the group's president and had to think for the entire group. Actually, what your parents said makes sense. The group has just entered the real estate world and still needs to rely on other families. Linny sat down opposite Zhao Lingyu, and he could be said to be eye to eye, but I don't think that's a good thing to do. If I have to rely on other clans, then our benefits will inevitably decrease a lot. Zhao Lingyu thought about it, and there was still some reluctance in her heart. And I don't want to stoop to the level of those families for cooperation. I'm actually quite optimistic about some of the emerging businesses. Zhao Lingyu was still a person who wanted to save face very much, so she didn't really like the idea of stooping low to find those families to talk about any cooperation. It's true that emerging businesses have a very large amount of innovation, and in terms of ability, they don't lose out to other families, but it still has a very large instability. Chapter 106 Impressed. Linny slowly wrote on the paper. He first had to sort out a very clear thought out. This instability may lead to a sudden termination of the cooperation. Then at that time we will also need to go looking for a new partner again. We lose both time and money. It's not worth it. Linny had analyzed the pros and cons of both the family and the emerging industry, all written down on a piece of paper, which could be described as very clear. After Linny finished writing, he handed the paper to Zhao Lingyu, wanting him to take a look at it. After Zhao Lingyu saw it, she was a bit dumbfounded. She hadn't thought that Linny had actually thought about it so thoroughly. There were many points that she hadn't thought of herself. Linny, you're so thoughtful, but I still don't know how to face this cooperation. I wonder if you can give me a choice. Although Zhao Lingyu was already clear about the pros and cons of the family and the emerging industry, the crux of the matter now was how to choose. My suggestion is that this is the first time our group enters the real estate session, and it will determine how high or low we are in the real estate world in the future. So we need to pick a safer way to proceed. Zhao Lingyu blinked her curious eyes, more and more realizing that this man in front of her was very charming. A steady way? You mean we choose to cooperate with the family? Linny nodded and said very definitely. What we need to do now is to deal with the family. If we don't cooperate with them, it's equivalent to offending all of them. Zhao Lingyu felt that this sentence was still very reasonable. If they offended all of them, I'm afraid that this project of theirs would be very difficult. But, Zhao Lingyu swallowed as she had quite a few thoughts in her mind. But there are so many clans that want to work with us. How are we going to choose? If we choose this one and offend another, what can we do? Zhao Lingyu picked out all the clans inside the document. There were several big and small ones. No matter who they gave it to, it didn't seem fair and would offend people. Linny flipped through the families one by one. Although these families were big and small, they all had a certain amount of power, and even in different aspects, they all had some advantages of their own. That's why we can't offend any of the families. If we offend any of them, the road ahead might not be easy. Linny held his cheeks and started thinking. How can we not offend any of the families? Zhao Lingyu also followed along and thought. The air was awfully quiet. Only 2 people were left there quietly thinking. There's no need to rush. Let's first analyze the situation of the land we own now. Please take the drawings. Lin Yi calmed down. He had an idea in his mind, but he didn't know if it could be realized. After Zhao Lingyu heard this, although she didn't know what the other party wanted the drawings for, she still hurriedly went and took the drawings out. Lin Yi looked at the drawings and pondered as he circled the development area. There were still a few pieces of land areas left in bits and pieces on top of this drawing, although each area wasn't very big, but the good thing was that the number of them was also relatively large. Lin Yi carefully counted each area, almost matching the number of clans. I actually have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible. Lin Yi wasn't so confident about this matter anymore, because some things involved his knowledge blind spots, and he could only give his own advice. Tell me. I'm more than willing to listen. Zhao Lingyu looked at Lin Yi with very expectant eyes, wanting to get some answers from him. I think that the construction of the development zone, we can hold off on that for now, and we can instead divide all these other areas amongst those clans. Lin Yi thought for a moment and slowly said it again. Instead of offending any of the clans, we might as well divide the land equally and work with each of the clans. This would also be considered a good relationship with the clans. Zhao Lingyu carefully speculated about this matter, looking seriously at the area above the picture. It did make some sense. This suggestion I think is very good. If we do it this way, it won't offend any of the clans, and it also safeguards our own interests and stability. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. He was just casually saying his suggestion. He didn't expect that it would actually be affirmed. This was something he didn't expect. It's good if I can help you. I was afraid that what I said wouldn't be of much use. Lin Yi got a little shy. Of course it can help me, but you're so mellow. Zhao Lingyu hadn't thought of this at all. She was still struggling with which clan this land would be better with before. Unexpectedly, this problem was now simply solved. Mellow? Where am I mellow? Lin Yi said with some aggravation after hearing this. Because you thought of a very good way to take care of both others and ourselves. Zhao Lingyu hadn't realized this right now, but in my opinion, smoothness is clearly not a compliment. It seems like it's also a bit derogatory. Lin Yi was a bit stifled in his heart. It was clear that Zhao Lingyu seemed to be praising herself, but she was using some very strange words. This made it sound as if she was scolding herself. I didn't mean that. I didn't want to scold you. This is just a usage of praise. Saying that you're circumspect and smart? You're really simple. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly waved her hand. She completely didn't expect the other party to actually misunderstand her meaning. She didn't mean to scold him. She just wanted to say that he was very thorough in his thinking. So that's how it is. I thought you wanted to say that I wasn't, causing me to have a false alarm. Lin Yi's hanging heart was sort of put down. He had thought that he had said something wrong, but now it seemed that he hadn't. Zhao Lingyu couldn't help but laugh out in the end. She felt that the person in front of her was just a little too innocent. It was even a bit silly looking, but it was too cute. This might just be a lover's eye for a lover's eye. Then what should we do next? Lin Yi hurriedly changed the topic. He didn't want to continue to be laughed at so awkwardly by him. Next we can think about publicity, but I don't have a clue right now. Zhao Lingyu hurriedly took out the information of several companies. I don't know much about this aspect. You can choose the company you want for yourself and then I'll accompany you at that time. So Zhao Lingyu took out a company's information. What do you think of this masterpiece media? This media company is backed by the Zhang family in the city and has a certain amount of strength. 107. Commencement of operations. Lin Yi seriously read through all the information on it. The achievements as well as the experiences written on it were all very detailed. It still looks quite reliable, and it seems like Masterpiece Media has some background. Lin Yi expressed his affirmation. Good, since that's fine, then I'll find a suitable time to make an appointment with them. What do you think? No problem. Just let me know when you're there. And so, the matter of publicizing this matter was easily resolved like this. But I wonder if there could be any difficulties in negotiating cooperation? Lin Yi felt a little worried in his heart. He always felt that this Masterpiece Media didn't seem to be that easy to deal with. Soon it was time for them to talk about cooperation. Lin Yi and Zhao Lingyu had arrived at the hotel early, waiting for the president of MasterCard Media to arrive. Soon came the man in the suit. Although he was dressed very formally, there was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Hello, I'm Zhao Lingyu, president of Zhao Group. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Lin Yi, the president of Castle Peak Hospital. I believe you're the president of Everything Media. Lin Yi extended his hand, wanting to shake the other party's hand. The other party also extended his hand, then shook Lin Yi's hand to show politeness. His heart was a little nervous. I'm Zhang Jinyu. I'm very happy to meet you too. Zhao Lingyu always felt that something wasn't quite right somewhere. She quietly said next to Lin Yi's ear, do you feel that something isn't quite right? Lin Yi nodded. He had already noticed this just now as well. He always felt as if there was something wrong with this person in front of him. If it was the president, there was no way that he should be so nervous about seeing the two of them. After all, he was a person who had experienced great storms, and wouldn't be nervous because of such a small thing. Unless he wasn't the president of Masterpiece Media at all, but rather a minion under the president's hand. Zhao Lingyu spoke directly after receiving the other party's affirmation, without a hint of hesitation. I don't think you are the president of Masterpiece Media. The other party froze and instantly panicked, as he hadn't said anything yet. I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm the project manager of our Masterpiece Media. Zhang Jinyue could only say all of these things when he was dismantled by the other party. Alright, you can go now. I think we should have nothing more to say. Zhao Lingyu intended to use a ploy. Obviously the other party was very insincere this time, actually sending a project manager over to perfunctorily deal with the matter. What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? Do you want to discuss with me again on your side? Zhang Jinyu completely did not consider that there would actually be such a thing. His president had only told himself to come over to negotiate a matter. Unexpectedly, he had already been given a complete and utter dismay by the other party before he had even spoken. Zhao Lingyu's eyes were very determined at this moment, and her aura could be said to be very powerful. Discuss what? Does your side feel that our sincerity here isn't big enough? Zhao Lingyu displayed a very aggressive look, very much like a woman of honor. Linny could be said to be a bit dumbfounded at the side, as he had never seen Zhao Lingyu act like this when talking business. It had basically been very pleasant before, and now he didn't expect her to actually start a fire straight away. No, I don't feel that way. It's just that I think that since Mr. Zhao has asked us at Masterpiece Media, let's give us a chance to have a good talk. The other party was still speaking respectfully, probably because they felt they were in the wrong first. A chance? I don't think there's any need to give you guys a chance. It seems like Mr. Zhang doesn't want to talk about cooperation with us at all. Zhao Lingyu was still on fire and her tone was all very conspiratorial. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was at the side with a dumbfounded look. He didn't know what negotiation technique Zhao Lingyu was using this time. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would disturb her plans, so he didn't say a word and quietly watched the good show. Mr. Zhao, if you have to say that, there's not much I can do. After all, it was your side that took the initiative to ask us out to negotiate business. The other party heard Zhao Lingyu being so aggressive all the time, so there was some unpleasantness in his heart. It was me who took the initiative to ask you guys to come out. But, I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so disrespectful, coming out to negotiate all the time and only sending one of his men to deal with us. Zhao Lingyu revealed a hint of a very disdainful look. If it was said that this time, General Manager Zhang personally came to this matter, it was impossible to say. There was still room for maneuver, but now that only one of his project managers had been sent over, there must be something fishy about this matter. It is very likely that they are testing them, or to give them a vicious downward spiral, and then make their own interests greater. So Zhao Lingyu must have been very dissatisfied in her heart, and the materials as well as the plan that she had painstakingly prepared all night could be considered to have full sincerity. Since Mr. Zhao is not willing to discuss business with us, then we will go back first and not waste your precious time. Mr. Zhao. The other party had only been sitting there for about 5 minutes, but Zhao Lingyu was so aggressive that there was no way for him to continue staying. That's why Zhang Jinyu could only rush away in a grayish manner. Alright, go back and tell your Mr. Zhang, if Mr. Zhang is going to cooperate with us with this attitude, then I'm sure this cooperation won't be necessary. Zhao Lingyu looked at Zhang Jinyu in a domineering manner. The other party nodded and then left, not daring to say anything more. Thus, the negotiation was considered to have ended unhappily, and it had ended straight away before it had even begun. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. After all, Masterpiece Media is also considered a very real strength of the media company. If they missed out on this media company, they would need to waste a lot of time looking for their next home. Lingyu, do you really want to give up on this cooperation? Zhao Lingyu then shook her head. Of course I'm not going to give up, but as you can see, I think this is a trap the other party is laying for us or giving us a downward spiral to see. Zhao Lingyu voiced her speculation. She always felt that this matter wouldn't be so simple. I'm worried that the other party will really negate this cooperation. Lin Yi frowned, recalling the footage of those unhappy scenes just now. He felt worried from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry about it. There must be nothing wrong with all this. Just wait and see. Zhao Lingyu spoke with confidence. Her tone was filled with certainty. All of this was considered to be within her grasp. 108. Continued cooperation. After the manager went back, he intended to tell Zhang Chang, the head of the Zhang family, about this matter. Xiaohua, how's it going? How did that cooperation talk go? Zhang Chang saw Don Yue was bitter face and felt that this matter should have failed 80% of the time. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't do well in this matter. It wasn't quite as expected. Why? Did they dislike our price too much? What was the price you negotiated with them? Zhang Chang didn't expect this matter to fail, as Marvelous Media had always been a very famous media company, so it would rarely fail. Not really, I didn't even have the chance to talk to them about cooperation. Mr. Zhao just let me go directly. Dong Yue's heart felt a little hard when he remembered what had just happened. He clearly hadn't even done anything yet, and this negotiation was already over. So are they playing us? Or is it that they have no intention of working with us at all? It's just a gimmick. Zhang Chang was really a bit puzzled. They felt that we were insincere and just sent me, a project manager, over. While they came with a total of 2 people, Zhang Chang pondered for a while. Indeed, there was something lacking on top of this matter, and the other party was probably angry because they didn't pay enough attention to them. 2 people? Who are those 2 people? Is it Zhao Lingyu and the vice president of their company? Zhang Chang was still deeply curious about the 2 people he had spoken to him about, as there was no one known to be able to do so with such vigor. No, the other person is Lin Yi, the director of Castle Peak Hospital, Dong Yuehua said trembling. He was afraid that Mr. Zhang would punish him. After all, it was him who did not do a good job in this cooperation. So it's him. I didn't expect that the 2 of them would actually come together for this cooperation. Zhang Chang took a deep breath. Although he had already heard from the news that these 2 people had a very good relationship, he never thought that he would be able to see these 2 people at the same time in the business world. It was also rare enough. Then, Mr. Zhang, what should I do next? Should I continue to go to them to beg for cooperation? Dong Yuehua was a bit at a loss for words, obediently standing with those documents. No need. It's no longer appropriate for you to go in this matter. Zhang Chang stood up and lit a cigar and smoked it slowly. Mr. Zhang, please give me another chance. I don't want to be dismissed. I'm willing to try again. Dong Yuehua thought that the other party wanted to sack him for not doing his job well, and was very nervous in his heart. I didn't want to dismiss you. I'll just take care of this matter personally. Just go and busy yourself with your own project. Zhang Chang decided that this matter should be done by himself. It would be a big deal if it worked out. Alright, Mr. Zhang, then I'll take my leave first. Dong Yuehua hurriedly slipped away once again. He was afraid that if he said something wrong again and offended Mr. Zhang, it would not be good. 36 plans, leaving was the best strategy, so Zhang Chang personally contacted Zhao Lingyu, intending to show full sincerity. May I ask if this is General Manager Zhao of the Zhao Group? I'm Zhang Chang here, the head of the Zhang family. Zhao Lingyu was taken aback when she received this call, but it was sort of reasonable. She had guessed it before. It's just that she hadn't expected this to happen so quickly at all. It's me, Mr. Zhang. What is your business? Zhao Lingyu was concise. Zhang Chang was obviously slightly nervous. He didn't expect Zhao Lingyu's tone of voice to sound domineering, a strong woman's appearance. I'm looking for you because I owed it to myself to think about that thing before. Why don't I ask you to have dinner tomorrow? Zhao Lingyu immediately knew that her judgment wasn't wrong. This Mr. Zhang could really seize the moment. Okay, no problem. Zhao Lingyu smiled and hurriedly told Lin Yi about this matter. Lin Yi was still a little worried before, but after hearing these words the worry in his heart completely disappeared. As expected, Zhao Lingyu was indeed very capable, using just a few words from the district to get the other party to come over personally. So under their discussion, they decided to personally meet the head of the Zhang family the next day. After Zhang Chang saw Zhao Lingyu and Lin Yi, he immediately changed into a respectful appearance, because no matter what, above the sentiment, he had indeed done something wrong before. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I was too busy before, so I let my own project manager come over. I didn't expect to make Mr. Zhao misunderstand that we were insincere. Zhao Lingyu, on the other hand, greeted her with a very natural smile. It's okay, General Manager Zhang, I can completely understand. Since you're here, don't say these unhappy words. All of a sudden the atmosphere also became familiar. Zhao Lingyu had also sort of achieved her goal. This wouldn't be the president of Castle Peak Hospital. Lin Yi, I'm glad to be able to meet the renowned divine doctor. After all, Zhang Chang was someone who had experienced the dangers of the Jianghu and spoke in a very smooth manner. Hello, thank you. I'm Lin Yi, the president of Castle Peak Hospital, and I'm also very happy to be able to meet you. Lin Yi also faked a smile. The few people exchanged a few pleasantries first, then it was time to get to the main topic of this negotiation. Since Mr. Zhang is here, let's make it short and sweet. What does your side think about this cooperation? Zhao Lingyu first threw the question to the other party, wanting to see what exactly the other party thought this time. Our side is still very willing to cooperate with Zhao Group. It's a win-win process, so I hope this cooperation will be successful. Zhang Chang tried his best to avoid some of the more sensitive topics, and instead spoke out his attitude in a very smooth manner, also to make the other party happy. Zhao Lingyu instantly saw through those little thoughts of the other party. These words were nothing more than talking some nonsense, and there was no intention to start the main topic at all. The other party seemed to want to leave these things to Zhao Lingyu to start. Alright, I can also see that Mr. Zhang is still happy to cooperate with our group. And of course we are also happy to cooperate with Masterpiece Media. Zhao Lingyu heard the words thrown at her by the other party, so she followed the other party's words and continued. If all things considered, media cooperates with our group, by the time the resort is completed, every aspect can be handed over to your company for publicity. Zhao Lingyu directly stated all of the other party's interests. After all, the topic that should be talked about next was the price. And how to talk about the price to the lowest and maximize one's benefits was one of the most important issues in this negotiation. Zhao Lingyu was a bit torn. She felt that Zhang Chang was an old fox. He was very smooth in dealing with people, so it was probably not a good idea to mess with him today. After hearing this, Zhang Chang nodded with great satisfaction and then pondered, as what he had to do now was also how to keep the price down. Chapter 109. Mr. Zhao, since you're willing to give us full authority to publicize the resort, can we still talk about this price? Zhang Chang revealed a very cunning smile. What he wanted to do was not just this business today. As the saying goes, put a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to catch more than just this one fish. Zhao Lingyu was naturally very familiar with this kind of routine. No matter how high the price was, the other party would knock it down to a very low price. Of course, after all, this business is a win-win process. If we can talk successfully, it's also great to have one more friend in the business world. Zhao Lingyu replied very calmly. What she needed to do now was to very calmly respond to every word the other party said and try to maintain her original position. Mr. Zhao, I need to lower the price by 5%. Is that okay with your side? Zhao Lingyu frowned after hearing this. Price lowered by 5%? Originally, the interest on top of real estate wasn't very big, so Zhao Lingyu directly negated this matter. Then I'm afraid it's not possible. Mr. Zhang, it's too much to ask to lower the price by 5%. It's better for your side to think about it again. Zhang Chang was a bit displeased in his heart. In his eyes, Zhao Group was just a small rookie level in the real estate world, and would actually speak to him like this. Mr. Zhao, I know that Zhao Group has just stepped into the real estate world, so this real estate project should be very important. It is indeed very important. That's why my side found a more reliable company like you to cooperate with and gave you a very reasonable price. Zhao Lingyu spoke very calmly, without a single ripple in her heart. Even if the other party trolled her even more, she wouldn't step back. If she stepped back at this time, the other party would definitely press on. But I'm afraid that future cooperation would be even more difficult. I know that after Zhao Group took over from you, the shareholders under your hand should all be quite unconvinced, so you do have to think about it. Seeing that the other party was not willing to give in, Zhang Chang was a bit annoyed in his heart, and what he cared about now was not that 5% interest. Rather, it was the long-term cooperation. That doesn't need you to worry about. I'll take care of the shareholders under my hand myself, and there are so many media companies now. I'm not in a hurry, right? Zhao Lingyu realized that the other party was being sarcastic, so she also returned the favor, wanting to show the other party how powerful she was. Although there are a lot of media companies right now, there aren't many that are willing to cooperate with the Zhao Group that just entered the real estate world. Right, this matter is risky. Zhang Chang said these words in a conspiratorial manner. He was now very eager to achieve his goal. Zhao Lingyu was a bit dumbfounded by the other party's words, but he also faced it all calmly, because if he was once caught by the other party could stomp on his nose. Lin Yi was always quietly observing the scene from the sidelines. He always felt that Zhang Chang's purpose wasn't that simple. He didn't just want the 5% benefit. Otherwise, there was no need to be sarcastic and repeatedly emphasize that not many media companies were willing to cooperate with Zhao Group. So Lin Yi directly nailed the other party's purpose. Mr. Zhang, I always feel that you're not after that 5% interest. Zhang Chang froze for a moment. He thought that Lin Yi was just concentrating on his medical skills and didn't care at all about this kind of business world. Now when he spoke, it was as if he had guessed his heart. Dean Lin, what do you mean by that? I don't have any other ideas. Lin Yi saw that the other party was clearly a bit nervous, so he understood in his heart at once. Of course you know what I mean by heart. You're not just after that 5% interest. These interests are too little for your company. I think you don't care. Zhang Chang didn't expect the other party to actually discover what was really in his heart. Lin Yi continued to speculate calmly. Your real purpose should be to want to sign a long-term contract with Zhao Group. Zhang Chang was instantly flustered, but also admitted it all very calmly. Yes, I didn't expect Dean Lin to be so capable in the business world as well. I'm really impressed, but I'm sorry, a long-term contract doesn't have this necessity for us. This price right now is already very low for you, so I hope that Mr. Zhang can take it as it comes. Lin Yi continued to speak aggressively. A long-term contract wasn't very beneficial to the group. It might even bring some damage. So Linny felt it was better to sign a short-term contract. Since President Lin has said so, then I won't continue. I'll sign this contract first and we'll talk about future matters later. Seeing that there was no hope for this matter of signing a long-term contract, Zhang Chang saw the good and the bad and hurriedly signed this short-term contract. No matter what, this contract also brought some benefits to the company. Okay, no problem, Mr. Zhang, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Mr. Zhang stared straight at Lin Yi. He felt that this person was indeed a rare talent. With a single glance, he could see through what the real purpose in his heart was. I don't know if President Lin would like to consider coming to our company as a vice president or something. The salary would certainly be higher than you being a director inside a hospital. Zhang Chang couldn't help but want to poach someone. The company was also lacking some more capable people right now. And Lin Yi did look very impressive. Lin Yi shook his head. Instead of doing things underneath these old foxes, it would be better to be happy in the hospital. Besides, he just liked to delve into some medical skills and didn't like dealing with those people. Forget it, thanks to Mr. Zhang's kindness, I don't want to go to the company yet for the time being. Zhang Chang had a lost look on his face, but he still wanted to flatter Lin Yi. According to Lin Yi's current status, how about that? He could also help him a little. It seems that I don't have this blessing. If there's anything I need to help Dean Lin in the future, I'll do whatever I can. Lin Yi understood what was going on in this Zhang Chang's head. I guess it was mostly something about how to utilize him. Then thank you Mr. Zhang. If there's anything I need your help with in the future, I'll be sure to let you know. After all, we'll be partners from now on. Lin Yi faked a smile. They had signed a contract no matter what. They were partners now, so there was still nothing wrong with a couple fake smiles. After Zhang Chang left, Lin Yi's face immediately changed into a very unhappy expression, because he really couldn't stand to look at this person. Zhao Lingyu also sighed in relief after seeing this and similarly changed into a very unhappy expression. Chapter 110, Transfer of Positions. I didn't expect this general manager Zhang to be so ambitious. He actually wanted a long-term contract instead of that 5% interest. I almost fell for his trick. The more Zhao Lingyu thought about this matter, the angrier he got because he had never come across such a brazen person. Relax. Since this matter has been resolved head-on, don't think about it anymore. Now this contract signing is also considered a complete success. Lin Yi saw the other party puffing up. So he hurriedly comforted. Thank you for this matter today. I didn't realize that business matters still need your help. It seems that I do need to practice again. Zhao Lingyu sighed. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, this matter today would have been troublesome. In case if she fell for his trick and signed that long-term contract, it would cause some damage to the group's interests. It's fine. It's just what I can do. I can't help you with anything else. But on top of this real estate thing, you've already helped me a lot. Lin Yi said smugly. I'll do my best to help you in the future. To be your strong backing, you can choose to really rely on me. Zhao Lingyu was very touched after hearing this. She didn't expect that there would be someone who would talk to her like this. It would make her take off her real defenses and go to become her true self, to choose to rely on someone. Thank you, Lin Yi, Zhao Lingyu said in a very soft tone. She had never used such a gentle tone before. It was a bit unlike herself. Unexpectedly, just when the atmosphere was very ambiguous. When it was very ambiguous, someone suddenly made a phone call. After Lin Yi heard the voice of the phone, he was a little angry, not knowing who was disturbing this good thing at this time. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and looked at it. He didn't expect it to be Wang Shui again. Last time, the atmosphere was so ambiguous. The last time the atmosphere was so ambiguous, it was Wang Shui, and this time it was this guy who ruined his good thing. Wang read, if there's something you want to do, just hurry up and say it. Wang Shui said weakly, his words carrying a feeling of great urgency. Lin Yi, it's bad. Your patient is critically ill. Hurry back and take a look. Lin Yi froze for a moment after hearing this. How could this happen again? Clearly that murderer from last time had already been caught. Okay, I'll come back right now to check the situation. So Lin Yi could only just rush back to the hospital to take a look. Ling Yu, I'm sorry, my patient is critically ill, so I have to immediately go back to the hospital right now. Zhao Lingyu was also very understanding. After all, as a doctor, a patient's safety in life is very important. Okay, you hurry up and go. After Lin Yi arrived at the hospital, he ran straight to the resuscitation room. Inside, there were a few nurses measuring the patient's various body data. President Lin, you're finally here. This patient is in a very critical condition and none of the other doctors can do anything about it. Well, you guys show me all the measured data. Lin Yi carefully surveyed the patient and the data. The patient's own physical characteristics showed shrinking pupils, profuse sweating, blue lips, and a pale face. He looked at the data again. The heart rate had been slowing down. If urgent treatment wasn't administered, I'm afraid that this person's life would be almost over. I didn't expect to die 9 times. This young man was also really pitiful, always in danger and suffering from other people's plots all the time. I don't know how many times he's been to the resuscitation room alone. Dean Lin, what should we do now? The heart rate has been waning and is still waning. The nurses carefully stared at the data above the instrument, and realizing that this data had been decreasing, they were all extremely nervous inside. It's fine. I'll use acupuncture later to force out the toxins in his body first. You guys just observe the data above the instrument. Linny was very calm and collected, because by the looks of it the poison shouldn't be very heavy, and the poison shouldn't be deep into his body. So Linny picked up a silver needle and inserted it into his acupoints at a certain angle, using the twisting and lifting technique to stimulate his acupoints. Afterwards, he used Qingshan Sek's unique moxibustion herbs to cauterize these points, completely eliminating the toxins from his body. This set of operations must be done carefully. The angle and depth must not deviate a little. Therefore, in the Green Mountain sect, what Linny practiced the most was how to insert the silver needle into an acupoint at the angle and depth he wanted. Linny was very careful, and the nurses on the side were also watching very nervously. They were worried about the patient's safety. Soon, one of the nurses shouted out, "The patient's data is almost back to normal. The heart rate has been rising." Linny was sort of relieved. Right, the patient was now almost back to normal, and his face was gradually turning red. This was because the toxins in his body had basically been flushed out. Just need to wait for his own body's metabolic function to make those original cells and tissue structures work again. Alright, hard work everyone. The patient basically has no more problems. Please take care of this patient. I still have some things to do. Although Linny felt that this matter was over, there was no telling how many difficulties awaited him in the future, especially over this patient. As a doctor, he naturally didn't want to let all of his grudges and feuds be borne by this patient. Linny hurriedly went to Wang Yu to discuss the follow-up. Seeing the sweaty Linny, Wang Yu asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? How is the patient's condition now?" Linny replied confidently, "Of course it's fine. According to my medical skills, this bit of poison is still easy to solve." The taut string in Wang Yu's heart was sort of let go. He was also very worried about the patient's situation. That's good. But what should this patient do in the future? Continue to stay inside this hospital? Linny thought for a moment and shook his head. This was also a question he was very torn about. I think that if he stays in the hospital all the time, I'm afraid that he'll encounter any more trouble in the future. So I think it's better to not let him stay in the hospital for the time being. Wang Yu also very much agrees with this view. If he stays in the hospital, there will be a lot of bad luck. Then what should we do about his subsequent treatment? If he doesn't stay in the hospital, will the treatment be more troublesome? Wang Yu is now worried about whether this patient can be cured or not. I'll seize the time for the subsequent treatment. I'll do my best to cure him as soon as possible. I'll leave the matter of the secret transfer to you. I don't think there's anyone who will be more suitable for this matter than you. Linny felt that this matter was simply customized for Wang Yu. Chapter 111, Celebration Banquet. This is not a problem, but where is the best place to transfer this patient to? Wang Shui agreed in one bite. In comparison, he was indeed more suitable for this matter. Let me think about it. Transfer it to a place where there's more than enough space and it's not easy to be discovered by others. Linny thought for a moment. He needed ample space to treat the patient and at the same time allow the patient to undergo some rehabilitation training. Then what do you think about transferring to my private residence? There's enough space and it has a certain amount of concealment. Basically no one will find it either. Wang Yu thought about it again and again, and the only place he could think of was his own private residence. This house was in his name, but very few people knew about it, so no one would dare to trespass on this house. Then I'll trouble you. Act as soon as possible. Linny was a bit anxious. It was better to get this done as soon as possible. So Wang Reed acted instantly, preparing to move the patient this evening. If it was during the day, it was a bit blatant and easily known by the other party, but at night it was different. So the two of them took advantage of the night to secretly transfer the young man to Wang Reed's private residence. I'm going to prepare the next step of the operation on him now. Having just arrived inside the private residence, he didn't expect Lin Yi to already be unable to control himself, mainly because time was tight right now. That fast? Why don't you hold off a bit longer and wait for the next day when it's daylight to perform the surgery? Wang Yu felt that this time was a little too rushed, so he hurriedly advised, forget it, it's not easy for the patient to recover so much. Let's hurry and strike while the iron is hot. Wang Yu also agreed, so Lin Yi hurriedly grabbed the time, dragging his tired body, and repeated acupuncture treatments on the patient. Finally the next day the patient felt that his body had changed very much. How's it going? Doesn't it feel much better than before? Lin Yi had barely closed his eyes all night as well, in order to want to take a good look at this patient's situation. Seeing that all the values were normal, he felt a lot more relieved in his heart, but he never dared to close his eyes and sleep. Thank you, divine Dr. Lin. I woke up and didn't realize that my feet could actually move. but I don't know when I can move them flexibly. The young man was very excited and couldn't help but hurriedly stand up and move around. Although it was true that he had experienced a lot of heavy storms before because of Linny, but in exchange for his current success, he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Linny saw the other person moving around, so he hurriedly took his cell phone to record it. Since the surgery was almost done now, and a very obvious achievement had been made, he also planned to publicize these things. The purpose of this was to give those who poisoned him a kick in the pants. Wang Reed, I intend to tell the media about this matter. Linny intended to inform Wang Yu about this matter. Wang Yu also very much agreed after hearing this and said playfully, that's certainly no problem. I'll help you buy a little bit of media when the time comes. I'll make sure to make this story a big hit. So Linny wrote a bit of copy, and next to it was a very important video. The main content of the video was the young man struggling to walk on his feet. Soon enough, this story was already on the hot search, and the comments underneath were all praising Lin Yi's medical skills. Oh my god, I really didn't expect that Divine Dr. Lin was actually so powerful. I think I only heard before that he had only just recovered. I didn't expect that a fully paralyzed person was now ready to start walking. Divine Dr. Lin is simply my god. If only I had the chance to have him treat me. Linny saw that the comments below were all one-sided, so he was sort of relieved in his heart. Lin Yi's report was also considered to have created a wave of fervor in the medical world. It also made his status rise quite a bit in the medical world, and the media made a big deal out of this story about him. There were always media outlets that wanted to report on the young man, but they were all rejected by Lin Yi and Wang Yu. Because of what had happened before, they were afraid of repeating the same mistakes, so they simply tackled the problem at its roots. After Zhao Lingyu saw this, he was also happy for Lin Yi. He had heard about the young man's recovery before, and in the past few days, he had also learned that Lin Yi seemed to be very busy. It seemed to be all about how to go about treating this young man. Zhao Lingyu then hurriedly called Lin Yi, wanting to celebrate this matter. Lin Yi, congratulations. I didn't expect to achieve a milestone success so quickly. I also heard that the medical community is proud of you. Zhao Lingyu couldn't help but carry a hint of joy in her words. Thank you. I also didn't expect that this matter could be successful so quickly, but it wasn't my efforts alone. Lin Yi had gotten very many compliments, but he always maintained a modest attitude. If it's possible, why don't we have a celebration banquet or something at night? Zhao Lingyu couldn't help but ask. Then do we need to call some more people? Lin Yi was actually very excited in his heart as he waited for the other party's answer. There's no need to call others. After all, I'm not too familiar with the other doctors, so it's better for the two of us to spend time together. Zhao Lingyu was really happy and angry at the same time. I didn't realize that an elm brain was an elm brain. He would rather call someone else than have the two of them alone. Okay, then I'll book a restaurant at that time. I'll send you the time and location. Lin Yi then realized how stupid what he just said was. Probably because he was overly happy. His brain was starting to not think. Okay, then I'll see you tonight. You get busy first. Zhao Lingyu was also slightly excited in her heart. And so, both of them began to look forward to the evening's celebration banquet. Lin Yi felt as if this was a very good time to use to express himself. I didn't realize that without realizing it, it was already evening. Lingyu, you're here. Aha, I wish that you can become more and more successful within the medical world in the future. Zhao Lingyu didn't know what to say all of a sudden, especially under this somewhat dim light. Afterwards, the two of them began to exchange a few pleasantries, chatting about some of the things they had done in recent days. Right at this time, Lin Yi pulled out a bunch of red roses from his back. Zhao Lingyu was flabbergasted for a moment after seeing it. This time, this bouquet of roses was my own idea to give it to you. It wasn't a bad idea from Wang Yu. I hope you can like it. Zhao Lingyu felt that the man in front of her was getting cuter and cuter, especially when saying these words. It could be said to be very different from when he was working on weekdays.